Chapter 1. It was a pleasant evening on the windswept plains, and Arak was cooking steak. The orc adjusted the dirty white chef's hat perched upon his head and picked up the unadorned, well-cared-for cleaver that rested at his side. Arak drew his razor-sharp knife across a bone, separating the bloody meat from it in one clean slice. The large orc tossed the bone to the ground. He set the juicy steak down on a large rock and wiped his hands off on the grass. Then he picked the cleaver up again and went to work, slicing the meat into dozens of thin pieces. He turned to the small campfire that he'd already set up. A wispy pillar of smoke rose up from the gently crackling wood, curled around a plain wok resting above the campfire, and disappeared into the night sky. Arak licked his lips and readjusted the dirty white hat on his head. The orc grabbed a metal canister from amongst the many vials strapped to his body. He popped the cap off and tipped it over slightly, pouring a thin stream of dark oil into an already smoking wok. Arak pulled two somewhat bruised oranges from a pouch at his side, slicing them open with a huge cleaver and squeezing their juice into a clay bowl. His hands seemed to blur as he added several other spices, pausing only to quickly dip a finger into the mixture and taste it. He let out a satisfied grumble and pulled out yet another jar from his repertoire. This one was slightly larger than the rest. The orc set it beside the steak, twisted the top off the jar, shaking some of its thick white powder onto the meat and massaging it in. He tossed the sliced meat into the wok. Oil sizzled and popped angrily, but the orc was unbothered as the hot liquid splashed against his bare skin. Within seconds, the delectable smell of cooking meat mixed with musky oil and firewood filled the air. He began turning the slices over with his bare fingers to allow the other side to cook. A branch snapped behind him. The meat still had several seconds left before it had to be removed, so he glanced away from the pan. A young woman stared at him from the edges of his camp, her eyes wide. She was several feet shorter than Arak, but still looked to be nearly an adult despite her height. A huge bundle of cloth was strapped to her back. Arak raised an eyebrow. Generally, this was where people either ran to attack him or to get somebody else to do it for them. To the orc's surprise, the young woman did neither. She licked her lips, staring straight past Arak and at the meat over his fire. Arak shrugged, returning his attention to his meal. The chef pulled the meat from the hot metal and set it aside. He then tipped the contents of the bowl into the wok, adding a sweet, citrusy tang to the aroma surrounding him. He rocked back on his heels. This would take a little time to reduce. He glanced back at the young woman to get a better look at her. Dee sat down on the large cloth bundle she'd been carrying. Her eyes were firmly locked on the sizzling wok. "Do you want something?" Arak asked. "Food. Smells good," the woman said, almost dreamily. Then she paused. Her eyebrows raised into the air as an astonished expression flashed across her face. Despite all that, she didn't look away from Arak's meal for a moment. "An orc that can speak. We all speak," Arak said. "I just happen to also know the common language." They matched each other's gaze for several short moments. The young woman tilted her head to the side. "You speak the common language better than most humans," she observed. "I was in a situation that gave me no choice," Arak replied, his tone signaling he wouldn't be elaborating further on the subject. "Ah," the girl said as she wiped the trail of drool forming at the edge of her mouth. The orc chuckled. She didn't seem particularly likely to rile up any crowds of angry villagers in the near future. Arak returned his attention to his food, mixing a small amount of the starch with water in another bowl. He added it into the sauce before tossing the meat back in, mixing the whole dish together before pouring half of it back into the clay bowl. Arak picked the bowl up and strode over to the young woman. She tore her gaze away from the food and looked up at him, possibly for the first time. But Arak just set the bowl down beside her and returned to the campfire. He poured the remaining half of the food into a second bowl. He sat down on a nearby rock and started to eat. The woman watched him for a moment before glancing down at the bowl beside her. She grabbed it off the ground and gingerly picked up a crispy piece of beef. It was completely coated with a thick, sweet sauce. She popped it into her mouth. The woman chewed once, watching Arek suspiciously. Then her eyes expanded. She swallowed. Then she tipped the bowl back, shoveling the food into her mouth with the gusto of a starving man. Arek paused mid-bite to watch his meal disappear into the stranger's gullet. He chuckled and returned to his own food, enjoying the woman's reaction. Once she'd polished every last morsel off, she sent a longing glance at the empty wok. "Wow," she said, finally breaking the silence. "That might be the greatest meal I've ever eaten." "How did you make that?" "You watched me, didn't you?" Arek replied, swallowing before he spoke. "That was amazing. Heavenly, even. I didn't know it was possible for food to taste so good. It might even be better than the fancy stuff I've had inside cities." "Thank you," Arek rumbled, failing to hide his proud grin. "I'll have to take your word for it. I haven't been in a city in a very long time." "I guess they wouldn't let an orc in, would they?" the girl mused. "I'm sorry. You seem kind, even if you are a bit strange. Most orcs don't like cooking." "The lone girl approaching an orc in the middle of the field calls me strange." "And maybe more orcs would cook if humans weren't so busy killing all of them." "Really?" "Nah, I'm an exception," Arek replied, his grin widening. "Most of my kind would have split you in two if they were given the chance." "Any reason why you're buddying up to a monster instead of hanging out with your human friends?" "I could smell your cooking from a mile away," the woman replied dreamily. "It was like a beacon, that I couldn't resist. By the way, call me Ming." Arek watched her for a few moments, but the strange young woman seemed genuine enough. "I am Arek," he finally replied. "It is dangerous to approach strangers, especially when you're so small. You should be more careful." Ming flashed a wide grin at the orc. She patted the bundle beneath her confidently and drew a deep breath. Wind rushed past the campsite, twirling around her with enough speed to slice through the grass. "Don't worry, Arek. Trust me, I'm more than capable of protecting myself. Besides, you don't seem like you attack humans." "Not most humans," Arek agreed. An old memory of a group of men wearing black cloaks trimmed with red lining rose up. The orc's brow furrowed in anger, but he pushed it away and gave Ming a slight smile. "And I suppose being a magic user would help keep you safe. So, Ming, what exactly is it you want from me? I never mind cooking for anyone. However, I'm afraid that's all I made. I don't have extras." Ming nodded. She made no move to leave the camp. Arek gave her a wary look. "Is there something else you want?" "You've already gotten free food." "Not at all," Ming replied quickly. Arek raised an eyebrow. "Okay, maybe there is something," Ming said, scratching the back of her head. "I want to give you a job." "Now you've really lost me," Arek said. "I'm not a bodyguard." "You're misunderstanding. I don't need someone to protect me." "I want to hire you as a chef." Arek blinked. "I'm sorry. I want you to be my chef," Ming repeated. "I've never tasted anything so fantastic, and the food in dungeons gets so incredibly bland that I want to die. Have you ever eaten hardtack for 2 weeks straight?" "Bloog, don't you think I might have some aspirations beyond following someone around, living purely to make food for them?" Arek asked. It was Ming's turn to blink in surprise. She frowned, scratching the back of her head awkwardly. "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't. You'd be right," Arek continued, giving her a sharp-toothed grin. "For now, at least. I'll cook for anyone that has a stomach. But why should I work for you? I could continue as I have been and not have to worry about a boss." The embarrassment disappeared from the young woman's face as she realized that the orc was messing with her. "I'll get you into dungeons," Ming said immediately. "I know there are a lot of rare herbs and spices in them. Most dungeons are in human territory, so orcs can't get in. Not to mention you'd need a group to safely travel through a dungeon, and you're on your own." Arek mulled over Ming's offer. She seemed honest enough, and the orc had to admit that his supply was dwindling rapidly. The traders willing to work with an orc had steadily been decreasing in number over the past few years, probably because the orc tribes kept killing them. On top of that, it might be nice to have some polite company again. It had been years since he'd last traveled with anyone. "I'll consider it," Arak said. Ming cheered, interrupting him. The orc held a finger up to get her attention back. "On some conditions." "What are they?" "First, I get the first pick of all the plants or herbs we find. If I take them all, they're all mine. No complaints." "That's fine," Ming said with a shrug. She paused. "So long as they're actually usable for cooking." "If they aren't, you'll have to buy them from the group at the end of the dungeon." "That works," Arak said, shrugging. "Second, I get the bodies of everything we kill. You can take the valuable parts, but I get the corpse. We don't take them with us anyways." "Most dungeon monsters don't taste good." "That's because you don't know how to cook," Arak replied with a snort. "Last, you're going to have to pay me. If you want a personal cook, it isn't going to be free." "Of course," Ming agreed. 10 gold a week. Plus 1 share in dungeon loot," Arak added. Ming's eyes widened slightly. The other requests had been reasonable enough, but this was a step above them. Dungeon groups generally had 4 to 5 people in them. The 10 shares were split amongst the group, with extra shares going to stronger members of the party. Arak was essentially telling her that he wanted to be paid as much as a new fighter. "That's non-negotiable," Arak said, noticing the shock in Ming's eyes. "People don't appreciate the good things in life unless there's a cost on them, and this is mine. I am confident that my work is worth the cost, and all the money will be going back into making better food. I can also hold my own in a fight. There's one more thing as well. I want to use my Truesight artifact on you." Ming drummed her fingers on her knee, her nose scrunched as she considered the orc's offer. Finally, she rocked back, nearly falling off the cloth bundle she was sitting on. "You drive a hard bargain, Arak. I'll accept tentatively. If it doesn't work out, I reserve the option to end your employment. And go ahead with the artifact thing. I don't care much either way." "Good. This will only take a moment." Arak reached into his bag and pulled out a small leather pack. He unfolded it, revealing a glass eyepiece. He held it up to his face, closing his left eye and peering at Ming through the other. Runes along the edges of the artifact lit up with dull green light as it hummed to life. Words formed in the glass, projecting themselves in the air for only Arak to read. Ming Dorgun, human female, age 19, magical affinity, undecided magical power, 67th percentile magical energy, 96th percentile physical power, 2nd percentile karma, 12 G-rank adventurer guild. None. Arak breathed out a slow sigh. He put the artifact away and inclined his head respectfully. "Thank you. I've had some scuffles with a certain guild before, and I had to be sure. I appreciate your patience. I am amiable to this deal." Arak offered her his hand. It completely engulfed Ming's as they shook on it. "Fantastic," Ming exclaimed. "Now let's go back to my camp. My team is probably wondering where I headed off to." It didn't take Arak long to clean his supplies and pack up what little belongings he had. He put the 2 clay bowls into a thick bag, placed the bag within his cleaned wok, and tied the whole contraption to his back with a strip of heavy leather. The orc kicked dirt over the fire and ground it out with his foot. Once he had finished, Ming led him away from the campfire. They talked little during their trip. Arak walked warily, keeping a keen eye on their surroundings. Dee walked into ambushes before, and he had no plans of making himself an easy target. As it turned out, her group had set up tents only about an hour's walk away from Arak. It was clear that they were rather successful. The huge pillar of smoke rising from their campfire made it clear that they weren't concerned about being attacked, and the size of the tents in the camp proved that they had some sort of extra-dimensional space to carry them around. Your friends aren't going to attack me the moment they see me, are they? Arak asked as they approached the tents. Probably not, Ming said, waving her hand dismissively. But don't worry, I'll protect you if they do. They'll get used to you eventually, especially after they taste your cooking. Arak grunted, but didn't say anything else. It didn't take long for one of Ming's party members to notice their approach. A large human man wearing spiky silver armor was crossing the camp, bringing more sticks to the firewood when he spotted Ming energetically waving at him. The man's armor was polished, but there were scuffs and scars from years of use. His face was hard, with lines that only came from years of stress. He dropped the wood on the ground beside the fire to return the wave, then froze as he saw the hulking orc standing beside her. The man groaned, massaging the bridge of his nose as he strode toward them. Ming, what did I tell you about picking up stray monsters as pets? They're dangerous. Don't be rude, Belmont, Ming snapped. This is my chef, Arak. If you aren't polite to him, I won't ask him to make anything for you. Ming, Belmont said, kneeling to look her in the eyes. This is an orc. Putting a dirty chef hat on an orc does not make it a chef. Orcs are mindless killing machines, not cooks. I don't know how you manage to keep it so calm, but you need to get rid of it or I'll have to kill it for the sake of camp security. Besides, orcs can't even talk. Ming stomped her foot incredulously. She looked like a small child beside the large warrior. He was still ahead and a half taller than her while kneeling. Arak isn't just some dumb orc, she protested. And he sure can talk. The two of them glanced up at Arak. The orc tilted his head slightly to the side. Woof, he said in a deadpan tone. You taught the orc how to imitate a dog? Belmont asked, amusement mixed with annoyance appearing on his features. Seriously, Ming, grow up. It's not funny, it's dangerous. He could snap at any moment, and then who knows who could get hurt. Belmont rose back to his feet, drawing a long sword from its place at his side. The weapon was plain, but Arak could see the scuffs from years of combat along it. I'd prefer if you put that back, Arak said. Arak's orange beef 8 Oz flank or London broil steak. Any thin cut works. Tablespoon cornstarch, tablespoons orange juice 1 teaspoon, soy sauce 1 4 cup extra cornstarch 1 3 cup, frying oil, olive canola your preference. Teaspoon toasted sesame seed oil tablespoons, brown sugar extra dash of toasted sesame seed. All 1 4 cup water 1 4 cup low sodium, soy sauce 2 cloves, garlic 1 tablespoon, honey tablespoon, gochujang. To taste. Also optional. 1.5 cups orange juice 1 more, tablespoon cornstarch 1 tablespoon water orange zest. To taste. Optional. Thinly slice the beef into 1 4-inch or less slices. Add sliced beef, 2 tablespoons orange juice, 1 teaspoon soy sauce, 1 teaspoon cornstarch, and 1 tablespoon toasted sesame oil into either a large freezer bag or a glass tray. Cover, put in fridge, and permit to marinate for 1 hour. Remove from fridge and dredge beef in the 1 4 cup of cornstarch until it is coated. Mix 1.5 cups orange juice, 2 tablespoons sugar, extra sesame seed oil, 1 tablespoon honey, 1 4 cup soy sauce, and gochujang until it is mostly homogeneous. Heat the 1 3 cup of frying oil in your wok or large pan over high heat. Once oil is hot, add the corn starch-covered beef to the wok, searing it for about 1 minute. Turn it over and let it cook for about 30 seconds. Check it to make sure it is fully cooked before removing. It should be firm and crispy. Add the sauce made in step 3 to the wok. Do not clean the wok before you do this. While the sauce reduces, mix 1 tablespoon water with 1 tablespoon corn starch until completely dissolved. Add this mixture to the sauce. Let your sauce reduce for a few minutes, 2-3. Then toss the beef back into the sauce and cook for 30 seconds or so. If desired, add more gochujang. Remove from heat and sprinkle orange zest over the top. Chapter 2. Belmont's eyes widened. His mouth fell open in a near-perfect O shape. It can talk, he breathed, as if he were in the presence of the world's most revolting miracle. It doesn't enjoy being referred to as an object, Arak said. Belmont ignored the orc, spinning to look back at Ming. He thrust a finger in Arak's direction. Ming, how did you teach a monster to talk? He asked, his sword flicking back and forth like an irate dog's tail. She didn't teach me how to do anything, Arak rumbled. But it looks like nobody ever taught you manners. Oh, he hit the nail on the head, Ming said, bursting into laughter. Belmont snarled, storming towards Arak and raising his weapon. Ming flicked a finger towards him. A heavy gust of wind picked the man up and launched him through the flaps of one of the huge tents. He cursed the entire way in, his voice growing muffled as the cloth enveloped him. Ming didn't stop laughing the entire time. Belmont stormed out from the tent, his lips pulled back in a vicious snarl as he stalked towards the two of them. He held his sword in a white-knuckled hand and looked as if he wanted nothing more than to chop his own teammate in half. "What's going on out here?" a delicate voice called. Belmont froze in his tracks. A thin woman wearing what appeared to be dozens of silk scarves emerged from one of the tents. Her skin was light grey and her eyes just slightly purple. Her gait was so smooth that she practically glided across the floor, arriving between the heavily armored man and Arak. "Hi, Melissa," Ming chirped. "I hired a chef since Belmont's cooking was trying to claw its way back out of my stomach." Melissa sauntered towards Arak, stopping several feet away from the orc and raising a delicate eyebrow. "An orc chef?" she asked, giving Arak an amused grin. Despite the smile, her eyes were cold. "Well, I can't imagine he's worse than Belmont." "My food is perfectly fine," Belmont grumbled. "All the ingredients are safe and guaranteed not to cause us digestive issues or food poisoning. I could fish around in the latrine and find something better than half the stuff you've made," Ming grumbled. "That's it," Belmont yelled, diving at Ming. The small girl let out a laugh and danced out of the way. Arak glanced away from the squabbling party. There were 4 tents, but just 3 people. He tilted his head slightly. "Where's number 4?" the orc asked. Belmont froze mid-punch, and Melissa sent a sharp look at Arak. Even Ming paused. "We don't have a number 4, Ming said. "We didn't want to share the loot with someone else. The tent is just so we don't get bothered by other adventurers." This time, both Belmont and Melissa shot a glare at their teammate. "Shut up," they both hissed. "I was under the impression that adventurer teams were required to have at least 4 people in the interest of safety," Arak said. "It's not required, just encouraged," Ming said. "The guild looks down on it." "Now look what you've done," Belmont hissed to Ming. "If the guild starts investigating us, it'll cause all sorts of problems. Even though we didn't do anything wrong, it could hinder our prospects for years to come." "It doesn't matter," Ming said, stomping her foot and pouting. "He's working for us, so he isn't going to tell anyone." "Hey, I don't care. I'm just here to cook," Arak said, shrugging when the other 2 party members turned back towards him. "But if there are just 3 of you and 4 tents, I suppose I'll be taking the spare." "Absolutely not," Belmont spat. "First off, I haven't approved of hiring you. Orcs are some of the most aggressive monsters around. We will not be having one join our party. And second, those tents are for members of the party with a share." "Oh, fantastic," Arak said, striding past the man and poking his head into the nearest tent. It was the least decorated of the lot, being made of plain white cloth and nothing else. As he had guessed, the tent was completely empty aside from a bedroll. "I've got a share, so I'll take this one." Belmont's face shifted to multiple different shades of purple and red when Ming nodded, confirming Arak's words. His lips pursed and his eyes bulged comically. "You might want to do something about your friend, though, Ming," Arak said. "I think he's turning into a tomato." "You gave him a share," Belmont screamed. "Why would you give a chef an entire share?" "It's one of my shares, Belmont," Ming snapped. "I can do what I want with it." Melissa didn't look particularly pleased either. She shook her head and let out a sigh that turned into a laugh. Give it up, Belmont. Ming wouldn't have done something so foolish without having a reason. Right. Her words had a sharp undertone to them. Of course not, Ming snapped. He's the best chef in the world. Damn straight, Eric agreed. And you know this? How? Melissa asked. On his word. Eric thought he might have spotted her eye twitch slightly. You'll know it too once he makes food for us, Ming said. Then you'll be begging him to stay. Just don't forget that he's my chef. I'm giving him one of my shares, so he's only obligated to cook for me. And anyone else that I want to cook for, Eric rumbled, his gaze narrowing slightly. And anyone you want to cook for, Ming agreed. But you should probably make something now. Quickly, please, before Melissa tries to kill me. Hold on, Melissa said, shaking her head. I'm sorry, Ming, but we can't just accept anyone into the party. I hate to sound like Belmont, but this is an orc. I don't want to wake up with my throat slit. Don't worry, I'd never do that, Eric said, waving his hand. I'd do it in the daylight when you were awake. It's more of a challenge that way. You aren't helping, Ming grumbled. She paused. Unless you're serious. See, Belmont asked angrily, crossing his hands. We won't be letting a monster join the team, and especially not as a chef. If you really want a chef, you could always hire one in a city, Melissa suggested, sending Eric a slightly apologetic look. Most of them would be happy to work for one dungeon share, even if we're just a G-ranked team. We're still ranked, after all. More than 3/4 of the adventuring teams don't even get a rank. Ming mimicked Belmont, crossing her arms. She added in an angry pout and shook her head. No, Arek's food is better. Besides, half of those chefs are snobs. I don't want to travel with them. Melissa massaged her forehead. Arek got the feeling that Melissa and Belmont were used to Ming's antics. I don't mind leaving if I'm not welcome, Arek offered. Please do, Belmont said. Ignore him, Ming said. He'd be just as paranoid if some random chef from the city joined us. Belmont opened his mouth. Then he closed it and shrugged. Ming, how are we supposed to sleep well at night with an orc in our camp? Melissa demanded. You've heard the stories from the settlements that get raised by roaming bands of orcs, haven't you? Arek's not like that. How do you know? He's talking, Ming pointed out. How can you just accuse him of being a mindless monster when he's speaking to us in perfect common? Melissa blinked. She glanced at Arek again, less certain this time. The orc waggled his eyebrows. Despite his calm exterior, Arek found his stomach twisting slightly. This reminded him of something, a similar scene in a past life that he'd done his best to forget. He's alone, too, Ming said, pouncing on the crack in Melissa's defense. I don't see any orc tribe with him. He could be a scout, Belmont said. With a giant jingling bag of cooking supplies, Ming asked. He's playing the long game, Belmont suggested, making us think that he's an innocent chef when he's really an assassin. Belmont, be realistic, Melissa sighed. I'm not saying I think this is a good idea, but what have any of us done that would draw an assassin? It sounds like you're considering this, Belmont said, narrowing his eyes. It's Ming's share, Belmont, and I have to admit I could use a change of pace in food if this orc is really a chef. He's a monster, Belmont snapped. Don't tell me you've forgotten. Melissa stiffened. Belmont's face fell and he let out a heavy sigh. I'm sorry. It's fine. I know you're just looking out for us, Melissa said, her gaze softening. Be honest, would you feel all that much safer with a random chef from the city? Belmont opened his mouth. Then he closed it. His lips thinned and he shook his head. No, I wouldn't. Then why don't we give Arek a chance? Ming asked eagerly. I apologize if we've given offense, Melissa said. The safety of our party always comes first. It's fine, Arek said. I've heard much worse. Perhaps you'd be willing to cook something for us to prove your abilities, Melissa asked. Ming loves everything about food, so it's not particularly hard to impress her. If you're really as good a chef as Ming says you are, I think it'll be a little easier to trust you. I doubt any real killer would waste time mastering cooking. What ingredients do you have? Arek asked. I only have spices on me at the moment. Tomatoes, several potatoes, some old pasta, a loaf of bread, cheese, and Melissa has some yogurt hidden in her bag of colding. Hey, how do you know about that? Melissa asked, glaring at Ming as her hand lowered to a white pouch at her waist that Arek hadn't noticed before. I saw you sneak a bite of it after you dumped Belmont's burnt chicken in the latrine pit yesterday, Ming said, smirking. She turned back to Arek. So, can you make something? I can, Arek said, drumming his fingers on his chin thoughtfully. It's a simple recipe, but it hasn't failed me yet. I need you to bring me the tomatoes, bread, cheese, and Melissa's yogurt. Melissa took a step back as Ming approached her with a dangerous look in her eyes. Don't even think about it, you little goblin. This is my yogurt. A grin crossed Ming's face. She reached into the cloth pack on her back. Belmont's eyes widened, and he dashed away from them, diving behind the tent beside Arek. Ming pulled a wooden staff free of the bundle. Melissa lunged towards the smaller woman, her silken robes snapping around her like a flurry of knives. The small girl spun the staff in her hand and drew in a deep breath. The world vanished in a flash of white light. Arek shook his head and rubbed his eyes to clear his vision. Ming and Melissa stood several feet from where they had started. Ming's staff rested against Melissa's neck. A few small fires flickered on the ground around them. Luckily, the field was wet from the morning rain, so the flames didn't have anywhere to spread. The tall, silk-laden woman let out a mournful sigh. She reached into the white bag at her side and removed a small glass jar full of yogurt, which she presented to Ming. Thank you, Ming said cheerfully, grabbing the yogurt. Belmont slowly rose from his position behind the tent, brushing the dirt off his armor indignantly. Go ahead, he griped. Show him all our fighting techniques, and we agreed, no more in-group fighting. You were about to attack Arek, Ming said, sticking her tongue out. He's not part of the group. Yet, Ming said, walking towards them and handing the yogurt to Arek. The orc took it with an amused grin. I'll get you the other stuff now. Belmont, if you try to kill my chef while I'm getting ingredients, I'll turn your armor into sausage links. At least put the fires out, the exasperated man begged Ming as she strode into camp. Ming didn't even pause. She just flicked a hand and let out a whistle. The fires around them vanished in puffs of dark smoke, including the campfire. She stepped into a tent and let the flap fall shut behind her. Belmont glared at Arek, and Melissa watched both of them with a perplexed expression on her face. The orc extended his hands over the extinguished campfire, exhaling slowly. A small flame appeared at the bottom of the wood. It caught and quickly spread, creating a crackling flame. Arek sat down beside the fire, removing the two wooden bowls from their spot at his side. His breathing quickened, and he raised his hands over the bowls. A thin stream of water condensed out of the air. He filled both bowls, scrubbed them briefly to clean them, and dumped the water out. Ming emerged from the tent, her arms full of food. She tottered over to Arek and gently placed it on the ground beside him. Then she took several steps back to stand beside her teammates. He can do magic? Belmont asked, managing to sound simultaneously impressed and disgusted. The least of his talents, Ming said proudly. Haven't you only known him for like a few hours? Melissa asked. Yeah. And a slight smirk crossed Arek's face. He tuned them out as his focus shifted to the food before him. Another quick gesture filled one of the bowls with water again. Arek set about washing all the tomatoes before placing them in the second bowl. Once he had finished, he dumped the water out once again. He chose a flat rock and drew a large butcher knife from his travel pack. The orc set a tomato on the rock, and his hand blurred into motion. A second later, the tomato had been cut into 6 even slices. He shoved the bottom of the tomato away and dumped the rest of it into the empty bowl. Arek repeated the process with the rest of the tomatoes. Then he removed 2 vials from the bandolier around his chest. One was the large jug that held his general-purpose oil, but the other contained a darker liquid. The orc popped the caps off and tipped some of both vials into the bowl of sliced tomatoes. He mixed them around for a moment, washed his hand off with a spray of summoned water, and then set the bowl aside. Arek's next victim was the loaf of white bread that Ming had brought him. He quickly turned it into several slices and held them over the fire, ignoring the flames as they licked his skin. The orc toasted each piece of bread and stacked them up on the stone. Melissa watched the orc suspiciously as he opened her precious jar of yogurt. The orc stuck a finger into the yogurt and tasted it. He smacked his lips and paused to wink in her direction before removing several jars and sprinkling multiple green spices into the mix. His hands flashed, drawing a tiny knife from his side and spreading the yogurt mix across the toasted bread. He laid the soaked tomatoes across the yogurt and then picked up a block of cheese. He sliced off several thin pieces, which he quickly turned into a fine powder. The orc sprinkled the cheese over his tomato sandwiches with a flourish. He held each one beside the flame for a moment to melt all the ingredients together. Arek then set the meal down and rose to his feet, brushing some fallen cheese off his chest. "Done," he said, rubbing his hands together. "That's it?" Belmont asked, squinting judgmentally at Arek's creation. Ming didn't bother responding. She was already standing beside Arek, stuffing one of the sandwiches into her mouth. She chewed for a moment and swallowed. Her eyes widened, and she groaned in appreciation. "They serve this in the highest halls of heaven," Ming said, her voice barely comprehensible through the mouthful of food. The small woman quickly polished off one sandwich and reached for a second. Melissa darted over, grabbing one from the rock before her teammate could eat all of them. "These better be as good as Ming says," Melissa said crossly. "That yogurt was expensive, and I was looking forward to eating it." She took a small bite, glaring at Arek the entire time. Her expression went blank. She took another small bite. Then the entire sandwich disappeared into her mouth. Belmont looked like he'd seen the afterlife as Melissa grabbed a second slice and joined Ming in scarfing it down, not even bothering to say anything. Ming glanced at Belmont out of the corner of her eye while she munched on her fourth piece. "We're almost out. You trying one?" "I'll eat it if you don't." Belmont crept forward reluctantly, his lips pursed and his nose curled slightly in distaste. He reached out and gingerly picked up the last remaining sandwich with 2 fingers. The heavily armored man held it out in front of him as if it were diseased. Ming and Melissa's eyes both snapped to the sandwich in his hand. The smaller woman scooted towards Belmont's hand. The man pulled it back before his companion could grab it. Then, with a mournful sigh, he shoved it into his mouth. His back was to Arek, so it was impossible to tell the man's reaction. He chewed for several moments and then swallowed in silence. Belmont stood still for several seconds, seemingly lost in contemplation. Then he cleared his throat. "Everything he makes is like this?" Belmont asked Ming. "He can make more than sandwiches, if that's what you're asking," Ming replied. "When we first met, he made me some beef soaked in this amazing orange sauce that was almost like a glaze. But yeah, it was just as good." Belmont spun, striding back over to Arek and looking him closely in the eyes. "I don't trust you, but Ming and Melissa have clearly already made a decision. I'll be watching, but I have no further objections to state that they'd listen to." He made a retreat through the camp towards his own tent. "You've got a very interesting team," Arek said, watching Belmont leave with a bemused grin. "What's his deal?" Melissa rose to her feet, giving a sad look at the remains of where the sandwiches had been before she returned her attention to the new member of their party. "Belmont has just had a very rough life." He's not trusting of others, especially those that are or resemble monsters. We've got some unhappy history with them. And frankly, he's right. You're clearly a brilliantly talented chef, so I'm going to stretch out a limb and say that Ming can hire you. Frankly, I'm just impressed you won Belmont over. I've never seen someone do that so quickly. Or win him over at all, Ming muttered. He's just trying to keep you safe, Ming, Melissa admonished the smaller woman. She turned back to Arak and gave him a slight smile. But Belmont was correct. You're welcome to take the empty tent. As you guessed, we've only got a 3-person party. We all work very well together, and we had yet to find someone else that could fit in with our fighting style. I suppose the extra shares of loot per dungeon completed doesn't hurt either, Arak observed. It certainly doesn't, Melissa agreed, her silken robes rippling around her as a slight wind kicked up. The beautiful woman sniffed the air slightly. Her smile turned downwards. "What's wrong, Melissa?" Ming asked as she noticed her companion's expression. The answer came before Melissa could answer. About a dozen greenish-brown heads with large ears and pointed teeth popped out of the tall grass a short distance away from their camp. The creatures had bulbous heads and humanoid bodies. "Goblins," Arak said, drawing the cleaver from his side. "Outside of the dungeon, I thought they stayed inside," Ming exclaimed, grabbing a staff from her bag and drawing it. "Belmont, get out here," the goblins, realizing that they had been spotted, charged. The armored man burst through the front of his tent. His eyes widened at the small horde of enemies sprinting towards them. He dashed up beside Ming and waved his hands impatiently. "Give it to me," he ordered. Ming nodded and tossed him an intricately carved white staff. Delicate bands and twirls made of some pink gem cut through it, and a beautiful, sparkling orb of energy hummed to life at the top. Beside them, Melissa let out a roar that was akin to that of a huge bear that had just been woken from its sleep. Arak's eyebrows rose slightly as the thin, silk-draped woman charged towards the horde. Belmont closed his eyes and raised his staff into the air, muttering something under his breath. The staff flared with white light. A delicate pink sheen appeared around Melissa. She crashed into the midst of the goblins. They leapt at her, their jagged claws slashing out to slice her open. The sound of tinkling glass filled the clearing as their strikes connected with the shield that Belmont had created around Melissa and stopped short. Melissa grabbed the nearest goblin and lobbed it into the sky. Ming pointed her staff at it and let out a controlled whistle. A beam of thin lightning erupted from its tip, piercing through the goblin's chest. The creature was dead before it hit the ground. "Should we help?" Arak asked, eyeing Melissa as she strode through the goblins. The very edges of the orc's vision flickered with a dull, pinkish-red light. His hand tightened, and his brow lowered imperceptibly. 2 daggers had somehow made their way into Melissa's hands, and the dying screams of their enemies indicated they were not very appreciative of them. The pink energy around Melissa flickered, and one of the claws broke through it. Melissa spun to the side, elegantly avoiding the strike before punting the creature so hard in the face that Arak winced. "Yes," Belmont barked. "I can't hold this forever. Not everyone has as much energy as Ming." Ming scoffed and puffed up her cheeks as she drew a deep breath. She exhaled, spewing out a freezing white mist that swept across the ground. It dissipated against Melissa's shield harmlessly, but the goblins that it touched instantly started to turn blue and slow down. Arak bounded forward as well. His vision had turned a darker shade of red by the time he was upon the creatures. His eyes locked on a goblin that had mostly avoided Ming's attack and was lunging at Melissa's back. Arak's meat cleaver howled through the air and thunked into the smaller creature's head. The orc shook the monster off and batted another one out of the sky with his free hand as it leapt for his face. An earthy hand erupted from the ground, squashing 3 more of the creatures in a single strike. The two remaining goblins turned and sprinted away as fast as they could. Arek watched them go. A part of him furiously screamed for him to follow after them, but the fight had already stopped. His vision returned to normal, and he made no move to follow them. The pink shield around Melissa faded as Arek lowered his cleaver. "I hope you wash that thing before cooking," Melissa said, nodding at the bloody cleaver in Arek's hands. Arek's tomato sandwiches, 6 Roma tomatoes, Parmesan cheese, to taste a half-cup yogurt, 6 slices white bread, 2 tablespoons, olive oil, 2 tablespoons balsamic vinegar, 1 tablespoon oregano, 1 tablespoon dried basil, 1 teaspoon parsley, 1 teaspoon cayenne pepper, mix balsamic vinegar and olive oil in a large bowl. Slice the Roma tomatoes pizza topping style. Toss them all in the mixture and ensure they are evenly coated. Toast the bread slightly, just enough to make the bread slightly crisp without changing the color much. Mix the yogurt with oregano, basil, parsley, and cayenne pepper. The cayenne pepper is optional. Only add it if you like a little spice. Spread the yogurt over the bread and arrange the tomatoes over the top, overlapping them slightly like the shingles on a house. Sprinkle with Parmesan and put in a broiler at low for 5 minutes. Chapter 3, more like concerning, Melissa said, wiping her daggers off on the grass. They disappeared back into her silken robes. Arek wiped his own blade off. He sheathed it and rose to his feet. Belmont was still holding the pink and white staff. The armored man noticed Arek watching him and frowned. "Not one word about the staff," he growled. "It's not my fault that the damn thing is pink. It's just the best one I've found so far." "Why would I care about what color it is?" Arek asked, tilting his head to the side. "I was just thinking about how useful it was. Being able to make a shield that deflects blows is something that I would have appreciated when I was traveling on my own." "Oh," Belmont said, his words losing their momentum before they could leave his mouth. He finally just grunted and handed the staff back to Ming, who returned it to the bundle on her back. Melissa knelt beside one of the fallen goblins. Her frown deepened as she inspected its body. It was so malnourished that its rib cage was pressed against its skin. "These goblins were starved and desperate," she said. "Why do we care? They're just goblins," Ming muttered. Melissa rose to her feet and rolled her eyes. She brushed her hands off and started back towards the camp. Belmont took pity on the baffled expression on Ming's face. "We care because goblins are generally incredibly stupid, but they're not suicidal," Belmont said. "They tend to avoid leaving the dungeon or fighting in open space. They're very adept at fighting in the darkness or in places where they can hide, but you saw how effective they were out in the open." "So, Belmont doesn't care about the goblins," Arek said, taking pity on the baffled Ming. "He's worried about what made them act like this. If they left their home turf, that probably means something bigger and badder replaced them." "Oh," Ming said, realization finally flashing across her features. "That might be a problem. We should probably go to Greenridge Den," Melissa suggested. "The dungeon is full of goblins, so that's probably where these ones came from." The group reached the camp and dispersed to pack it up. Arek followed after Ming. "Greenridge Den?" Arek asked. "It's a low-level dungeon and city that's pretty close by," Ming explained. "We were planning on dropping by it to make a little money and get some supplies. We're at the edge of the Bludon Empire, so it's the closest human civilization." She tugged on one of the stakes holding her tent to the ground, but it refused to budge. Arek chuckled and walked up beside her. He pulled it free of the dirt with 2 fingers and handed the smaller woman the stake. "Thanks," Ming said, taking it from him. "Why do you think that this Greenridge dungeon would know much about the goblins?" Arek asked as he helped her remove the next stake. "All dungeons have a town beside them," Ming explained. "It's where we go to sell our findings and find new dungeons. The towns have the same name as the dungeon so people don't get confused." Since the Greenridge Den is basically entirely populated by goblins, the problem is probably inside the dungeon. I doubt it's a big deal, though. Their conversation trailed off as the two finished packing up Ming's tent. Surprisingly, she didn't have much inside it other than a small roll-up bed and a tiny locked chest. Ming grabbed a small pouch at her waist. She held it up next to her packed tent and the tiny chest. A sudden suctioning force appeared from within it. Both her tent and the chest seemed to shrink and twist as they were sucked inside it, disappearing as if they had never been there. Ming placed the pouch back at her side. "That's the fanciest extra-dimensional bag I've ever seen," Arak said. "Have you seen a lot of them?" Ming asked. "Thousands," Arak replied with a straight face. "Orcs are well known for their extensive use of enchanted items and powerful magic." Ming rolled her eyes. Arak's tone was so dry that it could have been used as sandpaper. They made their way over towards Arak's tent and took it down as well. They finished shortly after Belmont and Melissa finished packing their own belongings. Arak eyed his bundled-up tent. It was about 3 feet long and a foot wide. He set his pack down and gingerly picked the tent up. Then he shoved the whole thing into the top of the bag. "That's not going to fit in your bag, Arak," Ming said, holding back a laugh. "You'd have to empty out half of your stuff before you could get it in." Arak grunted. He reached inside the bag and scooted some of his belongings out of the way before pressing the tent downwards again. Before Ming could stop him, the tent disappeared inside his bag. Ming's eyes widened. "How did you even get that to fit? Is that an enchanted bag?" "It is a good bag," Arak said. "But is it magic?" Ming asked, pushing past the orc to peer inside his bag. It was a complete mess, with things ranging from spices to clothes haphazardly stuffed inside it. The tent was, somehow, safely inside the bag. "No, I'm just very good at packing things," Arak said proudly. He grabbed the bag and slung it back over his shoulder. "Packing generally involves putting things away with some degree of organization," Ming muttered. "My stuff does have an order." "It does." "Yes, it is all inside my bag." Ming let out something between a laugh and a sigh. She and Arak walked over to Melissa, who had placed her folded-up tent inside the strange white bag at her side. The bag was only a large traveling pouch, but the tent seemed to fit with no problem. Belmont joined them, a matching white bag on his own hip. The only other thing he carried was the sword at his waist. Aside from the large campfire, the campsite had been completely dismantled. Melissa gave it one final inspection before nodding. "Let's head off. No reason to waste any more time here. Ming, could you take care of the fire?" Ming nodded and sucked in a deep breath. The thick pillar of smoke rising from the flames spluttered as the fire beneath it popped out of existence, and the wood instantly turned to ash. Ming staggered slightly. Arak caught her by the shoulder before she could fall. She blinked heavily and regained her balance, rubbing her forehead as a yawn forced its way out of her mouth. "Thanks, Arak." "I might have cast a few too many powerful spells today," Ming muttered. The small woman yawned again and attempted to right herself without the orc's help, but she staggered again. Arak sighed and picked her up, slinging Ming over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes, resting her on top of his sack of belongings. Melissa raised an eyebrow in their direction. Arak just shrugged his free shoulder. "What, do you want to get carried as well?" he asked. "No, but I think Belmont might," Melissa replied, sending a wry look at the armored man. "I absolutely do not," Belmont barked, marching past Arak before the orc could get a good look at his face. Melissa cackled like a deranged witch before abruptly stopping and clearing her throat. "Ah, right. We were going to leave," she said, sashing to follow after Belmont. Arak followed after them, wondering what exactly he'd just signed himself up for. The four of them traveled through the rest of the day. The plains stretched on for miles and were fortunately flat and grassy, so the trek was relatively easy for Arak, who'd spent most of his life traveling. Melissa and Belmont weren't in quite the same shape. They managed to keep pace with Arak, but their breathing was heavy and their backs were covered in sweat. Ming had somehow remained asleep throughout the entire day of travel, much to Belmont and Melissa's jealousy. As the day mercifully drew to a close, Arak spotted a dim yellow light in the distance. Melissa and Belmont noticed it shortly after he did. Their pace noticeably increased as relief appeared on their faces. "Is that Greenridge Den?" Arak asked, nodding in the direction of the light. "It is," Melissa replied. "Thank the gods," Ming piped up. "I'm starving. Now we can get some food." "I'm out of ingredients at the moment," Arak warned. "I'm not sure what I can make right now." "That's fine," Ming said. "There's a tavern in Greenridge Den that's got a pretty good chef. He's not as good as you, though. We can stay overnight at the tavern as well," Melissa added. "It'll be nice to have a real bed." "All of us?" Arak asked doubtfully. Melissa paused. I'm not sure, actually. We'll figure something out, though." Arak gave a non-committal grunt as they resumed walking. A few hours later, the heavy wooden stake walls of Greenridge Den swam into view. A low-hanging fog swam up around them in the darkness of night, lightly obscuring their vision. If it hadn't been for the warm glow of the lanterns around the dungeon city's entrance, they might have gotten lost. They arrived at the gates, where a lone guard lazily stood watch. His gaze swept over the party, and his eyes noticeably widened when he spotted Arak. The man jerked upright, tightening his grip on the shoddy spear in his hands. "Whoa, orc attack!" the guard cried. Another guard dashed over to join him. This one had a small yellow plume sticking out of the top of his helm. The new guard slid to a halt and squinted over the wall. He let out a sigh audible enough that Arak could hear it from the bottom of the wall. "You moron, that's just one orc that's clearly traveling with a party." "But he's carrying a corpse over his shoulder," the first man exclaimed. Ming sat upright and waved up at them. "I'm not dead, I'm just sleeping," she called up. She laid back down and started making exaggerated snoring noises. "Maybe he's a necromancer and it's a revived body," the first guard suggested quietly. A muted bang rang out through the night as the second guard hit the first man on his helmet. "Get out of here, moron," the second guard said. He turned to look down at the group. "I'm sorry about that. We don't mind monsters entering the walls, so long as you control them and take responsibility for any damage they cause. I promise not to pee on the side of any bushes or chew on your fence posts," Arak called up to him. It was the plumed guard's turn to curse in surprise. Arak just rolled his eyes and plucked Ming off his shoulder. He set her down gently on her feet, ignoring the mage's protests. "You can talk," the guard finally managed once he'd regained control of his voice. "I'm not particularly interested in regaling everyone with my life story," Arak rumbled. "Can we go in or not? Will you consent to an examination under a Truesight artifact?" the guard asked. "I'd like to confirm that you mean us no harm." "I will not," Arak replied, his brow lowering. "And I will remind you that, unless the laws have changed recently, it is illegal to use a Truesight artifact on someone without their permission." "You are within your rights," the guard said curtly. "You may enter, but watch yourself." He pulled a lever at the top of the wall. A series of clicks echoed throughout the front gate, followed by a methodical thudding noise as a section of the wooden wall was lifted into the air. Once it was high enough, the four of them stepped through it. The wall crashed shut behind them. "Damn," Ming said. "He didn't even realize who we were with you here, Arak." It took Arak a long time to respond. His head was on a swivel as he took in the small city around him. Small wood and stone buildings peppered Greenridge Den in a neat, circular pattern. Most of the lights inside the city were out, but several buildings still had their fires lit. "I guess I have that effect on people," Arak finally said. "It's only natural to be in awe of true, rugged beauty." They chuckled. Even Belmont let himself crack a grin before the stern expression returned to the man's face. "Why didn't you consent to the Trusite examination?" Belmont asked. "Do you have something to hide?" "Yes," Arek replied simply. "You strike me as a private man, Belmont. Do you fancy your secrets up for show?" Belmont blinked, taken by surprise by Arek's honesty. "No, I don't." "So, where's this tavern you mentioned?" Arek asked, changing the subject. "It's down this way," Ming said, darting towards the center of Greenridge Den. Belmont caught his smaller companion and lifted her slightly into the air before she could get too far. Her legs continued churning as if she were still running, but she craned her neck to look up at Belmont. "Let me go," Ming complained. "Why are you stopping me?" "No running away from the group in the city," Belmont ordered. "Especially not when you're so out of magical energy that you have to get carried for an entire day." "But Belmont—" "No buts," Belmont replied, setting her down and keeping a grip on the back of her shirt. "Are you guys always like this?" Arek whispered to Melissa. "Yep, having second thoughts," the tall woman asked, as the four of them continued deeper into the city. "I'll hold off on answering that question for now," Arek replied, smirking. "I haven't gotten paid yet." Arek nearly froze as they turned the corner. An enormous building, somewhere around 4 stories tall, loomed over them. It was jagged, and each floor seemed to be pointed in a completely different direction. It was the tallest building that Arek's seen in a very long time, and it was a shock that it was still standing. "What is that?" Arek asked. "The tavern," Ming exclaimed, tearing free of Belmont's grasp and darting inside before the man could stop her. Belmont rolled his eyes and followed in after the small mage. Arek eyed the tavern cautiously. Each floor looked like it had been assembled independently of the one before it. The first floor was made entirely of stone, while the next one was wood, and the third was a mix of the two. He couldn't even tell what the top floor was made of. "Is it safe?" Arek muttered. "It hasn't fallen yet," Melissa replied, shrugging. She strode over to the door and opened it wide, revealing a warmly lit interior that Arek had missed when the first 2 party members had entered. Melissa waved impatiently for him to enter. With a tersely drawn breath, the orc stepped inside. A veritable explosion of sensations slammed into him like a warhammer. A large fireplace at the far side of the tavern warmed the room. Dozens of round wooden tables were peppered across the floor. Steaming stews, freshly cooked pies, and drinks ranging from cider to milk lay on the tables. The tavern was crowded, with only 1 or 2 tables currently unoccupied. Arek let out his held breath with a whoosh as his eyes went wide. Melissa stepped inside behind him, closing the door and laughing at the orc's sparkling eyes. "It's quite something, isn't it? Greenridge Den is a smaller town, but the tavern is pretty good. People come from all over to eat Chef Raud's cooking." Arek forced his mouth closed and grunted. Several people had glanced in their direction. A few gazes followed them as the two made their way through the crowd towards Ming and Belmont, who had claimed a table near the right side of the room. Despite the small amount of attention they were getting, nobody seemed particularly bothered by Arek's presence. The orc sat down and peered around the room curiously. As he tore his gaze from the food and focused on the people, it became apparent that these weren't normal citizens. Men and women were covered in armor, even as they ate. Many of them had multiple weapons at their sides, and all of them looked battle-hardened. Ming noticed Arek's interest and giggled. "They're mostly adventurers, Arek. Greenridge Den isn't a normal city. It's on the outskirts of the Bludon. The people here fight off most of the monsters that threaten the town on their own. Even if they aren't ranked teams, they can hold their own." "I see," Arek said, drumming his fingers on the table. "I want to try this food." Ming waved her hand in the air. A portly woman with a kind face made her way over to the table. She brushed her apron off as she arrived. To her credit, She only gave one surprised look in Arek's direction before offering them all a wide smile. "Welcome to the Rords, Russell. What can I get for you all tonight?" She spoke quickly and had a slight accent that caused her words to slur together. "What's on the menu tonight?" Melissa asked. "We've got a beef pie and a pork stew that'll blow your shoes off," the woman replied, gesturing to emphasize her words. "We've also got a salad if you're vegetarian." "I've never known Rord to like salad," Belmont said, a slight frown crossing his face. "Is this a call for help? Are there enemies within the building?" "Relax, Belmont," Melissa said. "I don't think Chef Rord would seek out help through code if he needed it. The kitchen door is right there." "Rord would never serve salad. He hates it," Belmont said, crossing his arms. The tavern maid leaned in slightly, glancing over her shoulder to make sure the chef wasn't watching them. "He does hate salad," she whispered. "The salad is just a cucumber he found on the street. He's been trying to sell it all day, but nobody wants to buy it." Belmont nodded, as if this was the most natural thing in the world. He relaxed slightly, although that didn't stop the armored man from continuing to scan the room with a watchful eye. "Can't imagine why," Melissa said. "I'll take the beef pie, please. I'd also like a jug of cider." "The pie for me as well," Belmont said. "And just water, please." "Give me both," Ming exclaimed. "And also an ale." "No ale," Belmont and Melissa said at the same time. "Get her a milk or something," Belmont added. Ming sighed and pouted, but they ignored her. "I'll take the pie as well," Arek said. "A glass of milk would also be nice." The waitress nearly leapt out of her shoes when he spoke. She let out a small curse and gave them a slight bow. "I'm sorry about that. I did. Expect me to talk," Arek finished. "I've been getting that a lot. It's okay." The waitress apologized again and made her way towards the kitchen. A few minutes later, she re-emerged with a platter piled high with drinks and food. She slid up to their table and skillfully deposited everyone's order in front of them. She put some utensils on the table beside them as well. Melissa tipped the woman a silver coin. The waitress smiled at her and slipped into the crowd once more, leaving them alone with their food. Arek picked the knife out of his set of utensils and held it between two fingers. "Why have they given me a miniature sword?" Arek said. "I hope my pie isn't going to fight back." "That's a knife," Belmont said. "I'm aware. I carry several myself, but nothing this minuscule. Am I to fence a fairy for my meal?" "You cut your food with it," Melissa explained. She gestured to the fork on the table. "And you pick it up with that." "Wait, is that what those are for?" Ming asked through a mouthful of food. She held the pie in both of her hands. Rich brown gravy dripped down her chin and fell onto the table. Arek picked the fork up and gave it a judgmental glare. He gingerly used the knife to cut a tiny slice out of the pie, then speared it with his fork. He slowly raised it to his mouth and popped it in, chewing contemplatively. "How does an orc have better table manners than you?" Belmont admonished Ming. "He's never even used a knife and fork before." "These are too small for me," Arek decided. He set his silverware back down on the table delicately. The orc reached into the bag that was still on his back. He rooted around for a few minutes before pulling out a leather bundle. He unwrapped it, revealing a somewhat crude but easily recognizable set of iron utensils. He took the knife and fork out and set about eating his pie, ignoring Melissa and Belmont's open mouths and shocked expressions. Ming burst into laughter, but she made sure to swallow her food first. She didn't want to waste any of it. "Ah, we've been deceived," Belmont said. "You're an apt trickster, Arek." "Thank you, I think," Arek replied. He finished eating the pie just about the same time that Ming polished off her second plate. "So, what did you think?" Melissa asked. "This is your first taste of human food, right?" Arek held up a finger. He raised the tankard of milk to his mouth and tipped it back, drinking the entire thing in a single swig. The orc set it back down on the table and wiped his mouth with a napkin. "It was Okay, he finally said, a twitch of distaste apparent in his expression. A frown flickered across his mouth faster than the others could track it, but it had absolutely nothing to do with the quality of the food. Really? Melissa asked, raising an eyebrow as she ate a bite of her own pie. The food here isn't famous, but it's known for being better than average. That's disappointing, Eric replied. The meat was overcooked by several minutes, and it had a severe lack of seasoning. On top of that, the pie's crust was soggy on the bottom. If the chef wanted to make this better, he could have actually seasoned the meat and kept a better eye on it while it was in the oven. On top of that, he should have pre-baked the crust to keep the bottom from getting soggy. A chair scraped against the wood behind them. A bald, burly man covered in scar tissue spun from his table, strode over, and slammed his hands onto the table beside Arak. "Are you saying you can do better?" the man growled. "I don't take kindly to one of our own getting disrespected by a monster." He was close enough that Arak could smell his rancid breath. "I could do better if I had the tools to do so," Arak agreed, returning the man's glare with his steely gaze. The volume in the tavern lowered as people noticed the confrontation. "Hear that, boys? The orc says he can cook. Tell me, creature, do you bet?" "Only against fools," Arak replied, rising from his seat. Despite the man's height, Arak still stood a head above him. Arak held his hand out to Ming. "My pay for this month, please." Ming counted 10 gold into the orc's hand. Arak placed them on the table and raised an eyebrow in the man's direction. The scarred adventurer swallowed at the large amount of money on the table, but then his gaze hardened and he waved at the other men sitting at his table. "Cough up, morons," he snapped. "This is a free payday for us." Soon enough, 20 gold had been stacked onto the table. Arak gave the man a wide grin. "Go find your chef and convince him to try his hand against me. My only rules are that either I can use his kitchen or he's only allowed to use the tools I've got on me. I've got the spices, but I'll need to use other ingredients from him." The scarred man spat on the floor, then he paused. The barmaid was standing at the door, glaring at him with the force of 1,000 withering suns. The man meekly grabbed a napkin, mopped his spit up, and hurried towards the kitchen. It only took a few minutes for him to re-emerge, a heavy-set man with a large moustache and a stained white apron angrily following in tow. "This is the orc that was saying he can cook better than you," the scarred man told the chef. "Is that so? I'll teach you to spew lies in my tavern," Chef Rord growled, baring his teeth at Arak. "I have already cooked the main course tonight. Do you know how to make dessert, orc?" "Better than you ever will," Arak replied. "I only need an hour. I've even got some of the ingredients I need on me." "Fine, then. Our guests will be the judges. We will complete our dishes and let Tilly bring them out so they don't know who made what. Then the guests will decide which dish is better." "Works for me," Arak replied. "Come on then, orc. Let's see if your cooking can match up to your big mouth." The two of them strode into his kitchen, and Rord slammed the door shut behind them, dimming the noises from the other side of the tavern. Chapter 4. Arak had to admit that the kitchen was better than anything he'd ever worked with. Rord had nice stone countertops and an organized working space. There were bins with spices and seasonings on the far side of the kitchen, and what might have been an icebox with meat beside them. "You can use this oven if you know how," Rord said, nodding towards a small oven with an enchanted control unit. There was a small knob on the side of the stone construct. Arak turned the knob to the right. A blazing fire sprang up at the bottom of the stove. He twisted the knob to the left, causing the flames to decrease. "Seems simple enough," Arak replied with a shrug. "You're going to regret flapping your mouth when I put you back in your place, monster," Rord growled. "When you lose, I'll give you my recipe so you can feed something decent to your patrons," Arak said. "Just don't skimp on the damn ingredients like you did with the pie." Chef Rord stormed off to the other end of the kitchen, where another oven was already warm. He started grabbing ingredients and tossing them into the bowl, but Arek didn't pay attention to which ones. It didn't take the orc long to find what he was looking for in the kitchen. He didn't need anything particularly rare or fancy for this recipe. Within a few minutes, he liberated Raud's kitchen of milk, a stick of butter, a glass of orange juice, flour, yeast, and eggs. The orc quickly grabbed a bowl from his pack and tossed all his ingredients other than the flour into one bowl. He then added sugar and salt into the mixture and used a wooden spoon to incorporate everything together. Then, with a wry grin, Arek grabbed a small glass bottle from within his pack. Its contents were bright orange, almost as if he'd encapsulated the afternoon sun within it. The orc tipped several drops of the strange substance into his bowl. The powerful smell of freshly cut citrus instantly filled the room. It cut through the greasy undertones of the night's food like a hot knife. Arek could feel Raud's gaze snap to him, but the orc didn't even look up from his work. He continued mixing his ingredients together, adding flour slowly as he worked until a supple dough formed in the bowl. Arek tapped it with a finger and nodded to himself. He tossed a towel over the bowl and pushed it to the side. Arek scanned the kitchen for a few minutes before his eyes landed on what he sought, a glass jar of some unlabeled yellowish-orange jam. He popped the cap off and tasted it. His lips pursed slightly, but the orc shrugged and took it back to his workstation. He pulled out a second bowl and dumped the entire jar of jam. He added in a hefty serving of sugar and mixed it in before pushing that to the side as well. Arek took the bowl holding his dough and moved it back in front of him. He drew in a deep breath and held his hands next to it as a calm expression crossed his face. A warm yellow light emanated from his palms and sank into the bowl. The orc kept his breathing controlled as the time ticked on. He remained in that position, unmoving, for several minutes. He let his palms drop as the light dimmed and his eyes opened once again. Arek lifted the towel off the bowl, revealing that the dough had nearly doubled in size. He took the dough out of the bowl, easily rolling it out flat and spooning his jam mixture onto it. He left a thin border of dough along the edge untouched, but covered the rest of it. Once the orc had finished, he rolled his creation into a long log. Once again, Arek lifted his hands over the dough and closed his eyes. As his breathing slowed, the warm light returned. Now that it was uncovered, the dough visibly expanded over the course of the next few minutes. Arek let his hands drop once more when he was satisfied. He used his cleaver to cut the dough into a dozen circles, then grabbed a metal plate from next to the oven and placed his creations on it side by side. He popped the tray into the oven, which had already been heated by the fire he'd set earlier, and closed the door. Only then did the orc glance over to see what Raud was doing. The other chef had already placed his dish into the oven. He noticed Arek watching him and gave the orc a smug grin. "Scared, are you?" Raud asked. "No, I just wanted to make sure you aren't going to feed my party more of your swill," Arek rumbled. "You should put a leash on your tongue before it gets you into more trouble than you can handle." The two of them lapsed into silence as they waited for their dishes to finish cooking. A short while later, Raud sent a triumphant look in Arek's direction as he pulled a loaf of bread out of the oven. He popped it out of the bread dish and set it on a wire rack to cool. The bread was light brown, with cracks along the top that revealed its moist interior. Arek sniffed the air. Hints of honey and sugar mixed with a slight vanilla undertone drifted into his nose. The orc tilted his head. "Banana bread. Of course it is," Raud snapped. "You saw me making the damn thing. It's sort of hard to mistake, considering half the ingredients are bananas." "I hope your bananas were ripe enough," Arek replied, shrugging and going back to ignoring the smaller chef. A few minutes later, he pulled open his own oven. He pulled the tray out, revealing a plate of glistening, slightly tanned rolls. The dough had intertwined with the jam mixture in a perfect spiral, creating something akin to a cinnamon bun with a different filling. The powerful aroma of citrus that emanated from his oven and his dish washed over Raud's bread, overpowering it completely. It was Arek's turn to offer a wide grin to the other chef. "Shall we be judged, then?" the orc asked, removing his rolls from the baking sheet with his bare hands and setting them down on a serving tray. "Bring it on, you green brute," Raud replied, slicing his banana bread into pieces and laying them down beside Arek's rolls. He clapped his hands. "Tilly, get in here." The waitress stepped inside, her eyes widening at the two dishes on the plate. She grabbed it and walked back out, with Arek and Raud trailing after her. The noise in the tavern lowered as people realized the two chefs had finished cooking. Every eye in the room followed the three of them as Tilly set the plate down on a table. 10 people, 5 men and 5 women, stepped forward and sat down in the chairs that the barmaid had put down in front of the table. "How did you choose the judges from everyone in the tavern?" Arek asked. "We had an auction for the seats," Tilly replied. "I added their money to the betting pool." Raud shot the scarred man who had challenged Arek in the first place a stern look. "And don't you forget that I'll be taking my fair share of those winnings," he told the man. "I did all the work here, so that's my money." "You're counting your chickens," Arek chided him, showing off his fangs. "It's unwise to do so when in the presence of a fox." "Enough bickering, you two," Tilly chided them. "Your work can do the talking from here on out. Judges, you may eat." The barmaid handed each of the adventurers a slice of the banana bread. Everyone in the tavern watched with bated breath as they all took a bite. Arek watched the man nearest to him, a huge adventurer that was nearly as tall as him with a bushy beard and a shiny bald head. The massive man swallowed, nodding slightly and taking another bite. "It's very good," he said, swallowing before he spoke. "It's mushy and soft, but the outside has a nice crust that gives it texture. It's sweet, but not overpoweringly so. This is a well-made dessert." "Torrell, I saw you mucking stalls yesterday," a man yelled from within the crowd. "When did you become a food critic?" "Shut up," Torrell yelled back as the tavern burst into laughter. The gnomish woman sitting beside Torrell cleared her throat. Once people had calmed down slightly, she started to speak. "I agree with Torrell. It's a very tasty dish, although I think I might have preferred a little more complexity in it." The other judges all voiced their own opinions, which were largely in line with the first two. Once they had all finished the banana bread, Tilly handed out Arek's rolls. Once again, the judges bit into them. Arek could barely contain his laughter as their eyes all widened into saucers. Tilly waved for them to speak, but not a single one responded. They all just continued eating the dessert until it was finished. As one, their eyes swung to the few remaining rolls on the plate. Tilly put a hand over them protectively and scowled at the adventurers. "Eyes off, you greedy sods. Do your damn jobs and tell us about the food." "It was amazing," Torrell exclaimed, licking the last traces of jam off his lips. "It was some sort of citrus roll with jam inside. But the dough," the gnomish woman exclaimed, interrupting him. "It was so flavorful. It tasted like the dough itself was full of oranges. It was soft and fluffy, like a cloud of loving citrus. It practically melts in your mouth." "It's absolutely genius," a third judge agreed, nodding his head. "Raud, you blew the doors off with this one. This might be the greatest dessert I've ever had in my entire life. Why haven't you served this before? Hell, you might have been able to cook for a minor duke with this." Raud's mouth hung slightly open. He stared at the judges in disbelief, unable to comprehend the words coming out of their mouths. Arek just chuckled and took one of his rolls from the tray. He offered it to the other chef. "Try it," Arek said. "My dish speaks louder than their words ever could." Raud numbly took the dessert and took a small bite out of it. The air seemed to deflate from the man's sails as his eyes widened in shock. He took several more bites before polishing the dish off, shaking his head in wonder the entire time. Ay, merciful gods! Are you a court mage, come to play tricks on me by changing your appearance? I am Arak, nothing more and very much an orc, and you will teach me this recipe. If only to keep you from serving swill to your customers, yes, Arak replied. Chatter grew louder as people started to realize that Raud hadn't made the orange rolls. Tilly held her hand up to quiet them down. Just to confirm, Raud, which dish did you make? The banana bread, Raud replied. His tone was a strange mixture of disappointment and excitement. And you, orc? Tilly asked. I made the orange rolls, Arak replied, grinning widely at the tavern-goers. The room exploded in noise and yells. Several people accused Raud of lying, but they were drowned out by the cheers from Arak's team and the chatter of everyone else. As the tavern descended into chaos that Tilly fruitlessly attempted to control, Raud tugged on Arak's sleeve. I'm sorry, he finally said, practically forcing the words through stiff lips. I didn't think an orc could cook like that. I didn't think anyone could. Nobody does, Arak replied, laughing, but you've got a bigger problem than apologizing. I do, Raud asked. Arak waved out to the clamoring tavern grandiosely. You've got a room full of people yelling for dessert, and you don't even know the recipe yet. Time to get a move on. Raud cursed and spun, darting towards the kitchen. Arak ambled after him, closing the door behind them as they got to work once more. Arak's orange rolls. Dough. A half cup of room temperature milk, a half cup orange juice, 1 tablespoon instant yeast, about 1 packet, 1 tablespoon white sugar, pinch of salt. 1 egg, 3 tablespoons of softened butter, 3 cups of all-purpose flour, 2 teaspoons orange oil, very important, filling. A half cup butter, 1 cup white sugar, a half cup jam of your choice. Orange marmalade would be the best. Preheat oven to 350 degrees. Combine all of the wet dough ingredients, milk, juice, yeast, sugar, salt, butter, and eggs in a large bowl. Mix together, then slowly add in flour. Mix until the dough has come together. It should feel a little sticky, but just barely. It should not adhere to your hands. You can add more flour to achieve this consistency if 3 cups isn't enough. Transfer dough to a greased bowl and cover it with plastic wrap, a towel. Let rise for 1 hour. Use a low-taste oil or butter to grease a 9x 13-inch baking pan. Then roll the dough out into a large rectangle. Mix all the filling ingredients, butter, sugar, and jam, together. If you really like orange flavor, add a few drops of orange oil. Then spread the filling on the dough rectangle. Leave about a half-inch border untouched. Roll the dough lengthwise, then cut into rings about half the size of what you want your buns to be. Use a dough cutter if you have one. If not, a serrated knife will also work. Place the rings horizontally in the greased pan, then cover and let it rise for 1 more hour. Bake for around 20-25 minutes until golden brown and delicious. Chapter 5. It didn't take too long to teach Raud the recipe, although he was incapable of the magic Arak used to help the dough rise. This delayed the production process of the rolls by a little while, but that wasn't enough to stop them. The 2 chefs worked through the night, creating dozens upon dozens of desserts until every single person in the tavern had eaten their fill. Time was swallowed by oblivion as they struggled to keep up with the endless demand of the tavern. But slowly, as the night stretched on into the early hours of the morning, the orders started to slow down. Arak and Raud placed 1 final order of orange rolls on the counter, then both slumped over and fell asleep on the kitchen ground, pleased expressions on their weary faces. Arak awoke to Ming's face approximately an inch away from his nose. He blinked, then slowly shifted himself away and rose to his feet. He spotted Raud at the other side of the kitchen. The man was still asleep. "Hello, Ming," Arak said. "I think I might have gotten slightly carried away yesterday. It was awesome. Ming said, practically hopping around in excitement. I ate so many orange rolls. You need to make them more often. She also nearly burned the tavern down from her sugar high, Melissa said from behind them. The tall woman stood in the kitchen doorway. She de-changed the color of her silken robes to a bluish gold, and her hair was still damp from a shower. Well, that's good, Eric said. Liking my cooking, that is. Burning the tavern down might have been suboptimal. He cracked his neck with a series of pops that sounded like a wagon speeding down a gravel road. The orc blinked the last of the sleep out of his eyes, and the three of them left the kitchen. Warm sunlight was already spilling through the tavern's windows. Tilly spotted them as she finished up waiting on a table. The barmaid slipped through the small crowd and made her way towards them. I've got your winnings here for you, she said, pulling a small brown pouch out of her apron pocket. Arek took it from her, peering inside the pouch to check the contents. It was hard to see with just a quick glance, but there was easily 50 gold inside it, if not more. Tilly noticed the orc's confused expression. I've also included half of the revenue from last night, she explained. It's only fair, and Rord won't mind. He's been in a bit of a slump lately, but I'm hoping you've brought him out of it. I haven't seen him that passionate about cooking in a long time. It's no problem, Arek replied. Everyone should have access to good food. Your name is Arek, right? I overheard you tell Rord that you weren't a court mage, so who are you? Surely you own a restaurant somewhere. It is, the orc replied, a slight smile cracking his stony features. And I don't have a restaurant yet. It's in the plans for the future, and don't worry. When I do open it up, you'll know. Confident, are you? Tilly asked, laughing. Ability begets confidence, Arek replied. His face was completely straight. A moment later, he winked at her. The barmaid laughed and shook her head. Well, Arek, thank you for coming by last night. I can't tell when you're joking from when you're being serious, but if you ever do open a restaurant, you bet your big green ass that I'll be dining there as soon as I can. Tilly gave the orc one last smile before hurrying off to another table. Ming tugged on Arek's sleeve and looked up at him with a cross expression. You'd better not open a restaurant too soon. I don't want to lose our chef this quickly. Don't worry, Arek replied. I've got a lot left to learn before I can open a restaurant I'm comfortable with. Good, Melissa said. Now we've got quite a bit of work to do. We need to figure out why those goblins were so far from the dungeon. I'm ready when you are, Arek said, shrugging. He tucked the pouch of coins into his travel bag and followed Melissa out of the tavern. Belmont was already waiting for them outside, tapping his foot impatiently. When he saw them open the door, the man let out a huff of air and tossed his hands up. Finally, I was concerned you might have been unwillingly locked within the tavern. I was only a minute from breaking and entering through a back window. You need to be more prompt. But we're out now, Melissa said. You're only wasting more time by complaining. Let's just go to the dungeon entrance. The man's complaints turned to muttered curses as the four of them headed down the neat rows of buildings towards the center of town. The city had clearly been awake for a good bit of time. All sorts of adventurers traveled along the streets. Many of them had shoddy armor or weapons, and there was no shortage of younger groups that appeared to have just formed. Is this the first dungeon people go to? Arek asked, as a group of four adventurers walked past them, talking animatedly. They looked like they were barely older than kids. It's one of them, Ming said, humming in between her words. Arek noticed that the small woman's feet weren't even on the ground. She was floating through the air, pretending to walk. A lot of people come here since there's only 2 floors, so it's easy to run away if things go south. It was my first dungeon too, so if something bad took control of it, it wouldn't go over very well for the people inside it, Arek said. It would be a slaughter, Belmont said, clenching his hands. The man bared his teeth. We need to nip this in the bud before anything goes wrong. They continued deeper into the town. As they grew closer to the center, a large, square building drew Arek's attention. The building was grey, with obsidian and marble intertwined along the edges. Large murals of battles adorned its sides. By the time they were standing in front of it, the orc realized that he wasn't looking at a building. It was a massive gate. Huge bronze bars rose from the ground up to the top of the gate. A dark vortex swirled ominously behind them. Arek noticed a subtle pressure emanating out from the portal. It was as if the gravity in the area was stronger than normal. Arek realized Ming was watching him and waiting to see his reaction. Wow, Arek breathed, craning his neck up to see the top of the portal. Extravagant much. Humans didn't build it, so don't ask me, Melissa replied, shrugging. We build towns around the dungeons to keep their influence from spreading too far. The monsters inside them would run out and raise the area around the dungeon if they weren't routinely purged by adventurers. If humans didn't build them, who did? Arek asked. That's a question for scholars, not us, Ming said. But we don't really know. Arek grunted contemplatively. A few minutes later, the party came to a stop a short distance away from the entrance to the dungeon. To the right of the gate was a short building with green banners. Several very heavily armored men patrolled the front of it. Unlike the other adventurers Arek had seen, these guards wore plate armor that looked like it should have made a lot of noise with each step. However, they were all completely silent as they moved. The weapons on their backs glimmered with dull white energy, even with the sun overhead. Those are the Bastion, Belmont said. They're some of the strongest fighters around. There are some stationed at every city, run by the Adventurers Guild. Stay clear of them if possible. They're here to make sure nobody monopolizes a dungeon. With their strength, they could secretly be attacking foolish travelers and nobody would know better. Interesting, Arek replied. Are they likely to spear me on sight? No, Melissa said. They're famously callous towards other people. They couldn't care less about who or what you are. Just don't threaten the city and you'll be fine. And don't listen to Belmont. He's convinced that everything and everyone is out to kill him. You can never be truly safe until you've considered every possible outcome, Belmont said. Have you? Arek asked. No, that is why I am paranoid. At least he's honest, Melissa sighed. The Sill-Claydon woman led them up to the front of the building. Arek's skin bristled as he walked past the Bastion guards. He could practically feel their gaze burning into him. His hand longed for the familiar feel of a weapon's hilt, but the orc forced the desires down and locked them within the mental cage he'd spent years crafting. Melissa pushed the door open and they stepped inside. Belmont closed the door behind them. The room they'd entered was rather small. There was a large wooden desk piled high with papers at the far end of it, and two closed wooden doors on either side of them. Ming cleared her throat and let out a low hum, levitating herself up to Arek's head level. A moment later, the papers shifted. A tall stack of them crashed to the floor, revealing a short dwarvish man who had been sleeping under them. The man had a long, crooked nose with a pair of spectacles that didn't have any lenses. He blinked, wiping a trail of drool off his beard, and sat up on top of the desk. The man readjusted his glasses and squinted at them. Adventurer, registration number 448, was it? That makes you the Happy Sunflower Adventuring Group, if I'm not mistaken. His voice was somehow both nasally and deep at the same time. That's us, Ming said cheerfully. We ran into a bit of a problem, a short travel from the city walls. Arek did his best to avoid reacting to their group name, but he couldn't stop a slight smirk from appearing at the corners of his mouth. Based on the disgruntled expressions on Melissa and Belmont's faces, it wasn't hard to tell who'd chosen their group name. And what could that be, 448? The dwarvish man asked. We ran into a group of half-starved goblins a short distance from town, Melissa said, stepping forward to stand next to Ming. Ah, 449. Part of the Happy Sunflower Adventuring Group. It's good to see you, but I was speaking with 448, who is part of the Happy Sunflower Adventuring Group. Please wait your turn. We ran into a group of half-starved goblins a short distance from town, Ming parroted, smirking back at Melissa. The taller woman's eye twitched slightly. Don't get too close, Melissa whispered to Arak. The old fool is nearsighted, but he's incredibly pedantic and a real pain in the ass. We don't want to deal with him for your registration. He'll inevitably screw something up. Well, that's certainly concerning. 448, the man said, scratching his nose. It didn't sound like he'd heard Melissa at all. We'll have to investigate that immediately. I'll put a general notice up on the town board. If you're interested, feel free to check the dungeon out yourselves. I'm sure I'll figure out an appropriate reward soon enough. We'll do that, Vontally, Ming said, smiling at the short man. Wonderful. Now, who's this big hunk you've brought into my office? He asked, turning to stare straight at Arak. I thought you said he was nearsighted, Arak whispered out of the corner of his mouth. He is, Melissa hissed back. You thought I was still nearsighted, didn't you? Vontally crowed. But no longer. I had my eyes replaced. I've been playing you for fools. You should do your ears next, Belmont muttered under his breath. Vontally either ignored Belmont or couldn't hear his words. The short man hopped off the desk and slowly made his way over to stand next to Arak. He looked up, squinting at Arak's face. I should have bought a better set of eyes, he muttered. You there? Are you an adventurer? Arak's fist tightened imperceptibly at his side. His claws dug into his skin for an instant before he forced his emotions away. I'm a chef, Arak replied, but I'm temporarily in the adventuring business. I see. You don't have a registration card filled out. I do not. Do I need one? The other three members of the party winced. Do you need one? Damn straight you need one. Get your green ass over here, Vontally barked, waddling back over to his desk and hopping on top of it. Do you consent to the usage of a Truesight artifact? No, Arak replied. Very well, we'll do this the old way. Vontally brushed a huge stack of papers out of the way to clear some space. They crashed to the ground, fluttering in every direction and completely covering the small room in stray documents. The dwarvish man rooted around in his desk for a few minutes before pulling a tiny white card out with a triumphant cry. Here we go. Now you'll be registration number 451. Only 451, Arak asked. More adventurers must have registered since Ming and Melissa did. That was just adventurer 450, Vontally replied absent-mindedly. Which would be me, Belmont said with a heavy sigh. The registration number depends on who you register with, not when you registered. Arak turned back to stare at the small dwarf, who gave him a gap-toothed grin. Vontally flicked the tiny white card. It expanded, folding out like an accordion. The paper launched past Arak's head and hit the wall. It continued to grow, climbing up the ceiling before finally flopping to the ground a few feet from Ming. Chapter 6. Now, first on the list. What's your name? 451, Vontally asked. Arak, the orc replied with a grimace. Wonderful, we won't be using that again. Race, orc, sex, male. Do you prefer cats or dogs? Is that really on the list? Arak asked, squinting at the dwarvish man. Yes, it's vital to keeping our information up to date. Dogs, sometimes they don't run away when they see me. Skin tone, green. Wait, you already know that, Arak pointed out. It's good to have people verify it. Sometimes they change their mind, Vontally said defensively. Just give me the next question, Arak said, sighing. Sexuality. How is my sexuality related in any way to my capabilities as an adventurer? Arak asked, but he already knew the answer. Vontally just cocked an eyebrow in his direction and waited silently for a few moments. Food, Arak finally responded. I see. Now what's your ideal man or woman's body shape? Give me that goddamn list, Arak snarled, snatching the paper out of the dwarvish man's hands. He scanned it quickly, then looked back up at him. This is blank. There are no questions on it, just the answers I gave you. Is there even a questionnaire? Arak asked, shaking the paper at the dwarf. Just register me, would you? This is a waste of time. I assure you, these are all very important questions, Vontely protested, twiddling his thumbs together nervously. Is it? What's the next question? How many sausages can you eat in one sitting? Arak crumpled the long paper into a ball. It took him nearly a minute to do so, but he didn't stop until he was done. He kept eye contact with Vontely the entire time before tossing it gently through the air to bounce off the dwarf's head. Just sign me up, Arak growled. The dwarf heaved a defeated sigh and pulled out a much smaller questionnaire from a drawer in his desk. He jotted several things down on it and let out a whistle, causing it to vanish in a shower of sparks. There, he said, crossing his arms. I did it, you sourpuss orc. Now get out of my office. I'll be happy to oblige, Arak said, striding out with the rest of the group at his heels. Holy shit, the questionnaire was fake, Melissa asked once they'd left. Her eye twitched as a dagger rapidly appeared and disappeared in her hand. Of course it was. I've never even taken one of those things, but come on. Your sexual preferences don't have anything to do with being an adventurer. Arak rolled his eyes. Anyone would have realized that the dwarf was just an old pervert. He paused, noticing that everyone had suddenly found their surroundings incredibly interesting. The orc rubbed the bridge of his nose and let out a disappointed huff of air. You all filled it out, didn't you? All 400 questions, Ming replied miserably. I gave him vital information, Belmont snarled. I believed it to be mandatory, but he could sell it to an assassin. This is outrageous. We should go to the dungeon and take out some of our frustration, Melissa suggested as she noticed Belmont eyeing Vontely's building with his hand on the hilt of his sword. Works for me, Arak said, his face brightening. I'm eager to see what ingredients we can find. Melissa grabbed Belmont by the shoulder between the spikes on his armor and practically dragged the fuming man along towards the dungeon. The enormous bronze bars across the entrance of the dungeon were set dozens of feet apart, far too wide to stop anyone from going through it. The four of them stepped through one of the gaps where a decent amount of people had gathered before the swirling vortex of darkness. What are these bars even here for? Arak asked, glancing back at the huge pillars behind them. To look cool, probably, Ming said. Don't get too excited. Every dungeon looks like this on the outside. The inside looks a lot less interesting. If you say so, Arak said, tearing his gaze away from the bars. So how do we get in? The entrance will transport us there when we touch it, Belmont said, his brow still furrowed with anger. But make sure you hold your breath until we arrive inside the dungeon, Ming warned. Any form of breathing will rile up your own magic and could cause interferences. Those, well, they never end well. I once saw someone's arm come out without the rest of their body, Melissa said, nodding. Ming is right. Make sure you don't breathe. Also, don't let our hands go. The transportation happens to the whole group, so if you aren't touching us, you'll get sent to a different version of the dungeon. It's all pretty complex, and I don't understand it fully myself, but just trust me. No breathing and hold hands. Got it, Arak said. So, do we have to wait for these other people to go in? Nah, they're just here to try to buy stuff off adventurers as they leave, Ming said, tugging at the front of Arak's shirt. Let's go in already. I want to blast some goblins. Ming grabbed Arak and Melissa's hands, and Melissa grabbed Belmont a moment before Ming lunged forward, pulling them along with her as she thrust herself into the churning dark vortex. Arak held his breath as a wall of dark energy slammed into him like a violent wave. A wordless roar filled his mind, rattling around and traveling from his ears down to his toes. Streams of violet and black danced through his vision in a hypnotic pattern. His body seemed to compress and fold in impossible ways, twisting and turning as his teeth practically rattled in his head. A gentle breeze brushed past Arek's hair. The orc realized that the strange sensations had stopped some time ago, although he couldn't be sure exactly when. He still held Ming's hand tightly with his own. He slowly opened his eyes. The city of Greenridge had vanished. They stood in a room made of grey stone. Large wooden torches along the walls filled the room with warm light, and there was a shoddy wooden door in front of them. A tepid breeze blew through the cracks in the door's edges, whistling through the room before vanishing into thin air. The party was watching him again. Arek cleared his throat. "This isn't what I was expecting." "Drab, isn't it?" Melissa said. "Don't worry, this is just the entrance. It's just like the giant gate on the other side. Every dungeon has one, but the rest of it will be different. This is also one of the only safe areas inside the dungeon. Which means we should go find something fun," Ming said, eyeing the door. "Be careful," Belmont warned. "This is a dungeon. The smallest mistake could be fatal." Yeah, Ming said, rolling her eyes. She reached into the bundle of staves and withdrew the pink and white one that Belmont had used during the goblin attack. She tossed it to the armored man, who caught it with a slightly embarrassed flush on his cheeks. Arek pulled the meat cleaver from his bag, a slight frown present on his face. He shook it off and gave the party a nod. "I'm ready," he said. "Don't worry too much about fighting," Ming suggested. "We won't object to help if we're struggling, but we can handle ourselves. I'd be happy to oblige your request. I've got no desire to spill blood if I don't need to. I'll just keep my eyes peeled for ingredients." Despite his words, Arek didn't put the cleaver away. With their roles decided, Melissa took the lead from Ming. Daggers appeared in both of the tall woman's hands as she pushed the door open with her foot. It swung wide, revealing a large brown desert before them. The door deposited them at the edge of a sloping hill. At the bottom was a medium-sized campsite. Dozens of teepees had been erected around a much larger tent. Goblins milled about the camp doing various tasks, but none seemed to have noticed the happy sunflowers yet. Arek spotted several goblins wearing armor that was much too large for their bodies around the perimeter of the camp. Unlike those of the other goblins, their weapons also appeared to be iron or steel. A short distance away from the camp was a small green patch of vegetation on a raised wooden planter. Arek squinted at it, but it was difficult to make out any details from the distance they were at. "We'll pick off a few guards and then cut through the camp to the boss," Ming ordered. The playful tones were still present in her voice, but subdued. "Don't worry about the normal goblins. As long as we smoke the boss, they'll all run for their lives." "Dibs on their garden," Arek muttered. "It's all yours." "They're just worthless plants, though," Melissa warned the orc. Arek just shrugged in response. Chapter 7. The four of them crept down the hillside, keeping as low to the ground as possible. Evidently, the goblins didn't have very good eyesight. None of them noticed the party approaching. Once the group reached the bottom of the hill, they dashed behind a stack of conveniently placed barrels. Ming nodded in Belmont's direction. The heavily armored man nodded back and set his brow. He then raised the staff slightly and pointed it in Melissa's direction. A faint pink shield of energy formed around her. The silk-laden warrior grabbed a medium-sized rock from the ground beside them and tossed it into the dirt several feet away. It landed in a puff of dense brown sand. A second later, Arek heard a grunt followed by light footsteps. One of the armored goblins strode past their makeshift cover, squinting at where the rock had landed. Melissa darted forward, grabbing the creature and dragging it back behind the barrels. At the same time, she drew her knife across its neck. The goblin let out a bubbly gurgle, and the life left its eyes. The tall woman dumped its body on the ground and grabbed another rock. They repeated the gruesome process 3 more times until nothing came when Melissa tossed her rock. Arek had to admit that the group was incredibly efficient. It didn't take them more than a few seconds per armored goblin. "That's all the guards in the area," Ming whispered to Arek. "Now comes the fun part. Remember, just run straight to the giant tent. We'd get swarmed if we tried to fight the entire camp. I'd say you should stay here, but we don't want them finding you alone by accident." "I'll be right at your heels," Arek said. "Good, let's move out," Ming ordered. The group burst out from their cover and sprinted through the camp. There were no walls or barricades to keep them out, so they had no trouble pushing past the shoddy teepees. A few goblins noticed them running through the camp and let out screeches of fury, but they didn't stop. As the huge tent grew closer, Ming grabbed a staff from the pack on her back. She leapt into the air and let out a shrill whistle. The air around her staff twisted and folded inwards, collapsing in on itself. It ignited with a loud roar as a huge fireball formed at the head of Ming's weapon. She thrust it forward, sending the magical blast careening downwards. It punched clean through the tent's fabric, leaving a circular hole behind it. A loud explosion ripped through the day. Air rushed past Arek's face as fire swallowed the tent. Something let out a bellow of rage. A large figure, just a little shorter than Arek, stumbled out of the tent's burning ruins. It was the fattest goblin that Arek had ever seen. The creature was decked out in mismatched armor and carried a massive black battle-axe that looked completely out of place. The goblin was covered in burning scraps, but it didn't seem particularly bothered by it. The creature's beady black eyes locked onto the party. It let out a deep roar and charged towards them. It moved far faster than any creature of its size should have, covering ground in the blink of an eye. Melissa was ready for it. She twirled forward, her silken robes snapping around her like an extravagant tornado, then brought her foot down on its head with a brutal axe kick. She danced backwards as the goblin's battle-axe split the air where she'd been standing. Ming let out a violent huff of breath. The burning scraps covering the fat goblin seemed to double their efforts. They flared brilliantly, turning the creature into a pillar of flame. It let out a pained screech, then lunged forward and thrust the tip of its axe towards Melissa. The woman dodged out of the way, but she wasn't able to dodge it completely. The attack sparked against Belmont's shield. It flickered and the light dimmed, but the attack didn't break through. Melissa let out a battle cry and thrust her daggers into the goblin. One of them slammed harmlessly into his armor, but the other slipped through the cracks and punched into the creature's fat belly. It roared in fury, spittle flying everywhere. Melissa skipped back just before a savage axe swing nearly decapitated her. The goblin's breathing became ragged. Its black eyes turned reddish-brown as it opened its mouth impossibly wide, revealing several rows of razor-sharp teeth, and let out an ear-splitting shriek. "Get away from it," Belmont ordered, tightening his grip on his staff. "Any changes to a dungeon creature's appearance or mannerisms can be deadly." "That's not normal," Ming agreed, her brow tightening. She hefted her staff and let out a slow whistle. A bolt of grey lighting ripped from the staff and slammed into the mutating goblin. The creature shuddered and skidded backwards a step, smoke rising up from its charred armor. Then it let out another scream. The goblin abandoned its axe on the dirt and loped forward on all fours. It lashed out at Melissa with a jagged claw. Belmont's shield deflected the brunt of the strike, and she hopped backwards to safety, but the shield faded once more. Belmont gritted his teeth and pointed the staff at her, muttering words under his breath. The shield grew brighter, but it didn't return to its former color. Belmont wiped the sweat from his brow and grimaced. The goblins from the camp had completely surrounded them. However, for some strange reason, none of them were attacking. They stood there, watching the party with slack arms and empty eyes. Arek's grip tightened on the hilt of his cleaver. "I'm not liking this very much," he muttered. Something's wrong, but the only way out of the dungeon is by defeating the boss, Belmont said. Be exceedingly cautious and prepare for the unexpected. He winced as the shield around Melissa flickered in response to the goblin raking its claws across her. Melissa flipped through the air, hopping several steps back to make distance between her and the strange goblin. She spun the knives in her hands and lowered into a different fighting stance. The fat creature bounded towards her, black foam frothing at the edges of its mouth. Melissa let out a whistle and jumped off something invisible in the air, abruptly changing directions and dashing straight towards the creature. She spun once more, her silken robes flashing in the dull light. Arek's eyes widened as he realized that the end of every silken strand on the woman had a blade on it. The tornado of metal and silk crashed into the goblin, tearing its flesh apart like a ravenous beast. Ming thrust her hands forward and let out another slow whistle. A bolt of lightning screamed out of her hands, blasting into the open wound on the creature's stomach. The goblin exploded like a flesh pinata. As one, the goblins watching them seemed to snap out of a trance. They screamed, scattering across the camp as they ran in any direction but that of the party. Arek and Belmont dashed over to Melissa. Her clothes had returned to their normal silken appearance, leaving no trace of the blades she just used. The tall woman was breathing heavily, but she gave them a brief smile and a nod. Ming let herself drop out of the sky. Arek caught the small woman and set her down on the ground. She smiled up at him before returning her attention to the scattered chunks of the goblin boss. That was not fun, Ming decided. That was gross. We've done this dungeon hundreds of times, Melissa said after she caught her breath. That wasn't part of it. There was something very wrong with that goblin. You think? Arek asked sarcastically. He knelt beside the goblin's remains, searching for its head without actually touching any of it. It took him a few seconds, but he eventually found it. The black liquid was still present at the edges of the creature's grotesquely enlarged mouth. Arek nodded down at it. Is this normal? Ming walked over to join him. Nope. Do you think he got food poisoning or something? Do food poisoning victims turn into rabid animals and froth black goop? Arek asked. He noticed the thoughtful look on Ming's face and sighed. No, they don't. Oh. Arek reached into his travel bag and shuffled around a bit. He pulled out an empty glass vial and popped the cover off. Don't touch it. The substance may be poisonous, Belmont warned. Arek nodded. He gingerly scooped some of the black liquid into the jar and replaced the cover, making sure to keep it away from his fingers. He screwed it shut and then held it out with 2 fingers. Who wants to hold this? I'm not putting it anywhere near my ingredients. Melissa stepped forward, but Belmont beat her to it. He snatched the jar from Arek's hand with a gauntleted fist and dumped it into his travel pouch. I'll keep an eye on it, Belmont promised. I am more appropriately prepared for unexpected situations than you, and I am also in armor. That makes it less likely to get on me. Works for me, Arek said, rising back to his feet with a sigh. Didn't you all say there was another floor? There is, Melissa said worriedly, and that's the only way out. We need to get out of here and warn the Adventurers Guild before they let any new adventurers into the dungeon. We'll move at our normal pace, Belmont said firmly. We won't do anyone any good charging to our deaths. Before we move on, let's get the loot from this creature's chest. It should be somewhere in what remains of his tent. Keep an eye out for traps. Has this dungeon ever had traps in it? Melissa asked. No, but who knows? That might have changed. Given the strange goblin they just fought, Belmont's words weren't entirely unreasonable. As the other 3 walked over to find their treasure, Arek made his way to the garden and peered into it. There were about a dozen plants, and they all seemed to be of the same variety. They were green and leafy, with no apparent fruit or flowers. He sniffed them. The orc's eyebrows rose slightly. He gingerly pulled one of the plants out of the dirt, keeping its roots intact, and cut off all but a few of the leaves. He popped the plant into a large jar in his pack before stripping the rest of the plants and shoving their leaves into another jar. "Find anything interesting?" Melissa asked as she moved to stand beside him. "I think so," Eric replied. He rose to his feet. "I'll have to check, but this is an herb similar to one that grows outside the dungeons. It's not the same, though, so I'll have to look into what I can use it for. Did you guys find anything interesting?" "Some gold, the monster's axe, passage to the next level of the dungeon. That's about it. None of us felt like it was wise to root through his body." "That's probably wise," Eric agreed. "Is it time to move deeper then?" "It is," Melissa said as they joined the other two members of the party. Ming held a shimmering blue coin in one of her hands, a slight frown on her face. She glanced up at them when they arrived. "Ready." "This works just like the other portal, so make sure to hold your breath and stay in contact with us." The orc nodded, and the four linked hands again. Ming tossed the coin onto the ground. It sank into the earth. Ripples emanated through the ground like she tossed a rock into a lake. Arak felt the dirt beneath his feet twist as blue beams of light burst from beneath them. A brilliant blue portal exploded to life underfoot, swallowing the party alive. For the second time that day, Arak felt his body twist and bulge in disproportionate ways. The strange sensations assaulted his body as blue intertwined with darkness spun before him. Then the orc was standing on what felt like cold stone, his eyes squeezed shut. He slowly opened his eyes, grimacing. Once again, the four of them were standing in a small grey room, identical to the one they'd arrived in. The tepid wind that Arak was unfortunately starting to recognize assaulted his nostrils. He grimaced and pinched his nose to filter out the smell. "What's wrong, Arak?" Ming asked. "That smell is disgusting," Arak said, his voice nasally. "I don't know how none of you are reacting to it." "What smell?" Ming tilted her head and sniffed loudly. She shrugged and shook her head. "I don't smell anything." "Nor do I," Belmont said. Melissa shrugged and shook her head as well. "I don't know how," Arak said. "This place reeks. Are humans' senses of smell weaker than monsters?" "It's possible," Ming said thoughtfully. "Is it unbearably bad?" "No," Arak said, dropping his fingers and grimacing. "It's annoying, but tolerable. It's like decaying flesh mixed with burnt hair, so getting out of this dungeon is starting to look more and more attractive." "We'll move as fast as possible," Ming promised. "This floor is more dangerous than the last one, and we don't know if the monsters here are like the boss from the first floor." Melissa wordlessly handed Ming a jar of white dust from within her bag. Ming took it and hummed under her breath as she unscrewed the cap. A stream of dust danced out of the jar and twirled over the ground. The dust arranged itself into a rough map on the floor. The second floor was a strangely shaped series of large circles connected by thin corridors. Ming pointed to a small dot at one end of the map. "This is where we are," Ming said. Her finger drifted over to the nearest and smallest of the circles. "This is what we call the armory. It's full of a bunch of weapons, and a big smith-looking goblin is inside it. He's slow, but he can do a lot of damage if he actually hits you." She pointed at the next circle, the largest of the ones on her makeshift map. "This is the courtyard. There are two big goblins here with pikes. They're not very strong, but they're annoyingly fast." She finally tapped the last circle on the map. "And this is the throne room. This is where the boss is. He's like a bigger and fatter version of the goblin we just fought. And any one of these could be mutated and rabid," Belmont added. "Wonderful," Arak said, sighing. "Maybe it's time for me to help out with some of the fighting." "Only if it's absolutely necessary," Melissa said. "We've been fighting together for a long time. I know you mean well, but it might be detrimental to have an extra unknown factor involved." "Works for me," Arak replied, shrugging. "You're probably right, anyways." It's been a long time since I've fought in a really serious battle, mostly just territory skirmishes, so I'll let you all handle this unless things look really grim." "Let's hope they don't," Melissa said. "Everyone ready?" They nodded. The tall woman gave them a terse smile and turned to open the door. Arek could practically see the tension tightening the woman's muscles with every move she made. Chapter 8. Melissa pushed the doors open, revealing a long, curving corridor lit by small burning torches. She led the party down the hallway. Her daggers were already in her hands. She looked like a caged cat, ready to pounce at the first thing in front of her. The hallway came to an end at a large wooden door. It was curved at the top, with a large brass knocker on the right side. Belmont braced his shoulder against the door. Ming and Melissa both gave him a nod. Belmont threw his weight forward, and the door swung open with a weathered creak. The armory was as Ming had described it. It was a medium-sized room of grey stone. Weapons of all sorts hung from the walls and ceiling. Near the center of the room, a hunched form was hammering away at an anvil. The blacksmith paused mid-swing and slowly turned towards them. It was a goblin, but it took Arek a moment to be sure of it. The creature had a wide, flat brow with a crooked nose. It wore a dense leather coat to protect itself from the flames of the forge. With a dry cackle, the creature's mouth split into a wide grin. Black liquid dripped from its teeth and foamed at its lips. The group didn't wait any longer. Belmont thrust his staff into the air, creating a glowing shield around Melissa. At the same time, Ming let out a hum. The air in front of her churned and twisted as white strands of wind formed before her. They turned into dozens of sharp spikes that launched towards the blacksmith. They punched into the blacksmith's leather armor, but most of them dissipated harmlessly against it. A few found the gaps in his defenses, and a small amount of blood started to trickle from the wounds. The blacksmith let out a screech and grabbed the half-finished sword from the anvil beside it. It hurled it in Belmont's direction. The armored man lunged out of the way as the sword hummed past him, embedding itself in an open space in the wall. Melissa darted forward as the blacksmith reached for another weapon. She thrust her weapons into the creature's back, drawing out a scream of fury. The goblin's hand wrapped around the hilt of a warhammer on the wall beside it. It lashed out without turning around. The strike connected with the shield around Melissa with a noise like a gong being struck. She slid backwards several feet from the force of the blow. Ming tossed a fireball at the creature. It didn't bother to dodge. Fire enveloped it as the room filled with the stench of burning hair and flesh. The burning goblin, seemingly oblivious to its plight, just grabbed a large axe from the wall and lunged forward, swinging it at Melissa. The lithe woman slipped out of the way, narrowly avoiding the attack. The axe bit into the wall, lodging itself in the stone. Melissa thrust her daggers at the underside of the beast's head. They bit deep, but the goblin showed no signs of slowing down. It lashed out with a clawed hand, shattering the shield protecting Melissa. She rolled out of the way before it could strike her exposed flesh. Belmont gritted his teeth and raised his staff again. Sweat poured down the man's brow. His eyes narrowed, and he sucked in a deep breath. The shield around Melissa appeared once more, although it seemed dimmer than before. The silk-clad woman gave Belmont a quick appreciative nod before approaching the blacksmith once more. Ming sent a beam of concentrated fire into the creature's chest. It screamed as the flames punched through the leather apron and continued through its body before erupting from its back. Melissa took advantage of the blacksmith's distraction. She grabbed an axe from the wall, hoisting it with surprising strength, and brought the weapon crashing down on the goblin's head. The strike went clean through, carving the hideous goblin in two. The two halves of the monster toppled to the ground, silencing its final screams. Ming exhaled, and the flames covering its body flickered out. All three of the adventurers were breathing heavily. Well, that answers one question, Melissa said as she caught her breath. All the bosses are probably corrupted by whatever this black slime is. That doesn't bode well for us, Belmont said. He wiped some of the sweat from his brow and grimaced at the rancid smell filling the room. I'm running low on energy. These things hit really hard. And it was a lot faster than it should have been, Ming observed, frowning. That's not good. I'm doing okay on energy, but I'm going to be cutting it close if the next two bastards are as strong as this guy was. Can't we just wait for a while as you all recover your energy? Arek asked. Unfortunately not, Melissa said. If we don't continue pushing through the dungeon, the other bosses wander over to this room. Fighting those pike-wielding goblins in here would be suicide. There's nowhere to escape to. We used to have a general estimate of how long we could spend in each room, but I suspect this black liquid has invalidated everything we know about this dungeon. And you're sure you don't want me to help? Arek asked. Not yet, Ming said firmly. These things are difficult to fight for seasoned adventurers. I don't want my chef getting killed. Try to stay out of the fights unless it really looks like someone is going to die. We've still got some juice left in us, so don't worry. Arek could tell the small woman was putting on a brave face, but there was steel behind her words. The orc thought for a few moments before finally nodding. Okay. I'll stay on the sidelines for now, Arek promised. None of them felt in the mood to root around the blacksmith's body to find anything he might have had, so they turned their attention to a small stone door in the corner of the room. Melissa, with the dim pink shield still flickering around her, took the lead once more. She pushed the door open, and the group exited the room. They emerged into a shaded corner of a large, grassy courtyard. Flowers, the size of a small man, grew all along either side of the field. At the far side of the courtyard was a massive wooden door that led into a castle. The enormous building stood tall over the garden, casting a significant portion of it in shadow. Two large goblins with polearms that were easily twice their size stood on either side of the wooden door. They didn't react to the group's arrival. I don't think they can see us, Melissa whispered. Ming, can you hit them hard before they notice we're here? I can try, Ming whispered back. Focus on the left one first. Her breathing slowed down and her eyes narrowed in concentration. She raised her staff and exhaled. The air around her crackled to life. Yellow sparks formed around the tip of her staff, spinning faster and faster until they merged into a sphere. A pillar of lightning erupted out of her staff and launched straight into the air. The clouds overhead darkened and grew grey. Both of the goblins stepped forward and lowered their polearms as their eyes focused on where Ming stood. Before they could move, the clouds above them darkened even further. They were practically black at this point. The sky shuddered as lightning descended like a waterfall over one of the goblins. It slammed into the creature relentlessly, tearing through its body and shooting out of the tip of its weapon. The strike only lasted for a second or two, but Arek could still feel the ringing in his chest once it had faded. Ming staggered, and the orc caught her before she could fall. Melissa and Belmont dashed forward to take advantage of their opponent's surprise. The uninjured goblin saw them coming and leveled his polearm in Melissa's direction, but Belmont slammed into him like a runaway horse. The two of them toppled to the ground in a bundle of curses and cries of pain as Melissa spun, thrusting her dagger into the other goblin's throat. The creature flinched out of the way, causing the strike to carve through its collarbone instead of killing it outright. It let out a scream of pain and slashed out at Melissa with its polearm. The strike punched clean through Belmont's shield and skimmed along her stomach. The silk-laden woman tumbled backwards gracefully, grimacing through the pain. Ming thrust her hands forward and whistled, sending a ball of fire through the air to crash into the already injured goblin. The creature bent out of the way unnaturally and let out a screech. Its limbs lengthened as black liquid frothed from the charred creature's mouth. It lunged forward, lashing out at Melissa with a thin, elongated hand. She narrowly avoided the strike by dodging to the side and hopping back several feet. The goblin snarled, although it looked more like a grotesque praying mantis than a goblin at this point. The lanky monster skittered forward and swept Melissa's legs out from under her with a lightning-fast attack. Ming slammed her staff into the ground and cried out. A shockwave rippled underneath the ground, passing by Melissa harmlessly before arriving underneath the mutated goblin. A pillar of jagged rock erupted upwards, spearing the creature through the stomach. It screeched, spraying the ground in front of it with black spittle. Melissa scrambled backward and flipped onto her feet. Then she darted forward and planted both of her daggers in its eyes. The goblin let out a gargling screech and slumped, twitching as the life left its body. Meanwhile, Belmont was somehow winning the struggle against the other goblin. The man's spiked armor had clearly been made for close-range grappling, and he was using it to maximum effect. The goblin's blood had completely stained his armor red, and he was in the process of slamming its head into the ground repeatedly. For some reason, Belmont's goblin never transformed. It took Belmont a few moments to realize he was brutalizing a corpse to slowly climb off, his breathing ragged and heavy. "Wait, was that it?" Belmont asked, wiping the blood from his hands off on the grass. "Why didn't my goblin mutate?" Arek walked over to the mutated goblin and knelt beside it. The putrid stench that had been following him through the dungeon seemed to intensify. The orc curled his lip in distaste and rose back to his feet. He walked over to Belmont and inspected the untransformed creature. Arek tilted his head, then grabbed the polearm the creature had dropped. Before the others could protest, he thrust it into the goblin's stomach. He grunted, then did the same to the mutated goblin. When he cut that one open, black sludge poured out of the wound and seeped into the grass. The rotten smell intensified and Arek gagged. "What are you doing?" Ming asked Arek. "It's something they ate," Arek said, nodding down at the goblin's corpse. The one that mutated was full of the goop stuff, and the one that didn't mutate had no food in its stomach. It was starving. "That's why those runaway goblins looked so starved," Melissa exclaimed. "They didn't eat whatever this stuff is, but why would one of them have eaten it while the other did?" "I don't know," Arek replied, frowning. "We can worry about it later," Belmont said. "We need to survive the boss of the second floor. We can worry about everything else later." "Maybe the boss isn't corrupted yet," Ming said optimistically. The rotten stench abruptly intensified in strength. The orc grimaced and glanced up to the castle gate. His face paled, and he raised his meat cleaver. "I'm not sure about that," Arek replied, his tone cold. "I think the boss went out on a trip." Standing on top of the wall above them was the largest goblin that Arek had ever seen. The creature was beyond obese. It was practically a sphere with a crown precariously perched on its head. It wore silken red and white robes that had been stained heavily black. Dark sludge ran from its mouth like a river, trickling down the creature's chest and pooling at its feet. The Goblin King leapt into the air, which should have been impossible for a creature as fat as it was. It slammed into the ground in front of the gate. A gruesome grin spread across its face as it let out a gurgling laugh. Its body bulged. Bumps appeared all over its back and face before dark mushrooms with purple caps burst free. "It's good to see some visitors," the creature bubbled. "I was coming to give food to my wonderful guards, but seeing as you've gone and killed them, I'll have to settle for feeding you instead." "Shit," Ming cursed. "I don't have much energy left. Maybe one or two more spells, but that lightning blast took a lot out of me." Belmont gritted his teeth and sucked in a breath. His eyes narrowed in concentration as even more sweat beaded up on his forehead. A faint pink shield shimmered into place around Melissa. The armored man staggered and thrust his staff into the ground, leaning heavily on it. "I'm out," he wheezed. "This is ridiculous. There's no way this is a low-level dungeon." The corrupted king cackled. The creature seemed to take pleasure in watching them struggle, and it had yet to move from where it landed in the courtyard before them. Arak felt a dim buzz start in the back of his mind. The very edges of his vision turned a faint pinkish red. He gritted his teeth and squeezed his hands so hard that blood started to trickle from where his claws pierced his palms. Melissa cracked her neck and lowered into a fighting stance, but Arak could see the woman was on her last legs. The orc's brow lowered, and the red in his vision grew stronger. The last of his self-control broke. He reached into his pack and pulled out a large bottle full of a clear liquid. Arak poured the liquid over his meat cleaver, making sure it was thoroughly coated before capping the bottle and returning it to his bag, which he tossed onto the ground beside Ming. "I think it's time for me to step in and do what I can," Arak said. "If you all get killed here, I'll be following right after." "Thank you," Melissa said. "Let's kill this bastard." Ming lifted her staff into the air. A bolt of grey lightning exploded forth and slammed into the corrupted goblin. The creature staggered backwards, its mocking smile turning into a grimace as smoke rose up from its body. The creature spat up black liquid, its hateful gaze locking onto Ming. The small woman slumped to her knees, only holding herself up with the help of the staff. With a disgusting cackle, the fat goblin ambled forward. Melissa and Arak matched its pace, splitting up so that they flanked the creature on either side. The fat goblin turned its head to watch Arak. "Why are you fighting against me, brother?" the king asked. "We are two of a kind. Why help the humans with their insatiable lust for conquest?" "I am not brothers with anything that cooks as badly as you do," Arak replied, baring his teeth. A trickle of saliva dripped from his mouth. "Food should make people happy." Melissa darted forward, taking advantage of the creature's distraction to jam her daggers into its side. The king spun and backhanded her with a flabby arm. The shield shattered, and she was tossed into the air, leaving her weapons buried in the goblin's body. "Your worthless weapons have no effect on me," the king gurgled. The graceful woman flipped, landing on her feet. She dashed forward again, two new blades in her hands. The king let out a cackle and turned towards her. Black liquid erupted from its mouth, coating the ground in front of it. Melissa slipped on it and fell onto her back. Arak bounded forward and buried his cleaver into the king's shoulder. The creature didn't even bother looking in his direction. It strode towards Melissa, who was desperately trying to rise back to her feet. The orc ripped his weapon free and then brought it down again in the same spot. The wound sizzled, and the king's gait froze mid-step. Arak jumped backwards as the creature let out a furious scream. "Didn't like that, did you?" Arak asked. Abandoning Melissa, the obese goblin spun, fury flashing in its beady eyes. It charged towards Arak with black liquid frothing from its mouth. The orc didn't move. The goblin reached him and lashed out at his neck with both claws, planning to kill the meddlesome chef with a single blow. Arak ducked under the creature's strike and thrust his cleaver deep into its stomach. He dove out of the way as a wave of filth erupted from the monster's mouth, coating the ground where he had been standing. It let out a wail and ripped the cleaver free, tossing it to the earth and panting heavily. "It burns," the king screeched. "I will rip you limb from limb, orc." Melissa's furious face appeared behind the king's shoulder. She reached around the king's neck and thrust her daggers deep into its throat. She ripped them out and hopped back as blood mixed with the disgusting black sludge on its shirt. Arak let out a sigh of relief, but it was cut short. The king's hateful glare remained on Arak as the wound on its throat closed up, leaving only a thin line of dark sludge where it had once been. "Your toys won't help you," the king said. It reached into its mouth and pulled out a ball of black sludge, which it hurled in Melissa's direction. She dove out of the way, narrowly avoiding the attack. The ball landed in the grass behind her, sizzling and burning through it like acid. "Hold him off for a moment," Arek yelled, then dashed back towards his bag. The king spun to follow him, but Melissa hurled a dagger at the back of its head. The weapon connected, sliding several inches into the creature. The goblin laughed and pulled it out, dropping it on the floor and turning back towards Melissa. "Enough! You are annoying me," it said, wiping a trail of sludge from its lips. It pulled two more balls of sludge out of its mouth and hurled the first in the silk-laden woman's direction. She ducked under it and then threw herself into a roll to avoid the second attack. They both exploded against the grass behind her, sending particles of dark liquid flying everywhere. Several drops of it landed on her, burning through her clothes and causing her to grimace in pain. The king cackled and readied two more of the blobs. It reared back to throw it, but a rock bounced off its head. The goblin turned, only to see the intimidating form of an orc barreling towards him at max speed with a savage snarl on his face. "So eager to die first. I'll oblige you then," the king cackled, waiting until Arek was nearly upon him before throwing both blobs straight at him. Arek's gait seemed to change mid-step. He shifted his body weight, and his movement turned fluid. The blobs shot past him harmlessly, and the orc bounded straight into the air. The king's eyes widened as Arek took to the sky, easily clearing a fully grown human's height. Arek reared back with one hand, and the goblin caught a flash of something shiny in his hand before the orc came crashing down on top of him. Chapter 9. Arek thrust his hand, along with the glass bottle it clutched, into the creature's mouth. The creature's teeth shattered as he punched into its throat. The orc pushed deeper until his arm was practically buried in the king's mouth, and he was face to face with the hideous creature. Its eyes widened in shock. With a savage grin, Arek crushed the bottle. He ripped his hand free and jumped back. His arm burned as the black liquid coating it ate away at his skin. The king watched him with wide eyes, its gaping mouth frozen. A sizzling noise rose up from within the creature. It let out a scream of pain, doubling over and reaching into its mouth in a vain attempt to pull out whatever Arek had shoved inside it. The sizzling grew louder, and the king's skin practically started to boil. The mushrooms covering the king shriveled and died as it dropped to the ground, rolling back and forth before letting out one final, watery gasp and falling still. Arek dropped to the ground as well, rubbing his arm on the grass to get as much of the burning sludge off as possible. His vision snapped back to normal, and he drew a ragged breath. "Holy crap, what did you do to him?" Melissa asked, shedding her soiled clothes with a distasteful grimace. She pulled a new set from her bag and hopped into them within seconds. "I didn't know you had such a powerful magic item." "I don't," Arek replied, his voice slightly tense from the pain in his arm. "That was just vinegar." Belmont staggered to his feet. He trudged over to Arek and Melissa, using his staff like a cane. The adventurer pulled a glass vial full of a glimmering red liquid out of his pack. He popped the cap off and appended it over Arek's arm. The pain vanished instantly as the sludge seemed to evaporate into thin air. Arek let out a relieved sigh. "Thank you. It's just my job," Belmont said, quickly looking away from the orc. "That's his way of saying thank you for saving our asses," Melissa said, flopping down to the grass to lie down. "We would have been shafted if you weren't here. How did you know that vinegar would kill him?" "Mushrooms," Arek responded. "I'm sorry." He was covered in mushrooms, and I figured they were what was causing the mutation. Goblins are stupid, so I figured that they somehow found some parasitic mushrooms and brought them to the king, who ate a bunch and got infested. Then they made him spread it to the other goblins or something. Since vinegar kills mushrooms, I figured these would be no different. The king's body was still sizzling and in the process of turning to mush. Melissa shook her head and laughed. It's a good thing we were traveling with the only one in the world that would bring a jar of vinegar into a dungeon. Arek stood up and walked over to Ming. Her chest rose and fell in a steady rhythm, and her eyes were closed. The orc couldn't stop the laugh from escaping his mouth. She was asleep. The small woman blinked and squinted up at him. She rolled over and pulled herself upright using a staff. "I guess we won then," she asked. Arek shoved a bottle of vinegar into the creature's mouth and killed it, Melissa said. "Ha, good job," Ming exclaimed, giving the orc a sleepy grin. "Let's go get the loot and get out of here then." "Which we will do carefully," Belmont said firmly. "We don't know if the king was the source of the mushrooms or just one of the victims." Arek helped Ming to her feet. The four of them wearily made their way over to the gate. Belmont pushed it open, revealing a long staircase with a red carpet that led upwards into the castle. The group ascended it with Belmont at the lead. The staircase dropped them off right in front of a set of massive, intricately decorated double doors that had already been swung open, revealing the throne room behind them. The room might have been beautiful at one point. However, the huge tapestries hanging from the walls were tattered and soaked black. Ornate vases had been shattered and thrown across the room, and the throne itself was scarred and damaged. Aside from the destruction, there was no sign of the mushrooms. At the foot of the throne was a large wooden chest with a gold trim. It was nearly as tall as Ming, and it shone with a faint yellow light. "What's that?" Arek asked, nodding towards the chest. "The reward for beating the dungeon as well as the way out of here," Melissa said. They approached the chest carefully, half expecting something to jump out of the shadows. The party reached it, and Belmont gingerly opened the chest with his foot. Golden light bathed the room as a warm glow burst forth from the chest. A swirling gold portal appeared above the throne. It emanated a slight sucking force that pulled them all in its direction, although it wasn't strong enough to move them against their will. "This certainly isn't the normal reward for a low-level dungeon," Melissa said, letting out a slow whistle. The chest was chock full of gold. It had been a long time since Arek had seen gold coins, but the orc knew this wasn't a trivial amount of it. Melissa waved her hand over the gold and whispered something under her breath. The gold rose like a shimmering river and funneled into her bag, disappearing without a trace. "We'll distribute it once we get out of here," Melissa explained. Surprisingly, the chest wasn't empty. A crackling blue shard remained at the bottom of the chest. It was about the size of Arek's hand and had a strange, unfamiliar rune on it. "What is that?" Belmont asked. "No clue," Melissa said, glancing at Ming. The small woman shrugged as well. Arek took a large napkin out of his bag and reached into the chest, using it like a glove. He wrapped the shard up and pulled it out, holding it gingerly. "You want to hold on to that until we figure out what it is?" Ming asked. "Sure," Arek said, placing it within his bag. "Great. Then let's get out of here before more people enter the dungeon. We don't know if killing the king fixed the mushroom infestation." They joined hands and stepped into the golden portal. For the third time that day, Arek felt his body stretch and squeeze through whatever magic the portal employed. Several dizzying moments later, the four of them were standing inside the huge gate building. The dark portal that they had entered the dungeon from swirled behind them. Several dozen guards stood in front of the gate, their weapons held at the ready. Some of them watched the portal, but most of them were facing away from it. "Holy shit, someone got out," the guard closest to them exclaimed. The guard rushed over to them, the little blue plume on his hat jiggling with every step. Arek had to keep himself from laughing in the man's face. The guard slowed, nearly missing a stride when he realized one of the party members was an orc, but he continued until he was standing before them. "Are you all right?" the guard asked. "We're going to need a report on what was going on in the dungeon." "You're the first party to get out in nearly 3 days." The goblins were controlled by some weird parasitic mushroom, Ming said. We killed the king, who seemed to have been spreading it, Belmont added. However, we didn't find the source of the mushrooms anywhere, so they could still be in the dungeon. I would exercise caution when searching the area. Keep an eye out for any monsters acting abnormally. I see, the guard said. He frowned and stroked his thin moustache. Where did the orc come from? I don't believe there should have been any in this dungeon. Also, how did you tame it to carry stuff around? The orc's name is Arek, and we didn't tame him, Ming said. He's our chef. The guard cast a suspicious look in Arek's direction. The orc gave him a dead-eyed gaze and let his tongue loll out of his mouth. He wiped his nose with the back of his sleeve. Right, the guard said, stepping away slightly from Arek. I'm sure he is. He's just messing with you, Melissa said, but the guard didn't look convinced. The tall woman rolled her eyes and pulled the jar of black liquid out of her travel pack. She handed it to the guard. The blue-plumed man inspected it, then gave them a shrug. I'm afraid I have no clue what this is, but I'm sure some of the Adventurers Guild researchers can make some progress with it. You've done us all a great service. Could you let me know your team name? I suspect there will be some sort of a reward for this. We're the Happy Sunflowers, Ming said, grinning widely at him. The Happy, right. That's a unique one. The guild will be in contact, but it might take a bit. You know how things are. Get some rest, spend your money, and may the rest of your day be relaxing. Once he'd finished speaking, the guard frowned down at the vial in his hand. The party headed off, ignoring the growing interest from the crowd that had surrounded the portal in the time they'd been gone. As they were receding into the crowd, Arek turned and waved at the guard, who noticed the orc out of the corner of his eye. Have a good day, Arek called, smirking. He was only able to get a glimpse of the guard's mouth dropping open before the crowd swallowed them up. People yelled questions at them, but the group pushed through them as quickly as possible. They broke through the back end of the crowd, who had yet to hear about anything happening at the portal, and sprinted for the outskirts of the city. A few people half-heartedly chased after them, but they quickly gave up. Why do you like messing with people so much? Melissa asked Arek, who still looked pleased about his joke on the guard. Humans are so quick to profile, Arek replied, smirking. You can't blame me for taking advantage of it. But why were there so many people waiting at the portal? Did they all want to go into the dungeon? Some of them probably did, Belmont said. If a dungeon is more difficult, that means the reward is greater too. Some people think it's a way to get rich quick, so they blindly rush forward to their deaths. I suspect the crowd showed up after they walled the dungeon off, since nobody had any reason to believe the dungeon was more dangerous than normal until then. So, what now? Arek asked. The Adventurers Guild will pop up at our door at some point, Ming said. They'll have some cool stuff for us as a thank you. Maybe they'll ask a few questions, but our job with this dungeon is done. If the weird mushrooms aren't gone, the guild will send a high-ranking team to deal with it. They arrived at the foot of the twisty, unstable building that was Raud's Tavern. Melissa pushed the door open, and they strode inside. The inn was less populated than the previous day, but there were still a good amount of people sitting around the tables. Tilly spotted them as they entered. Her eyes widened, and she made her way over to them. You made it out of the dungeon. I heard that a group with an orc had entered the portal, and they declared it a restricted dungeon no more than a few hours later. How did you make it out? Vinegar, the group chorused. Tilly raised an eyebrow, but the party looked too weary to offer much more in terms of explanation. She shook her head and shrugged, guiding them over to a table. It wasn't the first time adventurers had kept their secrets. Raud, Arek and his group made it back, Tilly called. A moment later, the kitchen door burst open. The portly man shuffled out, beaming in their direction as he made his way over to the table. He reached up, as Arek was still taller than him even while seated, and clapped the orc on his shoulder. "I'm very glad you survived, friend. The culinary world would have wept if you died today, even if they don't know you yet." "Thank you," Arek said. "So," Rord said slowly, moving his chef's hat to the side to scratch the back of his head and giving Arek an embarrassed smile. "Are you going to be cooking again?" The people at the tables surrounding them all craned their necks to see the orc's response. Arek burst into laughter, then rose to his feet and cracked his neck. "If you're asking, I can hardly refuse." The tavern burst into cheers as Arek and Rord went into the kitchen and shut the door behind them. "So, what were you originally planning to make?" Arek asked once they were alone. "Pasta," Rord said, rubbing his hands together. "It's a local favorite." "Well, let's see your ingredients then." Rord nodded and led Arek to the far side of the kitchen, where a massive pot had been set up over a fire. Arek set his bag to the side as Rord disappeared into the freezer and dragged out a huge bag of pasta that was nearly as large as he was. "Made the pasta myself last week," Rord said, leaning it against the counter. He then strode over to the icebox and pulled out a huge, sealed glass jar of red sauce. Rord set it on the counter and then set off in search of something to open it with. "Did you make the sauce as well?" Arek asked. The orc twisted the cap off with his hands and set it aside. "I'm afraid not, but that doesn't affect the quality. A good friend of mine in First City specializes in sauce. He's an absolute genius at it, and my talents don't lend themselves to sauce as much as his do. It's shipped over every week, so it's still fresh." Arek took a spoon from the counter and dipped it into the sauce. He raised it to his nose and sniffed it before popping the spoon into his mouth. A frown crossed his face. "This isn't a week old," Arek said. "What?" Rord asked, his eyes widening as he rushed over to stand beside Arek. "The sauce is too dark for a marinara," Arek said, tapping the container. "It should be bright red, but this is much darker. The natural flavors have also faded. That doesn't happen for at least a few months, which means this might also have mold. While mold doesn't affect me like it would a human, you can't serve this. This seems like it was good at one point, but not anymore." "Impossible," Rord exclaimed, heaving himself onto the counter to get a better look inside the jar. He whipped out a spoon and stuck it into the sauce before raising it to his lips and gingerly touching it to his tongue. The chef's face paled. "You're right, it's old," he whispered. "The damn supplier scammed me. But that's all I had prepared for tonight's meal. I don't have enough ingredients to make anything else, and I can't just serve plain pasta." Arek frowned, tapping his chin in thought. He grabbed his bag and reached into it, shuffling around for a few moments before he revealed the jar full of plants he'd taken from the goblin garden in the dungeon. "Do you have any of this?" Arek asked, unscrewing the cap. "Is this basil?" Rord asked after sniffing the plant. "I don't, but it wouldn't be hard to get some." "Why, well, this isn't exactly basil, but close enough," Arek said, putting the cap back on and returning it to his bag. "Get basil, a lot of it. What else do we need, and what are we making?" "I need those tiny little tomatoes as well as mozzarella cheese and bacon. We're going to make pasta salad." Rord's eyes twitched at the word salad. Arek rolled his eyes and laughed at the small man's expression. "There's nothing wrong with salad. But don't worry. This is salad only in name. There aren't any leafy greens in it." Rord nodded, snapping himself out of his funk, and threw the kitchen door open. "Tilly, go to Goran and tell him I want to buy 5 pounds of basil, as well as 4 pounds of bacon and 3 pounds of mozzarella. And tell him we need it immediately." Rord closed the door before Arek could hear Tilly's response. "What now?" Rord asked. "We'll start with the pasta. We want it to be cold by the time everything else gets here." "Is your pasta water already salted?" Rord nodded. Arek grunted in approval, and the two of them grabbed the bag of pasta. They brought it over to the pot, and Arek tore the top open before they poured it into the boiling water with a splash. Time ticked by as the two of them watched the pasta boil. Raud drummed his fingers nervously on the counter. A short while later, Arek used a spoon to scoop a piece of pasta from the water. He tasted it, then nodded. "It's ready. We need to take the pasta out now. There should still be a minute or two left until it's soft enough," Raud said, frowning. "We don't want fully soft pasta. We need it to be slightly firm." Arek lifted the pot off the fire and carried it towards the sink. Thankfully, Raud had already set up a huge strainer. Arek dumped the contents of the pot out into the strainer. He set the pot back down over the fire, which Raud turned off with a confused look. "Now what?" Raud asked. No sooner than he had asked that, the door flew open. Tilly staggered in carrying 3 large packages wrapped in waxed paper. She dumped them on the counter and let out a relieved sigh before glaring at Raud. "Next time, order the ingredients beforehand so I don't have to rush," she growled before leaving the kitchen and slamming the door behind her. Chapter 10, Arek walked over and grabbed the packages. He ripped each of them open, then grinned. "You get to chop the bacon," he told Raud, handing him the opened package of meat. "Cut it into tiny little bits, then fry it." Raud nodded, clearly beyond questions at this point. He wordlessly shuffled over to the stove and twisted a knob. Magical energy sparked over the counter as a fire appeared under the burner. Raud grabbed a knife and got to work. Meanwhile, Arek grabbed the large package of basil. He pulled it free and rinsed it in a sink near the door before slapping it onto a cutting board. He selected a large knife from Raud's selection and started chopping. His hand turned into a blur. It almost sounded like an army of horses was galloping through the kitchen. Raud briefly paused his own work to watch Arek in awe. The orc had the entire bunch of basil completely chopped within seconds. He pulled a large bulb of garlic from his bag, crushing it and deftly removing the skin before chopping it as well and mixing the two ingredients together. "You have parmesan, right?" Arek asked, pausing. "If you were serving pasta, I figured you did." "I do," Raud said. He set aside his bacon, which he had just finished cutting up, and ruffled through the ice box until he found a jar of the cheese in question, which he handed to Arek. "Perfect," the orc said. He dumped a large handful of the cheese into his own ingredients and then set back at them with his knife. The food started to emulsify and blend under the relentless assault of his blade. Arek set the knife down and grabbed a large bowl from the counter, possibly the one that Raud had planned to store his original pasta dish in, and dumped the ingredients into it. Then Arek pulled his bottle of olive oil out from the bandolier on his chest and appended the entire thing into the mixture. He stirred it together and added salt and pepper. At this point, the mixture had turned into a thick green sauce. The orc dipped the back of a spoon into the mixture and tasted it. He nodded to himself and pushed the bowl aside. "I finished the bacon," Raud said, dicing the cooked bacon into small, crumbled bits. "Great. Cut the mozzarella into small chunks and point me to your tiny tomatoes." Raud gestured to the large ice box, then set about doing as Arek had told him. The orc approached the ice box. The tomatoes were placed conveniently near the top, so as to avoid being crushed by the weight of the other ingredients in it. Arek brought them to the sink, washed them, and then dumped them out onto the counter. He sliced each small tomato in half, then tossed them into the green sauce he'd made. Finally, he took the finished bacon from beside Raud and dumped that in as well. Once Raud completed his last task, he and the orc added the mozzarella to the mixture. Arek hoisted the huge strainer full of pasta and dumped it into the bowl as Raud ran off to grab something from within a cupboard. The human chef returned holding a massive wooden spoon. Arek grinned and took it from the smaller chef. "Finally, a properly sized utensil," Arek said, sticking the spoon into the conglomeration of ingredients and mixing them together. Raud leaned over the bowl. He drew in a deep breath. The orc could practically see the fear drain away from the man's face, replaced by excitement. "It smells so fresh," Raud exclaimed. "I've always just used basil as a garnish. I didn't realize you could make such a sauce with it." "Are you sure it isn't going to be overpowering? Try it for yourself," Arak said as he finished mixing everything together. He left the massive spoon in the bowl. Raud grabbed two much smaller, normal-sized forks. Arak took one of them from him, eyeing it with disappointment. "I preferred the big spoon," Arak grumbled as Raud speared a piece of pasta and stuck it into his mouth. The small chef's eyes bulged. His hand twitched as it involuntarily started moving back towards the bowl for another bite, but Raud stopped himself. "That is divine," Raud said. "It's light and refreshing. It makes me feel as if I'm sitting in a lush forest with beautiful, shady trees all around me. Then the bacon adds a wonderful crunchy and salty addition that makes you salivate for more. If this is a salad, I might become vegetarian." "There's bacon in it," Arak said dryly. "Bah, semantics. Come, we must serve this to our hungry customers." He excitedly grabbed the massive bowl and flexed his legs as he fruitlessly attempted to lift it. Arak chuckled and plucked it from his grasp, easily raising it into the air. Raud was unperturbed. He hurried to the kitchen door and kicked it open with a loud bang. "Come get your food, you filthy rapscallions," Raud yelled. Arak ambled out after him and plopped the huge bowl down on a table. It shuddered, nearly collapsing under the weight of the food. Arak thought he might have heard a crack come from the wood, but he couldn't be sure. "I'm supposed to serve them the food," Tilly said, giving Raud a cross look. "Not today, dear," Raud said. "Just collect the standard rate from those who eat. A special occasion calls for special methods. Behold, the only salad that Chef Raud shall ever cook or eat." He gestured grandiosely to the bowl, dropping into a bow like a circus performer who had just completed a particularly difficult act. Tilly rolled her eyes and disappeared into the kitchen, emerging with a stack of bowls which she set down next to the pasta. Ming was the first to catch on. She hopped to her feet and darted over to the table, eyeing the pasta salad and licking her lips. Raud shoveled a big portion of the pasta salad into a bowl with his wooden spoon. He handed it to Ming, who practically snatched it from his hands. Tilly went to offer the small woman a fork, but she was already stuffing food into her mouth with her bare hands. "This is amazing," Ming said, eyes sparkling as she did her best interpretation of a chipmunk. She somehow managed to avoid spraying her precious food everywhere when she spoke. Ming dropped several silver coins on the table absent-mindedly before wandering back in the direction of her table, eating the entire time. People rushed to form a line behind her, pushing and shoving to get to Arak and Raud's creation faster. The small woman finally reached her party's table and sat down with a contented grin. She reached into her bowl for another bite, only to feel cold ceramic. Melissa burst into laughter at Ming's stricken expression. "Did you really finish everything before you got back to the table?" Ming wordlessly nodded, glaring at the bowl as if it were at fault. Belmont raised an eyebrow and nodded over in the direction of the line, which was now stretching out the tavern's door. "So, was it any good?" he asked. "Extremely. It tasted like—" Ming trailed off, scrunching her nose as she searched for the right word. "Pasta." "Ah," Belmont said. "Eloquent. Stop being a sourpuss and get in line with me," Melissa said, laughing as she rose to her feet. "We have to support our party member after all." "I'll watch the table, but you have to get me another bowl," Ming said. "Will do," Melissa promised, dragging the muttering Belmont along behind her as she made her way to the back of the line. Arak watched them out of the corner of his eye as he served the pasta salad to the massive line before him. Raud had downgraded to a smaller spoon, opting to give the orc the big wooden one. The burning flame of pride sparked deep within Arek's chest as he spooned another serving into a bowl and handed it to a tall man. There must have been nearly 100 people in line, and every single one of them was there for his cooking. Not one person seemed concerned with the fact that the chef was a monster. All they cared about was his food, and that was exactly how Arek wanted it. Raud slapped him on his lower back, which was just about as high as the shorter chef could reach. "First time serving such a large crowd?" Raud asked, a knowing look on his face. "It is," Arek said, handing off yet another bowl of pasta to the sound of coins tinkling into the growing pile before them. "I suspect you'll get used to it." The chef looked like he wanted to say more, but he trailed off. His brow darkened and his mouth grew taut. Arek followed Raud's gaze towards the tavern door, where two men wearing dark robes with a glossy red trim strode into the inn. They were burly and had clearly seen no shortage of combat, judging from the scars crisscrossing their faces. The two men walked past the line and strode right up to the table. Arek couldn't help but notice how incredibly ugly they were. The tall man had a scar down his nose that nearly split it in two, while the shorter one's teeth looked like a broken fence. They jutted out at every angle. The taller one smirked down at Raud and gestured impatiently. "Come on then, Raud. We heard you suddenly became some genius at cooking, so let's see it." Angry mutters rose up from the people waiting in line, but nobody moved. Raud glared furiously at them, but his serving spoon slowly moved towards the bowl. "There's a line," Arek growled. "Raud, I thought the only animals you served in your kitchen were dead," the shorter man said. "Did you forget to cook one of them?" He snatched the spoon from Raud's hand. The small chef trembled with fury, but he didn't move to stop him. Arek's spoon slammed into the shorter man's hand with a crunch. He cried out, dropping the utensil and cradling his arm. "I said there's a line," Arek said, baring his fangs. "Although, with those teeth, I suppose I can't fault you for not knowing what a straight line is. Do you know who we are, creature?" The taller man spat, drawing a large sword partially from its sheath at his back. "Two fat pigs who have just pranced up to the butcher," Arek replied. "Put your toothpick away before I add you to tonight's menu." Arek cracked his neck and blew a heavy breath over the taller man's face, buffeting his hair back. "You'll regret this, orc," the shorter man spat. He sent a furious glare at Arek as the two of them backed away several steps before retreating out the door with as much dignity as they could muster. Several moments passed in silence as everyone stared at Arek. "What?" Arek asked. "Those were members of the Starpiuser Guild," Raud said, awe soaking his tone. "They're one of the largest guilds in the continent. Getting in is incredibly difficult, and they're infamous for brutally crushing their opposition." "They're babies in ugly bathrobes," Arek said, shrugging. Raud let out a slow whistle. He shook his head, but a grin slowly spread across his face. "Arek, you have no idea what you've gotten yourself into, but that's the first time I've ever seen Starpiuser members run. They looked like scared cats. You might want to lay low for a little while after this, but for tonight, I believe this calls for a celebration." He gestured excitedly in Tilly's direction. "Tilly, my good dear. Bring out the Ashfire Ale. The first round is on the house." The tavern burst into cheers, the Starpiuser Guild forgotten as they surged forward once again to receive their food and drink. However, not a single one of them tried pushing or shoving past the line. Arek's pesto pasta, salad 2 cups basil, 3-5 cloves garlic, a half cup parmesan, a half cup olive oil, a 1 small box of cherry, tomatoes, 1 ball of mozzarella, 16 Oz, 3-5 strips of bacon or more. I won't judge you, salt and pepper. Pesto, put 2 cups of basil, 3-5 cloves of garlic, and the a half cup of parmesan cheese into a blender or food processor. If you can add liquids while it runs, pulse everything while streaming in the a half cup of olive oil. If not, add the olive oil and pulse afterwards. Add salt and pepper to taste. Pasta salad: cook pasta to al dente by following the instructions on the package. Pan fry 3-5 pieces of bacon. Let it dry on a paper towel to absorb the fat, then cut the bacon into little bits. Chop a 16 oz ball of fresh mozzarella up into tiny chunks. Get as many cherry tomatoes as you would like. I recommend about a half a box. Cut them in half. Add all the ingredients into a single bowl and mix so that the pesto coats everything. Enjoy. Chapter 11. Arek and Raud served food late into the evening, only pausing for a break once to order more ingredients and make the pasta salad again when they ran out. They finally served their last plate as the moon rose high into the sky above them. Adventurers lay sprawled out across the tavern, passed out in food comas. Wide grins were plastered across everyone's faces. Raud wiped his brow and let out a contented sigh. That was a good run, Arek. You're building a name for your cooking, I think. I can't recall the last time so many people came through my tavern in a single day. Maybe you just need to start serving more salad, Arek replied, chuckling. Bah. Don't push it. Tilly will have your cut of tonight's earnings sorted out by tomorrow morning. I've refunded your group's money for the rooms, and you are all welcome to stay here as long as you'd like. The small chef handed Arek a bronze key. It looked like a toothpick in the orc's hand, but he took it with a grateful smile. Thank you, Raud, Arek said. Speaking of my group, do you know where they've headed off to? They headed upstairs after the tiny one passed out. I'm pretty sure she was single-handedly about a tenth of our revenue. She ate nearly 20 bowls. That sounds about right, Arek said. Shall we go clean the kitchen then? It's been a long, interesting day, so some rest would be nice. Absolutely not, Raud replied. No cleaning for you. You've given me too much already. Please go relax and take some time off. He's right, Tilly said, glancing up from the pile of coins in front of her. You're far too kind. If you insist, Arek said, offering them a smile. He strode over to his bag and slung it over his shoulder. The top flap shifted back slightly as he did so, and a thin beam of blue light shone out of it. The orc glanced up at the light out of the corner of his eye. He reached back and pulled the flap down, concealing the light. What was that? Tilly asked, her eyes wide. Damn it, Arek sighed. I was hoping I hallucinated it. I really didn't want to deal with something else today. He took the pack off his back and opened it again. Deep blue light bathed the room instantly. Surprisingly, despite its intensity, it didn't hurt to look inside the bag. Arek ruffled through his belongings, but he already knew what the source was. The blue runestone he'd found in the dungeon. The leather he'd wrapped it in had shifted back slightly, allowing a small portion of the stone to peek out. The orc pulled it out and set it on the table. Raud and Tilly rushed over to stand behind him, staring at it in awe. I don't suppose you know what this is, Arek asked, nodding at the stone as he rewrapped it to stop the light from leaking out. I don't, Raud said. I think I've seen something like it, but that was a while ago, Tilly said. I think it was called a moon rune, but my cousin is an enchanter. She would have a better idea. Where does she live? Arek asked. She's actually based right here in Greenridge Den. It's a bit too late to go now, though. I figured, Arek replied, chuckling. Don't worry, I've got no desire to do anything more today. Maybe I'll seek her out tomorrow if you point me in her direction. I'd be happy to, Tilly said. She paused for a moment, pursing her lips. But I think there might be one thing you still have to do. I don't remember this perfectly, but I'm pretty sure moon runes need to be exposed to moonlight for 5 minutes every day. Why? I don't know. To be honest, I'm not even sure if they do. It's been a really long time, and I only overheard my cousin talking about it with a customer. I could be completely wrong. Arek sighed and rose to his feet. He grabbed the moon rune and slung his bag over his shoulder, shaking the weariness off himself. It's better to be safe than sorry, Arek decided. It would suck if this was something important, and I let it break because I was lazy. Thank you, Tilly. He waved to both of them and glanced up the stairs to the rooms, wondering if he should bring Melissa or Belmont along with him. He grunted and strode out of the tavern, shutting the door quietly behind him. The majority of Greenridge Den was cast into shadows from the countless buildings. Dozens of torches had been erected to light the main paths, but Arek doubted those counted as moonlight. It took a few moments of searching, but the orc soon spotted a small hill at the far left side of the town that looked like it was largely out of the shadows. It didn't look like too bad of a walk, so he started towards it. The endless rows of small houses proved to be slightly more challenging to navigate than Arek had thought. Luckily, they tended to be in order rather than haphazardly scattered around, so it only took a little getting used to. He had to admit that it was a very efficient way to have a large community in a small area. Arek arrived at the hill several minutes later. It was mostly devoid of houses, with only a single two-story building overlooking the rest of the city. The lights inside it were out, so the orc strode over to the top of the hill, where the moonlight seemed to be the strongest, and started unwrapping the moon rune. Dim blue light burst out of the stone, rising into the sky like a pillar of pale fireflies. The light fluctuated like ocean waves as it rose up, and the moon rune seemed to shimmer and slowly turn a darker blue. Arek sat down, content to watch the strange stone as it absorbed the light from the stars. As the minutes trickled on, the light show started to die down. The rune in Arek's hands had turned a dark sea blue by the time it stopped completely. The orc wrapped the stone once again, this time making sure that it was completely concealed, and slipped it back inside his bag. He yawned. The desire to lie down in the grassy field beside the large house and sleep tugged at the back of his mind. With a sigh, the orc rose to his feet and pushed the rogue thought back. The dirt behind him crunched. Arek's eyes practically rolled into the back of his head as he let out an annoyed groan. He slung his pack over his shoulder and turned around. The two dark-cloaked men from the tavern stood behind him. They both sported mocking grins, although the shorter man's horrendous teeth made it look like he was in pain rather than smug. "I'm afraid I'm not interested," Arek said. "You are nowhere near my type." "I what?" the tall man asked, baffled. "The two of you followed me to an isolated place in the middle of the night and have lecherous grins on your faces. Are you telling me you aren't here to solicit inappropriate acts?" The shorter man drew a large cleaver from his side. It glistened as the moonlight reflected off the polished silver blade. "I'm going to cut you, orc," the short man said, his words coming out with a lisp due to his failed dental plan. "I'm going to cut you good." "You really need to work on your foreplay," Arek said, cracking his neck and shaking his head in disappointment. "Your jokes won't save you, orc," the taller man said. "Insulting the Starpiercer Guild was the last mistake you'll ever make." He drew his own sword, fury burning behind his eyes. "Last chance. Walk away, kids." The tall man traced a circle in the air with his sword, exhaling a slow breath the entire time. Dull purple flames enveloped his weapon, lighting the hill in an ominous aura. The shorter man let out a hum. His clothes ripped and tore as his body bulged, tearing through them like paper. He dropped to all fours, expanding in size until he was several heads taller than Arek and looked like the nightmare offspring of a massive gorilla and a fat human baby. He kept his grip on the cleaver throughout the transformation. "Good gods," Arek said, grimacing. "I did not want to see any of that. I'm pretty sure indecent exposure is punishable by prison time." "Do you really want those to be your last words, monster?" the tall man asked, stepping towards him. "And don't worry, we'll take care of your group as well. We can't have morons going around playing with monsters instead of killing them. Humans should have at least some standards." The other man pulled a small eyeglass out from his pocket. Arek recognized it as a Truesite artifact. A smirk flickered across his mouth. He already knew what it would show them, and he did nothing to stop him. Vorarek, Warchief, Male Orc, age 29 magical affinity, runes magical power, 89th percentile magical energy, 55th percentile physical power, 82nd percentile karma, minus 3,843 C-rank adventurer guild. None Arek bared his fangs as his knees bent into a fighting stance. The man's eyes widened and his face went pale. Warchief, the first one cried. But you can't be Warchief. He's not an orc. What are you talking about? The other man asked. Arek sighed and shook his head. For all your complaints about my talking, you like to run your mouth just as much as I do. He bent his knees, his posture changing from relaxed to a fighting stance. His back foot shifted through the dirt as he bared his teeth in a wide grin. It's okay. I forgive you. You see, I've been looking for the Starpiuser Guild for quite some time. Pigs, meat butcher. Ming was the first of the happy sunflowers to wake up the following morning. She yawned, rolling out of bed and patting her stomach contentedly. Warm sunlight spilled through the small window at the back of the room. She stretched her arms out and strode over to the window. The small woman peered out of it, her eyes landing on the buildings below them as excitement flooded back into her system. Hey, Melissa. Melissa, Ming whispered, nudging the woman sleeping in the bed on the other side of the room. Melissa groaned, rolling over. She pulled the pillow atop her head to block out her companion. Ming rolled her eyes and turned her attention to Belmont, who was snoring on the floor. He'd gone to sleep in his armor, and the spikes had poked several small holes in the wood below him. Belmont, Ming hissed, poking him in the forehead. Ming dodged back, giggling as Belmont sucked in a surprised breath and jerked upright. Wah, I'm awake, he said. Are we under attack? We're in an inn, Ming reminded him. Enemies lurk everywhere, Belmont replied, rising to his feet. He wiped his nose with the back of his hand. We've got money, Belmont, Ming exclaimed, throwing herself on top of Melissa and knocking the air out of the larger woman. Melissa hurled Ming across the room. The small woman cackled as she sailed through the air. She let out a whistle, freezing in place before she struck the wall and lowered gently to the ground. What is it? The taller woman asked as she sat up, blinking blearily. Ming woke us up to remind us that we have some money, Belmont said. So, Melissa asked. Ming raised her eyebrows. She watched their weary brains slowly kick into gear. You want to go shopping trip, Ming exclaimed. We don't want to wait too long. The best stuff is always for sale in the morning. Oh, fine, Melissa said, sending one final, longing look at her bed before she rose to her feet and followed the two out the door. Say, where's Arek? He probably fell asleep in the kitchen again, Ming said. We should buy him a portable bed or something. They descended the stairs, arriving at the bottom floor. It was empty, aside from a large figure sitting at one of the tables near the door, polishing a large silver cleaver with a white cloth. Arek looked up, a wide grin spreading across his face when he saw his companions. Well, it took you lot long enough. You sleep in far too late. We've decided to spend some of our money, even if heading all the way to the market is a bit of a waste of time, Belmont said. He cleared his throat and nodded in the direction of Arek's cleaver. Where'd the new sword come from? It was gifted to me. I took care of a small wild animal problem that was plaguing the city, and this was my reward. He sheathed his new cleaver and tossed it into his bag. Belmont didn't look convinced, but Ming pushed past him. That's great, Ming said. She tapped her foot impatiently, glancing from Arek to the door. We're going to the market before everyone else gets up to spend the money from the dungeon. I'm hungry, so let's go already. Well, I won't be the one to delay us, Arek said, laughing at her impatient frown. He rose to his feet and put his bag on. Great, Ming exclaimed, practically dashing out the door. They piled out after her. Luckily, she wasn't using magic to fly, so her heavy jog was akin to a fast walk from the rest of the party. Should someone tell her that she spent all her money on Arek's pasta? Melissa asked quietly. Better not, Belmont replied. I'll just give her a quarter of what I've got. She'll probably set her eyes on candy anyways. They moved through the streets of Greenridge Den quickly. In spite of Ming's hopes, the sun was already a good way into the sky. While a large portion of the city wasn't completely active yet, there were a good number of adventuring groups already loitering around the market when they arrived. Unlike the rest of Greenridge, the market was a large, open circle. Shops lined the outer edge, while wooden stalls peppered the inside. A steadily growing crowd of people milled around from one stall to the next as merchants called out to them. The warm aroma of freshly cooked pies and shish kebabs mixed with the sweet smells of various desserts and candies. Arek looked around, barely able to focus on one thing before another caught his attention. This place is hectic, Arek said. How do you know where to go? You don't, Melissa replied, laughing. You just wander around and wait for something to catch your eye. Ming took Melissa's words to heart, darting off towards the nearest candy stand. Belmont sighed and jogged after her, digging through his pouch to get some coins for the impulsive mage. I'm going to go wander around as well, Melissa said, waving to Arek as she pushed into the crowd. Don't hesitate to give me a shout if you run into trouble, but I doubt you'll have any difficulty. Vendors can be pushy, but actual fighting is prohibited in city grounds. Nobody is stupid enough to break that law. I see, Arek muttered, the cleaver in his pack growing slightly heavier. He shrugged and headed towards the edge of the stalls, where the least people were. Orc or not, it didn't take long for vendors to start calling out to him. Arek ignored the man hawking rugs, as well as the one who tried to sell him a dinner plate while calling it a shield. His gaze finally landed on a wooden cart near an alley, staffed by a larger man. Dozens of weapons hung from all over the wooden wagon, ranging from massive axes to daggers. Arek approached it, eyeing them curiously. Looking to buy or sell? The burly merchant asked. I'm not sure yet, Arek replied, inspecting one of the axes. I don't want to get my cooking utensils dirty by fighting with them. I see, the merchant said slowly, apparently more bothered by Arek's lack of decision-making than him being an orc. Can I look at this one? Arek asked, nodding towards a large great sword. Feel free, just don't break the sword or kill anyone. If you do, you're buying it. Fair enough, Arek said, hoisting the weapon with one hand. He held it in front of himself but quickly frowned and replaced it. He tried out several more weapons, including an axe and a dagger, just to see how Melissa felt before putting them back and shaking his head. Thanks for your time, Arek said, leaving the wagon. The weapons were nice, but they all felt wrong. He ignored the merchant's annoyed muttering and continued along the fringes of the market, eyeing the wagons he passed. As he walked, the orc kept an eye on the signs of the shops along the edges of the market. While the others had wanted to come to the market to spend their money, Arek had another goal. It took him a few minutes, but he soon spotted a large wooden sign depicting a mage's hat set aflame. He'd spoken to Tilly before the others had arrived downstairs to collect his pay from the pasta salad, as well as find out where her cousin worked. He pushed the door open, flinching slightly as a loud bell went off above his head, and stepped inside. The inside of the enchanter's store was full of glowing weapons and armor. Arek was pretty sure he caught a sword on the wall transforming into a snake, but it returned to normal when he turned to look at it. Can I help you? A feminine voice asked from above him. I'm rather busy at the moment, so if you're here for your master, please have him or her come instead. A tall woman, probably about Melissa's age, was staring down at him from a door that had appeared in the middle of the air. True to the sign, there was a massive witch hat perched on her head, although it wasn't on fire. I'm here on my own business, thank you very much, Arek said. The enchanter's eyes widened slightly. She stepped out of the door, humming as she gracefully floated downwards. The door vanished behind her as she landed in front of Arak. Chapter 12. I apologize, the woman said. You must be the talking orc that has been traveling with the happy sunflowers. I'm not sure how I didn't connect the dots. I don't exactly get a lot of orcs coming through here. Don't worry about it, Arak said, reaching into his bag and pulling out the wrapped moon rune. I spoke with your cousin, Tilly. I've got an item I was hoping you could identify for me. Sure, I'm always glad to help a friend of Tilly, S. Arak unwrapped the stone. Thankfully, no brilliant blue light escaped this time. The runestone was as deep blue as the previous night, but it was completely inert. The enchanter's eyebrows rose slightly when the orc revealed his prize. Do you know what this is? Arak asked. Tilly said it was a moon rune, but she didn't remember anything more than that. She was correct, the enchanter said, peering at the stone in Arak's hand. And I can see that she remembered enough to remind you to let it get enough moonlight. She did, Arak said. Was that a big deal? It would have crumbled into dust if it didn't get 5 minutes of the moon's uninterrupted light. That would have been quite unfortunate. Indeed. So, what does it do? On its own, nothing. But when put together with a few other items, well, quite a bit. A moon rune is something of a battery. It can run all sorts of little tools, many of which are quite powerful. Did you want me to get you a list? That would be nice, Arak said, but I can't make any decisions yet. I'm just carrying it for the party. That's all right. Just make sure you guys come to me when you decide to use the rune. She walked to the back of the store and rooted around some stray papers on her counter. When she found her target, she brought it back to Arak. Thank you, the orc said, taking the slip of paper from her and putting it into his pack. I'll be back later today then. I'm Arak, by the way. Volha, pleasure to meet you, Arak. Likewise, Arak replied, waving to her as he left the shop. Once he put some distance between him and the shop, Arak pulled out the brochure that Volha had given him. It was folded into a tight little square. He had to struggle for a few moments to open it with his large fingers, but he finally got a claw under one of the seams and peeled it open. He pulled at the paper as he walked, his eyebrows steadily climbing up his forehead. Every time he thought that he'd finished expanding it, he found a new fold that doubled the brochure in size. By the time he'd finally finished, Arak was practically holding a blanket. The orc nearly ploughed into a smaller dwarvish woman in the process of reading it while walking. She shot him an angry glare as he hop-skipped around her, apologizing and crumpling the brochure up. He stuffed it back into his bag with a huff and set out to find the rest of his group. A loud crash rang out from a stall a short distance away from Arak. He spun to look in its direction, but his sight was blocked by the crowd. Ahem, I wonder who could be causing that, Arak muttered under his breath as he strode towards the source of the noise. As he grew closer, the crowd grew denser. Arak pushed through them, not even bothering to apologize anymore, as he grew to realize that nobody cared. He finally arrived at the front, where two people sat face to face at a small wooden table, glaring at each other furiously. The floor surrounding the table was piled high with empty metal dishes. On the right was one of the largest humans Arak had ever seen. The man was easily a head taller than him, with a large beer belly and muscled arms. On the left was Ming. The small woman was in the process of shoving an entire pie into her mouth, keeping eye contact with the bigger man the entire time. The crowd let out a cheer as Ming swallowed the pie and tossed the dish into the growing mountain of its kin below them. It landed with a clang. That puts Ming in the lead, a tall man said, holding a pie out under the huge man's nose. Gugs, are you able to eat another pie? He groaned, reaching for it with trembling hands. He raised it to his mouth and gingerly took a bite. His cheeks bulged outwards, and he doubled over, throwing up violently all over the table. Ming whistled, and a shield of air sprung up in front of her, deflecting the man's vomit. Ming is the winner, the man called. The crowd erupted in cheers as the tall man grabbed the ugliest straw hat that Arek had ever seen and placed it on Ming's head. It was covered in multicolored tassels and had a large, flat brim that ran all around the edge. The hat was far too large for Ming's head, and it slid down past her eyes. She tilted the hat back so she could see and beamed out at the crowd. The announcer bent over and whispered something in her ear. Ming reached up and tapped the top of the hat. "I am the Pie Queen," she called out. A slice of steaming pie appeared on the top of the hat. She promptly stuffed it into her mouth, much to the amusement of the crowd. "What the hell is going on?" Arek asked one of the people standing beside him. "Isn't it obvious?" the man said. "Ming just won the pie-eating contest against Gugs, the reigning champion. I'll bet he's real pissed about that." "Ah, a striking loss, I'm sure. I can't imagine what I'd do with myself." Arek left the crowd and headed towards Ming. She noticed the orc coming and beamed up at him. "Hi, Arek. Belmont enrolled me in the pie-eating contest so I could get a lot of food without wasting everyone's money, but I won." "Good job," Arek replied, smirking. "Do you happen to know where everyone else is?" "I found out what that stone we found in the dungeon is. Belmont is probably looking at armor, like he always does. I don't know what Melissa's doing, though." The small woman nodded in the direction of a shop behind Arek, tipping her hat back over her eyes in the process. "Lead on, then," Arek said, readjusting it for her. "Preferably before we get mobbed by your new fans." Ming sent a longing glance at the empty pie tins before starting off in the direction she had indicated. Arek followed after her, his intimidating form now making the crowd part before them. "So, what does the stone do?" Ming asked. "It's some kind of power source," Arek said. "The enchanter gave me a big list of things we can make with it, but we need to figure out what the party wants before we choose." "Ha, sounds boring," Ming said. "My hat is a lot cooler." "I'm sure it is," Arek said, repressing a laugh. It was growing clear why Belmont had set Ming loose in the pie contest. She would have wasted all her money on food otherwise. Ming led Arek up to a small, one-story stone building. A pillar of grey smoke rose up the back, and heavy clangs rang out from within it periodically. They walked inside, where the smell of ash and sweat slammed into them. Like Ming had guessed, Belmont stood by a wall, practically drooling as he examined a jagged chest plate hanging from the wall. The smith was nowhere to be seen, but a short man with a rugged beard stood by the front desk. "Belmont," Arek called. Belmont spun, snapping his mouth shut. He cleared his throat and did his best to look uninterested. "Ah, yes, I was just inspecting to see if any of this smith's armor was superior to mine." "I found out what the blue stone does," Arek said. "It's a power source of some kind. We can use it for a bunch of different items, apparently. I found an enchanter who—" "Not up my alley," Belmont interrupted. "You can keep it for all I care. You more than earned it. Maybe find out if Melissa wants it, but I don't." "Do you happen to know where Melissa is?" Arek asked. Belmont was already halfway back to looking at the armor when the orc spoke. He paused, then shrugged. "Probably arm wrestling someone. Just look for a shop selling big weapons or something. There's a pretty solid chance she'll end up fighting someone for a discount." He returned his gaze to the armor, clearly indicating the conversation was over. Arek chuckled and sent an apologetic smile in the shopkeeper's direction as he and Ming left the store. "I still don't get what his problem is," Arek said as they walked along the side of the market. "He just hasn't had time to warm up to you yet," Ming said. "Belmont can be a little cold, but he means well." They wandered through the streets for nearly half an hour. Being an adventuring town, Greenridge Den had no shortage of weapon vendors. They seemed to have just about every kind of blade in existence, but none of them seemed to have caught Melissa's attention. The two of them were walking down one of the final rows of the market when Arek caught a flash of gossamer silk disappearing into a large wooden stall. He strode up to the wooden store and peered inside it as Ming struggled to catch up with him. The stall was completely filled with silken robes and fabric. Dozens of beautiful outfits hung from the walls and had been stuffed into barrels. Arek stepped inside gingerly, half afraid that his very presence would tear the delicate cloth. "If Melissa is anywhere, she's probably here," Ming said, following him in. She prodded one of the robes with a finger that Arek sincerely hoped was clean of pie residue. It was impossible to see the front of the shop from where they stood. It had been completely concealed by a shimmering fabric wall. They pushed through it, bursting through the other side like fish breaching from the ocean. Melissa spun, a dagger appearing in her hand. Another woman stood behind her, but she looked considerably less surprised. Melissa lowered her weapon as she realized who had arrived and shook her head, laughing. "What are you guys doing here?" "I thought I might look good in one of your get-ups," Arek said, looking in the direction of a near see-through pink outfit. "Melissa, when I said I wanted more customers, I hope you realized I meant customers that could actually fit in my work," the woman beside Melissa said, clicking her tongue. "He's much too large. I'd have to resize 3 dresses together just to make him one outfit." "He's joking," Melissa said, rolling her eyes. "Arek, did something happen? Ming didn't burn anything down, did she?" "Not yet," Arek replied. "I just found out what the blue stone does, and I figured I should let everyone know. It's a power source of some kind. Belmont didn't care about it," Ming tagged on. "I see," Melissa said. "I hope you'll excuse me, Bait. This is my adventuring group." The other woman nodded politely. She stepped into one of the racks of silk clothing, fading away from view like a ghost. Arek raised an eyebrow, but he just pulled the crumpled brochure from his bag and unfurled it. Ming and Melissa crowded around him as they peered at the list, but their excitement quickly dulled. "This is just a bunch of household appliances and low-end magical items," Ming told Arek. "What do you mean?" "Look at this," Arek said, thrusting his finger at a picture of a small building. "It's a house that you can shrink." "It also costs 500,000 gold," Melissa pointed out. "I can't imagine you've got much more than 100 or so at the moment." "Okay, but what about this one?" Arek asked, moving his finger to a small bag. "It keeps anything you put inside it cold. A bag of colding. I've got one of those." Melissa pointed at a tiny pouch at her side. "They're quite useful, actually. To be honest, Arek, I think you're the one who could get the most use out of this moon rune. Unless Ming has any objections, it's all yours." "It's not food," Ming said. "All yours. If you're all sure," Arek said, but he crumpled the paper back up and put it into his bag. He wasn't one to deny a gift when given one. "I'm going to go back to that enchanter then. Should we meet anywhere after you're done here? We can regroup at the inn in 2 hours," Melissa offered. "That should give your enchanter enough time to actually make something with the shiny rock." "Works for me." "I'm going to go find more food," Ming exclaimed, darting into the rows of clothing and disappearing. "Wasn't the door that way?" Arek asked, pointing in the exact opposite direction from where Ming had run. "Yep," Melissa said with a laugh. "Don't worry, I'll find her before I leave." Arek bid her farewell and set back off towards Volha's store. It took him a few moments to actually find his way out of the clothing shop, but once he had, it was easy enough for him to trace his steps back. Volha was waiting for him by the front desk when he returned. She smiled, stepping away from it as she moved to greet the orc. "Good to see you again," Volha said. "Did your team decide on what to get?" "It looks like it'll be up to me in the end anyways," Arek said. He unfolded the crunched-up brochure and squinted at it. "I'm just not sure what to get. There are so many things here." "Well, we can start with your budget," Volha suggested, tapping her finger on her chin. "How much do you want to spend? Keep in mind that I'll be giving you a 20% discount, so go ahead and knock all the prices down by that much." "I've got 150 gold at most," Arek replied. I don't have any desire to pawn my belongings off to get anything pricier. That limits us a bit, but there are still quite a few useful things for an adventurer, Volha said. Nothing combat-related, unfortunately. However, you're a cook, right? I am. That helps us narrow things down then. She clapped her hands together, grabbed the brochure from Arek, and tossed it into the air, where it vanished in a puff of fire. Volha cleared her throat and raised her hands. She sucked in a quick breath, and the air shimmered. 4 flickering images formed into being in front of Arek. The enchanter strode over to the first one. It was a small bronze box. This is a portable water annihilator, Volha said. It removes almost all the water within an inanimate object that you put inside it. That's a very intimidating name for something that's rather mundane. Volha shrugged, moving to point at the second item. Well, this one might interest you more then. It's a portable space, but it has some unique properties. It acts like a perfect growth spot for any plants you come across. It ensures that everything within it gets the proper amount of sunlight and nutrients to grow as quickly as possible. However, you can't keep anything else in it. It's rather picky. Arek said. The image of the medallion looked rather inconspicuous, but the idea of having a traveling garden to get fresh herbs from whenever he wanted had already taken root in his mind. What are the other 2 things? This one is a portable oven, Volha said, gesturing to a tiny grey rock, and the pink stone is a portable grill. They both expand, obviously. This is just their storage method, and they're all within my budget. Just barely, Volha said. The garden is the priciest one of them, running you just about 150 gold after your discount. It's quite an interesting magic item, though. Arek drummed his fingers on his leg as he considered the options floating in front of them. The oven and the grill were both things he needed to get his hands on at some point, but the garden was calling to him. The earlier he could start it off, the more ingredients he'd have to work with. I'll take the garden, Arek finally decided. He counted out the money, although a large portion of it was in silver, and set it on the counter. Volha smiled at him. She waved her hand and the money vanished. Her gaze grew distracted for a few moments, as if she were looking at something that Arek couldn't see, before she returned to normal and nodded. I thought you might, she said. Could you give me the moon rune? Arek handed her the stone, unwrapping it in the process. She pocketed the stone and nodded towards a comfortable-looking padded chair at the side of the shop. Feel free to relax over there for a bit. This will take me about an hour to make. You're lucky that I've already got a few of the other components pre-built, or you'd be looking at a week of waiting. Volha folded inwards on herself, spiraling down into a tiny little point before vanishing with a pop. Fascinating, Arek muttered to himself. He wandered over to the chair, took his bag off, and sat down before gazing around the rest of the shop. The orc had to admit that the weapons looked amazing. A vision of himself charging into battle with one of the axes that crackled with electrical energy crossed his mind, but the orc quickly dismissed it with a grimace. He closed his eyes and yawned, sinking into the chair slightly. He pulled his travel bag closer and used it like a pillow as he dozed off. Chapter 13. A gentle gust of wind brushed past Arek's nose. He jerked awake, flying to his feet as his hand moved to his side to reach for something that wasn't there. He quickly let his arms drop when he realized that Volha was staring at him. A portal twisted shut behind her. My apologies, Arek said. I fell asleep, and apparently I startle easily when waking. No problem, Volha said, a note of caution in her tone. She approached him and held out a shimmering gold medallion. I finished your garden. It was a fun little build. I hope you get a lot of use out of it. A wide grin spread across the orc's face as he took the portable garden from her. He cradled it in his hands reverently, turning it over to get a look at the other side. Both faces had been carved with intricate magical runes that shimmered with a faint blue energy. They were so small that they were practically impossible to see. They resembled thin lines more than individual drawings. "How do I use it?" Arek asked, running a hand across the medallion's smooth surface. The center of it seemed to give slightly against his fingers. Arek pressed a bit harder on it, bringing the medallion up to his face so he could get a better look at it. "Ha! Weird little button," Arek said. His words caught in his throat as he realized that Volha's shop was gone. He stood in the center of a dirt patch that was about 100 feet in area. Sunlight streamed down on him overhead, although it wasn't unbearable. The orc slowly reached down and pushed the button on the medallion again. "And that's how you use it," Volha finished, a wry grin crossing her face. "Ah, good to know," Arek said, carefully putting his new toy away in his bag. "Did I actually disappear?" "You did," Volha confirmed. "Make sure not to stay in there too long. As I said, the garden only holds plants. If you're in there for more than an hour or two, well, don't be." "Understood. Thank you for your prompt work, Volha." "It's a policy," the enchanter replied with a smile. "I hope you'll drop by again if you're in town." "I'll be sure to do so, especially if I get my hands on another moon rune." He stepped out of the shop, shutting the door gently behind him. The sun was lowering in the sky, but it was still in the prime of day. The orc didn't know exactly how long he'd slept, but there was probably about an hour or so left before he had to meet up with everyone. Arek shuffled through his bag, checking to see how much money he had left. He'd spent all his gold on the garden, but he still had several silver coins lying around. It was time to find some farmers. "Hey, you there!" Arek called out to a thin woman carrying several large weapons. She paused and glanced in his direction, her mouth opening slightly in surprise. She stepped back defensively, readying an axe. "What is it? Could you point me in the direction of some farmers?" "Why, so you can kill and rob them?" the woman asked suspiciously. "What? No, I want to buy plants from them." He squinted at her. "If I was going to rob someone, wouldn't I at least target someone with more money?" The woman pursed her lips. She looked him over, searching for any signs of dishonesty. Then she tilted her head slightly to the side. "They're just outside of the South City gate," she finally said. "And are you that orc traveling with the happy sunflowers?" "Yes," Arek replied, raising an eyebrow slightly as her face relaxed, and she gave him a pensive look. "Do we have some business?" "Not at the moment," she said, trailing off. Arek waved impatiently for her to continue. "Ah, I was wondering when you'd be cooking next at Raud's Tavern." "Will you be there tonight?" "I certainly might be, although I can't be sure. It depends on the rest of my group." "Oh, I guess that's fair," she said, looking slightly crestfallen. "There were a few people in my guild that hadn't tried your cooking since we were away on a field mission, and they don't believe it was as good as everyone says. I'm not going to promise to show up just because someone doesn't think I'm a great chef," Arek replied, laughing. "A life spent trying to please everyone will end pleasing no one. Regardless, I'll do my best to make something tonight." "Thank you." She raised her arm as if to shake his hand, but evidently wasn't bold enough to try and scampered off. Arek shook his head and made his way towards the south of the city. He found the gate without too much issue and strode up to one of the guards standing by it. The orc cleared his throat and the guard turned, nearly jumping out of his boots in surprise. "Holy shit, an orc's inside the city," the guard yelled, reaching for his weapon. He paused halfway through drawing his sword. His eyes widened and he let it slide back into the sheath. "Wait, scratch that. You're with the happy sunflowers, right?" "I am." "I'm going outside for a few minutes, and I prefer not to get attacked when I come back in." "I'll keep a lookout for you and make sure you can get back safely," the guard promised. "And thanks for you and your team's work with the dungeon. My little sister was stuck in there, but she got out okay after you lot dealt with the corrupted king." Oh, I hadn't realized that other people were still trapped in the dungeon after we beat it. I'm glad she made it out safely. The guard nodded, looking like he wanted to say more, but another guard with a large blue plume was headed in their direction. The man cleared his throat. Best not to block traffic, he said, waving Arak forward. Right, Arak said, glancing around at the empty streets. I'd hate to inconvenience the ghosts. I'll see you in a few minutes. Don't forget about me. He walked out of the city towards the rows of fields and houses only a short distance away from it. It didn't take long to reach the first house. Arak knocked loudly on the door. He took a few healthy steps back, just enough to be out of spear range, and positioned himself so that he could easily dodge a crossbow shot if the building's inhabitants were a little too trigger-happy. He didn't have to wait long. The door slowly swung open, and an old man with salt and pepper hair peeked out from behind it. His face strongly resembled a prune in just about every manner. His skin was wrinkly and a dull purplish-brown hue. "You here to buy something?" the farmer asked. "No, I'm not robbing." "Oh, yes, I am. I was worried you'd think I was trying to rob you." "What kind of moron robs someone after alerting them of their presence?" the prune-faced farmer asked, pulling the door open all the way. He had a massive crossbow in his other hand, pointed at the floor. He noticed Arak's gaze and chuckled, giving the crossbow an affectionate pat. "And this is for in case you were a moron. Here, come in." Arak followed the man inside. The farmhouse was quaint, with plain wooden furniture and no wasteful decoration. The farmer sat down in a chair beside a small wooden table, and Arak did the same. "So, what crops are you looking for?" "And I certainly hope you haven't come looking for animals." "No animals," Arak promised. "I've recently gotten my hands on a portable garden. I'm trying to fill it with some of the more commonly used edible herbs. Then we can do business. I'm Lewis." The farmer extended a hand. "Arak," the orc replied, shaking it. Most people are scared by an orc speaking common. The average person also thinks tomatoes are vegetables. The bar you've set isn't very high. Now I'm more interested in why you've got that portable garden, if you don't mind my asking." "Not at all," Arak replied. "I'm a chef." This time, Lewis really did look slightly surprised. The farmer quickly got himself under control and coughed a few times. "Now that's a first," Lewis said. "But that doesn't mean much. Do your tastes run the same as humans?" "Mostly," Arak said. "Perfect." Lewis rose to his feet and wandered through a door. Arak heard him shuffling around for a few minutes before he re-emerged with a long strip of paper. The farmer immediately started jotting something down on it in wide, sloppy handwriting. After working for a short while, Lewis handed Arak the list. The orc took it from him and scanned it quickly. His eyebrows rose slightly and he put it back onto the table. "You have all of this?" Arak asked. "It's my job," Lewis replied matter-of-factly. "Now, how large is your portable garden? A lot of these aren't worth growing in a small space." "Area of 100 feet, although I don't know what the height limit is." Lewis hemmed and hawed. He crossed several of the plants off the list. Then a thoughtful frown crossed his face. "Do you have any interest in trees?" Lewis asked. "Trees? Not particularly. They aren't very helpful for cooking." "That's hardly true at all. Fruit." "I'm no chef, but I've had many a platter with fruit on it, and I'd say that those taste quite nice." "Oh," Arak said, "you mean oranges." "What? I mean, yes. Oranges do grow on trees, but a lot of other fruits do as well." He trailed off slightly as Arak's eyes widened. "They do. I've only ever actually seen orange trees." "Are you telling me that all fruit grows on trees?" "Yes," Lewis said, eyeing the orc to make sure that Arak wasn't playing a joke on him. "This is amazing. Just think of all the possibilities." "Wait." Arak trailed off and gave the farmer a conspiratorial look. "How many fruits are there?" The farmer squinted at Arak, but it was becoming clear that he was being genuine. "Thousands, probably," Lewis said. Arak's eyes turned to saucers. "Show me." I don't have every single one of them, Lewis laughed. I do have a fair number, though. However, how much gold did you bring with you? Fully grown trees don't come cheap. Ah, damn it, forgot about that. I've got about 50 silver. As he spoke, his features turned downcast. Don't look so sad, Lewis said, chuckling. I certainly can't sell any trees for that price, but I think we can get you your herbs as well as some cuttings. Cuttings? I don't know this term. Lewis rose to his feet and beckoned for Arek to follow him. They strode out the back door of the farmhouse and into the huge fields behind it. Lewis grabbed a large knife from its spot beside the door as they left. As they walked through the fields, Lewis periodically stopped to uproot a plant from their list. He tossed them into a small burlap sack. It only took about half an hour to travel across the entire field, but the sack was bulging by the time they reached the far end. Here you go, Lewis said. He handed the sack of plants to Arek, who took it with a grateful smile. Now let's get you some cuttings. Lewis led Arek a short distance to a huge field of trees. They were all shapes and sizes. Many of them were dotted with fruits, most of which Arek did not recognize. He did, however, spot an orange tree. Have you ever had a fig? Lewis asked, leading Arek to a smaller tree with purplish-brown bulbs dispersed between its leaves. I have not. Lewis plucked one of the strange fruits off the tree and offered it to the orc. Arek took it gingerly. He lifted it to his nose and sniffed. One eyebrow twitched upwards. Arek popped it into his mouth and chewed for a few seconds before swallowing. Sweet gods, it's like honey and sugar, Arek exclaimed in awe. A tree made that. It sure did, Lewis chuckled. By your reaction, it sounds like you want a cutting from this tree. If it means I can grow those, then I do, Arek said, eyeing the other figs like they might run away from him. Lewis eyed the fig tree, scanning through its branches until one caught his fancy. Using the large shears he'd brought from the house, the farmer cut off a portion of the branch that was just over half his forearm's length and a bit thicker than his thumb. He plucked the leaves off it and handed it to Arek. The orc raised an eyebrow and wiggled the stick around in the air. Ah, what do I do with this? Arek asked. You plant it, Lewis replied with a chuckle. It takes a bit more care than normal so you can ensure a good root structure, but after that, nothing too special. Lewis headed down the rows of trees. Arek looked away from the branch and followed the farmer as he cut 2 more branches off different trees. This is a stick, Arek told him. I don't think a stick will grow if I put it in dirt. Of course it wouldn't, Lewis replied, handing the orc 2 more cuttings. You need to also include water and sunlight. Lewis wiped the clippers off and started back towards the house. Wait, you're serious about this? Arek asked. If I put these sticks in my garden, they'll turn into trees. And they'll make figs. Given enough time, yes. Your portable garden might speed it up a little, but you shouldn't expect anything happening too soon, Lewis said. Now, most portable gardens can customize themselves to become what the owner needs. Make sure you tell it that those are cuttings, or it might end up composting them like unwanted organic matter. Arek shook his head, still finding it hard to believe that a tree could come from a stick. It was supposed to be the other way around. Finally, the orc just shrugged and inclined his head in the smallest of bows. Thank you for your kindness, Lewis. If these cuttings really do turn into trees, you will have given me a lot more than what I paid for. It's no problem, Lewis said, smiling back at the orc. I'm always happy to encourage younger generations. Keep in mind that each of those cuttings is from a different fig variety, so they'll all taste quite different. There's more than one kind of fig, but it's still a fig. They can't possibly taste that unique, can they? You'll find out. Lewis laughed as they reached his front door. He waved Arek onwards. Now go plant your new garden. The sooner you've got everyone in the dirt, the faster they'll grow. Arek thanked him one more time and paid the man before heading back towards the city. As much as he wanted to activate the portable garden then and there, he had to get back to the city before the guard that was waiting for him left. He approached the south gate warily, half expecting the guards to pepper him with arrows. Luckily, while several of them watched him suspiciously, the man that Arek had first met was still there. The orc gave him an appreciative nod as he strode through the gate and made a beeline for Raud's tavern. "Good to see you, Arek," Tilly greeted him as he stepped through the tavern door. "Did you manage to find my cousin?" "I did. She was incredibly helpful." "I'm glad," Tilly said. She disappeared into the kitchen for a few moments to grab a table's meal. "Has my party returned yet?" Arek asked when she re-emerged with a plate of pasta doused in pesto that looked familiar. "Not yet," Tilly replied. "Were you expecting them?" "I'm just early. If they drop by, please let them know I'm in my room. I've got to test out a few things." The orc ascended the stairs at the back side of the tavern carefully. Each step creaked dangerously under his weight. Luckily, the tavern had been built for large adventurers, so Arek wasn't too far off the target audience. That didn't stop him from wincing each time the wood groaned in pain. He pulled out the bronze key that Raud had given him and inspected it as he walked. The number 12 had been hammered into the ring at the far end of it. The stairwell came to a breaking point as he reached the second floor. There was another stairwell to his side that led higher into the building, but Arek gingerly made his way along the creaky hallway, scanning the rooms as he walked. Whoever had built the tavern had either failed their education spectacularly or was just inclined to be as chaotic as possible. The room numbers were completely out of order, although they were blissfully all low numbers. A few minutes of walking down the halls later, Arek finally located room number 12. It was nestled between rooms 4 and 2. With a sigh, the orc carefully fitted the key into the lock and twisted it. The door popped open soundlessly. The room was rather plain, with a small desk and a chair on one side and a large bed on the other. A single window opposite to the door provided most of the room's light. There was a candle on the desk, but it was unlit. Arek locked the door behind him, eyed the chair, but the thin wood looked a lot flimsier than the stools in the bar downstairs. He opted to sit down on the bed before pulling out the golden medallion and pressing the activation switch. The tavern vanished as the warm, sunny soil of the portable garden replaced it. The orc reached into his bag, which was luckily still on his back, and pulled out the large sack of plants that Lewis had given him. He knelt on the earth and set the bag down next to himself. Then he got to work. About an hour or so later, Arek had planted his new garden. He'd used about half the available space and was covered in sweat. The plants sat in neat rows before him, although he'd yet to plant the cuttings. "I suppose I probably should have asked Lewis how to plant these," Arek muttered to himself. "But how hard can it be?" Stick the plant in the dirt, make sure the roots are covered. The dang thing waters itself, so it's the plant's fault if it dies at this point. Chapter 14. Arek turned his attention to the 3 sticks lying on the dirt. He picked them up and rose to his feet with a groan as he stood for the first time in a while. The orc shook his legs out and walked to a patch of plain dirt. "These are cuttings," Arek said, awkwardly holding the sticks out in front of him. The dirt shifted in front of him. Arek leapt back, nearly trampling his newly planted garden before he caught himself. He swore under his breath as the dirt formed into a raised rectangle. Arek nudged it gingerly, but it appeared to be firmly in place. However, the dirt seemed warmer than it should have been. Arek poked a finger into it. The bottom of the rectangle was a good bit warmer than the top. "Ha! Interesting," Arek said. He eyed the sticks, then shoved them into the dirt. It rippled and shifted, moving the cuttings until there was a foot or so between each of them. With that done, the orc gave his garden one final, approving look before reactivating his medallion. He popped back into existence in the tavern, still completely covered in sweat. None of the dirt had followed him from the garden, though. Someone knocked politely on the door. "It's me," Tilly yelled from the other side. "I've brought you a bath." "Ah, thank you," Eric said, pulling it open and jumping aside as the waitress squeezed a large metal bucket through the door. She dropped it on the ground with a thud that probably shook the hole in. Arek winced, waiting for it to tear through the floor and fall into the room below them, but it somehow remained in place. "I figured you might be wanting one," Tilly said, smiling at him. "Oh, will you be cooking anything today?" "We've had something of a line forming. They seem to be of the opinion that you will be." "I was planning on making something light," Arek said. "Is Rord really unbothered that I'm practically taking his kitchen over?" "Surprisingly, yes." She wiped her forehead with the back of her sleeve. "I thought he wouldn't have been, but you really impressed him. It's been a long time since he had anyone challenge his ability, and a longer time still for him to actually lose. You've got him passionate about cooking again, so I figure he'll give you a pass so long as you don't rub it in forever." "I won't," Arek promised, chuckling. "I'll see you when you make dinner, then." She waved to him and shut the door behind her. Arek promptly threw his clothes off and climbed into the bathtub as carefully as he could. That still didn't stop him from sending water everywhere, but the effort was made. He had to wrap his arms around his knees and squeeze himself as tightly as possible to fit. It was cramped, but the orc couldn't remember the last time he'd bathed in anything other than a river. He let out a contented sigh and let himself relax in the ice-cold water. He watched the sun lower in the dull pink sky until its rays were no longer visible in his window. "About time to start dinner, I think," Arek said, yawning. He lowered his hands and made to rise out of the tub. He didn't budge. His feet were firmly pressed against one end of the tub, his knees tucked into his chest, while his back was pushed into the other side. He frowned and pushed upwards again, but he didn't shift an inch. He was firmly stuck inside the bathtub. Arek thrust himself upwards with more force. He managed to lift the tub slightly into the air before it thudded into the floor. He hadn't budged from his position. The orc gritted his teeth and jerked himself upwards again. He bounced the tub again, this time just barely inching upwards. It wasn't enough to stand up, but it was progress. Arek grinned in victory and set about bouncing the tub as violently as he could. The orc and the metal basin bounced around the room as he slowly freed himself. The door swung open, and Melissa lifted a hand in greeting. "Arek, I just want to let you know we're all back, and there are like 100. She trailed off as Arek finally freed himself, rising to his feet with a victorious cry moments before realizing that someone had entered the room. Melissa cleared her throat and slowly closed the door. Arek muttered under his breath as he shook himself off and pulled his clothes back on. He slung his bag back over his shoulder and opened the door. Melissa raised an eyebrow slightly. "Having fun?" she asked, hiding a smirk. "Copious amounts of it," Arek muttered. "Where's everyone else?" "Right here," Ming said, popping out of a room 2 doors down and skipping over to join them. The ridiculous hat was still perched on her head. She peered inside Arek's room and let out a whistle. What happened? The floor was completely soaked, and the tub was basically empty. Arek massaged his forehead and let out something between a defeated laugh and a sigh. "I had a fight with the bathtub." "It looks like you lost," Ming observed. "Perhaps. Do you think you could do something about the water I spilled everywhere?" "Sure." Ming let out a quick whistle. The water leapt into the air, forming into a blobby humanoid, and swan dove into the tub. Not a single drop spilled out of it. "Thank you," Arek said. "I'm honestly surprised the floor survived that. It would have been a shame to ruin it with water after all the hard work it put in today." "By the way, Melissa, what were you saying when you first walked in?" "Oh, right," Melissa said, chuckling. "You've got a few people waiting for you downstairs." "A few. Somehow, I don't like the way your tone changed when you said that. Just how many are we talking about? You'll see soon enough, Melissa replied. I'm looking forward to dinner tonight. Well, it's late enough. No reason for me to keep anyone waiting, Arek said, heading towards the stairs and ignoring the squeaks of the wood beneath his feet. The rest of the happy sunflowers fell in line behind him as Arek descended the stairs. He paused at the bottom, looking around in confusion. The tavern was completely devoid of customers. Tilly stood with her back against the closed front door while Raud paced the kitchen nervously. Arek, Raud exclaimed when he noticed the orc. I didn't want to let them disturb your bath, so I kicked everyone out. I'm sorry, Arek said. What exactly is going on? You kicked out your own customers. Why were they trying to disturb my bath? Not my customers, Raud said, rushing up to the orc and grabbing him by the arm. The shorter chef tugged him towards the door. They're here for you. The tavern is basically surrounded, by the way, Tilly said, peering out a window beside her. Arek, what did you promise you'd be doing tonight? I said I'd make something light, Arek said, baffled. The lady I spoke to said she had a few friends. Why did you kick everyone out, though? There was too much of a ruckus, and it's only going to get worse, Raud said. You'd better go out and deal with them. Arek shook his head and walked to the door. Tilly stepped to the side. He pulled it open, and his eyes widened. People had completely swarmed the tavern. Their gazes all latched onto Arek as the chatter coming from them doubled in volume. What the hell is going on? Arek yelled over the noise of the crowd. The woman from earlier in the day pushed through the crowd and smiled up at him. Oh, you're here. We've been waiting to see when you'd show up. That's wonderful, but I thought you said a few friends, Arek asked, waving out to the horde surrounding them. I'm pretty sure you invited all of Greenridge. Bah, there's easily 1,000 people in Greenridge. I did nothing of the sort. She scratched the back of her head. I did mention you to a few people in my guild, though. We wouldn't have all come, but our chef got wind too. A wide-lipped man with a tall white hat pushed out of the crowd. He had a thick moustache and a furrowed brow. He stormed up to stand beside the woman and did his best to dissect Arek with his eyes. This is the amazing chef you speak of, the man asked. His accent was just nasally enough to be annoying. It is, the woman agreed. And you come to him for food instead of me. I feed our guild with high-quality ingredients only. He probably uses pig's swill to dilute his soup. I'm right here, you know, Arek said. The crowd seemed to grow quieter as the two chefs sized each other up. The woman sent an apologetic glance in Arek's direction. Look, you didn't have to bring the entire guild with you, she complained. We were just coming here to get a bite to eat. The Red Flicker Guild will not have its reputation tarnished, the chef snarled. Eating food made by an animal counts as tarnishing our reputation. He turned his gaze to Arek. You, creature. What were you going to make? A quick little stir-fry, Arek replied, his gaze narrowing as a haughty look crossed the other man's face. Bah, commoner food, scrap meat that should be fed to barn animals, repurposed to feed the masses who have no taste. Can you handle a real meat dish? So long as it isn't yours, Arek growled. I've got no desire for a wimpy little piece of salami. The chef scoffed at Arek. He spun and strode several paces into the street, then reached into his pockets and withdrew 2 coins. He tossed them onto the ground. 2 beautifully carved marble stovetops appeared where they had been. I challenge you then, monster. If your dish is 1/10 as good as mine, I will declare you the winner of this competition. I don't need your handicaps, salami, Arek replied. Nobody will even try your food a second time. Arek strode forward and tossed his bag to the ground beside one of the stovetops. Salami tossed him a large package wrapped in paper. Arek caught it and set it down, carefully opening it on the counter. It's premium-grade steak from a fiendish heifer, the haughty chef said. There will be no complaints of fairness. We will be using the same cut. Not that I'd expect you to know how to properly deal with such a cut of meat. How long do we have? Arek asked, ignoring the man. His gaze was steely and intimidating. Wherever he looked, people flinched back or averted their gaze. 45 minutes, creature. Use them wisely. We begin once you are ready. Arek drew his new cleaver out of his bag. He unsheathed it and set it aside on the table. He had to admit that the steak looked amazing. It was perfectly marbled, with fat distributed in a spiderweb pattern throughout all of the meat. Not a single strand of gristle was present. A thick line of fat ran across the top of the steak. Arek touched it with his hand. The steak was still cold. He grunted, then looked back up at Salami. "I'm ready," Arek said. The other chef flew into motion, yanking ingredients from his extra-dimensional bag and turning his stove on. His knife flashed as he diced dozens of herbs into a fine powder. Salami sprinkled it into a large bowl. A jug materialized out of thin air beside him. He poured it into the bowl, mixing it in with the spices using a spoon before adding his steak to the mixture to marinate. He glanced up at Arek. The orc just watched him, a confident smirk on his face. Arek took his bag off and sat down on top of it. He yawned and put his chin in his hands. Salami noticed the orc's expression. It served only to fuel the man's fury. He continued moving at a breakneck pace, mixing ingredients faster than most of the spectators could perceive. "Have you already given up, orc?" Salami asked. "Nah," Arek said. "I'm just getting ready to start cooking." "You'd best keep all your attention on your cooking if you want to even think about having a chance against me." "Bah," Salami said, thrusting his nose into the air indignantly and granting Arek no further attention. The crowd started to murmur. Arek didn't move from his spot, even after 15 minutes had passed. He just sat there, occasionally drumming his fingers on his chin, watching Salami throw himself into his cooking. Sweat dripped down the thin chef's face as he concentrated on his craft. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking, but the man was clearly buried in his work. Finally, after almost half an hour, Arek rose to his feet. Salami glanced in his direction, but quickly returned his attention to the steak before him. The orc yawned and removed 2 glass jars from his bandolier. He set them down on the table. "Salt," Arek said, lifting one of the jars and tapping it over the steak from a height until he was satisfied. He set the salt down on the counter and picked up the other jar. "Pepper," he said, shaking it over the steak as well. He flipped his cut of meat over and then repeated the process. Then he turned the stovetop on and grabbed one of the pans that had appeared along with it. Arek waited a few minutes for his pan to heat. Then he picked the steak up, turning it so that the large line of fat was facing the pan, and gently pressed it into the pan. The fat started to sizzle immediately. He ran the steak around the pan, effectively coating it with a thin layer of fat before setting the meat down flat. It crackled and popped to life. The crowd's murmurs grew louder. Salami's eyes widened, and he offered Arek a haughty smirk. The chef ran his fingers over the steak, exhaling slowly. A glimmer of grey magic passed over the cut of meat, and the excess moisture within it evaporated instantly. He turned his nose up and tossed his meat into the pan. It hissed and splattered as the marinade-soaked steak contacted the roaring hot pan. Arek, however, didn't even glance up. He was the opposite of himself a few minutes ago. His eyes were cold and concentrated. His lips were pulled back slightly in the barest beginnings of a snarl. It had only been a few minutes when Arek carefully tested his steak. He nudged it slightly with a finger. It slid across the pan. The orc nodded to himself and flipped the steak gingerly with 2 clawed fingers. The spluttering of hot fat, which had gradually been slowing down, exploded back in full force. Some of it got onto Arek, but he didn't even flinch. The rest of the world was darkness, and the stovetop was a pinprick of light. There was nothing but him and the food. A short while later, Arek grabbed the pan. He slid the steak off onto the wooden platter waiting for it, then turned off the heat and set the pan aside. Salami might have said something to him, but Arek didn't even look in his direction. He sat there, examining the steak's perfectly seared surface. It was plump, with a perfect dark brown sear on the exterior. Juice was practically bursting out of it. Salami strode up to his station and slammed a hand onto the countertop. Arek finally glanced up, his eyes narrow and his brows furrowed. "What do you want?" "Stop putting off the inevitable," Salami snarled. "Your dish is done. It's time to let it be judged." The thin chef held his own dish in one hand and a small steak knife in the other. His dish was colorful, with small flowers and peppers encircling a sliced-up steak that had a perfectly pink center. Juice had soaked into all the greens surrounding it. "When did you finish cooking your steak?" Arek asked, ignoring the man's request. "Just a few minutes ago." "Your rushed, worthless dish will have been a waste of good meat, monster." "We'll see about that," Arek said, a mocking grin crossing his face. The crowd murmured again, their excitement to taste the two chefs' dishes building. Even if Arek had apparently gotten as lazy with his meal as Salami implied, the orc still had a good number of fans dispersed throughout the crowd. Salami's face turned into a bitter mask of hate when Arek continued to remain stationary and made no moves to cut his dish. "If you don't cut it, I will," Salami snarled, extending the knife towards Arek's steak. The orc moved faster than the thin chef's eyes could track. The orc grabbed his wrist in a vice grip, squeezing just enough to hurt. He bared his fangs, not letting the man's knife move an inch closer. "It is not ready," Arek said. "You will wait, you impatient little manchild." He let go, and the man yanked his hand back, glaring daggers in Arek's direction. However, he didn't try anything else. The thin chef just harumphed and set his dish down before crossing his arms. He tapped his foot impatiently as the crowd waited for Arek to make his move. Finally, after several more minutes, Arek gently tapped the steak. He nodded and pulled out his cleaver. With several lightning-fast cuts, the orc sliced his steak into a fan shape and splayed it out over the serving platter. "Now," Arek said, slamming his cleaver into the board beside his dish, "I am done." Chapter 15. Unlike Salami's dish, Arek's steak did not have any garnishments. The meat looked delectable on its own. While a small amount of juice had escaped his steak, it was much less than the amount on Salami's plate. "Come then," Arek said, gesturing to the crowd. "I will choose 2 people from among you. You can choose 3. The winner is the one with the most votes." "Fine," Salami spat. He pointed at a large, portly man. Then he frowned, thinking for a minute before pointing to 2 more men that were standing next to each other. Arek pointed at the woman who he'd spoken to in the market earlier that day, along with the person standing beside her. Salami scoffed. "Of course you pick the people that are disillusioned into thinking you're a good chef," he said. "They're part of your guild," Arek pointed out. "That speaks quite poorly for you. However, I have chosen them because they specifically came all this way to taste my cooking. Because of your debacle, I will no longer be able to properly prepare a meal for everyone here in time. Therefore, they must taste my cooking now." Salami stuck his nose up and ignored Arek as the 5 adventurers approached them. The 2 chefs set their dishes down on Arek's countertop. The adventurers glanced between the 2 appetizing meals, unable to tell which one to taste. "Start with his," Arek said. "If you don't, you'll never bother tasting it." "Shut up," Salami hissed, his face turning red. The man took a deep breath and pursed his lips as he forced himself to remain calm. One of the men Salami had chosen was the first to move. He took a fork from the countertop and speared a ribbon of meat from the colorful dish. He lifted it to his mouth and popped it in. He chewed for a few moments, then swallowed. "Delicious," he exclaimed. "It's tender and rich, just like a steak should be. If I could eat a whole plate of this, I could probably go and take out the dungeon single-handedly." The other judges each took a piece of Salami's dish and tasted it as well. Their faces lit up. The woman that Arek had chosen looked slightly apologetic, but she echoed the first man's sentiments, albeit less arrogantly. Arek was unperturbed. He allowed them to all finish complimenting the other chef's dish. Salami's face grew more and more mocking and haughty with every word they spoke. Finally, all five of the adventurers had passed their judgment on Salami's dish. This time, the woman was the first to taste Arek's meal. She lifted a strip of meat to her mouth and tossed it in. She chewed once, then her eyes bulged outwards. The other adventurers eyed her warily, wondering if the woman had been poisoned. Slowly, she chewed once more. Then she did it again before finally swallowing. She looked as white as a ghost. "Gods above, what is this?" she asked. It practically melted in my mouth. I've never tasted so much flavor or richness from a single bite of steak. That was as if the entire cut of meat got condensed into a tiny little strip. Salami scoffed. One of the adventurers he'd chosen grabbed a piece from Arek's plate and tried it as well. The man drew in a noticeable breath of shock through his nose. His actions nearly perfectly mirrored the woman's as he slowly chewed, savoring the taste before swallowing. "Like it was taken from the halls of the gods," he proclaimed. "It's like all the juices were stored up in every grain of meat, just waiting to explode forth in my mouth. This is, without any competition, the greatest steak I've ever eaten." The other three men couldn't wait any longer. They grabbed their own slices and ate them, amazement crossing over all their faces. The crowd erupted in shouts as all five of the adventurers moved to stand behind Arek. A few of them sent apologetic glances to Salami, whose mouth worked up and down like a vapid fish. He stared at them, incomprehensive. "What? How? It's impossible. I seasoned my steak with 50 different rare spices and marinated it in kingful broth. The ingredients don't make the meal," Arek growled. "The chef's talent does. Now, friends, you are welcome to have one more piece of either dish, but only one. You must choose." All five of them reached out and grabbed another piece of Arek's meal. They shoved it into their mouths as if they were scared that he'd retract his offer. That only left 6 small slices remaining on the wooden board. "It just isn't possible," Salami breathed, his conceited expression cracking. "One more offer," Arek said, putting his hands down on the table as his grin widened. "You're welcome to try my dish one last time, but it'll cost you 1 gold. I presume Salami's is still free." There was a pause. Then each of the five pulled a gold free of their robes and handed it to Arek before they grabbed another slice of his steak. Salami's face was a blank mask. His knees were practically shaking in horror. "I think we've done enough. Is there any doubt as to the winner?" Arek asked loudly. The crowd cheered in response. "Good. I'm tired, so we're making more pasta salad tonight. Here, Esther Hoping Roard has some pasta left over. Now, get inside the damn tavern and stop causing a scene. And don't let me catch anyone fighting or pushing." They cheered again before, politely, making a line at the tavern's door to wait to be seated by Tilly. Arek shook his head, chuckling, as the five adventurers thanked him for the opportunity and rushed off to join the line. "You didn't let your steak rest long enough before you cut it," Arek told Salami. "You were too eager to win and didn't treat your food with the proper respect. Besides, there are only so many spices you can put into a dish before they start to compete with each other. More expensive doesn't translate to better. On top of that, steak is already a meal on its own. It's fine to season it a little, and side dishes are great, but forcing a bunch of fancy shit onto something will never make it better than the real deal." The orc grabbed his plate, where only a single slice of his steak remained, and put it down on the ground beside Salami's crushed spirit. Then Arek strode back to the tavern. There was a lot of food left to make. The tavern was busier than Arek had ever seen it. Rord was practically bursting with joy. He sped around the kitchen, scrambling to keep up with the rush, while Arek worked at a steady pace that was no different from his normal speed. "Where's the pesto?" "I can't find the bowl," Rord exclaimed, skidding to a stop beside Arek. He held a large sack of tomatoes in both hands. The orc pointed at the counter right in front of the small chef, where he'd placed the bowl of pesto no more than a minute ago. Rord set the tomatoes down. He snatched the bowl and darted over to the other side of the kitchen, where he had a massive bowl to dump all the ingredients into. He tipped the pesto into the bowl, then tossed it into the growing pile of dishes in the sink. Rord reached to his side, but there was nothing there. He cursed, spinning around to scan the kitchen. Arek cleared his throat and pointed by his feet, where Rord had set down the sack of tomatoes. Rord clicked his tongue and darted over to grab it. The orc finished cooking the bacon in his pan, taking it out with his fingers and setting it on a wire rack to drain. He stepped by Rord, who was in the process of dashing to the other end of the kitchen to grab a knife, and peered out the kitchen door. The noise was almost deafening. The tavern was packed to the brim with a very neat line that stretched out the door. The Red Flicker Guild members had mingled with Rord's normal crowd well, much to Tilly's pleasure. The waitress practically sailed around the room, dropping off bowls of pasta salad and collecting tips as she went. The happy sunflowers had snagged a table near the kitchen door. Ming had a stack of bowls nearly as tall as she was beside her, and it was getting taller. Both Belmont and Melissa were also eating. Melissa had a stack about a quarter the size of Ming's. As Arek watched, Belmont finished his serving and gingerly snuck the empty plate into Melissa's pile. He nudged her in the side. Melissa lifted her hand with a laugh. "I see you," Tilly called from across the room. She finished delivering food to her table, then dashed over to the serving window, grabbed a bowl straight from Rord's hands, and handed it to Melissa. The tall woman then passed the bowl off to Belmont, who took it and started shoveling the food into his mouth. Arek chuckled and stepped back into the kitchen. He took the bacon off the wire rack and quickly chopped it with his cleaver. The orc delivered the crumbled bits into the huge mixing bowl and used the massive wooden spoon to give everything a stir. "How is it looking outside?" Rord asked. "It's intense, but we're keeping up with demand. Nobody has killed each other yet either." "That's good, I suppose. I do prefer my tavern-goers to be among the realm of the living," Rord agreed. He spooned a serving of pasta salad into a bowl and handed it to Tilly before turning back to Arek. "That should do it for today," Rord said. "There's no way we can keep this ridiculous production speed up. I'll have Tilly serve the rest of what we made, and that should last us another hour or so. It's already dark outside, so nobody can complain." "It's your restaurant," Arek replied, grinning. "You don't have to get my permission." I know," Rord replied with a hearty laugh. "I'm just finding myself forgetting that. Who even taught you how to cook? You're like nobody I've ever met before." Arek shifted his footing and readjusted his chef's hat. He placed a bowl into the sink and wiped the counter off with a cloth. "I've just picked a few things up here and there," Arek said. "I've done a lot of traveling, learned as I went." "That kind of stuff." "I see," Rord said. "Well, you must have encountered a new master chef on each of your stops." "Perhaps that was it," Arek agreed, chuckling. The two men set about tidying the kitchen up slightly, pausing to grab another serving of pasta salad whenever Tilly approached the window. About an hour later, just as Rord had guessed, they served the last bowl of food for the night and started to pack up. There were a few groans from the remaining tavern-goers, but nobody had any real reason to complain. "You might have been running the most popular restaurant in the city today," Arek reported, looking out at the hundreds of bowls stacked up on the tables. "What? You're the one that did all the work," Rord replied, wiping the sweat from his brow with the back of his sleeve. "I was just helping out." "Did I?" All I did today was cook and chop bacon, Rord. I didn't even tell you the recipe or the proportions of ingredients. Rord blinked, mentally running back through the day's events. Congratulations, Arek said. Your kitchen is no longer serving unseasoned trash to its customers. As a bonus, the head chef has grown greatly in skill and general likability. Shut up, Rord laughed, shoving Arek. It didn't move the orc at all, but the thought was there. The two of them left the kitchen to help Tilly move the bowls to the sink. Arek, are you sure there isn't any food left? Ming asked, licking her lips. All out, Arek promised. But it's always good to hear that someone enjoyed something I helped to make. It was great, Arek, Melissa said. I can't believe I'm saying it, but bringing you on board was probably the greatest thing Ming's ever done for us. I didn't know it was possible to eat like this every day. It's quite agreeable, Belmont said. Your work is a level above tolerable. So long as you don't try to poison us, I believe we may have a working relationship. He sent a pointed glance at the single empty bowl in front of him before flicking his eyes back to Arek, making sure the orc knew he'd only eaten one serving. Of course, that didn't do him much good when Arek had seen him eat 6 just an hour before, but the chef wasn't about to burst the man's bubble. I strive to barely surpass mediocrity, Arek said with a small smirk. It's good to hear I succeeded. Arek helped the others gather their plates, which the 4 of them brought to the kitchen. Tilly eyed the growing pile with a frown, but the jingle of coins in her bulging apron quickly erased her unhappy expression. You lot get some rest, okay? Tilly asked, smiling. And as always, I'll have your pay waiting for you in the morning, Arek. Thank you, the orc said. They bid Rord good night as well before ascending the stairs. Before we get some rest, we have to determine our next steps, Melissa said. They reached a door with a bronze 0 engraved at the top. Ming pulled out her key and opened it. The happy sunflowers piled inside the small room, and Belmont closed the door behind them. What do you mean by next steps? Arek asked. That sounds ominous. Not at all, Melissa said. We've been in Greenridge for a few days now, and we already defeated that mushroom-infested goblin. One of the Bastion guards found me today. He said that all traces of the mushroom you found have been purged from the dungeon and the surrounding area. Really? That's quite impressive, Arek said. How did they do that? The Adventurers Guild brought in a strong mage. He cast some sort of spell that sought out any substance similar to the black liquid and destroyed it. They used the jar of goop we found to cast it. Good, Belmont said. It would have been a major pain if we'd had to go back in there for some reason. Did they give us any reward? Ming asked. Well, sort of, Melissa said coyly. Spit it out, Ming said, tugging on Melissa's silken pant leg. Melissa smirked at her smaller companion, dragging it out for a few moments. We've been offered a party promotion, Melissa said, after building up the tension for a few more moments. Ming leapt into the air and let out a cheer. Belmont clapped his hand over Ming's mouth before she could wake the entire tavern, but even the stern man was grinning widely. Ah, you probably don't know what that is, do you, Arek? Melissa asked. Arek cleared his throat. I might have heard something here or there. It's been a long time, though. They determine what level of dungeon you're allowed to go into, Belmont explained. We've been running the Goblin dungeon for nearly a year now. I'm all for repetition, since it ensures that no new variables will be added and we will be safer. However, even I have to admit that the same dungeon gets a little stale after the 100th attempt. There's actually another one we can do as well, but it's a real pain in the ass and none of us like it. What rank were you? Arek asked. They exchanged an embarrassed glance. G, Ming finally muttered. But now we're F. We have a chance at becoming F, Melissa corrected her. They administer an exam to each member of the party. If we all pass, they'll promote the party a tier. Why didn't you ever try this test before? Arek asked. I find it difficult to believe that you're all so weak as to be unable to pass it. Well, they need to offer it first, Ming said. But we've been offered the test before. We failed, Belmont said. What? How? I don't have enough magical energy, Belmont said, sighing. I'm not as strong as a barbarian should be, Melissa added on. I can't choose a school of magic to focus on, so my powers are limited, Ming finished, pouting. But they're all so cool. Well, I'm sure we can fix that before the test, Arek promised reassuringly. After seeing their excitement, he couldn't help but feel the slightest of stirrings within himself as well. Higher-ranked dungeons meant rarer herbs and more unique meats to cook. Deep within his core, there was another reason to be excited. He crushed it ruthlessly and shoved the stray thoughts back down to the bottom of his psyche. We can easily work on your strength, Melissa, Arek said. And it sounds like Ming just needs to figure out what magic she finds the coolest, so that only leaves Belle. Who? Belmont asked. You, Belle. It's like your name, but shorter. Your full one is a bit of a mouthful. Now, how does one increase their magical capacity? Belmont spluttered at the butchering of his name, but everyone ignored him. There are some magic items that can do it, but the other way is to just keep practicing, Ming said. The more you push your limits, the more you can do. Well, I can think of a solution for that then. We just need to train. Wait, are they going to test me too? Yep, Ming said. On what? Somehow I doubt it'll be cooking. Probably the same as me, Melissa said, sighing. If it's strength, I think I might be okay, Arek said, chuckling. Melissa's eyes lit up. Oh, shoot, I forgot you were an orc. Thank you, I think, Arek replied. Now, how long do we have before we need to do this test thing? 2 weeks, Melissa said. It's in Riverfall City, which isn't too far from here. It's probably a 3-day trip. Arek stood up, yawning and stretching out his hands. He had to bend awkwardly so as to not touch the ceiling. He cracked his neck and let out a relieved sigh. It sounds like we've got some time then. We just have to put in the work. I've already got the beginnings of a plan to help everyone except for Ming. I'm afraid you're going to have to find your favorite magic on your own. Or, Ming said, her gaze turning downcast. On second thought, I can think of a way you can join us, Arek said, backpedaling at her sad eyes. The small girl lit up like a candle, literally. The orc pinched out a fire that appeared on her head and rolled his eyes. We can begin tomorrow. We're all going to need a good night of rest if we want to make this happen. How are you going to train me? Belmont asked. Do you even have any magical talent? In a way, but I won't need it. Just trust me. The heavily armored man frowned. He watched Arek for several moments, then slowly allowed it to fade. He gave Arek a single nod. Very well, Belmont said. Then let us do as you recommend and get some rest. The four of them returned to their own rooms, and Arek was asleep within minutes. The moon continued its arc through the sky, indifferent to those below it. Before it had a chance to set below the horizon, Arek was awake once more. He sat by the side of his bed, peering out into the cold, dim light of the early morning. It was always surreal to wake up before everyone else, when the city was still silent. If he thought about it, the feeling shouldn't have been that different from staying up late. Despite that, it still was. The night felt like it was waiting for him to sleep, while the morning watched his actions with bated breath. Arek rose to his feet and threw his pack over his shoulder. He left his room and knocked on the door right next to his. A minute passed. Arek knocked again harder. There was still no response. The orc rolled his eyes and drew in a breath. He exhaled slowly, tracing a claw along the door's locked handle. With a click, it popped open. Arek stepped inside. Melissa had her pillow firmly pulled over her face. The orc strode over and grabbed her by the shoulders. He lifted her into the air, but she remained as stiff as a board. Arek shrugged, rotating her, and set her down on the ground feet first. He carefully pried the pillow from her hands, revealing her glowering face. Arek put the pillow back into her hands. Time to train, Arek informed her. You want that promotion. You have to put in the work. The pillow remained on her face. She let out a muffled scream and then tossed the pillow to the side, clearing her throat. I'm ready, she said. Great, let's get the others. Ming was already awake by the time they reached her. She pulled the door open before Arak could knock and gave them a wide grin. Is it time for breakfast already? I normally have to wait until the sun is up before you guys come get me. No, it's time for training, Arak said. Breakfast after. Ming sighed dramatically. Arak ignored her and left the small girl's room to rattle Belmont's doorknob. He didn't respond either. The orc rolled his eyes and exhaled over the lock. It popped, and he swung the door open. A dagger sliced down toward his head. Arak dodged to the side and grabbed the weapon as it swung back at him. It was tied to a thin piece of string that was connected to the top of the door. Arak raised an eyebrow. He normally insists we sleep in the same room so it's safer, Melissa said when she saw Arak's expression. When we don't, he traps the hell out of his room. And you didn't tell me. Training, Melissa replied, smirking. The orc rolled his eyes and stepped inside, this time much more carefully. Belmont was sitting in his bed, still armored, watching Arak suspiciously. Have you been awake this entire time? Arak asked. Yes, Belmont replied, but I couldn't be sure it was actually you at the door. Well, you are now, Arak said. Get your ass in gear and get out here. We've got work to do. Belmont hopped out of bed. He grabbed the sword laying against it, the only part of his outfit that he hadn't worn to bed. Arak wasn't sure how the sheets hadn't been punched full of holes from the spikes on Belmont's armor. You don't need the sword, Arak said. Leave it. What? But no sword. Hand it to Melissa. You won't be needing it. Then he spun and walked out of the room. He heard Belmont let out a mournful sigh from behind him, but the armored man passed his weapon to the tall woman. The happy sunflowers followed Arak down the stairs and into the tavern, where Tilly and Raud were already preparing for the next day. The waitress was busy setting tables. A sweet, citrusy smell was emanating from within the kitchen. You're up early, Tilly said, raising her eyebrows slightly. I suspect that means you'll be leaving us. We will be, Melissa confirmed. Our party received a chance at party promotion in Riverfall City. Well, congratulations, Tilly said, beaming. Best of luck to you. She pulled a sizable pouch from her apron and handed it to Arak. Your pay. Thank you, Arak responded, tucking it into his travel bag. Raud stepped out of the kitchen, clapping his hands to get some of the flour off them. You've made some serious changes in my kitchen, Arak, Raud said. His lips were drawn thin. It's hard to believe you were only here a few days. You remember you're always welcome to drop by, all right. I'll visit when I get a chance, Arak said. And when I do, you'd better have some new recipes of your own. Perhaps we can have another contest. You'd best be prepared, Raud warned Arak. I've already got plans. If you slack off, this old man might run you down. They both laughed. Raud bid them farewell and returned to the kitchen. After thanking Tilly for her help one last time, the four of them departed the tavern. Arak led them through the dark streets of Greenridge and out the south gate. Let's start towards Riverfall, Arak said. I'm afraid I don't know where it is, so someone will have to point me in the direction. We'll begin training once I find a suitable spot. I know where it is, Melissa said, taking to the front of the party. She glanced back at Greenridge to make sure she had their position right, then guided them towards a well-traveled road that branched away from the gate. The happy sunflowers traveled through the early hours of the morning. Greenridge faded into the distance behind them. The massive grassy plains, however, showed no signs of letting up. The ground was almost completely flat, aside from the occasional hill. Several hours passed before Arak finally stopped the party. All right, the orc said. This is far enough. It's time to train. Chapter 16, Arak led them a short distance off the path. He tossed his pack to the ground, rolled his neck, and removed the bandolier of ingredients from his chest. Then he sat down and started stretching out. He noticed the others watching and gestured impatiently. "What are you waiting for?" "Start stretching." Melissa and Belmont sat down next to the orc and copied his movements begrudgingly. "Ming, that includes you. You might not need to fight, but being flexible never hurt anybody." She shrugged and flopped down, easily leaning forward and touching her toes. She wiggled her eyebrows in their direction. Melissa was able to match the smaller woman's movements, albeit with more difficulty. However, Belmont could only get halfway down his legs. It was hard to tell if that was because of his armor or his flexibility. To their surprise, Arak returned Ming's smirk and leaned all the way down to his feet, touching them easily. "Damn. I don't mean to insult, but I didn't think you were that flexible," Melissa said. "It comes through daily practice," Arak responded. "Flexibility is vital to your combat ability. It doesn't matter how strong you are if you snap like a brittle board." He led them through several more stretches. Ming was the only one able to keep up with his movements, although Melissa put in a valiant effort. As for Belmont, he did his best. Just under an hour later, Arak let them stop and rose back to his feet. "I feel weird," Melissa said. "More limber, like my muscles are limp or something. I can't say that I like it." "But is this really going to make me physically stronger?" "Of course not," Arak laughed. "Did you think this was the training? It was just the warm-up. Ming, please give Belmont his staff." Ming tossed the armored man his pink and white staff. Belmont grabbed it from the air. Arak gestured to Melissa. "Go on, then. Your training will be simple, Bell. Just keep Melissa shielded." "It's Belmont, but that's easy enough," Belmont said, exhaling and pointing the staff in the lithe woman's direction. A shimmering pink shield wrapped around her, and Arak nodded in approval. "Good," Arak said. "Now, how much force can this withstand?" "A decent amount. A hit or two from a strong monster, more if the attacker is weak. It depends on who I'm up against. I'm going to put it to the test. Melissa, we're going to spar. You're not allowed to use your daggers. I will warn you, though. We've only got 2 weeks to get everyone in shape for your promotion test thing, so this isn't going to be easy." "I can handle it," Melissa promised, lowering into a fighting stance and grinning. "There's no need to baby us, Arak. We've all seen our share of fights." "Good. Now, Ming, while Melissa and I fight, I want you to seriously think on what kind of magic you would like to specialize in. It's going to become important later today." Ming nodded and sat down. Her nose furrowed in concentration as the small woman put all her attention to the task. "Are you ready?" Arak asked Melissa. She started to nod, but didn't get a chance to finish. They were standing rather close, so it only took an instant for Arak's fist to slam into the pink shield surrounding her. Cracks spiderwebbed through it. Melissa blinked in surprise and hopped back. Arak charged after her like a stampeding bull. She tumbled out of the way, popping back to her feet behind him. The orc skidded to a stop and spun to face her. He started for the woman again, suddenly increasing in speed once he got a little closer. He drove a knee into the shield, shattering it. Melissa retaliated with a punch to his shoulder, but Arak didn't even flinch. "Really?" "My shoulder?" he asked as Melissa flipped backwards before he could attack again. "You're not taking me seriously. Fight like you mean it, or this will be useless." Belmont thrust his staff towards Melissa, reforming the shield around her. The woman nodded and dropped back into a fighting stance. Arak dashed for her again, but she slipped through his grip and kicked him in the side. Arak let out a grunt, but a smile spread across his face. He started towards Melissa again. She watched him warily. "Running is a very good strategy in a real fight," Arak said, "but I'm not training you how to fight. We're working on your strength." Melissa nodded her understanding. She lowered to the ground and then burst forward. She slipped past Arak's arms and drove her shoulder into his stomach. The orc grunted, staggering backwards a step. Before Melissa could follow up, he swept her feet out from under her. Melissa fell to the ground. Arek lifted his foot into the air and brought it crashing down over her. The shield shattered on impact, and she rolled out of the way, flipping to her feet and skipping back a step as Belmont worked to reform her protection. The armored man was sweating now. His shield had been broken several times in succession, and it was clearly taking its toll on the man. A small grin crossed Arek's face, and he returned his attention to Melissa. They continued fighting for the next several hours. Arek let up slightly on his attacks, choosing to mostly match Melissa's strikes with his own. They took breaks to allow Melissa to occasionally catch her breath, but they only lasted a minute each time. As the sun began its downward descent, Arek suddenly switched back to the offensive. He caught Melissa's strike on his shoulder and spun, backhanding her violently. The shield crumpled and vanished, absorbing the impact. Arek lunged forward and grabbed Melissa as Belmont desperately tried to reform the shield around her. Just as it reformed, the orc slammed her into the ground, shattering it again. Luckily, it had formed in time to protect her from the strike. Melissa popped to her feet and stepped out of Arek's range, watching him warily. "Stop!" Belmont yelled, gasping for breath. "I don't have any more energy." Melissa let out a relieved breath and lowered her arms. Then her eyes widened. She dove to the side, landing in a roll. Arek's fist whooshed through the air where she'd been standing moments ago. Melissa hopped back to her feet and lowered back into a weary fighting stance. "I'm out of energy. Stop fighting," Belmont yelled again. "We heard you," Arek said, "but a fight doesn't stop because you're out of energy. If you can't protect Melissa, she'll have to protect herself, assuming she can still go on." "I'm still kicking," Melissa replied. "Keep it coming." They dashed towards each other and the fight resumed. Belmont watched helplessly from the sidelines, his hands tightening into fists. His knuckles turned white around the staff as Arek grew closer and closer to Melissa with each strike. Belmont's brow tightened, and he grit his teeth. The man's knuckles turned white around his staff, and his lips pressed thin as sweat trickled down his back and forehead. The man thrust his staff forward. Nothing happened. Arek grabbed Melissa's punch Medea, completely stopping it. She tried to pull back, but the orc was too strong. Finally, Arek nodded and let Melissa go. "We're done with this exercise," Arek said. "Get some rest, then do as many push-ups as you can. Go until your arms stop working. Then do 10 more." Melissa flopped to the ground and drew in great gasps of air. Belmont squeezed his eyes shut, forcing his weakness away before he opened them again with his normal, cold expression. "What about me?" Ming asked. "Is it my turn?" "No," Arek said, glancing in Belmont's direction. "I don't mind training you how to fight, but not yet. For now, just keep focusing on what magic you'd like to choose. After all, that's a very important decision. It's not something you can rush." Arek sat down. He pulled out a leather bag and shuffled around it before pulling out a handful of dark brownish-red strips. Ming's eyes widened in horror. "Is that jerky?" she exclaimed, recoiling as if strung. "It is," Arek replied as he revealed a wheel of cheese, "and it's what we'll be eating for most of this trip." "Don't worry too much. I did make this myself, a bit before we met. It's not as horrendous as what you might be used to." "But why?" Ming complained. "Couldn't you make something fast instead?" "I certainly could, but it's important to live life in contrast. If all you ever eat is fancy, professionally cooked meals, you'll lose your appreciation of them. Having a reference point is vital. In addition, cooking is tiring. While I greatly enjoy it, I need all my energy to train. Thus, jerky." He used his cleaver to slice off decently sized pieces of cheese for everyone, then passed out their humble meal. Ming reluctantly took a tiny bite of the jerky. The small woman relaxed slightly when she realized it wasn't terrible. The happy sunflowers ate their meal in silence. Once they finished eating, the four of them set up their tents in a small circle. Ming had to help Arak assemble his, but they finished just before the daylight was completely gone. "We should go to bed immediately," Arak said. "We'll be getting up quite early again tomorrow, so it's important we get our rest. I'll take the first watch." "I'll take the second," Belmont said. Everyone but Arak went into their tents, and the camp descended into silence. The orc walked a short distance from the campsite and sat down on a large rock. He looked up into the sky, drumming his fingers on his leg. The pale blue moon twinkled in response, like it was an eye watching him from the heavens. Several minutes passed. One of the tent flaps shifted, but Arak didn't look away from the sky. He heard someone walk up and sit down beside him. "Do you ever stop to appreciate how beautiful the sky looks, Belmont?" Arak asked, still not moving his gaze. "I used to," Belmont said. "I wanted to be an astral mage when I was younger." "Why didn't you?" There was a long silence. "Melissa and I lived next to a D-class dungeon." The adventuring group that was supposed to clear the dungeon out that month got lazy and didn't kill all the monsters, so a pack of kobolds escaped the gate. They torched the village and killed most of the people living there before a group of adventurers finally stopped them. "I'm sorry," Arak said, finally turning his gaze to the man sitting beside him. "That must have been traumatic. I'm glad you and Melissa survived." "But why did that turn you away from becoming an astral mage?" "Astral mages are good for controlling the weather, but they're weak in combat. Besides, they need enormous power sources. I needed to be able to protect my friends, so I did what I could." Belmont shrugged. "I didn't have the chops to be a real healer either, but I've picked up several defensive and healing spells despite that. It sounds like you've done the best with what you have. But it isn't enough. I'm not going to pass the test. My mana pool is too small. Even if I was able to get a magical item that increased its size, I just wouldn't have the raw power needed to become a useful mage. But you still want to protect your friends." "Of course I do," Belmont spat. "But all I can do is mildly inconvenience our enemies. A real healer can bring people back from the dead. Stone mages can reinforce armor or make barricades. I can make a useless pink bubble." "You've kept your friends safe this long," Arak pointed out. "Your so-called weak shield protected them in the fight against the mushroom-infested creatures. Most adventuring groups of your rank that went in there died." "But that's the limit of my abilities," Belmont said, baring his teeth and tightening his fists. "That's all I can do. Even if I ignore the party promotion, it's only a matter of time until we get to a dungeon with monsters strong enough to blow past my shields like nothing." "I see," Arak said. "So, just to make sure I understand correctly, you've got two main problems. The first is that you don't have enough magic, and the second is that you aren't strong enough." "Thank you," Belmont said dryly. "It wasn't an insult. You came here for training. I was just finding out what needs to be trained." What do you mean?" "You showed up after everyone had fallen asleep," Arak said. "Did you really just come to talk?" "No, I suppose not," Belmont sighed. "But what could you possibly do to train me? You're clearly a much more capable warrior than we all originally thought, but we're talking about magic now. It's completely different. Besides, can orcs even use magic?" Arak finished for Belmont, a wry smile crossing his face. "No, most are incapable of even fathoming magic." "So how can you train me?" Belmont asked, frustration tinging his words. "Most orcs also can't cook." Arak let out a slow breath and traced a claw through the dirt. It rippled, rising upwards and twisting in on itself. A small clay doll appeared on the ground between them. It flickered with dim light, as if barely able to stand. A moment later, the doll crumbled to dust. "I make no claims of being a master mage," Arak said. "Did you know that orcs have no mana whatsoever?" "What? That's not possible," Belmont said. "You just used magic. And yet, no mana." Arak extended a hand to Belmont. The frowning man took it, peering closely at it. Arak tapped his claws together, Runes made from faint grey lines that were almost unnoticeable had been carved into every single claw. "What is this?" Belmont asked. "There is more than one way to use magic," Arak replied. "Some people, like Ming, have more power than they know what to do with. They can summon bolts of lightning and control the tides. So why is it that mages do not control the world? A powerful warrior is often able to hold their own against a mage." "Most fighters have enchanted gear," Belmont replied. "Some also have magic techniques that don't actually use their own magic, but that isn't going to help me. I'm not going to become a warrior. The group needs a healer." "Calm yourself," Arak said. "Warriors do not hold their own against mages because of their fancy tools or tricks. All of these are useful, but the sword does not make the man. The reason that warriors can fight against mages is because we do not have to fight on their terms." Belmont watched Arak silently, waiting for the orc to continue. The orc could practically see the gears turning in the man's head. "If I was to try and fight Ming by taking every spell she threw at me head-on, I would be easily defeated," Arak said. "But why would I do that? I can dodge most of them. For the ones I can't dodge, I would try to minimize their impact on me. So, why do you create a huge bubble that constantly floats around? Every second you hold that shield up takes your energy. You say that your magic pools are weak, but I say that it is your management of resources that is holding you back. Who taught you magic, Belmont?" The heavily armored man started, staring at Arak as he processed the orc's words. "I'm self-taught," Belmont replied. "I used a book from a mage in my town. I had to make the spell from another one in the book, but the promotion examination should have found that out. They measured my magical ability. And how did they do that? They made me hold a shield as long as I could. And do they know the spell you used?" "No," Belmont said, his eyes drifting off as his mind went back to the promotion. A spark of realization lit behind his eyes. "I just called it what the book originally had it listed as bubble ball." "I see," Arak said. "I am in possession of a Truesight artifact. With your permission, I'll use it on you. The guild doesn't use them for tests because it's not hard to trick them, and the person being observed needs to be willing to share their information. But it will tell us more about your true condition." "How did you get your hands on one?" Belmont asked. "They're quite rare and go for a lot of money." "I'd prefer not to answer that quite yet," Arak said. "It was from an old friend, and I hope that's sufficient." Belmont eyed Arak for a few moments. Then, slowly, he nodded. "Fine, use it. I give full permission." Arak nodded. He reached into his bag and pulled out the artifact, unwrapping it and holding it up to his eye. Belmont Garford human male, age 26 magical affinity, defensive energy magical power, 49th percentile magical energy, 54th percentile physical power, 63rd percentile karma, 1237 G-rank adventurer guild. None Arak read the information aloud to Belmont. His karma was surprisingly high, but Arak didn't pry. The man's eyes widened slightly. "I'm only slightly below average. I thought I was borderline worthless," he muttered. "Are you sure this thing is correct?" "Well, it isn't perfect," Arak said. "They scan what your subconscious believes rather than what you think you believe to make a rough ranking system. I wouldn't bet my life on any of the numbers, but they're probably close enough to believe. You're much stronger than you believe." Belmont grunted thoughtfully. "I see. I think we've spoken enough tonight. Truesight artifact or not, you shouldn't have let people you don't know tell you who you are. They're just numbers, Belmont. Anything can be improved with enough effort. Now, you should probably get some rest. I'm expecting a much better performance tomorrow." Belmont looked up at the stars. He drew in a deep breath and let it out slowly. Then he rose to his feet and gave Arak a curious look. "How do you know so much about this?" Belmont asked, suspicion tinging his tone. "Don't get me wrong, I appreciate your help, Arak, but you're a warrior, a chef, a mage. What else are you? Why are you traveling with us?" "I am many things, but I only love cooking," Arak said. If I was to travel on my own, all I would ever be able to do is fight. Humans are not welcoming of orcs in their major cities. Not that I blame them for it. This lets me work towards my goals of sharing my cooking with the world. On top of that, it's been a long time since I traveled with others. I find myself enjoying your company. Belmont gave a non-committal grunt. I see. I'll be watching you regardless. I can honestly say I don't know what you're playing at if you're lying, but I can't take any chances with my friend's safety. Nor should you, Arak replied. Although, I hope you will count me among the ranks of your friends one day. Belmont gave him one final glance before turning and walking back towards his tent. He paused after a few steps, looking at Arak over his shoulder. Next time, you need to come into my room, knock on the door twice, quickly followed by once slowly. I'll disable the traps. Then Belmont turned away and stepped inside his tent, letting the flap fall shut. After a slightly awkward shift change about halfway through the night with Belmont, Arak and the others slept soundly, right up until the orc awoke them all before the sun could even show its face. As always, Ming was easy enough to get up. Melissa, now without a real pillow to hide behind, opted to just cover her ears and squeeze her eyes shut. Arak tossed the woman over his shoulder, ignoring her protests. He walked out of the tent and set her on the ground beside it. Melissa shot him an annoyed look, then sighed and rolled her neck. So, what now? More sparring? No, Arak replied. Stretching. Belmont grimaced while the other two shrugged. The happy sunflowers joined Arak as he led them through an hour of stretching once again. Unsurprisingly, Belmont hadn't improved much from the previous day. The two women were just much more flexible than him, and the massive armor he wore certainly wasn't helping his case. Do I think about what kind of magic I want? Ming asked once they'd finished their stretches. Well, have you chosen one? Arak replied. Not yet, Ming said, pursing her lips. Then yes, the orc said, chuckling. You need to choose a magic type and then train with it before your test. You can't train it until you've chosen it. Ming sighed dramatically and rested her chin on her hand as she resumed the apparently ponderous task of choosing what magic to focus on. We'll be sparring again then, Melissa asked. To her surprise, Arak shook his head. Not today, you're on push-up duty. Once you can't do any more, run circles around the camp for as long as you can, then go back to the push-ups. All day, Melissa exclaimed, grimacing. I exercise to stay in shape, but that seems a bit insane. I don't know if I can keep that level of work up consistently. All day, Arak reinforced. We don't have time to ease into anything, she groaned, but after a few more complaints, the silk-clad woman rolled over and started doing push-ups. Belmont and Arak watched her for a few moments. The armor-clad man rose to his feet and nodded towards his tent. I think I know what I need to do as well. Then do it, Arak said. The orc shifted his position on the ground and joined Melissa in doing push-ups. He didn't know what the party promotion test involved, but there was no drawback to getting back in shape. The four of them worked throughout the day. Unsurprisingly, Arak was able to do more than double the push-ups that Melissa could. He was also able to run longer than her, although the tall woman was still faster. By the time the sun was lowering in the sky, Melissa was gasping for air like it was running away from her. She was completely soaked in sweat and trembling from exhaustion. Ming's face was more concentrated than Arak had ever seen it, and Belmont was still hidden in his tent. Arak handed Melissa a skin of water. She chugged the entire thing in between gasps for air and handed it back to the orc. Good job, Arak said. If you keep this up, I think we can make some serious progress, even in just 2 weeks. I'm not sure I can, Melissa said, panting. My muscles feel like they're about to tear apart. There's no way they'll be in good enough shape for me to do anything serious tomorrow. Don't worry about that, Arak said. He rose to his feet, grimacing slightly as his legs burned after all the running he'd done, and walked around the camp to distribute more jerky and cheese. He stopped outside Belmont's tent, then cleared his throat. There wasn't exactly a door to knock on. "Ah, Belmont. We need your skills." A few moments later, Belmont's displeased face appeared from within the tent flaps. He raised an eyebrow. "Sparring again?" "No, I need you to heal Melissa. Her muscles are all worn out after our work today." Belmont opened his mouth, then closed it. He raised an eyebrow. "I've never thought of healing someone after exercising. I think I could do it, though." He stepped out of the tent, walking with Arak to stand beside Melissa. Belmont lifted his staff above her and blew air out of his mouth. Gentle pink light enveloped her. She groaned in relief, then sat up, rubbing her arms. "I can't believe that worked," she said, accepting the jerky and cheese that Arak offered her. "Although I'm not sure if I wanted it to. This means I'm going to have to do this all over tomorrow, aren't I?" Arak's only response was a wide grin. The four of them finished dinner and went back to bed before the sun had even set. The following morning, they did it again. Belmont didn't even come out of his tent until late afternoon, when he healed Melissa's muscles, claimed dinner from Arak, and returned to solitude once again. 6 grueling days passed. Despite Melissa's complaints, not once did she attempt to skip out of work or slack off. For Ming's part, it was hard to tell what was going through the small woman's head. Despite that, the intense concentration on her face showed that she wasn't messing around. On the morning that marked their first week at the campsite, Arak emerged to find Melissa already awake. She was in her normal spot, already doing push-ups. A small smile crossed Arak's face. He said nothing as he joined her. Ming joined them shortly after, sitting down on a pack of staves and immediately closing her eyes in concentration. Tiny flickers of blue energy occasionally sparked into existence around her before fading away. Then, to all their surprise, Belmont emerged as well. His face was pale and he was panting heavily, but the man looked more excited than Arak had ever seen him. "It worked," Belmont exclaimed, his hands shaking. He opened his mouth to say something else, then swayed and collapsed to the ground in a messy heap. The other 3 leapt to their feet, but Belmont let out a loud snore. "He's asleep," Melissa realized as their panic faded. Arak and Melissa carried Belmont back inside his tent. The man was so exhausted that he didn't even wake up as they moved him. Luckily, he hadn't trapped his tent before he'd left, so Arak and Melissa were able to lay him in his bedroll without difficulty. "He's hid himself in his tent for the past week," Melissa said after they'd stepped back outside. "Has he been awake this entire time? Given how exhausted he looked, it's very likely he hasn't got anywhere near the amount of sleep he should have," Arak replied. "That's insane," Melissa said. "What was he doing? I suspect he'll tell us when he wakes up. But until then," Melissa rolled her eyes and dropped to the ground to resume doing her push-ups. Arak smirked and joined her. Belmont slept soundly through the rest of the day. He didn't wake up until the next morning. He stumbled out of his tent when the sun was already shining low in the sky above them. Arak and Melissa had just finished a run around the camp, but they both turned to make their way towards the armored man. "It's good to see you on your feet again," Arak said. "How long was I asleep?" Belmont asked, holding a hand up over his eyes to block out the sun. "Nearly a whole day," Melissa said. "You're insane. What were you doing inside your tent this whole time?" "I was practicing my magic," Belmont replied, a wide grin splitting his face for just an instant. "And?" Melissa asked, cocking her head to the side. "Judging by your expression, something worked." "I was modifying my spell," Belmont said. "The new one is a little different, but I think it's better overall. The old one had some serious issues that Arak pointed out. I think they might have been what caused me to fail the last promotion examination." "Shall we test it then?" Arak asked. Belmont swallowed, then nodded. Yes, that would be best. You ready, Melissa? We'll be sparring again. Same rules as last time. As ready as I'll ever be, Melissa replied. The two warriors moved a short distance away from the tents. Belmont followed after them. Once they'd gotten far enough, Arak nodded. He and Melissa both lowered into fighting stances. The silk-laden woman glanced at Belmont. Are you going to shield me? Not yet, Belmont responded. He sounded slightly nervous, but his face was determined. You should be safe, I think. Reassuring, Melissa said, laughing. Let's go then, Arak. The orc charged forward, swinging a fist at Melissa's face. She was ready for him and slipped to the side, bringing her knee towards his chest. Arak caught the blow with his free hand and turned to face her. She dodged out of the way as Arak's fist passed through the air where she'd been. Melissa moved forward while the orc was off balance, aiming to punch him in the side. Arak moved with surprising grace, twisting out of the way of her strike. He retaliated with a powerful uppercut to Melissa's stomach. She tried to dodge, but the orc was too close. She braced herself for the blow. A flicker of pink light flashed in between Arak's fist and her stomach. Both Melissa and Arak paused as the light faded away. Belmont stood, his staff raised and his eyes focused on Melissa. Arak punched her again, this time watching his fist. Melissa didn't dodge. Moments before his strike hit her face, a glimmering pink shield flashed into being in front of the orc's strike. It shattered like a glass plane on impact, but his strike stopped cold. You're forming miniature shields in front of the attacks just before they hit, Arak asked, impressed. That's correct, Belmont said. The smaller shields take much less energy. On top of that, I don't need to keep them constantly up. If I can see the attack, I can block it. But how many attacks can you stop at once? Arak asked. He glanced at Melissa. Don't dodge. The orc unleashed a flurry of strikes at her stomach. The air filled with the sound of shattering glass as a miniature pink fireworks show went off between Melissa and Arak. The orc's brow tightened, and the speed of his strikes increased. His fists grew closer and closer to Melissa's body as Belmont struggled to keep up with his relentless pace. Then Arak stopped. He let his fists drop to his sides. Belmont wiped the sweat from his brow and sighed. That's very impressive, Arak said. Your old shield never could have stopped that many attacks. I know, Belmont said. It was hard to tell if he was beaming or smirking. It's quite the improvement. Arak blurred into motion. His fist flew through the air, stopping just an inch from Melissa's head. She flinched, but the orc's attack stopped just before her head. However, no shield appeared in its place. You do need to be prepared for the attack, though, Arak warned Belmont. This is definitely an improvement, however. You'll just have to work on being more alert, since it seems to rely on your reaction time. Belmont nodded, his expression much more sober than it had been a few moments ago. Even still, he was practically glowing with excitement. Well, time to go back to training, Arak told Melissa. Just because Belmont made a big advancement doesn't mean you get to slack off. I know, Melissa replied with a pained laugh. She paused. But wasn't sparring supposed to be training? It is, Arak said. It was just never training for you. Melissa glanced at Belmont. Then she shook her head, a befuddled grin crossing her face. You're really something, Arak, Melissa said before setting off to jog around the camp. Instead of joining her, the orc walked over and sat beside Ming. She opened her eyes and smiled in greeting, although it was clear that the small woman was aggravated. Chapter 17. Not having much luck figuring out what magic to specialize in, Arak asked. Not at all. There are a lot that seem cool, but how am I supposed to know which one to choose? Well, have you been able to narrow down your selection at all? Arak asked. If you can bring it down to a few options, then your final decision might become easier to make. I can't, Ming said, pulling at her hair with her hands. I love magic, but all the options are just uninteresting. Fireballs and lightning are cool, but I don't want to be throwing them around the rest of my life. It's just not fun. Arek was pretty sure that Ming was the only person in existence who considered throwing fireballs boring, but he didn't say it aloud. I'll admit I don't know the most about the different schools of breath magic, Arek admitted. I just know the basics. What is it that you want to be able to do? Ming drummed her fingers on her chin for a few moments. I want to be useful in a fight, but I don't want to be limited to that. I also like the idea of being versatile and not having to only do one thing. Fair enough, Arek said. He dug through his knowledge of magic schools for a moment, but all he could do was grimace. I can see your dilemma. I'll try to think on it and see if I can remember anything, but I can't think of very much that would fit what you want. Evocation would be great for versatility and fighting, but it doesn't have much outside of it. It's okay, Ming said, smiling at him. I'm sure I'll figure something out before we arrive at Riverfall. She closed her eyes and went back to concentrating. Arek rose, lost in his own thoughts, and joined Melissa in jogging around the camp. Another 3 days passed. If anything, their training only intensified. From the moment the happy sunflowers awoke to when they collapsed into bed, all they did was work. With every passing day, Melissa kept up with Arek for just a little longer. She and Arek sparred several more times to help Belmont practice his shielding. She received a few solid hits when Belmont failed to block the orc's attacks in time. But the man was definitely improving as much as one could in a short period of time. The date of the team promotion examination quickly grew closer. Arek spent more and more time trying to help Ming brainstorm, but it was to no avail. He couldn't think of a single solution to her problem, and neither could she. Why do they need to make you choose a path to focus on, anyways? Arek grumbled. What's wrong with just studying everything? That's fine for people that utilize breath magic casually, Ming said, but not for full mages. The powerful spells are really hard to find, and you can usually only find them from your instructor or very dangerous dungeons. They're closely guarded secrets, so it's just not realistic to be a jack of all trades and get strong. Well, that's stupid, Arek said, sighing. Ming patted him on the shoulder, even though he was supposed to be helping her. I'll figure something out, Arek. Don't worry, I appreciate your help, though. Regardless, we probably need to start heading towards Riverfall soon. It's still about 2 days away, and we've only got 3 or so until the promotion. Ming is right, Melissa said, walking up to join them. Maybe something will come to her while we're on the road. And with that, the adventurers packed up. Arek and Ming managed to get their tents down faster this time. The orc was getting used to how they worked, and the group was back on the road within an hour. Even as they walked, the orc desperately searched for a solution within his mind. He could tell how much the promotion mattered to the group, but there was just nothing he could think of to help their mage. They walked in relative silence. Vegetation slowly started popping up along the path as the grassy plains grew greener and more vibrant. A large river appeared on the edge of the horizon in the direction they were headed. By nightfall, they were almost halfway to the river. They set up camp before it grew too late and had another serving of Arek's jerky and cheese for dinner. Arek's overcast mood was lifted slightly when they all awoke early the next morning. Melissa no longer looked like she had a hangover just from waking up. She and Belmont both looked less tired than normal from their travels. Ming was no different, but that was largely due to her floating more often than walking. As the sun reached the top of the sky, Arek squinted into the distance. A grey blob sat along the river. Is that Riverfall? Arek asked. I think it is, Melissa said. I guess it was a little closer than I remember. That's good. We'll have some time to get settled in before we take the test. Speaking of the test, Melissa said, prodding Arek in the side, Belmont told me you had a Truesight artifact. You've used it on both him and Ming, but you haven't used it on me. Why? Arek scratched the back of his head with a sheepish grin. I couldn't find a good time to offer. Did you want me to? Absolutely. Do you know how much of a pain it is to get someone to tell you the results from those things? The town guards never share what they learn with it, and it costs like 10 gold to hire someone to use it, which is ridiculous as they don't actually count for anything with the Adventurers Guild. Melissa crossed her arms and pressed her lips together in a pout. Arek chuckled, pulling out the artifact, putting it in front of his eye and peering at the silk-laden woman through it. Melissa, frost human female, age 31, magical affinity, minor teleportation magical power, 14th percentile magical energy, 38th percentile physical power, 76th percentile karma, 550 G-rank adventurer guild. None. Arek commented on what he saw aloud. You've got teleportation magic. Just a tad, Melissa said. I'm not really a magic user. I just use it to summon daggers into my hands and onto my clothing. It's more of a parlor trick than anything else, but it's cool to know that there are actually people worse than magic than I am. All of them chuckled. Have you ever had someone use one of those on you? Melissa asked Arek. The orc's expression tightened a little. I have. I understand that you are offering, but not yet. I'm sure you're all aware I have a few secrets, and I'd like to avoid airing them. There are parts of my past that I do not wish to remember. That's okay, Ming said, grinning at Arek. We don't mind as long as you keep making tasty food. Melissa and Belmont nodded, although their expressions were slightly more inquisitive. They continued along the path towards the city. They seemed to be the only people traveling along this road, although they could vaguely see other roads stretching out of Riverfall populated by wagons and caravans. Is someone standing in the middle of the path? Ming asked, jerking their attention away from the blob in the distance. A medium-sized figure in a dark cloak stood before them a short distance down the path. Belmont grabbed his staff with one hand and drew his sword with the other, a frown crossing his face. Be on your guard. This smells like trouble. Calm down, Belmont. Not every traveler is going to attack us, Melissa said, rolling her eyes. He could just need directions. To where? Belmont asked. Riverfall is right there. You're holding your daggers, Arek pointed out. Hey, better safe than sorry, Melissa said, giving an unabashed grin. They continued towards the stranger at the same pace. Whoever it was didn't move an inch, instead watching them approach silently. I'm realizing I should have asked this earlier, but do people in Riverfall have issues with orcs? Arek asked. This fellow doesn't seem very welcoming. We're about to find out, Melissa said. The group's pace slowed as they grew close to the figure. They stopped a short distance away. Any reason you're standing in the middle of the path? Belmont asked. The figure let out a hacking cough that turned into a chuckle halfway through. Do I need one? A raspy male voice asked. Are we really going to do this? Arek asked, interrupting the two. I'll be honest, I'm not in the best mood. I don't feel like dancing around with mysterious hooded strangers. Just get to the point or get off the path. In a hurry, orc, the figure asked, stepping towards them. Melissa and Belmont raised their weapons. As a matter of fact, I am, Arek replied. With all due respect, we have places to be. Very well, creature. I will speak as bluntly as you, although it pains me greatly to speak at such a level. You possess something I'm interested in. Nothing we have is for sale, Belmont said, narrowing his eyes. Oh, I didn't plan on buying it, the man said, his wheezy voice rattling. But I'm afraid I must insist. It's far too valuable to be left in your hands. He tossed his cloak off. His skin was a sickly white. His ash-grey hair was ragged over his eyes, as if he'd cut it himself. He wore no shirt and a pair of baggy black pants that had been tied shut above his ankles. However, what caught everyone's attention were the thick veins traveling all along his body. Every time he drew in a rattling breath, They lit up a brilliant crystal blue. I know him, Ming said. That S. Magus, a B-rank adventurer. He's using pure magic. She leapt backwards into the air and ripped a staff free of her pack. The man let out a hacking cough laugh. It's good to hear I'm well known. Magus lowered his stance, lifting one hand in front of him open-palmed. I assume this means we'll be doing it the hard way. Melissa dashed forward, spinning before she reached him. The daggers nestled deep within her clothes once again made their appearance as she turned into a tornado of metal. Arek grabbed the cleaver from his bag and charged after his companion. Magus let out an explosive exhale. A blue ripple tore across the ground, hurling Melissa backwards. She flipped through the air and landed on her feet. Belmont and Arek braced against the wave as it smashed into them, nearly forcing both men to their knees. A bolt of lightning erupted from Ming's staff. Magus lifted a hand towards the magical attack, which slammed into him just as he flared with blue light. The bolt vanished as if it had never been there. Rudimentary, Magus said, coughing. No specialization, then. Arek sprinted towards Magus, zigzagging as he moved to make it harder to hit him. The wheezing adventurer's eyes flicked towards the orc. Down, creature, Magus said. A tendril of blue energy whipped out from behind him. It struck Arek in the stomach, knocking the wind out of his lungs and stopping his charge instantly. A wave of crippling exhaustion tore through the orc's body. Arek nearly collapsed to his knees as his head went light and darkness danced at the corners of his vision. He drew in a ragged breath and staggered backwards, raising his weapon to ward off another attack. Magus chuckled at Arek's shocked expression. What's wrong, orc? Your kind shouldn't have magic anyways, so it shouldn't be that much of an issue if I drain your energy. A beam of fire ripped out of Ming's free hand. It siphoned into Magus' hand once again, disappearing harmlessly. If anything, the blue lines covering his body grew brighter. Arek bounded towards Magus. The man clicked his tongue, and the tendril of magic lashed out at him again. The orc dropped to his knees, sliding under the strike before rising to his feet inches away from Magus. He brought the cleaver slicing down towards the man's chest. Magus tapped him on the chest moments before the strike connected. A pink shield formed in front of Arek, but the man's finger punched through it like it was made of paper. Arek's body froze up and seized to a stop, his weapon inches away from the mage's neck. The cleaver slipped out of his unresponsive fingers and thunked into the grass. Admirable, Magus said. He coughed into his hand and shook his head to clear it. Admirable, but useless. Very interesting. Melissa descended on him in a whirlwind of blades. Magus rolled his eyes and flicked his hand in her direction. A ball of blue energy similar to Belmont's original shield formed around her. She crashed into it and bounced off, trapped inside. Again, useless. A good attempt, though. Blue energy crackled out of Magus, body into the air around him, hissing and popping angrily. Belmont charged towards him, roaring out a battle cry. Magus flicked a finger in Belmont's direction, and another blue ball enveloped the man. Belmont slammed his hands against it, but the magic didn't budge. What do you want with us? Ming asked, pointing a staff at him. Come now, surely you know. You wouldn't be fighting this hard if you didn't. Magus coughed again, grimacing, and wiped the spittle away from his mouth. I'm surprised you haven't used it yet, actually. Arek felt some of the sensation in his hands come back to him. He gritted his teeth, gathering as much energy as he could, and punched Magus in the face, driving his body behind the strike. A ripple of blue sparks emanated from the impact. A crackling magic shield hovered in front of Magus. The adventurer gave Arek a slightly impressed nod. Better, actually. I didn't expect you to slip free of my bonds. He paused to draw in a rattling breath. But I suppose that makes sense. It's hard for pure magic to trap a creature with no energy left in it. Noted. He reached out, blue lines swirling across his hand like snakes, and tapped Arek on the forehead. The orc's arms fell slack and he slumped to his knees, his body unresponsive to mental commands. Now then, Magus said, turning his attention to Ming. Give me the staff, girl. My staff? Ming asked, glancing at the wooden weapon in her hands. You're fighting us because of this. Of course I don't want that one, Magus said. His words were interrupted by a ragged cough as the blue veins pulsated a sickly purple before returning to their normal hue. The one you've got in the bundle on your back. My souvenirs. Your what? Stop playing dumb with me, girl. My patience grows thin. She really doesn't have any idea what you're talking about, Melissa called from within the bubble. Ming is a terrible liar, and I'm certain her companion would have nothing to gain from having me believe that, Magus said sarcastically. Arek's arm twitched slightly. Magus raised an eyebrow and took a step away from the orc. Your resilience is impressive, orc. I honestly don't know how you're moving, but it would be in your best interest to stop. You aren't the first unique monster I've met, and obtaining the staff is of greater priority to me than preserving your life. Wait, you just want one of my souvenirs? Ming asked again. You won't take more, Magus. I twitched slightly, but the man heaved a sigh. I don't know why you insist on playing dumb. Nor do I know why you haven't actually used the staff yet. But fine, I only need to take one of your so-called souvenirs. Ming shrugged. She grabbed the roll of staves off her back and tossed them into the air. A tendril of blue energy shot out of Magus' back and wrapped around them. It floated the bundle down to Magus, who took it with a shocked expression. He kept one eye on Ming as he unfurled the bundle, revealing around 30 weapons of different design and shape. Blue energy emanated from his hand, flowing over the staves like water. A plain grey staff with a gnarled top shuddered and lifted up from the pile. Magus grabbed it, not taking his eyes off Ming for a second. The small woman didn't move from her hovering spot, although she tapped her foot in the sky impatiently. You went through all that fuss and then chose the ugliest staff I had, Ming asked, exasperated. Who cares what it looks like? It's a pure magic staff. Magus squinted at Ming. You really have no idea what this is, do you? It's an ugly staff, Ming replied. One that you tried to kill us over for no apparent reason. Magus tapped the bundle of staves with the grey staff he'd just liberated. Blue light turned the cloth rigid. It curled back up of its own volition, tying itself and floating back to Ming. She snatched it out of the air and slung it over her back. You're an adventuring group, right? Magus asked. He coughed into his elbow and grimaced. Why would you be carrying a pure magic staff around without knowing what it is? It's just a cool stick I found in a dungeon, Ming muttered. I don't know what your problem is. And you didn't even think to try to identify it? Magus asked, his eyes bulging. What sort of adventurer doesn't identify something they find in a dungeon? It only costs a gold. Do you even have any idea how many meat pies that 1 gold can buy? Ming asked, crossing her arms and giving Magus a superior look. You can keep your identification. Magus massaged his temple. He waved his hand, and the bubbles around Melissa and Belmont vanished. The two of them rose to their feet, their weapons still drawn, and watched Magus warily. What's your adventuring group named? Magus asked. The Happy Sunflowers, Ming replied. The Happy, of course it is. Why wouldn't it be called that? He let out a weary sigh. A wisp of blue energy shot out of his mouth. It twirled in the air before him, expanding into a massive book. It was as tall and wide as he was. Magus muttered their group name under his breath. The book sprang open. Pages flipped rapidly before suddenly coming to a halt. The mage peered down and scanned something in the book. His face went pale. G rank. Seriously, not for long, Melissa said. We're headed to do our team promotion right now, assuming you stop attacking us for no reason, that is. Gods above, I've been bullying children, Magus muttered. He looked more worried than he had throughout their entire fight. He tapped Arek's shoulder with the butt of his new staff. Arek's body snapped back under his control. The orc grabbed the cleaver from the ground and rose to his feet. I'm going to ask one more time just to confirm. Did you really have no idea what this is? Magus asked, nodding at the grey staff. None, Ming said. Gods damn it, Magus said. This is a pure magic staff. They're highly dangerous weapons that are restricted to B-rank groups and higher. You're incredibly lucky you never used it. They drain so much energy from the caster that most people turn into dried-out husks the moment they cast a single spell with it. I think you've got the wrong staff, Ming said. I used that staff when I found it a few years ago, but it was just a normal, ugly staff. I was planning on using it for firewood if we couldn't find any. You use this staff? Magus asked, his eye twitching. And you're a G rank. I haven't been able to decide on a profession to focus on, Ming replied. They're all lame. Magus looked like he was about to cry. He finally just settled for shaking his head with disappointment. He waved a hand over the grey staff, and it vanished as if it had never been there. Interesting. Look, I'll make you lot a deal. I don't tell the Adventurers Guild you've been walking around with a restricted weapon, and you don't tell them I assaulted a G-rank team. Chapter 18. Hold on, Melissa said. Ming was right. I saw her use that staff. There wasn't anything special about it. Are you really just going to steal from us? You do realize I could kill you all, right? Magus asked. Not this close to Riverfall, Belmont said, a confident smirk crossing his face. After all the blue fireworks you just made, there's bound to be someone headed in this direction. If they show up and find us dead, you get to deal with the investigation. I'm sure you'll be fine, but that's a black mark on your records regardless. Magus glared at Belmont, but the armored man held his ground. The blue-veined mage gritted his teeth and let out a defeated sigh. Right then, I'll pay for the damn staff. Your friend said she was going to use it as firewood, so I'll give you 10 gold and call it generous. I don't think so, Belmont replied. The staff wasn't worth much, but you might have seriously hurt one of us. What do you want, you slimy little leech? Magus asked, throwing his hands into the air. Just make it quick. You were right about the Bastion heading this way. If they show up, kiss your promotion examination goodbye when I show them the pure magic staff. Do you have something that can disguise appearance? Belmont asked immediately, nodding in Arek's direction. People in the city might treat our companion unfairly because he's an orc. Ha! I thought you'd ask for money. Magus' eyebrow rose slightly as he thought for a few moments. I won't be giving you my cloak, that's worth far more than a black stain on my record. However, I can spare something else. Magus exhaled over his hand. A thin grey mask formed in his grip. It was plain, with 2 empty holes for eyes and a curved slot for the mouth. This has a low-level enchantment on it, Magus said. It'll change your appearance as long as nobody scrutinizes you too closely, but don't expect it to hold up to any powerful adventurers. The testing officials will also see right through it. He tossed the mask to Arek and glanced at each of the party one more time. We're done here, Magus said. Best of luck on your promotion, and the next time you find a strange item, for the sake of all of you, identify it. His veins flared brilliantly, then he disappeared in a flash of blue light. The happy sunflowers stared at where he'd been standing for a few minutes. Is everyone in Riverfall that strong? Arek asked, turning the mask over in his hands. No, but there are a good number of B rankers in Riverfall, Melissa said, and there are a lot of C and D rankers, both of which should be stronger than our group. Well, that's reassuring, Arek said. By the way, Belmont, thank you for the mask. It was very thoughtful. Bah, Belmont said. I just need to make sure we all pass the promotion. If we get attacked by a bunch of people inside the city, we'll be too tired or injured to do well. I see, Arek said, hiding his grin. Thank you anyways. At least I got rid of the ugly stick. Ming said as she floated back down and landed beside them. How many more unidentified staves do you have in there? Arek asked, nodding towards the cloth bundle. All of them, Ming muttered, giving them an embarrassed grin. It didn't seem like it was worth spending the money. The first thing we do when we get to Riverfall is figure out what the hell you're carrying around, Belmont decided. Only if you're paying, Ming replied. I need all my money for snacks. You spent all your money, Melissa pointed out. We're already paying for your snacks. Oh, Ming replied, slumping slightly. They started back towards Riverfall, continuing to talk along the way. As they walked, Arek lifted the mask to his face. It jumped out of his hand, pressing itself against him with some unknown force. A blue ripple traveled down the orc's body. His green skin shifted to a tanned brown. He lifted a hand to feel his face, but the mask was still there. Do I look any different? Arek asked as they walked. You look like a human, Melissa said. A very plain human, although the closer I look, the blurrier you get, Belmont finished. Hopefully we don't do anything too interesting. At least not until we finish the promotion examination. They all sent a pointed glance at Ming. She crossed her arms and looked offended. What? Why are you all looking at me? You're still wearing the pie hat, Arek said. Ming's eyes widened in delight. She tapped the top of her hat, yelling out the activation phrase. Then she grabbed the slice of pie that appeared on top of her head and stuffed it into her mouth, eating the whole thing in just one bite. Thanks for reminding me, Ming said. I almost forgot about it. But what does that have to do with causing a commotion? Just stay together with the rest of us, Melissa said, rubbing the bridge of her nose. Fine, fine. Once again, they set out towards Riverfall. There were no further interruptions along the road. By the time the sun was dipping below the horizon, they were nearly upon it. The walls of Riverfall were made of towering grey stone. Guards manned each of the entrances, although only two of them were watching the small gate ahead. Massive towers rose up at each of the city's sides, scraping through the dark clouds overhead. It was impossible to see where they ended. The gate itself was amusingly small, standing only a few feet taller than Arek. It was made of a heavy wood, with no apparent handle or other way to open it in sight. Two guards stood at an outcropping about halfway down the wall. They watched the party approach with uninterested expressions. Ho there, travelers, the guard on the left called, raising a spear slightly in greeting. What's your business in Riverfall? We're here for a party promotion examination, Melissa called up. It's supposed to be in a few days, but we figured it was better to show up early. We've got a good number of parties coming through in the next few weeks, the other guard said. Which one are you all? The happy sunflowers, Ming said cheerfully. The guards chuckled. One of them pulled out a book and scanned through it. He nodded to the other man, who said, You're on the list. Are you planning to stay in the city after the examination? Most likely, Melissa said. We don't have any set plans yet, but we'll probably give one of the dungeons in the area a try. I'll put you down for a week, then, the second guard said, jotting something down into his book. If you plan to stay longer, go ahead and report to the guardhouse to let them know. Anyone staying in the city without reporting their presence is subject to fines. He pulled a lever on the side of the wall. With a rumble, the wooden gate slowly rose upwards, disappearing within the stone surrounding it. Melissa waved to the guards and herded the group past the door. It rumbled back closed behind them. The inside of Riverfall was nothing like Greenridge. The houses were all nearly identical. They were made of a plain grey stone with brown roofing, although their height ranged from 1 to 2 stories. The ground was all paved with cobblestone. This was clearly one of the less used entrances to the city, as it looked largely residential. Arek stared in wonder as the group walked down the main street, which appeared to lead deeper into the town. The neat rows of houses didn't let up as they got deeper, giving the city a cramped feel. However, the average height of the houses increased, with almost all of them being two-story buildings by the time they grew closer to the center of the city. Several people passed by them on their way. As they approached the center, the crowds grew denser. Small shops appeared peppered in between the housing. They seemed to be focal points for the crowds. It's like a stone forest, Arek muttered, struggling to take in one thing before the next replaced it. Why is everything so dense? It's convenient, Melissa replied. It's been a while since we've been in Riverfall, but that's definitely the best thing about it. Everything you want is within a few minutes of walking. They passed by a store selling weapons of all shapes and sizes, although Arek couldn't hear or smell a blacksmith anywhere nearby. Judging by the size of the line waiting to get into the shop, it was pretty popular. Finally, after what felt like hours of traveling, the group arrived before a large three-story building that broke the unspoken rules of the city by being different from all the other houses around it. It was much larger than the rest of the buildings and made from elegant white stone. Two sets of double doors were open at the front of the building, one set on the left half and one on the right. A large sword and shield had been painted above the doors. "What's this ugly thing?" Arek asked. "A main building for the Adventurers Guild," Melissa replied, walking towards the building. "I figured we should check in before going to our inn. It'll save us some running around later." The inside of the Adventurers Guild was much more down to earth than its exterior implied. It had a nice wood floor. Dozens of wooden tables were scattered around the room, all occupied by adventurers. The air was filled with the sounds of laughter and eating. "This is a tavern," Arek pointed out. "The Adventurers Guild has it in their best interests to make themselves a gathering point," Melissa said. "What better way to do that than food? People come here to eat, then get a quest on their way out. Of course, if they're rich enough, some of them actually rent a room in the guild." A thin bartender with a crooked nose and a monocle strode towards them from behind the bar. He took a swig from the frothing glass cup in his hand and wiped his mouth off with the back of his sleeve before smiling widely at them. "Welcome to the Adventurers Guild," the man said, dipping his head slightly. "Here for this round of party promotion examinations." "We are," Ming said, returning the man's smile. "We just wanted to sign in really quick," Melissa said. "We still need to get rooms in an inn and settle down. We just arrived in the city." "Of course." "I won't keep you long," the bartender said, adjusting his monocle. He pulled a small book from where it hung at his belt and flipped it open. A pen shimmered into being in his hand. He quirked an eyebrow. "Your party name, please." "The Happy Sunflowers," Belmont said. "And the member names?" the bartender asked as he wrote in the book. "Belmont, Ming, Melissa, and Arek," Melissa said, pointing at each of them as she said their name. The thin man nodded, wrote down one last thing, and snapped the book shut. "Fantastic. Please make yourselves comfortable and take a look around Riverfall if you haven't been here before. Your examination will be in 2 days at sunrise, so please make sure to report here slightly before then." "We will, thank you," Melissa said. They left the guild, practically dragging Ming out. "The inn will have food at it too," Belmont said. "There's no reason for us to spend all the extra money at the Adventurers Guild." "They want 5 gold for soup. For soup. Maybe the soup is really good," Ming muttered. "Now we'll never know." "How about we all eat at the Adventurers Guild if we pass the promotion exam?" Melissa offered. "Okay," Ming said, her eyes lighting up. "But can we eat something now too?" "We'll get dinner at the inn we stay at," Arek said. "I'm curious to see what kind of food is served inside the city." They increased their pace slightly at the thought of food. It had been a while since they'd eaten anything other than beef jerky and cheese. As they moved towards the northern side of Riverfall, the buildings started to grow varied. Some of them had small patches of grass in front, and many sported different designs. The overall quality of the area seemed to improve as houses became more like works of art and extravagant displays than simple homes. The number of guards increased as well. Many of the houses had guards stationed within or on top of them, although they didn't pay much attention to the party as they passed through. After a few minutes, the houses grew less fancy, although they still kept some of their individuality. Melissa led them onto a large side street covered with massive buildings. Each was at least 2 stories high and as long as 3 or more normal houses put together. It was easily one of the most crowded streets that Arak had seen. People dashed to and fro from the buildings. While many seemed to be adventurers, a good amount of them carried no weapons and looked quite normal. "What is this street?" Arak asked. "It's called the Tavern Line," Melissa said, "for reasons you can probably guess. Most of these buildings are inns, taverns, restaurants, and all sorts of touristy things. The shop owners here make more money than most adventurers do," Belmont added. Tavern Line is one of Riverfall's main attractions, and it's ruthlessly competitive. If we eat at any of the restaurants here, be careful about challenging their cooking. Some of the people here would fight to the death to protect their name. "Which would be ill-advised if I'm trying to lay low," Arak said. "Understood. I will restrain myself to the best of my abilities." Melissa scanned the line of taverns. Then she nodded towards a large stone building with some sort of bronze trimming. It looked rather plain and had a small painting of a sword and shield, identical to the one on the Adventurers Guild. "They're partnered with the guild," Melissa explained as they walked towards it. "That means we can get a discount for staying there, since we're here on guild business." The inside of the tavern was warm and welcoming. Several large torches hung from the walls, casting the room in a soft light. It looked like the tavern had been made to resemble the inside of a dungeon. The tables and chairs were made of crates and barrels. Waitresses wore masks that resembled monsters, and even the food seemed to have a theme. Arak spotted several goblins and a minotaur slipping through the crowd, their trays piled high with drinks and appetizers. A tall man wearing a black suit and a kobold mask that poorly covered his face approached them. He bowed slightly, then gestured to a table at the far side of the room. "Welcome to the Dungeon Delve," he said. "Please have a seat. I'll be waiting on you tonight." They followed the man to the table. The chairs slid back of their own accord and the party sat down. "Now, will you be staying the night with us, or are you here to only partake in our delectable foods?" "The night," Melissa said. "Probably several." "Of course," the waiter said. "My name is Ambrose. I'll be your waiter for the duration of your stay." "How many rooms would you like?" "4, please." "That will be 5 silver per night for each room, assuming you want the standard size." Melissa wordlessly handed him a gold piece. The man took it with a flourish, and the coin disappeared into his suit. 4 silver keys clattered to the table before them. "Now, what can I get you hungry people to eat? I'm sure you've traveled a long way to get here." "You've got no idea," Ming said. Her stomach rumbled loudly, and she licked her lips. "What's on the menu?" Arak asked. "We've got the chef's special, ashfol leg, prepared with his own secret recipe. We also offer a mutton stew and some lovely fried potato wedges as an appetizer. As for drinks, well, if you want it, we've probably got it." "I'll take the ashfol leg and the potato wedges," Melissa said. "And just water, please." "Give me one of everything," Ming said. "And for the drink, pour some more of the stew into a mug." Ambrose's expression was hidden behind the kobold mask, but he nodded and turned to Arak. "I'll have the same as my friend did," Arak said, nodding towards Melissa. "But I'd like a glass of milk, please." "Just the ashfol leg for me," Belmont said. "And I'll take water." "Of course," the waiter said. "I'll be right out with your food. Please relax and enjoy yourselves." He swept away, passing through the crowd like a ghost before disappearing into the kitchen door. "Interesting place," Arak said, inspecting the silverware on the table. The fork had little eyes carved into it. It's pretty popular, but they've kept their prices very reasonable despite the popularity, Melissa said. We stayed here the last time we were in Riverfall. Their food is really good, although it's not quite at the level of some of the other restaurants in the area. The rooms are defensible, Belmont said. There's only one window and a door, and the window is barred. They did a decent job with the place. That was about as high a compliment as the dour man would give anything, so Arak was suitably impressed. The four of them drifted into silence, taking in the high energy of their surroundings. Adventurer groups talked avidly about the dungeons they'd recently defeated or planned to run through. Chapter 19, in the corner of the tavern, a talented bard strummed his lute, singing some song about a goblin emperor that Arak had never heard. A fair number of drunk adventurers sang along with him, so it was clearly somewhat popular. Ambrose materialized from within the crowd, a huge metal plate balanced in one hand. He set several plates of steaming food down on the table before the party and gave them another bow before turning and heading back to the kitchen. Arak pulled the dishes he'd ordered closer to himself. The potato wedges had been arranged in the plate in the shape of a snarling goblin. They were seasoned with a very respectable amount of spice. He prodded one of them with a fork. The outside was perfectly crispy. He speared a wedge and popped it into his mouth, chewing slowly to get a good taste. The wedge was soft and chewy on the inside. It almost melted in his mouth. The spices had been perfectly balanced, with just the right amount of heat to make it exciting, while not forcing the orc to dive for a glass of water. "That's fantastic," Arak said, nodding in appreciation. He speared another wedge with his fork. "This is a very well-made meal." "Damn straight," Ming said, taking a huge swig from her mug full of stew. Even Belmont didn't complain about the food. They all attacked their dishes with vigor. Arak quickly finished the wedges and turned to the ashful leg, which was a large drumstick positively dripping with grease. It smelled wonderful. Arak saw no point in trying to eat the drumstick with a fork, so he grabbed it by the bone and lifted the whole thing to his mouth to take a bite. The skin crackled under his teeth, and the meat was incredibly juicy. A sweet, smoky flavor permeated the entire drumstick. It was probably one of the messiest things that Arak had ever eaten, but the flavor made up for it. Not a single piece of the meat was dry or unseasoned. He finished eating in record time and licked his hands clean before slumping back in his chair and wiping himself off with a thoughtfully provided napkin. "I feel like Ming," Arak said, groaning. "This chef knows what he's doing. I almost want to ask him for the drumstick recipe." "Better be careful," Melissa said. "That's attention we don't need right now, and the chefs guard their recipes very closely. I swear some of them are more careful with a recipe than half the mages are with their spells." Arak said. "Recipes are meant to be shared so everyone can enjoy them, not hidden away. You're right, though, I'll keep to myself." The four of them finished off the rest of their dinner, scraping every last morsel from the plates. "Shall we go look at our rooms?" Melissa asked. "Sounds good to me," Arak said. "We should relax tonight and tomorrow. It's important to be well rested before a test, so no practice tomorrow." Melissa looked strangely disappointed, but she let out an exaggerated sigh of relief. "Good," she said, laughing. She distributed the 4 silver keys amongst them. "It's been a long time since we've been in Riverfall, so it'll be fun to check out their market tomorrow. But for now, I'm just looking forward to sleeping in a nice bed." "Ah, where are the stairs?" Arak asked, looking around the room. For all he could see, there only appeared to be one floor in the dungeon delve. "There aren't any stairs," Belmont said. He nodded towards an open area in the back left corner of the tavern. A large white circle had been inscribed into the stone tiles. It was difficult to make out much detail from a distance, but the circle was composed of dozens of drawings. They use a linked magic circle. I think it's powered by a moon rune, just like the one you got. Interesting, Arek said. Sounds like a bit of a fire hazard. What if the circle gets damaged? The tavern is more likely to fall down before the circle breaks, Melissa said. They look weak, but the magic holding them together is quite powerful. It would take a very talented mage to mess with them, and there are much easier ways to destroy a building. Arek grumbled out an agreement, but continued eyeing the runes suspiciously. Ambrose showed up at their table as they rose to their feet. Would you like tonight's meal to be added to your tab? Or would you prefer to pay it now? On the tab, please, Melissa replied. Make things easier. Of course, ma'am, Ambrose said. Enjoy your night. Breakfast will be served from 6 until 10 tomorrow morning. He waved them farewell and shot off to greet another group that entered the tavern. Melissa led them to the white rune circle. A man who'd arrived before them stepped onto the circle and vanished as if he'd never been there. Just hold your breath, Ming advised Arek. It's a lot easier than the dungeon portals. She hopped onto it. Melissa and Belmont followed after her, each popping out of existence. Arek sighed and drew in a deep breath before stepping after them. The world shifted. A kaleidoscope of colors rushed past his eyes. Then he was standing in a hallway looking at the rest of his party. Arek blinked. That was fast. They're less brain-scrambly, Ming agreed. We're on the second floor. I'm in room 14. 15, Melissa said. Arek glanced at his own key's engraved number. I'm 16. And I'm 17, Belmont finished. Luckily, unlike Raud's tavern, the numbers were actually in order. A quick walk down the hallway brought them to their row of rooms. Meet again at sunrise tomorrow, Melissa asked. Sounds good to me, Ming said. That's at least an hour later than we've been waking up recently anyways. Arek and Belmont voiced their agreement, then the party split off into their rooms. Arek's room was well kept, with a single large bed on one side and a nice wooden desk at the other. A decently sized window above the desk provided natural light during the day. The orc sat down in the chair, which was a small barrel. He removed the plain mask from his face. It resisted for a moment before abruptly releasing and coming free in his hand. His skin returned to its normal hue, and he put the mask into his bag. The table had a few sheets of paper and a pen resting on it. There was also a strange rectangular box with a glass circle in the center. Arek picked it up, peering curiously at the design drawn behind the glass circle. Numbers from 1 through 14 had been drawn along the edges of the circle. A thin piece of metal connected at the middle was pointing at the 11, which was near the top left of the circle. Arek shook it slightly, but the object didn't change. The orc shrugged and set it back down on the table. He removed the bandoliers of ingredients from his chest and gently put them in his bag. Then he grabbed the garden medallion and pressed the indent. The garden popped into existence around him. The sun had set in this world as well, but the dim moonlight was enough to see by. The plants had grown a good bit in the few days Arek had them. He sighed in relief that they hadn't been planted incorrectly. The orc knelt beside the cuttings that Lewis had given him. They still looked exactly like sticks. He frowned, fighting the temptation to pull one of them up and peer at it, and rose back to his feet. A small tank in the corner of the garden caught his eye before he could leave. It was made of a polished grey metal, and the orc hadn't noticed it the first time he was in the garden. There was a small line with 3 colors, red at the bottom, yellow in the middle, and green at the top. A tiny black arrow rested beside the line, pointing at the lower part of the yellow section. A small handle stuck out from the top of the tank. Arek grabbed it and tugged upwards. The top half of the tank popped open with a hiss. It was about half full of what appeared to be water. Does the garden not replenish its own water supply? Arek muttered to himself. He replaced the cover. It was something he could worry about tomorrow. The plants had survived this long, so it was unlikely the tank would run dry overnight. Arek used the medallion again, returning to his room within the dungeon delve. He yawned and crawled into bed, tugging the covers over himself and resting his head against the pillow. He only had a few moments to appreciate how comfortable it was before sleep overtook him. The next morning was heralded in by delicate rays of sunlight slipping through the window and lighting up Arek's room. He rolled out of bed and yawned, wiping his eyes with the back of a hand before slinging his bandoliers back over his chest. He lifted the mask from the table where he'd left it and placed it over his face. It suctioned on with a gentle pop, and Arek's skin morphed once again, turning the orc to the same unassuming human from the previous day. After inspecting himself one more time, the orc grabbed his bag from the ground and strode out of the room. Ming was already standing in the hallway, and Melissa's door was open. The small mage waved to Arek cheerfully. The orc smiled in response. "Hello, Ming. I see you're in a good mood. Have you made any progress on your specification yet?" "I have, actually," Ming replied. "I'll keep thinking about it today, but I've got a general idea of what I want." "That's great." Arek noticed that she didn't actually volunteer what her choice currently was, but he didn't press. Belmont's door swung open, and the armored man trudged into the hallway, his pink-and-white staff strapped to his back. "We should be careful in the market," Belmont warned them. "Riverfall has a good number of thieves, and they like to operate out of the markets." "Don't worry so much," Melissa said, joining them and shutting her door behind her. "There are thieves, but they tend to go after high-profile targets. I don't think any of us look particularly wealthy." "They can smell your complacency," Belmont said. "It probably smells like honey and free gold." Melissa rolled her eyes. They headed down the hallway, and after a quick teleportation through the white rune circle, arrived in the tavern at the bottom floor. It was much less busy than the previous day, but many of the tables still had groups huddled around them. "Shall we opt for a brunch today?" Melissa asked. "It could be interesting to try one of the restaurants along Tavern Line." Arek and Belmont nodded their agreement, leaving only Ming to sullenly stare at the menu in the restaurant. The mage sighed dramatically. "Fine, but brunch better be really good. If I wait until midday to eat, and their food isn't at least half as good as Arek's, I'm not going to be happy. Judging by the food we had yesterday, I suspect we'll enjoy our meals," Arek said. "There are a few things that I could stand to learn if any of the chefs were willing to teach me." The orc noticed Melissa glancing at him out of the corner of his eye. He chuckled and raised a hand into the air. "Don't worry, I won't be asking until after our promotion exam is finished." "Just making sure," Melissa replied, smiling. "So, shall we take a look around the market?" The market was, unsurprisingly, not very difficult to find. Just about everyone in the morning crowd seemed to be heading in the same direction. The happy sunflowers just fell in alongside the bustling traffic as everyone who was awake darted towards the center of the city. Similar to Greenridge, the market was a massive circular clearing. A huge grey tent had been erected over the market to protect it from the sun's harsh rays. What must have been hundreds of merchants sat by tables scattered around beneath the tent. Outside of the tent, a huge semicircular building stretched around the backside of the market. It towered overhead, casting a heavy shadow over a good portion of the tent. "What is that monstrosity?" Arek asked, nodding towards the building. "The auction house," Melissa said. "A lot of adventuring parties will go there to sell loot since you can get better prices. The auctioneers vet everything that goes into the auction to make sure it's worth people's time. There have been some seriously interesting things sold there. Someone once sold a spell for over 2 million gold in Riverfall's auction house," Ming said. "But half the fun of the auction house is watching rich jerks get into a pissing war with each other and end up paying 10 times what something is worth. It sounds like you've had some experience with the auction house, Arek said as they approached the closest side of the tent. Only once, Belmont said. We barely scraped through River Crypt, the dungeon closest to the city. The boss dropped a fancy sword and we sold it at auction. It would be fun to go there sometime, Arek said. Perhaps after we complete the promotion exam and earn some more money. They arrived beside the table, where a portly man had a pile of small daggers on the desk before him. Melissa's eyes lit up, and she slid up beside him, eyeing the weapons. I suppose we'll be splitting up again, Arek asked. That would be easiest, Belmont said. Stay out of trouble, but make a ridiculous ruckus if you do get caught up in something. We'll meet back here in 3 or so hours. Ming, let's go find some poor fool to feed you. Okay, Ming exclaimed. She and Belmont headed deeper into the market, leaving Arek on his own. The orc made his way along the rows of tables, looking around curiously. The market wasn't all that different from the one in Greenridge, although it was slightly larger. Arek's gaze caught on stores selling weapons several times, but he didn't stop beside them. A large argument between a tall woman and a burly shopkeeper caught Arek's attention. They were yelling so angrily that he half expected them to lunge for each other's throats within seconds. The shopkeeper had several large bags on his table with multicolored dust spilling out. Arek approached them carefully, making sure to stay to the sidelines and not draw too much attention to himself. He peered at the bags on the man's table, confirming his suspicions. They were spices. Ferdy, I already bought the damn fruit, the woman yelled. Give them over before I get the guards involved. I told you, woman, you can have your money back. I received a purchase from a much higher bidder. You're welcome to buy other goods from me, but the iridescent oranges are off the table. You slimy bastard, you won't ever catch me buying something from you again. Who bought the damn oranges? Ferdy pursed his lips and just shook his head. The woman looked like she wanted to throttle the merchant, but she restrained herself. Do you have any idea what you're doing to me? She asked. My restaurant won't survive this. You're going to put me out of business. Those gods damned Starpiuses already chose the weight. You son of a bitch, did you sell all the oranges to them? The man looked away from her and happened to turn in Arek's direction. For an instant, the orc saw shame flash through the merchant's eyes. Do you at least have some other citrus? The woman asked, practically begging. Give me something to work with, Ferdy. I can't help you, Yuri. They didn't just buy the iridescent oranges. They bought every citrus fruit I had in stock. Now I'm going to have to, the merchant trailed off, his gaze moving over Yuri's shoulder. 3 men wearing black robes with a red trim strode through the crowd towards the merchant. People shifted, giving them a wide berth. The men stopped beside Yuri. The bald man in the center, who was presumably their leader, smirked at her. Sorry about that, darling. I sure hope this doesn't cause you much of an inconvenience. You should have chosen a more reliable supplier. He then strode past her and snapped his fingers impatiently. Ferdy quickly reached under the table and grabbed a large burlap sack. He plopped it onto the table, and the bald man took it from him with a smirk. Yuri's eyes tracked the bag like it was full of gold. Oh, want one of these, girl? The bald man asked, laughing as he took a blood-red orange out of the bag. It shimmered slightly, as if it were made of gemstones. He took a bite out of it, skin and all, chewing once and spitting it out onto her face. The 2 men flanking him let out moronic laughs. Yuri trembled with furious rage, but something forced the woman to stay her hand. She wiped the chewed-up orange from her forehead and flicked it onto the floor. You know, if you beg enough, I might consider giving you one of these, the man said, gesturing with the half-eaten orange in his hand. Not that your food belongs anywhere but the gutters, just like you. He took another bite of the orange and reared back, as if to spit it out on Yuri's face again. Don't waste your food, Arek growled, stepping out from the shadows where he'd been watching the confrontation. The orc's hands were clenched into tight fists, and his face was twisted with fury, even through the mask's illusion. The edges of his vision tinted a pinkish red. Chapter 20. The bald man turned, raising an eyebrow and giving Arak a once-over. He clearly wasn't particularly impressed by the angry man standing before him. "You weren't talking to me, were you?" he asked, his mouth full. "You know damn well I was," Arak growled, ignoring the horrified expressions of the shopkeeper and Yuri. The man spat the orange onto Arak's face. It hit his cheek, sliding down and falling to the ground. The orc didn't flinch. He didn't even wipe the trail of juice and spit off his face. Despite the calm demeanor, red had nearly completely enveloped his vision. "Does that count as an attack?" Arak wondered aloud. "Show this fool some respect," the bald man ordered his subordinates. They nodded, stepping forward. The man on the left had a thin scar going over one eye, while the one on the right sported the ugliest grin that Arak had ever seen. The first one stepped behind him and grabbed his arms, forcing them back. Still, the orc didn't resist. Scar reared back and kneed Arak in the stomach as hard as he could. The orc grunted as a rush of air exploded out of his lungs and pain erupted from where he'd been hit. "That counts as an attack," Arak decided. The last of the normal colors left his sight, leaving everything tinted in a blood-red hue. He rose, completely ignoring Ugly's attempts to restrain his movement. Arak tore his arms free of the man's grasp and grabbed him by his hair. The orc's other arm shot out before Scar could react. He grabbed him as well and lifted both men into the air. Then he slammed their heads together with all the force he could muster. They collided with a sickening thunk. "Don't worry, boss," Scar said. He spat on Arak's chest. "This joker hits like a little girl." Wheel, Arak slammed the two men's heads into each other again. Scar went silent. The orc tossed them onto the ground and stepped past them. "What is it with you morons and spitting?" the orc growled. "And for the record, I know a little girl that hits harder than the past 7 generations of your pitiful ancestral line." The bald man swallowed, stepping away from Arak and raising the bag of oranges in front of him like a shield. "Do you even know who I am? You're dead, you hear me? My guild will tear you apart." "Oh, will they?" Arak asked, baring his teeth. The effect was less intimidating due to the illusion surrounding him, but it still got the point across. "I don't see them here. I only see you and me." The bald man swallowed. "Look, you want the oranges. You can have them, okay?" I didn't say I wanted the oranges," the orc growled. "I told you not to waste your food." Arak nodded towards the piece of orange that the man had spat onto Yuri. It rested on the ground by her feet. "Finish your meal." "What? That's preposterous, you vile brute." "I'm not going to eat food off the ground." Arak took a step towards him. The illusion veiling his true form flickered slightly, allowing the orc's visage to flash through just for an instant. The bald man paled, too scared to even scream. He snatched the piece of the orange off the ground and stuffed it into his mouth along with a tiny clump of dirt that stuck to it. He swallowed without chewing, terror in his eyes. Arak took one more step towards him and took the orange out of his hand. The bald man froze like a stunned deer as the orc placed the rest of the orange in his mouth. Then he took the bag of fruit out of the man's trembling hands. "Get the hell out of here," Arak said. His vision returned to normal with a pop. "And don't let me see you again, or I'll feed you the entire goddamn bag and turn you into a compost pile." The man turned and sprinted away from the shop, stumbling and tripping as he disappeared into the crowd. Everyone spun and looked in the other direction, although Arak couldn't tell if they were avoiding his gaze or pretending not to see the humiliated Starpiercer guild member. Arak looked down at the bag of oranges in his hands. He sighed and held it out to Yuri. Her mouth fell open, but she snatched it out of his hands. "Why? He wasted food," Arak replied, shrugging. And he was also an insufferable prick. I'm not finding myself to be a huge fan of the Starpiuser Guild. I may also have a few self-control problems. They're going to come after you, though. You just attack them in broad daylight. Yuri glanced nervously at the unconscious men on the ground. They attack me first, Arak said, shrugging. Surely your laws allow for self-defense? Well, yes, but they're the Starpiuser Guild, Yuri exclaimed, emphasizing their name. Right, Arak said. Enjoy your oranges. He turned, preparing to head back into the market and make a swift departure. Wait, Yuri said. I'm not the best at showing appreciation, but you don't know what you just did for me. I can't just let you walk off after that. Would you come with me to my restaurant? At the very least, I'd like to cook you a meal using the ingredients you just rescued from that insufferable asshole. I've got a party I have to meet up with in a few hours to get brunch, Arak said. They can eat as well. It's on the house, Yuri insisted, grabbing Arak's hand. She was so much smaller than him that the contrast between their hands almost made the orc chuckle out loud. He thought for a few moments, then nodded. I'm sure at least one of them will take you up on that offer. I can't promise they'll want to eat, though. I think they might have had plans for a different spot. Oh, they'll want to, Yuri said with a dark chuckle. I promise. And Ferdy, if I win this competition, you'd better not show your face in this city again. She left, tugging Arak along and away from the market. Yuri dragged the orc through Riverfall streets. They cut through the crowds, dipping through alleyways and side roads. They traveled through the tavern line before arriving at a side street adjacent to it. It was covered with large buildings as well, although they weren't quite the same size as the taverns. The small woman ignored the largest buildings, instead making a beeline straight towards a massive crowd. As they grew closer, Arak's nostrils were filled with what must have been hundreds of different smells. Every single one of them was fantastic. It was impossible to tell most of them apart, but hints of baked goods and fresh pie slipped through. Yuri pushed through the crowd, muttering angrily under her breath. Many people stood in lines to get into restaurants, some of which stretched down the street and wrapped around corners. Other restaurants had a steady flow of people moving in and out of them, but there was no line in sight. Do you cook at one of these? Arak asked. I do more than that. I own one of them. They arrived in front of a massive crowd that had practically walled off a pair of buildings. One was massive, with intimidating obsidian pillars and artwork that adorned every polished black surface. The one beside it was made of red brick and was easily the smallest restaurant Arak had seen in Riverfall. Over half of the crowd seemed to be waiting in line, and most of them were lined up in front of the brick building. Yuri strode past them, bringing Arak along with her. Oi, there's a line, lady, a man yelled. Not for me, she snapped back. The closer the two of them got to the restaurant, the more confidence returned to her step. By the time they were upon it, all traces of the day's earlier humiliation were gone. She reached the door and pulled out a key, twisting it into the lock and stepping inside as the crowd burst into excited chatter. She closed it behind them and grinned up at Arak's interested expression. Please, sit down. I've been horribly delayed today, and I need to get some things started in the kitchen. I could help if you need, Arak offered. Nope. I appreciate the offer, kind stranger, but I'm the only one who cooks in my kitchen. Your kindness will be rewarded, but the Red House is my baby. Nobody else sets foot in my kitchen. She gave him a confident smile before stepping through a revolving kitchen door. Arak grunted and sat down beside one of the tables. They were clearly very nice wood, polished with some coating that he didn't recognize. The Red House was small, but Yuri hadn't skimped on decoration. Beautiful paintings hung from the walls, and the silverware was carved with designs, although nothing was extravagant enough to bother diners. He looked around the room for the next few minutes, absorbing the surroundings. He couldn't tell how Yuri could possibly feed the massive line of people outside her restaurant in a reasonable time, but she clearly knew what she was doing. However, when Arek got his own restaurant, the orc was pretty sure he'd want something a little larger. Yuri came out of the kitchen about 30 minutes later. Two smooth and grey humanoid creatures followed her out. Arek's eyebrow rose slightly. "They're golems," Yuri explained. "I can't trust another chef to do the work at my level, so I specialized in creating golems. They're more precise than any human could ever hope to be, so they make fantastic workers." "That's interesting," Arek said. The golems were slightly unsettling. They had no faces beyond the smooth sheen of their ovular head, but if they got the job done, who was he to complain? "There are going to be a good number of people coming through quite soon," Yuri said. "I've got a private room you can use if you'd like." "I don't think your mask is going to hold up to a bunch of people looking at you while they eat." "You saw through the mask?" Arek asked, rising slightly from his seat. "Don't worry," Yuri laughed. "I couldn't care less if you were a demon, much less an orc. I owe you for saving my restaurant's ass. I'll send someone to find your friends if you give me a description of them." "Thank you," Arek said, relaxing slightly. However, not all of the tension left his body. "There are three of them, Ming, Belmont, and Melissa. Melissa wears silk clothing. Belmont has spiky armor that I haven't seen anyone else wearing. And well, you'll find Ming pretty easily. Just carry something that smells aromatic around with you and wait for her to show up." "Did you catch that?" Yuri asked the golem standing to her left. The creature gave Yuri a jerky nod. "Good. Go grab one of last night's pies and heat it up, then find this man's group." The golem turned and ambled back into the kitchen. Yuri turned back to face Arek. "I never got your name," she said, cocking an eyebrow expectantly. "Arek, I caught your name from the spice merchant." "Bah, don't mention him," Yuri said. "So long as I win the upcoming contest, he won't be hanging around Riverfall for much longer." "Contest? Don't worry about it," Yuri said, grinning aggressively in his direction. She was like a completely different person inside her restaurant. "Come along, let's get you into the side room so you don't have to deal with my other customers." She led him through a door at the side of the room. It opened into a much smaller area, only large enough for a single medium-sized table. "This is for my VIPs," Yuri said. "Enjoy. This isn't an experience that many get. I'll try to bring your friends along as soon as I can. Now, I've got some more prep to do for the restaurant." She slipped back out the door into the main room. A moment later, Arek heard the revolving kitchen door spin. Chapter 21. Arek wasn't sure how long he waited at the table, but it was no more than half an hour before someone rapped on the door. A few moments later, it opened. Yuri's golem walked in with the happy sunflowers trailing behind him. Ming was happily munching on a pie, but Belmont and Melissa's faces were tense. When they spotted Arek, Melissa relaxed significantly. Belmont did not. They sat down at the table beside the orc. Belmont kept his staff by his side, drumming his fingers uneasily on its hilt. "What did you do?" he hissed to Arek. "I might have intervened, Inna. Do you know how difficult it is to get into the Red House?" Belmont continued, his eyes darting around the room. "Everyone here is either incredibly powerful or influential. The slightest misstep could cause an entire guild to attack us." "I'm more interested in knowing how you befriended Yuri," Melissa said. "Her reputation is intimidating. She's very picky about her clients." "I like her," Ming decided, wiping her mouth with the back of her hand and holding out the empty pie plate. "She gave me pie. You shouldn't have eaten it. No gift comes without strings," Belmont said, pursing his lips. "But looking on the brighter side of things, this is helpful for our party," Melissa said, tapping her chin. "It's quite prestigious to even get to eat at the Red House, much less get personally invited in the middle of the market. It caused a bit of a scene." Arek cleared his throat. Before we go any further and something stupid happens that stops me from explaining the situation, I should fill you in. A few thugs were bothering Yuri in the market. I took care of them, so she invited me to the Red House. That's it, Belmont asked, the frown still present on his face. She wasn't tricking you, was she? Yuri should have been able to handle some fools on her own. She must have been trying to get you inside the Red House. But why? Belmont, Arek said, stopping the man before he could continue. They were members of the Starpiuser Guild. Belmont blinked. What? The thugs accosting her were talking about some competition. They essentially stole some important ingredients from Yuri, so I stepped in to help. Right, Belmont said slowly. His drumming on the staff increased in pace. We've got most of what we need, so leaving the city won't be a problem. It hasn't been too long, so it's possible they won't have people looking for you yet. We can disguise ourselves and get out of the city while everyone thinks we're eating at the Red House. We just need to change what you look like, and we're not leaving, Melissa said, interrupting the armored man. Belmont squinted at her like she was speaking a different language. Of course we are. The gods' damned Starpiuser Guild is going to be after us. Do you have a death wish? I don't want to leave either, Ming said. Not till we get the party promotion. It took me so long to figure out what my specialization will be. Waiting until the next promotion to choose it would be really lame. Do none of you understand the fact that we're going to get murdered? Belmont asked, his voice a hushed yell as he threw his hands into the air. Calm down, Melissa ordered, glaring at him. I understand your desire to keep us safe, but control yourself. The Starpiuser Guild is a bunch of moronic thugs with a few dangerous people at the top. There's a chance that their defeat won't even be reported out of shame. Furthermore, the Starpiuser Guild can't just murder someone in the middle of a city. Arek, you didn't kill them, did you? I didn't, Arek confirmed. Good. That means they can't do much until we leave the city. Completing our promotion quest will give us access to more dangerous dungeons. We can take on one of them, and that might take enough time for the whole problem to blow over. There's only so long that the Starpiuser Guild will look for someone that beat up a few people. Belmont drew a deep breath and let it out slowly, forcing himself to relax. He gave a terse nod. You're probably right, but we're going to be extra cautious from now on. The moment we leave the Red House, we go straight back to the inn and stay there until our promotion exam. Fair enough, Melissa said. Ming nodded as well. I agree. I'm sorry for causing so much trouble, Arek said, rubbing the back of his head. I felt like I had to intervene, but I shouldn't have dragged you all in with me. It's okay, Melissa said, shooting a quick warning glance in Belmont's direction. Next time just don't leave any witnesses, Belmont suggested. Find an alleyway and make sure there's nobody left to report what you look like. The door swung open, and Yuri strode in with a large serving platter stacked high with food in her hands. The party all jumped. They looked like a group of children who'd been caught with their hands in a cookie jar. Yuri laughed and set the platter down on the table before them. There was only one dish on it, but what a dish it was. A bed of perfectly grilled strips of meat, positively dripping with juice, made up the foundation. Thinly sliced and grilled bell peppers had been laid in a thin layer over the meat, their vibrant shades a colorful burst of sunshine. On top of all of that were three huge mounds, one smooth and white, one chunky and red, and the last green with multicolored specks peppered throughout it. You don't have to look so shocked, Yuri said, putting a plate covered with a metal bowl beside the huge dish. I owe Arek quite a large debt. I'm not going to rat you out to the Starpiuser Guild. In fact, anything that bothers them is something that I like. They lowered back into their chairs. Ming was clearly done with the conversation. Her eyes were fastened on the heaping plate of food before them. Yuri laughed and put plates down in front of all of them. Eat, friends of Arek. Don't let me stop you. The way she said it was more of an order than a request, but none of them had any objections. Their conversation was put on hold as Yuri lifted the metal bowl up, revealing a stack of warm tortillas. Ming lowered the hand that she'd been about to shove into the pile of food as Yuri put a large serving fork on the plate beside it. The small mage glanced from the fork to the food, frowning. "Is there a special way I'm supposed to do this? We don't have any utensils," Yuri smirked. She put one of the tortillas on Ming's plate, then added 2 strips of the meat and finished it with a little of each topping. Ming's eyes lit up, and she wrapped the tortilla around her food before taking a huge bite out of it. "It's like a sandwich," she said, her mouth full. "I'll try to find some more time to return after the crowd thins out a little," Yuri said. "Until then, please enjoy. And don't fear the Starpiuser Guild while you're within the walls of the Red House. Their force may be undisputed in the city, but even they aren't foolish enough to try anything within my restaurant. Stealing is one thing, but a full-on assault on a rival guild's restaurant would end badly, even for them." She lifted a hand in farewell and strode out of the door before any of them could respond. Not that they were able to. All 4 were busy piling their plates full of food. Arek pulled his mask off and set it on the table beside them, then rolled up his tortilla and inspected it for a moment. The meat was juicy and tender. It had taken almost no force to poke it with the fork. The grill had imparted an enormous amount of smoky flavor to its aroma, and he could smell a hint of citrus in the undertones. The orc took a bite, then another, and another. The tortilla was soft and flaky, with a slight muskiness from the corn. The toppings were also delicious, each a burst of flavor in their own rights. The grilled peppers were sweet and smoky. The salsa was fresh, yet had a bite from the chilies within it. The sour cream was light and cooled the mouth, lessening the salsa's heat. To round it all out, the guacamole brought everything together with a myriad of spicy and refreshing notes. But the true star of the show was, unsurprisingly, the meat. It was bursting with more flavor than Arek could have expected. The slightly charred exterior was the perfect contrast to the soft ingredients that made up the rest of the dish. The meat was supple, its natural flavors thrust to the forefront despite all the ingredients surrounding it. A delicate undertone of a sharp citrus fruit cut through the rich flavors, balancing everything. This wasn't just a meal. This was a work of art. Dozens of different textures and tastes sat around a disc balanced on a single point. If one of them had moved, they might have all gone crashing to the ground. But none moved. Every bite was just as fulfilling as the last. Arek finished his first portion around the same time as the others did. He licked his lips appreciatively. Nobody even paused to look at each other. They all lunged for the serving fork. The party ate happily, their problems forgotten, for the next hour. Only once the plate had been completely polished clean did they sit back in their chairs. Well, most of them did. Ming laid her head against the table and started to nap. "I don't know if I have words to describe that," Arek said, almost reverently. "A once-in-a-lifetime experience might work," Melissa suggested. "There's a reason why the Red House is so renowned. She's a master at her craft." Everything worked so well together, but I'm not sure how she did it. The dish was much greater than the sum of its parts. Amazing. "I can see why the Starpiuser Guild wants her restaurant gone," Belmont said. "I saw a new restaurant I didn't recognize on the way here. It's definitely theirs. Nobody else uses that hideous color scheme." "She did mention some sort of competition," Arek said. "They must be planning on some sort of cook-off." "One that we won't be here to see," Belmont said. "We need to take the promotion exam and get out of here. It won't do her any good if she needs to protect us while also winning a competition." Arek nodded and put his mask back on. It wouldn't do to have someone walk into the room while he had it off. "I agree," he said, "although I'm still going to try to figure out her recipe." If she won't give it to me, I'll have to go through the trial and error method. That dish, I need to have it again. I don't think any of us would have an issue with being able to eat like that again, Melissa said wistfully. Yuri said she would be back after the lunch rush. I'm not sure if we can easily get out without drawing a lot of attention to ourselves, since the restaurant is so small, so we should just wait here until she returns. None of the others had any objections to that, so they settled down in the chairs to relax while they waited for Yuri to return. Chapter 22. It was almost 2 hours before Yuri returned. None of the happy sunflowers were bothered by that since it gave them time to awake from their food comas. However, they worked it off in different ways. Ming slept through the entire wait, while Belmont paced around the room. Arek sat at the table, trying to figure out what Yuri had done to make the dish, while Melissa examined her daggers. When the chef finally pushed the door open and stepped inside, everyone stopped what they were doing and turned to face her. Melissa nudged Ming awake as Yuri closed the door behind her, a firm expression on her face. "Thank you very much for the meal," Melissa said. "It was one of the best things I've ever eaten." "Please teach me the recipe," Arek added. "It was a new type of meat. I've never had something like it. I didn't even think it was possible. If that's all it takes to blow your socks off, you've still got a lot to learn," Yuri said, laughing and shaking her head. "That wasn't even the real recipe. It was just a prototype, an unfinished piece of art. It's one of the early stages of a dish I'm preparing for a contest against the Starpiuser Guild's new restaurant. I'm afraid I'm not comfortable giving away an incomplete recipe." "Incomplete?" Arek asked doubtfully, but he inclined his head. "I understand. You'll have to forgive me if I attempt to replicate it, though. I can't leave things at this." "Knock yourself out, Orc," Yuri said. "After you lay low for a while, feel free to show up and try your hand against me. I'll show you what a really impressive dish tastes like." "Gah, I've gotten distracted. You all need to go. Now." "We're ready," Belmont said. "We can just hide. You know where," Belmont said, trailing off and glancing in Yuri's direction. "Then we take the promotion exam and get out of here. It's good to be cautious, but it won't do you much good this time," Yuri said. The Starpiuser Guild already had a lower-level leader in the area to oversee the competition. "The thugs that Arek beat up complained to her. One of my customers mentioned it to me. Your inn is no longer safe. They can't actually kill you inside the city, but they'll drag you outside and you'll all vanish." "Shit," Belmont swore. "I knew it. We should have left immediately." "Not without the promotion exam," Melissa said. Her gaze hardened and she rose to her feet. "The Starpiuser Guild can wait their turn. We aren't throwing away all the effort we've gone through. There will be other people in the future that hate us. We'll find a different place to lay low until tomorrow." "I have an alternative," Yuri said, interrupting the conversation. They turned to look at her with tense expressions. "I've taken the liberty of contacting the Adventurers Guild. In exchange for a small favor, they've agreed to push your promotion exam up." "Wait, you mean?" Ming started. "Best get moving," Yuri said. "Don't even bother with stealth, just get to the guild as fast as you can. They've got a vested interest in your survival, so they might even help you escape if you pass. Arek, consider our debt settled." Arek grabbed his mask from the table and placed it over his face. His body flickered and turned to the human illusion he was just barely getting accustomed to. "Thank you," he said. "I'll be back for that challenge you set. Make sure you don't lose to the Starpiuser Guild." "Less talking, more running," Belmont ordered as he threw open the door. They dashed out of the restaurant, ignoring the shocked expressions on the other diners' faces. The moment they were out the Red House's doors, Ming levitated into the air to keep pace with the rest of the party. The crowd had thinned significantly since the morning, although there were still quite a few people milling around. The happy sunflowers tore past them like a small herd of freed bulls. "Is charging like morons the best way to do this?" Melissa yelled as she vaulted over a man that was too slow to move out of her way. Look behind us, Belmont snapped back. A small wall of pink energy shimmered behind Melissa. A rock crashed into it, losing its momentum on impact and falling harmlessly to the ground. Several men wearing Starpiuser robes sprinted after them. How long were those idiots waiting for us? Ming asked, stretching her hand out behind her. She exhaled violently, and two bursts of air shot out from her. The men she targeted paused for a moment, although it was difficult to tell what they were doing. The wind slammed against them, but dim shields of grey energy popped up around them, deflecting the attack. Ha! They must be quite annoyed, Arek said. They turned the corner and darted down an alleyway towards Tavern Line. They actually sent people with some level of ability. Why do I feel like this isn't your first time fighting with the Starpiuser Guild? Melissa asked. Arek just chuckled darkly in response. Ming raised her hands to cast another spell as the Starpiuser men emerged from the alley. Melissa caught the smaller woman's attention and shook her head, an impressive feat considering how fast they were running. Save your energy. Ming, don't forget we still need to take the promotion exam, Melissa said. Her voice was slightly strained. The four of them continued through the city, keeping ahead of the Starpiuser Guild. The Adventurers Guild slowly grew closer as their breathing grew more labored. However, while the run might have been intense a few weeks ago, it wasn't all that different from the training that Arek had put Melissa through. Since Ming could fly, the only one who was struggling was Belmont. They finally caught sight of the huge white marble building with the guild's crest on it. One set of doors was closed, but the other was still open. They dashed through the doors, skidding to a halt inside the lobby. Belmont leaned against a chair, drawing deep breaths of air. Melissa and Arek wiped the sweat from their brows, but didn't look any worse for the wear. Meanwhile, Ming lowered back to the floor and cracked her neck. It looked like she'd just taken a casual stroll through the city. The happy sunflowers. Yuri let me know you'd be arriving early, the bartender that had greeted them before said, stepping out from behind the counter and smiling. Please, come with me. The examiners were gathered up on short notice, but they're all individuals who are qualified to administer the test. If you're sure of their qualifications, fine, Belmont said as he straightened up and wiped the sweat from his brow. We're ready, let's do this. Eager, are we? The barkeeper asked. Let's just go, Belmont said, glancing over his shoulder to see if the Starpiuser Guild had followed them into the Adventurers Guild. However, they were nowhere to be found. Very well. Come along, then. I'll be the administrator for this examination to ensure everything is fair. The identity of your judges will not be revealed. The barkeep led them past the tables of adventurers, who watched them with mild curiosity, and down a long hallway. It was decorated similarly to the outside of the guild, with sloping white walls covered with beautiful murals. Even the doors looked like works of art. They came to a stop beside one of the doors, although it didn't look any different from any of the others. This is your room, the barkeeper said, looking at Arek. Wait, we split up, Arek asked. I'm afraid so. Do you have a problem with that? Ah, no. Good luck, everyone. The others mirrored his words as he pressed a hand against the door. It swung open soundlessly, and he stepped inside. The administrator shut the door behind him. The room he'd stepped into was smaller than the orc had expected. It was little more than an office. A man wearing pitch-black robes sat in a chair behind a rather pitiful desk. However, the robes were clearly different from the Starpiuser Guild. These were meant to conceal someone's appearance rather than look intimidating. There was a small wooden chair in front of the desk. The man didn't say anything as Arek slowly walked forward and sat down in the chair. They sat silently for a few moments. Not going to say anything? The man asked. His voice was rough and gravelly. It almost sounded familiar, but Arek couldn't quite place it. I didn't have anything to say, Arek replied. I see. Then you can start by taking off that mask. False appearances are not allowed during the exam. Arek grimaced, but he reached up and removed the mask. His form shimmered, and he returned to his normal appearance. The orc half expected the man to attack, but he didn't budge. The examiner just sat there for several moments. It was impossible to tell what he was doing under the heavy robes, but Arek could practically feel the man's gaze on him. Are we going to do something, or were you just planning on watching me? Arek asked. Apologies, the man said. I was distracted. He extended a hand. The orc paused for a moment, then reached out and took it. The examiner was human, but he was quite large. Arek's hand was only a little larger than his was. The man's grasp was firm. Before Arek could pull back, the examiner pulled Arek closer with surprising strength. He peered down at the orc's hand and let out an interested grunt before letting it go. You have runes on your claws, the examiner observed. Arek's gaze narrowed. I do. Interesting. Orcs don't tend to have magic, but not many think to use runes to gain access to it. A dangerous process, that. Are you a mage or a warrior? I'm a chef. But I suppose, for the purposes of whatever test the guild wants me to do, I'm a warrior. I suppose you would be, the examiner mused. Those runes of yours are quite peculiar. You see, I'm somewhat familiar with them, and I'm quite sure there wasn't supposed to be an ugly line going through the center. That seems like it might be weakening them significantly. Arek rose from the chair and took a step away from the desk. His eyes narrowed and his muscles tensed. Who are you? I'm hurt, Arek. Do you really not remember your teammate? The examiner pulled his hood back. His aging face was shaven, with the beginnings of a white beard sprouting on his chin. A ropey scar covered one of his eyes. The other one was bright blue. Vel, Arek breathed, his eyes widening. Why are you here? Come on now, Arek. You went missing for 10 years, but how many talking orcs do you think there are? When I heard the rumors from Greenridge, I took a detour to pass by the area and check it out. Imagine my surprise when I found out you joined a group and were up for a promotion exam. Vel scoffed. A G-rank promotion exam at that. Why are you here, Vel? Arek repeated. The shock was still evident in his expression, but he was quickly regaining control of his features. You left with nothing more than a letter, Vel exclaimed. Was your friend, Arek. I carved the damn runes on your claws, the ones you damaged for some reason. Is wondering after a friend so much to ask? I gave my reasons in the letter, Arek said coldly. The constant fighting and killing, I couldn't handle any more. Clearing dungeons is one thing, but do you even know how many people we killed on the Bloodon Kingdom's orders? They were enemies of the kingdom, Vel replied. A threat to the people. Not all of them, Arek growled. And even if they were, I was tired of it. I've dealt enough death, Vel. I'm a chef now. I bring happiness, not death. And you chose a G-rank team to do it with. They'll be F-rank by tonight. Only if you pass. Are you going to fail me, Vel? What happened to old friends? It's ridiculous, Vel continued, ignoring Arek's question. A C-rank adventurer taking a G-rank exam. You know, the rest of us became B-rankers, Arek. You could have had all the money you needed. Chapter 23, Blood Money, Arek spat, baring his teeth. I've got no desire to build my house on the corpses of innocents. Enough of the games, Vel. You came all this way to find me, but you're going to be disappointed. I won't be rejoining your group. If you want to talk further, you can find my restaurant once I build it. Very well, Arek. Out of respect for who you once were, I won't stand in your way. However, don't expect an easy examination. He spat his words with evident traces of anger on his weathered face. If you're here to take a test, you'll take one. But before that, why did you damage your runes? Surely you could have been a cook without mutilating my work. Arek drew a slow breath, steadying his nerves and setting his features in stone. You know why, Vel. I've never been able to resist temptation well. The chance to make new recipes, get new ingredients, Arek trailed off. A pained expression crossed his features, and his clawed fingers dug into his palms as his hands tensed. It's no different than the desire to use stronger magic, but the result brings happiness instead of death. The runes were killing me. All I could ever focus on was growing stronger. So I removed them from the picture. I won't say I'm not hurt, Vel said, striding across the room to stand before Arek. The orc didn't budge from his spot as Vel thrust a finger into his chest. Those runes were a masterpiece, and I see that even without the runes, you've still got your temptation problem. Beating up a group of Starpiuser Guild members for a bag of citrus fruits. Really, you could never resist helping someone in distress, could you? Enough, Vel, Arek growled, pushing the man away. Did you really come all this way just to find me? Surely you have better things to do with your life. To be fair, there's quite the bounty for finding Warchief. The Adventurers Guild still has you listed as missing in action. Vel shifted his robes back, revealing a plain red patch hanging from his belt. Another one of my creations that you abandoned, Arek. And the illusion it made was much more convincing than your mask. Even now, it helps you. Your identity as Warchief is still unknown to the vast majority of the world. Repressed memories rose up to the front of Arek's mind. The screams of the dying rang in his ears. He could practically see the smug grin of the Starpiuser Guild master as he ordered Arek to leave no survivors. The orc shook his head, baring his teeth in rage. Was part of your team, Arek angrily corrected. It was the orc's turn to storm forward until he was face to face with his old companion. I shed that title when I quit, and I've got no desire to take it back. I've said it multiple times already. I will not be joining you again. Vel opened his mouth to reply, but Arek didn't allow him to respond. I've found a new role in life, and I'm much happier cooking than I've ever been. Vel, I've been gone for 10 years. The Adventurers Guild doesn't care that much about a C-rank adventurer. I'll ask one last time, are you really just here on a passion project to find me? Always so inquisitive, Arek, Vel said after a short pause. Fine, you might not be the only reason I'm in the area. He sighed and pursed his lips. It was more of a happy coincidence when I heard about a talking orc hanging out with an adventuring party. I'm here because a certain guild has been pushing their boundaries lately. Arek raised an eyebrow, gesturing for Vel to continue speaking. The large man rolled his eyes. The guild sent me to dig up some dirt to crush them in the courts. I've got some of the ammunition I need, but there's no guarantee it will stick. I might need you, Warchief. You and I are some of the only ones that know the extent of what that guild did. I must remain impartial due to my duties, but Warchief has a chance of putting them down for good. You have no chance of doing it without my help, Arek asked reluctantly. Destroying the guild was one thing, but donning his old name, a shudder ran through his body. I don't know. Perhaps, perhaps not. If it's looking like they're going to slip away, should I bother finding you? Yes, Arek said, heaving a low sigh. Even if it means the end of me, I will not pass on an opportunity to bring them down. In that case, I'll let Warchief stay dead until he's needed once more. That means I'm speaking to Arek, who is attempting to take his F-rank adventurer exam. Let's see if you've still got any of your skills. Vel rolled his shoulders as a wide smile crossed his face. He let his robes fall back around him, concealing the red patch, then strode out from behind the desk to stand before the orc. Inside this tiny room, Arek asked, glancing around the tight area with a disapproving frown. Of course, don't worry about damaging anything, the walls are enchanted. Not every fight will be in an open field after all. Vel lowered into a fighting stance. The two old teammates flew into motion, darting around the room in a violent dance of fists and claws. Melissa stood in the large outdoor courtyard that the bartender had left her at. The grass below her feet swayed calmly with the breeze, a stark contrast to the churning nervousness bouncing around inside her. Across from her at the other side of the field was a burly man. His skin was heavily tanned and he wore no shirt. A strange helmet concealed his face. He leaned on the hilt of his massive axe, watching the silk-laden woman impassively. They'd been standing like this for several minutes already. "Are you just going to stand there?" the man called. Melissa recognized him. This was the same man that had defeated her during the last test. "You were much more energetic the last time you tried to pass your promotion exam." "How did that go for me?" Melissa asked Riley. "Probably no different than it will go this time. A warrior must be decisive. You locate the threat and eliminate it. If you can't do that, you hold it off. Sitting around is the job of lawmakers, girl." Melissa started walking towards him. Her heart hammered like a startled rabbit inside her chest, but she kept her features calm. A grin spread across the man's face as she approached. He lifted his axe from the ground. "Don't worry about injuries," he said. "There's a healer on standby. You're at no risk, so go all out." Melissa's daggers flickered into her hands. The examiner raised an eyebrow as she grew closer. "Daggers? Interesting. A wise choice if you lack the strength to use a larger weapon, but not particularly useful for defending against a heavy weapon." He hoisted his weapon as Melissa stopped several feet away from him. "Are you ready?" Melissa's mind drifted back to her matches against Arak. They might have been meant to help Belmont, but she'd picked up a few things as well. She started to nod her agreement. Midway through the action, she whipped her hand forward and launched a dagger towards the examiner. He spun out of the way, but the sudden strike left a thin score across his chest. Another blade appeared in Melissa's hand as the man let out a booming laugh. His axe howled through the air. The lithe woman slipped out of the way and slashed at his arm, barely missing as he redirected himself with surprising grace. "A good start," he boomed. "Aggressive. I like it, but can you keep it up?" He waded towards her, the axe swinging back and forth before him. Melissa was forced backwards, dipping and dodging to keep the wicked blade of the weapon away from her. She lashed out when the opening arose, but her attacks were unable to do more than draw the slightest amounts of blood. They fought for several minutes, neither being able to gain any real advantage over the other. "You've grown more adept at avoiding my strikes," the man yelled, twisting out of the way as Melissa thrust a dagger towards his stomach. "But you need to do more than that. If an enemy just can't hit you, it'll go after your team. Make yourself a threat." Melissa skipped backwards to avoid a wicked axe strike that hammered into the dirt where she'd been standing. She bared her teeth and dashed forward, her silken clothes fluttering around her as she started to spin. The examiner's eyebrows rose as she transformed into a tornado of steel and descended upon him. Several of her blades sliced into his chest before the man forced her back with a brutal swing aimed at her chest. "Impressive," he admitted, adjusting his grip on the axe. "For a G-ranker, that's surprisingly good. But can you still dodge when you're doing that?" He leapt forward, bringing the flat side of his axe crashing down towards Melissa's head. A smirk crossed his face as Melissa's spinning stopped. It was too late to jump out of the way. The woman's eyes met his just before the weapon was about to connect. Then the force of the impact shook the axe, traveling down the warrior's arms. Melissa didn't move. Genuine surprise crossed the man's face. The axe trembled several inches above the silk-clad woman. Her hands were crossed above her head in an X shape, where she'd blocked the hilt of the axe. She shifted to grab the weapon and ripped it free of the man's hands. "Well, damn," the examiner said. "Didn't expect that. I don't have anything to say there. Well done." "Does that mean I pass?" Melissa asked as she dropped the axe to the ground. "You passed the combat part," the man said, scratching the back of his head. "Actually, you passed it when you did that spinning move." That's not something most F-rankers can do, so I'd say you're clear there. I just got a little bit carried away. It's been a while since I fought a youngster that surprised me. You've obviously put in the work to improve. I appreciate the compliment, but I'm a little more concerned about the combat part you're talking about. Is there another part to the test? The helmed man burst into laughter. Melissa frowned and arched an eyebrow as she waited for him to collect himself. Of course there is, the examiner said. Fighting prowess is important, but warriors need more than muscles to be effective members of a party. You've clearly trained your strength since the last time we met. Why? What do you mean? Why? I was too weak last time. So you only trained to pass the promotion exam? No, I suppose, Melissa said, trailing off and frowning. So why do you want to pass? Let's say you pass the exam right now. Why do you care? We can't go to the next dungeon if we don't pass the promotion. And is getting to the next dungeon your ultimate goal in life? Well, no, but I can't let my team down, Melissa said, her eyes narrowing. I need to pass so we can all progress. Better, the large man said, nodding slightly. So your goal is to not fail your team. That's good. But what about when you master that dungeon? You'll eventually be back here for the next exam. Why? To do the next dungeon? Melissa asked, less confidently this time. Why? Is the purpose of your life to rank up and beat harder and harder dungeons? Forgive me, but I don't understand the point of this, Melissa said. Don't get me wrong, I see what you're getting at. You want to find out my life goal or something along those lines. But an adventurer's job is to clear dungeons. That's what we do. It doesn't matter why we do it. The large man sat down cross-legged in the grass. He put his hands on his thighs and nodded for Melissa to sit next to him. It does matter. You are correct about clearing dungeons being your job, but the reasons you do it are very important. A man with great combat talent, but no goal in life will burn out and become useless. If you are only working towards the next tiny goal each time, your inevitable end will be failure. Every man and woman, adventurer or not, needs a true goal to work towards. If your heart's desire is ultimately to destroy monsters, then that is fine. So, is that your goal? This is the second part of your exam. Tell me your ultimate goal, no matter what it is. Melissa opened her mouth. Then she closed it. Her lips twisted into a frown, and she rested her chin in a hand. What's your goal? She asked. Training new adventurers, the man replied. When I was younger, I wanted to keep everyone safe and protected from harm. Of course, that's hardly a reasonable desire. However, I realized that I could train others. Each person that I taught could protect people, so the more I instructed, the more innocents were safe. Melissa considered his words for a while. They sat silently for several minutes, watching each other. Something pressed against the sides of her mind, but the moment her thoughts went to it, the sensation faded. I don't know, Melissa finally said. I want to clear dungeons to protect towns from monsters that escape, but I don't think that's all I want to do either. Oh. I'm aware of your younger years, Melissa. The guild briefs all the examiners before we meet a group. I know that you and Belmont were the only survivors from a kobold swarm. Your friend is utterly fixated on stopping such events from happening again, a very noble desire. He reminds me of myself. I might have believed you if you'd said that your goal was the same. Or you would have caught me in a lie, Melissa said, smirking slightly. I honestly don't know what I want. It just feels like I'm drifting along. Melissa stopped talking. Her brow tightened and her lips pursed. She was being far too friendly with the examiner, someone she didn't even know. Wait a minute, what's going on here? Melissa asked, rising to her feet. Ah, I suppose our time together is up. The examiner stood and nodded slightly to Melissa. I must apologize. In order to get responses from the real you, I utilize magic that weakens your inhibitions. You've only spoken what you truly feel, even if it's not something you would ever admit to yourself. Melissa shook her head. trying to clear it of the fog that had suddenly appeared. It had been there for a while, but she'd somehow missed it. "I'll assume I didn't pass then," she asked, her face unreadable. "On the contrary," the examiner replied. "Flying colors. Most people would have lied and told me what they thought I wanted to hear. My magic doesn't make you tell the truth, it just makes you act like your true self. There's nothing wrong with not knowing what your goal is, Melissa. Just make sure you figure it out before it's too late." He reached out and offered Melissa his hand. She was barely able to function enough to take it, her mind stunned into silence. "Congratulations on making it to F rank," he said. "Let's hope your team can match your efforts." Ming floated several inches above her wooden chair. Her bundle of staves rested against her feet, and four cloaked figures stood a short distance away from her. "Hello," she said happily, waving to them. "It's good to see you again, Ming," one of the hooded figures said. Ming recognized his smooth voice from the last promotion exam she'd taken. "We will begin with the standard tests," a woman said. Ming was too far to hear her breathing, but a faint translucent shield about the size of a door appeared a few feet to the small mage's right, a good distance away from any of the hooded examiners. "Please use your strongest attack against that shield," the man said. "Okay," Ming said. She pulled a staff free of the bundle and pointed it at the shield. She drew a deep breath and let it out in an explosive burst. A bolt of purple lighting screamed out of the staff and hammered into the translucent shield. It instantly turned a dull orange. "Again," the man ordered. Another bolt of lightning leapt out and slammed into the shield. It darkened slightly, but nothing else changed. "Continue attacking the shield until you no longer have enough energy to continue," the woman said. Ming nodded and focused her attention on her target. A series of blasts lit up the room as her magic hammered against the shield relentlessly. It didn't darken in color any further, remaining at a burnt orange. After 6 earth-shaking strikes of lighting, Ming's hand was shaking. After 8, she leaned heavily against the chair and drew ragged breaths. The small woman narrowed her eyes and lifted the staff one last time, drawing on the last reserves of her strength. One more burst of magic screamed through the air, smashing into the shield. The staff fell from Ming's hand, and she slumped into her chair. The whole ordeal had only taken a minute at most, but she looked like she'd just run around the city. "Magical strength above average," one of the men who hadn't spoken yet said. "Energy reserves exceptional." A few murmurs rose up from the other examiners, but they quickly stopped as Ming reached into her pouch and pulled out a strip of jerky that Arek had given her. She stuffed it into her mouth, ignoring the stares they sent her way. "Just like last time, you've clearly passed the magical aptitude test," the lead man said. "Seeing as you've come back, I assume you have some thoughts on what you'd like to try and specialize." He trailed off as Ming chowed down on another strip of jerky. She noticed them watching her and nodded, her cheeks puffed like a chipmunk. She snuck one more strip of dried meat into her mouth and chewed for a few moments before swallowing. "I've already got my specialization," Ming said. As she spoke, her gaze drifted to the fourth cloaked figure. They hadn't said anything yet. In fact, they seemed to be looking in an entirely different direction. While the other 3 examiners were watching Ming, he was very focused on the wall to their side. "Have you already arranged for a teacher?" the woman asked. "No. I can acquire a list of mages who are currently looking for an apprentice," the first man said. The fourth figure, the one who hadn't spoken, covered their face and coughed. It was a male voice. Ming's eyes darted in his direction, and a tiny smirk played across her lips. "There's no need," Ming said. "I already know who's going to teach me." "Oh, I thought you said you haven't arranged for a teacher. I'm afraid that you can only choose your specification. The teacher isn't up for choice." "I assure you that all of our mages are competent." "That's not it," Ming said. "There's only one person who can teach me. My specialization will be pure magic." The fourth figure let out a cough that racked his body and whipped his head around to stare at Ming. There were a few moments of stunned silence from the examiners. Well, I see what you mean. There is indeed only one person that can train you in pure magic, but we can't press gang him into agreeing. We will locate him and let you know his thoughts on the matter. Ming sent a pointed glance at the coughing man in the corner. I see. Well, I'm sure he'll be happy to do it. We've already met before. He was kind enough to welcome my group to the city. The lead man cleared his throat, clearly choking down a noise of surprise. Magus greeted you, he asked, shocked. We're getting off track, the female examiner said. We've confirmed that your magic is at an adequate level to progress ranks, but there's another part to the test. Ming, please tell us what you're working towards. What's your end goal, and how does this promotion exam fit into it? Ming drummed her fingers on her chin for a moment as she thought. I like food. Money equals more food, so I want more money. The high-ranking dungeons have more treasures in them that I can sell, so that's why I want to rank up. The lead man waved his hand, gesturing for her to continue and get to her point. Ming just shrugged. And, he asked, exasperated, what else? A passion for protecting the innocent. The drive to grow stronger. Nah, I'm good with the money, Ming said after thinking for a few more moments. She nodded firmly as she spoke. The spell tells me she's saying the complete truth, the female examiner said. She's more honest with us than we are with ourselves. A mage entirely motivated by money isn't particularly reassuring. The guild needs dedicated adventurers, not gold chasers. The man at the far side let out a racking cough again. It shook his body for a moment before he regained control and wiped his mouth with the back of a dark sleeve. Bah, the man said, his voice raspy. Everyone is motivated by money in the end. The monsters are hardly going to bribe her out of finishing a dungeon. But still, the question of character is irrelevant, the dry-voiced man finished. He let out a cough. There's nothing wrong with desiring wealth, and she stated that the money was just so she could buy food. If you couldn't tell, Ming was eating right after she demonstrated her abilities. If I'm not mistaken, the food is how she replenishes her magical reserves. Based on how large they are, she clearly goes through a ridiculous amount of food. Is this true? The lead examiner asked Ming. Is the reason you desire money because you'll run out of magical energy if you can't eat enough? Snacks do help bring my magic back, Ming said thoughtfully. But I also just like eating. The third examiner snickered. The woman spun, presumably to glare at him, before returning her attention to Ming. This is supposed to be a solemn ceremony, not a joke fest. We've heard enough. I vote that Ming has failed. Her goals are too unreliable. The guild can't fully rely on someone who is swayed by food. She emphasized the last word. I say she passes, the man who had laughed said. She's honest, and she didn't actually fail a single portion of the exam. Learn to relax. Advancements in magic come from those who are passionate, not those who conform. The lead man sighed and massaged his forehead. He glanced at the fourth man and nodded in his direction. I'll leave the decision to you then, for obvious reasons. Based on Ming's expression, I suspect she already knows who you are anyways. The fourth man coughed, although it might have been a groan. He reached up and pulled the hood back, revealing Magus, ash-grey hair and pallid face. He and Ming watched each other for an instant. Then he nodded. She passes, Magus said. I've got no desire to babysit, but this is a rare chance. Not many people have enough energy to use pure magic. It will be an interesting experiment to see if Ming can harness it. He pulled the robes off, revealing his dark cloak underneath, and politely handed them to the lead examiner. Come, Ming. We have much to talk about if you are to be a proper apprentice. A cough punctuated Magus' words, and we should leave before my colleague sees us break any more traditions. Okay, Ming said cheerfully. Just to make sure this means I passed, right? Correct, Magus said, leading the small girl out of the room. He nodded politely to the other examiners as they reached the door, but he kept his gaze away from the woman who had voted to fail Ming. They walked down the hallway for a short while. Magus stopped beside a door and peeked inside before gesturing for Ming to follow him. It was a small office with several chairs and an ovular wooden table. Magus sat down in one of the chairs and waited until Ming did the same. "What's your aim, girl?" Magus asked. "If you think you've got something over me, give up. Our meeting outside the city would cause some issues, but not nearly enough for you to blackmail me." "Blackmail? I just want to learn pure magic." It seemed a lot more versatile than the other schools of magic. Magus eyed her suspiciously. "I won't be giving you the pure magic wand either," he coughed. "It's been taken for safe keeping." "I just want to learn pure magic," Ming repeated. "I don't care about the wand." "Say, aren't important discussions supposed to be carried out over a meal?" "I what?" Magus looked bewildered. He shook his head and peered closer at Ming. "You're serious, aren't you?" "Absolutely," Ming said. "Food is a very important matter." "About learning pure magic, not the damn food," Magus snapped. "Ah, that too." Ming's eyes wandered towards the door. She scooted her chair slightly towards it and turned to shoot Magus a pointed glance. "Strange, but intriguing," Magus said, not budging. "Very well, Ming. I will attempt to teach you the basics of pure magic, although I won't be around often. But before that, you will tell me your story, starting from when you first started learning magic. Despite my words to the other examiners, I very much do care about your motives. Pure magic is a dangerous weapon, and I won't be teaching it to someone I don't know." "Sure," Ming said. She cleared her throat. "That's a lot of talking, though." "We could do it over a bowl of soup." Magus huffed and pushed the chair back, rising to his feet. "Over a bowl of soup," he agreed, ignoring Ming's cheer as he walked out of the door. Chapter 24. Go on, then. The soup was supposed to encourage you to talk, not fill your mouth so you'd never speak. Magus eyed Ming as the small woman held up one hand and tipped the rest of a bowl's contents into her mouth with the other. "You can't expect me to speak on an empty stomach," Ming protested as she set the bowl down. "Well, now you've finished," Magus said impatiently, covering a cough with his hand. He turned to glare at one of the other adventurers in the tavern who was watching them. The adventurer quickly turned away, and the pale mage sighed. "Is this soup really so good as to waste my time?" "Not really," Ming said, frowning. "Arek's food is better." "So is Yuri's." "Ah, yes, the chef from the Red House who requested your examination to be moved up. Imagine my surprise when I was summoned to be an examiner for you. I suppose we've yet to see if that's a good thing or not." Ming nodded sagely. "So, can I get another bowl?" "What?" "You said it was worse than your friend's cooking." "It is," Ming said, "but they aren't here right now, and I'm hungry." Magus opened his mouth, then closed it with a snap. He drew a rattling breath and repressed the small laugh that threatened to escape his mouth. "I'm your teacher, not your father. You're welcome to buy yourself some soup after you tell me about yourself. I'm running out of patience." The blue veins burrowed under Magus, skin pulsated, and his eyes narrowed. A slow breath hissed out of his mouth. Energy poured through his lips, sliding past the table and to the floor before rising up and forming a glowing dome around the two of them. "There, now we've got some privacy." "I'm pretty sure that just made everyone watch us even more," Ming said, squinting at the energy. "Can they give me soup through this thing?" "No." "Fine," Ming said, letting out a dramatic sigh. "I first used magic when I was 10. There was a pie on a shelf, but it was out of my reach because I was too short. I accidentally used air magic to float it down to me." Magus tilted his head as if he were listening to something out of one ear. Then he nodded and gestured for Ming to continue. "And what happened next? Did you receive training from another mage?" "No, I learned everything from spellbooks that I found. Then I joined up with Melissa and Belmont, and we became adventurers. Skipped a good bit there, didn't you? Magus asked. I won't bother asking about why your group was one person below the required limit and instead focus on you finding spellbooks. They're hardly easy to come across. A frown flickered across Ming's face. You're using a truth spell, aren't you? Of course I am, Magus replied. Why, something to hide? No, Ming said. I liberated the spellbooks from those who weren't using them, but I put them back when I was done. Magus, I twitched slightly. You stole them. I put em back, Ming replied, shrugging. It's not like they were doing anyone any good, rotting away in rich folks' libraries. Also, I'm pretty sure there's no law against reading a book. But there is one against breaking and entering, Magus pointed out. I didn't break anything. Think of it as me renting a book in exchange for finding small flaws in their security. Interesting, Magus said, his head still tilted. Frankly, if you'd caused any serious harm, I'm sure someone would have reported it. Therefore, I couldn't care less how you learned magic. But why didn't you find a mage? The guild has several programs meant to instruct young students with potential. Ming didn't respond immediately. A flicker of a frown crossed her face before the normal grin replaced it. They only fund a single person and require you to remain beside the mentor, Ming said, her words strained as the Magus spell forced her words to conform to the truth. I looked into it, but they weren't appropriate for me. Your spell is a lot more effective than the one the other examiners used. Of course it is, Magus said, coughing. I'm a B-rank mage, and their spell only told them if you were lying. Mine forces you to only speak the truth, a subtle but important difference. Of course, you're welcome to leave if you'd like. But if you do, consider your apprenticeship over. Ming's gaze narrowed, but she remained seated. Good, Magus said. Now an issue with the mentorship program. Did you have a sibling, perhaps? And what of your parents? My parents are fine, Ming said. They weren't a fan of my magic, so I left the house soon after I awakened my talent. You're skipping something again, Magus said. A sibling, brother or sister? A brother, the small mage sighed. He also had magical talent, but wasn't able to control it. He didn't have as much energy as I did, but he was a lot stronger. When he awakened, he accidentally destroyed part of our house and got kicked out. I went with him and rented spellbooks so we could learn. Why didn't you both go to the mentorship program? Ming grimaced. He couldn't control his magic. We tried, but it was too unpredictable, so they sent him away. I wasn't going to leave him alone, so I followed. I see, Magus said. And what happened between then and you joining your new friends? I don't believe your brother is in your adventuring group. He figured out how to control his power, Ming said, her brow tightening. I need food to replenish my energy reserves because I can draw more than normal. That's why I'm so short. I spent the energy my body would have put towards growing on magic. I didn't learn about the food trick until later, when I realized I felt better after eating. And your brother, Magus said, his eyes tightening. His lips were pursed, and he was clearly digging through his memory for something. He didn't have enough energy to begin with, so he discovered a way to draw it from his surroundings. Ming's brow furrowed and her hands clenched at her sides. He got an offer from a mage to start an apprenticeship and left me behind. He's part of a different adventuring group now. Ah, Magus said, looking taken aback. He rubbed the back of his head as a frown crossed his features. I've hit a sore subject. I apologize. My intention was to learn about your past, not pull open old wounds. I'm already aware of your doings after you and your friends created the happy sunflowers, so I won't pry further. I have no issue with minor laws being broken, especially when they don't hurt anybody. I've obtained sufficient information, for now. Good, Ming said crossly. I suppose I owe you another bowl of soup after that, Magus said, grimacing. It wouldn't hurt. Magus flagged down a waiter and ordered Ming another bowl of soup. He didn't get anything else for himself, and the two of them sat silently for several minutes as they waited for the food to arrive. The waiter emerged from within the kitchen and set the bowl down in front of Ming before departing as quickly as he had arrived. Magus watched Ming as she grabbed the bowl and started to spoon the broth into her mouth like it was going to run away. "What can you tell me of the orc traveling with your party?" Magus asked once Ming had finished the majority of her food. "Arek, he likes cooking." "Marvelous. It's good to have a hobby. However, I'm more interested in the fact that he can talk." Ming just shrugged and finished off the rest of her soup. "What about it? He is an orc." "Orcs do not talk. You've heard Arek talk." "Other orcs do not talk," Magus corrected, his eye twitching slightly. "Their language consists of grunts and gestures. They are not capable of sophisticated conversation. They're deadly warriors, but that's about it. So how does your friend speak as eloquently as you or me?" "No clue," Ming said. "Does it matter? He's a good cook." "Yes, it matters," Magus snapped. "Do you realize the significance of an intelligent orc? There have been other monsters with intelligence rivaling or even overshadowing humans, but not orcs. This means that he was either somehow raised with exposure to human language, exposed to magic that increased his intelligence, or is not an orc at all." "I didn't really pry," Ming said, scraping the bottom of her bowl with a spoon to get the last dredges of soup off it. "If you really want to know, you can ask him." "I will," Magus said, rubbing his brow with one hand. "I just hope we aren't dealing with a new race of monsters that has evolved from orcs. They're dangerous enough already." The last time he'd taken the test, there had been 4 cloaked mages. However, this time there was just one. The cloaked figure was taller than him and held a large blue staff with a semicircle at the top. The armored man scanned the small room, searching to see if the others were hidden within the shadows. The room was made of plain grey stone. It had unadorned walls and a single unused chair that rested behind the cloaked figure. "Are we waiting on the other examiners?" Belmont asked. "No, they had other places to be," a female voice said. Your teammate Ming stirred up a bit of interest. "Has she finally chosen a school of magic?" She sounded middle-aged, and her tone conveyed a mixture of boredom and annoyance. "She has," Belmont said, still scanning the room. A slight frown crossed his face. "Damn," the examiner said. "I knew I should have gone as well." Belmont's eyes narrowed imperceptibly, but he forced his features to remain neutral. He just moved to let his staff hang loosely by his side and cleared his throat. "Are we going to wait for them to get back?" he asked. "No point. I'd rather get this thing over with. I'm missing the fireworks." "So, what was your name again?" "Belmont," he said tightly. "Belmont, since you've got Ming in your party, I'll assume you're the healer or defensive mage." "I am." "I see. I'll be testing your abilities then. Ready?" Belmont's lips pursed. The exams had been much more formal the last time he'd been here, but he gave the woman a terse nod and raised his staff. She tilted her staff in his direction. A bolt of fire ripped out of it and tore through the air towards Belmont. A fragment of pink energy flashed in front of him, just large enough to intercept the woman's attack. Magical energy rippled as the fireball impacted his defenses. The fireball faded away harmlessly, and Belmont's shield did the same. The woman tilted her head slightly and sent another blast of fire in his direction. It met a similar fate. "What is that spell?" she asked, sending a larger ball of fire sailing towards Belmont. A larger shield swam into being before the armored man, blocking the blast. "My own," Belmont replied curtly. "It's a modification of an existing spell." A snake of fire whipped out from the examiner's staff. She snapped it through the air and brought it crashing down on Belmont. His eyes widened, and he let out a powerful exhale. Another shield formed in the whip's path. It shattered, and the attack continued downwards, slamming into Belmont's armor before the woman pulled the flaming rope back. He cursed and nearly lost his footing from the force of the strike. Two shields, one right in front of the other, appeared beside Belmont as she attacked again. The whip smashed through the first shield, but the second one held. The previous test was conducted differently than this one, Belmont said, gritting his teeth. Feel free to complain once the exam is completed, the woman replied, allowing the fire whip to fade away. However, I'm quite interested in that spell of yours. What spell did you modify it from? That is not part of the test criteria, Belmont replied. I am under no obligation to reveal my spells. The woman shrugged and sent another blast of fire sailing towards him. A shield flashed in front of him once again. The two of them stood there, the examiner flinging balls of fire that exploded harmlessly against Belmont's shields for several minutes. The man's breathing grew ragged, and he leaned heavily on his staff. Each shield was slower to appear than the first, but he pushed onwards for several more attacks before finally raising a hand. He could feel his reserves dwindling, but they weren't completely out. He allowed the slightest amount to remain, enough to make a few shields at the most. I'm out of energy, Belmont said. The woman lowered her staff, but it was impossible to read her expression. Are you sure? Yes, Belmont replied firmly. Very well. Your strength appears to be slightly below average, but your energy is average. That's good enough for G level, so we will continue on to the next portion of the exam. A gentle fog crept in at the edges of Belmont's mind as she spoke. His eyes narrowed, and he immediately poured the remainder of his saved energy into his mental defenses. It had been a while since he'd protected his mind, but he'd made a habit of ensuring he remembered a sufficiently powerful protection for his inner thoughts. Magical walls of force slammed into existence within his mind, isolating the inner sanctum of his thoughts from the rest of the world. He allowed the fog to brush against his mind, but it failed to penetrate further. What are your goals in life? The examiner asked. I wish to protect my friends and innocents from hordes of monsters, Belmont said firmly. It wasn't hard to guess that the fog was some form of truth spell, so he allowed a trickle of the fog past his defenses. Ha, the woman muttered under her breath. That's kind of boring, but you actually mean it. Not all that common. She seemed unaware of Belmont's mental fortress. She eyed him for a few moments. Is there anything else? Belmont asked. If not, I'd like to know if I've passed. And if you did, I will immediately submit my resignation from the Happy Sunflowers so they can progress to a G-rank team. They can find another G-ranking member after that. Please tell me the status of my examination. Fine, fine. You pass. Just barely, mind you. What will your specialization be in? Belmont's heart leapt in his chest, and he suppressed the urge to dance around the room and cheer. The happiness was tinged with disappointment at just barely making the cut, but success was success. Evocation, specializing in protection magic, Belmont said. You're clearly self-taught, so you're going to need a mentor unless you're filthy rich. For someone of your strength, that might be difficult. Not many would be interested in you as an apprentice. However, I might consider. I'm not interested, Belmont said, turning towards the door. Thank you for the offer. Ah. Before you leave, then, Belmont glanced over his shoulder. Give me that spell, the woman said. The fog around Belmont's mind surged forward. It crashed against his mental defenses, pressing in and stifling his breathing. No, Belmont replied, his mind racing. This wasn't part of the test. The woman was a trained examiner. Engaging her in a fight was a death sentence. Chapter 25. The best course of action would be to get into a public area. Belmont strode out the door and shut it behind him, leaving her behind him in shock. He rushed back to the dining room and spotted Ming sitting together with a man whose back was turned to him. The armored man's brow furrowed, and he made his way towards the table in a wide loop. When he was about halfway there, Belmont's eyes widened. The man sitting across from Ming was Magus. Belmont lifted his staff slightly, preparing to cast a shield, but Ming didn't look particularly concerned. He cautiously approached the table, his eyes locked on Magus to watch for any sudden movements. "Oh, Belmont, did you pass?" Ming asked when she spotted him. "I did, although my test was hardly conventional. The examiner was interested in my spell, but I didn't want to teach it to her," Belmont said casually. "If Magus was in on the attack, it wouldn't do to let him know that it had failed. Is there a reason you're seated with Magus?" "I can hear you, you know," Magus said, not even looking in Belmont's direction. "I'm aware," Belmont replied. "What do you want with us?" "He's my mentor," Ming said happily. "Magus is going to teach me pure magic." "Really? Magus is going to teach you?" Belmont raised an eyebrow. "I would have thought he'd have more important things to be doing." "Don't worry yourself over me," Magus replied, matching Belmont's annoyed tone. "I won't be around too often. I'm just going to keep an eye on Ming's progress and provide her with spellbooks." Belmont looked as if he wanted to continue questioning the B-rank mage, but the happy expression on Ming's face gave him pause. He finally sighed and pulled up a chair, sitting down beside them. He kept his eyes trained on Magus' mouth, watching for the slightest change in breathing. "You mentioned that your examiner was interested in your spell," Magus asked after several uncomfortable seconds. "That's highly irregular." "I might have," Belmont said, watching the pale mage suspiciously. "I've got a vested interest in your team's success," Magus said, with an exasperated huff that turned into a cough. "You don't need to be so wary of me. Considering you tried to kill us recently, I'll be the judge of that." But she was quite insistent on learning it. "I believe she attempted to use mind magic to coerce me into sharing it." Magus' eyebrow twitched upwards. "And you, an F-rank adventurer, resisted it. I'm particularly cautious about keeping people out of areas where they don't belong," Belmont replied. His lips pulled back slightly in a mixture of a smirk and a snarl. "That's quite an accusation," Magus said. "There should have been more than one mage present for your examination. What were they doing?" "I was informed that they departed the room before I arrived in order to watch Ming's exam," Belmont said. Magus frowned, clearly thinking back on Ming's exam. "There were more people than normal scrying on the exam, but that doesn't mean anything. However, I'll look into this. An examiner misusing their mind magic is a serious offense. I presume you'll be comfortable testifying to your words under a truth spell." "I would have no objection," Belmont said. Ming couldn't help but notice that the longer the two men spoke with each other, the more their words grew formal and their sentences grew longer. She rolled her eyes and examined her empty soup bowl before glancing back up at the hallway, hoping that Arek would emerge bearing a plate full of food. A red-haired woman with dark robes strode out from the hallway. She paused in the dining room, scanning the area for a few moments before her eyes landed on Belmont. The woman paused slightly at the sight of Ming. Magus' billowing robes covered most of his body, making him look no different than many of the other hooded mages that frequented the guild. Belmont noticed the woman approaching and frowned. He drew a slow breath, directing the magical energy into his mental defenses once again. It was difficult to tell if this woman was his examiner, but she was approximately the right height and wore the same robes. "That might be her," Belmont said, keeping his voice low. "Unlikely," Magus replied. "Even if you speak truly, there's no way an examiner would be foolish enough to try something in the middle of the Adventurers Guild." Even as he spoke, a heavy fog slammed into Belmont's mind. If the last time she tried to influence him had been a small wave, this was a tsunami. His defenses held for an instant. He had just enough time to call out a warning before they fell. His limbs went slack as the invasive magic wrestled control of Belmont's body. It pressed further into his mind, seeking out his deeper thoughts. Then it slammed to a halt. Deep within the inner reaches of Belmont's psyche, An iron-hard vault of burning magic formed a second barrier against the examiner's magic. She didn't get time to penetrate the barrier. Magus threw his chair back as he rose to his feet, his hair rippling with crackling blue energy. "You dare to use mind magic without permission," he thundered. Sparks of energy flashed off him, singing the table and floor. The woman leapt backwards in shock. Belmont's mental magic surged forward as he took advantage of the woman's surprise and regained control of his body. "Are you with the Starpiuser Guild?" Belmont asked, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. The woman's eyes flicked from Belmont to Magus. A feral snarl crossed her mouth. "As if I'd be working for those fools. I serve a greater master. You should have just given me what I asked for. I'll be seeing you around, Belmont. We will have that spell." She reached for something at her side, smirking at Belmont. Tendrils of pure magic surged forth from Magus, binding the woman and wrapping her mouth and nose shut. Her eyes widened as she tried to breathe, but no air would enter her passageways. She thrashed back and forth on the ground for several minutes before finally slumping, unconscious. The tavern-goers watched them in shock, uneasy murmurs passing around the room like wildfire. Magus withdrew his magic and coughed into his sleeve with a grimace. "Don't say anything, F. Ranker," he said to Belmont. "I'm in a bad mood, and I don't need to deal with your snark on top of it. Pick this woman up. We're taking her to a holding cell." That was exceedingly foolish of her, and that makes me concerned. I don't know who she's serving, but they're powerful if she's this bold. Arek's chest rose and fell in great heaves as he gasped for air. Vel stood across from him, his face slightly flushed, but looking no worse for the wear. The office was in tatters around them, the desk had been shattered, and the wallpaper was full of furrows and slashes. "I thought you said the office was magically protected," Arek said, straightening as he gathered his breath. "I lied," Vel replied, shrugging. "You've clearly grown lax in your training, Arek. You used to be my match." "Not lax. I found something more worthy of my time." Vel just grunted. He shook his head and lowered his arms, dropping out of the fighting stance and sitting down on one edge of the ruined desk. "You're no C-rank anymore, not without your magic," Vel said. "But you might cut it as a D-ranker. Who knows, if you abandoned these foolish games and started doing some real work, you might even catch up with me, even without your runes." "I'd rather pull my pants down and sit on an anthill," Arek replied. "I've found my calling, Vel. Don't press me again." The grizzled adventurer raised his hands, shaking his hands and laughing. "Very well, Arek. No matter what you seem to think, I've always considered you a friend. I just want the best for you. We just happen to disagree on what that is." Arek cocked an eyebrow, not gracing his old teammate with a response. Vel sighed and shook his head. "You pass. There's no way I could realistically hold you back from becoming an F rank, although you could jump straight back to C rank if you just revealed who you are." "Anthill. Right, point made," Vel said. "Congratulations. Consider yourself promoted to F rank, Arek. I'm not even going to bother with the personality evaluation. We both know the answers to it already." "Thank you," Arek said. A slight grin split the orc's face. "So, what are you going to do now, oh newly appointed F rank? Will you go out and challenge the local dungeons with your newfound prowess?" "I've got all of two options," the orc said dryly. "Either my team goes to a dungeon, or the Starpiuser Guild squishes us." "Oh, I very much doubt that," Vel said with a wide grin. "What do you mean?" Arek asked, his brow furrowing. "They chased you through the streets throwing rocks mere hours after attempting to attack you within the city. Your friend Yuri has vouched that you acted out of self-defense. In addition, they attempted to sabotage a city-sanctioned competition by stealing her ingredients. Yuri has more political pull than the Starpiuser Guild expected. You two have dug them a hole, and they've jumped right into it." "They've been around for years," Arek said doubtfully. "Is this really enough to deal with them? Permanently, Probably not. But paraphrasing one of your metaphors, they're about to have a lot of ants up their ass. Vel reached into his clothes and revealed a disc of metal about the size of his hand. It opened like a large locket, revealing a mirror within it. Glowing green runes ran along its edges, illuminating the room in a dull glow. The mirror twisted and warped as colors stretched across it, painting a perfect image. A massive man in a suit of black armor stood above a cowering man that Arek recognized. It was the man from the Starpiuser Guild who had attempted to steal Yuri's citrus. As Arek watched, the man in the black armor reached down and grabbed the bald Starpiuser member, lifting him into the air with a single hand. The orc couldn't hear anything, but he could see him pleading for mercy. The view from the mirror changed, shifting to reveal that the black armor was empty. Its eyes were lit by green runes that ran all over the inside of the suit. "One of your creations?" Arek asked. "One of many," Vel confirmed. The view on the mirror flickered, showing several dozen other Starpiuser members in various stages of terror. Their trial has already been scheduled. They're not going to have the time to even think about you or your new team. "I see," Arek said thoughtfully. "So I ask you again, what will you do now?" "Well, that should be obvious," Arek replied, baring his fangs as a wide grin stretched across his face. "I'm going to cook. My team has been promoted, and they need a victory dinner." "How do you know they've passed? They could have all failed." "They passed, and even if they didn't, we will eat well anyways. There's no need to be punished further. Good food should be a constant of life, and eating well will help achieve success later." "You sound like a stuffy old man with a potbelly," Vel said with an exasperated sigh. "And now you've made me hungry." "The guild serves food in the tavern," Arek said, smirking. "I've heard their soup is quite good." The orc lifted a hand in farewell. Before he could leave, Vel reached down to his waist and grabbed the red patch. He tossed it to Arek, who caught it with a surprised expression. "I'm not going to force you to use it," Vel said quickly. "Now that I've found you, that patch has no worth to me. Do what you want with it. But you never know when you need the political powers of a C-rank adventurer." Arek stared at it for a few moments. Then he gave Vel one final nod before turning and leaving the room, grabbing his pack on the way out. Ideas churned in his mind, but not a single one was about the Adventurers Guild. Yuri's dish floated through his head as he tried to decipher each individual flavor within it. He had a dish to cook and a team to feed. There was no time to waste worrying about adventuring. Arek emerged into the guild's dining hall, the illusion from his mask back in place. The hall was as avid as ever. In fact, it might have been more avid than normal. People chattered, excitedly gesturing. The orc spotted Ming at her table, but only because the small mage waved frantically to him. "Where are the others?" Arek asked. "And I assume you passed." "I did," Ming said excitedly. "Belmont was here, but a woman tried to mind control him, so Magus beat her up. Then they dragged her away. Magus is also my teacher now. Did you pass as well?" "I did," the orc said. He raised a hand before Ming could continue, attempting to digest what she just told him. "Someone attacked Belmont?" Arek asked, finally processing what Ming had said. He raised his eyebrows. "In the middle of the tavern." "Yeah, I couldn't believe it. I didn't even get a chance to help, though. Magus stopped her before she could do anything." "Why did some lady go after Belmont, though?" "We don't know," Ming replied, shrugging. "He and Magus went to bring her somewhere. Belmont seemed okay, and Magus looked really mad." "That's good, I guess. We're never going to hear the end of this from Belmont." He gave Ming a slight grin. "Now, what's this about Magus being your teacher? Actually, wait. I'm assuming that you and Belmont have had a hectic day, but you're both okay, right?" "Yep." "Good. I'm going to go buy some ingredients. We can talk about this later. My steak is going to have to marinate for as long as possible. Now, has Melissa come out yet?" "Not yet," Ming said. And I think it's safe to assume Belmont passed as well. He said he did. In that case, could you wait for Melissa? She deserves to know that Belmont got attacked and that we all succeeded. Sure, Ming said, smiling. Oh, can you use your fancy artifact on me? I want to know if I got stronger since we last checked. Sure, Eric replied, pulling the Trusite artifact out of his bag and holding the glass piece up to his eye. Letters twisted through the air, forming into a list that only Eric could see. Ming Dorgan, human female, age 19, magical affinity, pure magical power, 68th percentile magical energy, 96th percentile physical power, 2nd percentile karma, 19 F-rank adventurer guild. None Arek read the changes out. It looks like you've gone up a few percentiles in your magical affinity and karma. You've chosen pure magic, which doesn't surprise anyone, and you're an F-rank adventurer. Your karma also went up a little. Karma, Ming asked. You mentioned that the first time. What is it? Kind of like a measure of good deeds, Arek replied. It's very imprecise. There's a reason the Trusite artifact isn't used by the guild in testing. It essentially scans your subconscious to find out what you truly think your strength is by comparing it against other people you've seen. Being cocky or humble won't help, but if you honestly believe something about yourself to your core, then it'll show up as a fact on the artifact. That's different from just thinking about it. For example, even though Belmont thought he was helpless, he knew he wasn't that weak in his subconscious. Ha, so I think I've done some good stuff and gotten a little stronger recently. Pretty much, Eric said. That's neat, Ming said. And I'm now over it. I'm hungry. What are you making for dinner? My attempt at Yuri's meal from earlier today, Eric said, failing to keep the chuckle from escaping his lips. Ming never changed. I hope you aren't tired of it yet. I don't think you can get tired of meat, Ming proclaimed, drawing chuckles from a few of the adventurers at nearby tables who overheard her. You'd be surprised. I'll be back in an hour or two. Wait, what about the Starpiuser Guild? They're probably still on our tail. I've been told that we won't have to worry much about them for a while, Eric said. It shouldn't be an issue. Really? Ha! That's surprising, but I'll take your word for it. She seemed to notice Eric's eagerness to get to the market. The orc raised a hand in farewell and headed out of the tavern and towards the market. It didn't take him long to reach his goal, and the trip was much more enjoyable now that he wasn't getting chased. There were so many people in Riverfall that nobody seemed to pay much attention to him, so the mask's illusion held strong. That being said, Arak was determined to keep his conversations with the vendors succinct. There was no point testing fate. He strode down the market streets, drumming his fingers on his chin as he considered Yuri's dish. It was smoky, with more than one flavor he'd never thought existed. He could feel a tinge of frustration building at the back of his mind as he tried and failed to figure out what she'd done. Right, Arak said to himself. First things first, the basic ingredients. He already had all the herbs he needed, so all that was left were the more unique ingredients and the meat itself. The orc's eyes scanned the shops as he walked. A more specialized shop would have been hard to find in Greenridge, but Riverfall was no backward city. Only a few minutes later, Arek's nose twitched. He stopped walking in front of a smaller wooden cart that was covered with bottles and jars. A toothy grin spread across the orc's face. The owner of the cart was a large woman with pudgy cheeks and a dirtied chef's apron. She was concentrated on mixing several ingredients together in a stone bowl and didn't notice Arek as he approached. The orc stood there patiently, still searching for a method to emulate the small chef's dish. The large woman noticed Arek and set her bowl down. Ah, I didn't see you there. I hope you'll forgive old Grandma Bella. My hearing isn't what it used to be, she smiled apologetically. Now, sweet cheeks, what can Grandma get you? I'm not sure, Eric said, pursing his lips. I am attempting to emulate a recipe, but I have no idea what the ingredients are. Oh, an aspiring chef? Grandma Bella asked in delight. Something like that. Well, Grandma Bella can't cook for you, but maybe she can give some advice. What flavors are you looking for and what dish is it? It's a meat dish made with thinly sliced steak. The steak is marinated, and I could pick out a tangy citrus flavor within it, but there was this smokiness, and a hint of sweet as well. And on top of that, there was a complex flavor that I couldn't even begin to describe. It was savory, just bitter enough for you to notice, but in a good way. I know sugar isn't used here. The meat wasn't that sweet. I'm at a loss. Grandma Bella hummed to herself for a few moments. Then she nodded and reached under the cart, shuffling around through the jars and glasses before pulling a thick vial full of a dark liquid out. She put it on the counter before ducking back under the wood. She finally came back up with 2 jars. One was full of a viscous black liquid, and the other was a vial of dark brown liquid similar to the first one that she produced. Arek eyed the jars suspiciously as she set them on the table with a triumphant smile. "These might help you a little, lad," Grandma Bella said. She gestured encouragingly towards them. "Go on, take a sniff." Arek picked up the first jar she'd set out, mostly because it looked less like toxic sludge. He popped the cap off and inhaled slightly. He recoiled. It carried a hint of sweetness, but it was enveloped in a blanket of other flavors that were nigh impossible to describe. "Soy sauce?" Arek asked in shock. "Oh, you've heard of it then?" Grandma Bella asked. "I have. I'm just surprised to see it here," Arek said. He had some soy left over in his bag, but it was running low. On top of that, this one was clearly of higher quality. "You must be from a smaller city," Grandma Bella said, laughing. "It's quite a common ingredient in Riverfall, although it originates from Red Mount, a large city in the northern mountains." "Interesting. I never knew it was more easily accessible within larger cities, but that does make sense. I want this." He nodded firmly. "It's part of the dish, I'm almost certain." Grandma Bella just smiled and nudged the other of the 2 vials in Arek's direction. The orc picked it up. It was full of the dark brown liquid. He removed the stopper and sniffed gingerly. It was distinctly salty, with a slightly pungent undertone. At first, Arek grimaced and pulled back. However, he couldn't stop himself from taking another whiff. Despite the strange smell, it seemed to have multiple layers of flavor that called to him. "What is this one?" Arek asked. "Fish sauce, dear." "It's not exactly what you asked for, but it could help add some complexity and flavor to your dish." "I can imagine," Arek said, thinking for a few moments. "I want this one as well, purely out of curiosity. I don't think it'll be much help in this particular dish, but I suspect I'll be able to get some use out of it regardless." Arek set the vial down next to the soy sauce and turned his attention to the dark sludge. He removed the top and raised it to his nose. It was sweet, but that was masked by the earthy undertones that nearly assaulted his nostrils. The tiniest amount of smoky flavor was intertwined with the other flavors. It was nowhere near the worst thing he'd smelled, but the combination was bizarre. "I'm starting to feel uneducated," Arek said. "Oh. Did you go to school somewhere?" Grandma Bella asked, raising an eyebrow. "Well, no. I've got a good bit of experience cooking, though. I've got no clue what this is. There's always something out there to humble you, dear. The more you learn, the more you realize you don't know anything. This is molasses. It's made from sugar, but as I'm sure you can tell, it's got some additional flavors that might give it the kick you're looking for." "It couldn't hurt to try," Arek agreed. "How much for all 3 of them?" "1 gold," the old woman replied with a wide grin. Arek pulled the requested coin from his bag and placed it on the counter. He clipped the 3 new vials to his bandolier and gave her a polite nod. "Thank you for your time, and thank you for the business." The orc waved farewell and set back off into the market. His main problems taken care of, he quickly stopped by a fruit merchant. He bought a few limes before locating a butcher shop and buying several pounds of thinly cut steak. His shopping done, he headed back to the Adventurers Guild. It was time to start cooking. The happy sunflowers had all reconvened by the time Arak returned. The three of them, along with Magus, sat around a large table. Belmont was positioned with his chair to the wall, watching the door as the others spoke. He spotted Arak and gave the orc a nod as he approached the group. The others noticed him soon after. "Belmont, I heard you were attacked," Arak said, frowning. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine," Belmont responded, shrugging. "I've got sufficient defenses against mental magic, and Magus took care of the problem easily enough." "Do we know why she attacked yet?" Arak asked. He noticed Magus impatiently drumming his fingers on the table, but ignored the mage. "She wanted my spell, but I'm not sure why. I think the guild is questioning her. She didn't actually manage to hurt me, and the guild is apparently still counting my test as a pass, so it turned out okay. It was quite strange, but all we can do is wait for the guild to figure out what happened." Everyone glanced at Magus, who pursed his lips. "I'll check into it in a short while. We need to give the guild some time to figure out what happened." "Very well," Arak said, a slight frown on his face. "Are you going to cook now?" Ming asked, bouncing up and down on her chair. "You should make something since Belmont probably needs some comfort food after getting attacked. Also, I haven't had anything to eat recently, so I'm starving." "I bought you 3 bowls of soup," Magus said, glaring at her, "and one of them was only a few minutes ago." "Yeah, but that was the appetizer. It doesn't count." Melissa smirked, but the tall woman seemed lost in her own thoughts. Magus harumphed. He shifted in his chair to look at Arak, who stood over his shoulder. "Would you be amicable to answering a few questions? I'm incredibly interested in you." "Uh, I've never gotten that from a man before, but I can't say that I'm not flattered. However, I'm afraid I'm not interested in a relationship at the moment." "That wasn't what I meant, and you know it," Magus said. "Depending on your origin, this could be vital to expanding our knowledge of monsters. The possibilities, I simply must know." "Fine," Arak said. Magus' eyes lit up, and he started to rise out of his chair. "After I get my steak in a marinade. You've waited this long, so a little while longer won't do you any harm. And after that, you can tell us about why Belmont was attacked. That should give the guild some time to look into it." The pale May let out an exasperated sigh, but he slumped into the chair and shrugged. "Fine. Oh, one more thing," Arak added. "I want to look at you through my Trusite artifact with your complete consent." Magus glared at him. "I'm not even going to ask why you have that. What purpose will inspecting me with it serve?" "Yes or no question," Arak said. "Oh, go ahead." "I've got nothing to hide from what it can read," Magus said, sighing. He slumped even further into his chair like a petulant child. "Fantastic," Arak said, pulling out the artifact and looking through it at the pale mage. Magus human male, age 44, magical affinity, pure magical power, 98th percentile magical energy, 80th percentile physical power, 8th percentile karma, 3 B-rank Adventurer Guild. Adventurers Guild contractor, he's safe, Arak said. No ties with the Starpiuses. "Really? You couldn't figure that out before?" Magus groused. "It doesn't hurt to be safe," Arak replied, pocketing his artifact. "I'm going to head outside the city to build a campfire." "What? Why?" Magus asked, sitting bolt upright. "That sounds like a lot of extra time that I could be asking you questions." "I don't have a kitchen," Arak replied. "And unlike Greenridge, I don't have a friendly chef willing to offer me theirs." "You could challenge the chef here," Ming suggested. "His soup isn't very good." "That's a possibility," Arak said, nodding thoughtfully. "Absolutely not," Magus snapped. "I will not have my students' team members challenging the chef of the Adventurers Guild. Furthermore, I won't be waiting for you to go all the way outside the city to cook." Magus rose to his feet and stormed over to the kitchen. He pushed the door open and stepped into the back. A few moments later, he re-emerged with a baffled chef in tow. Chef Valier has agreed to lend you a portion of his kitchen for the next few hours, provided you don't do too much damage to it, Magus said. The baffled chef adjusted his white hat and gave Arek a doubtful nod. Yes, yes. I take no offense to you cooking your own food in my tavern, the man said, clearly offended. However, Magus' intimidating form silenced any further complaints. Well, that's convenient, Arek said. Thank you. Chef Valier pursed his lips and nodded before turning and darting into the kitchen to escape Magus' gaze. Arek started after him. As he passed the table, Melissa rose to her feet and silently fell in behind the orc. The orc raised an eyebrow but didn't say anything. The two of them pushed the door open and followed Valier inside the kitchen. The warm aroma of cooked meat and spices greeted them as the sounds of the dining room faded into the background. The kitchen was quite large, with 8 workstations and a huge counter in the middle with dozens of cabinets. Cooks rushed around, not wasting an instant of time. An open door at the backside of the kitchen led into a large ice room where the meat and other perishables were stored. You work here, Valier said, thrusting a finger at an open spot at the far left corner of the room. He let out an annoyed huff and stormed to the other end of the kitchen. So, why'd you follow along? Arek asked Melissa as they walked over to the spot Valier had indicated. Ah, I was hoping to ask you a favor, Melissa said. Could you teach me how to cook? Chapter 26 Teach you? Arek asked, tilting his head slightly. I don't see why not. I haven't tried teaching anyone cooking before, but I'm sure you could pick some things up. Melissa blinked. Just like that. Sure. What, did you expect me to say no? Nobody is going to complain about having some help in the kitchen. There are lots of tedious tasks that I'll happily pawn off onto someone else. He gave Melissa a wicked grin. The tall woman rolled her eyes, but it looked as if a weight had lifted off her shoulders. Arek cleared his throat and nodded towards her extravagant clothing. First lesson, no dangly bits in the kitchen unless you want them to get dipped in sauce. Also, don't wear anything you care about. You don't ever change clothes before you start cooking, Melissa said with a slight pout. I don't have enough clothes to change every time I cook. There's an apron hanging from the wall there. That'll do for now. Melissa nodded and grabbed a stained white apron from its hook on the wall, ignoring the angry looks Valier sent them. She threw it over her head and tied it behind her back. The combination of the dirty cooking apron and her expensive silks looked ridiculous. Right then, Arek said. I'm well aware you're not a moron, but I'm about to treat you like one. I don't know how much you know about cooking, but I don't want to waste time figuring it out. I'm just going to assume you know nothing so you don't miss anything. Melissa nodded. The orc pulled out the meat, which was wrapped in a packet of paper. He then revealed several glass vials full of dark liquids before tilting his head as he thought for a few moments. I need to get some ingredients from my garden, Arek said. I'll be right back. He pulled the medallion out and activated it. The kitchen vanished as he appeared within the space of the Moonrune garden. The tank he'd noticed last time had now shifted. The arrow was pointed solidly at the red color. However, more concerningly, the dirt was completely dry. Arek cursed and knelt beside one of his plant rows. The vegetation had grown by a good bit since he'd last been here. However, they were looking slightly droopy. Their leaves were soft and floppy. They turned a darker shade of green than normal as well, but they weren't dead. One problem at a time, Arek muttered. He rose back to his feet and strode down the lines of crops. It didn't take him long to spot cilantro due to its long stems and small, unique-looking leaves. The orc plucked several large bunches before reactivating the medallion, vowing to return with a large amount of water in the near future. He blinked back into existence in the kitchen. Melissa flinched slightly before grimacing and rubbing her forehead. You scared the shit out of me, she muttered. That thing should really make some noise when you pop back up. I'll be sure to pass your complaints on to the enchanter who made it, Arak said dryly. He waggled the bunch of cilantro in front of her. Step 1, wash your produce, always. Melissa took it from him and held it under the faucet in the sink. Judging by the glowing runes on it, Arak suspected the sink was also powered by moon runes. The tall woman rinsed the cilantro as Arak pulled out the limes and wordlessly handed them to her before grabbing a large bowl from his pack. Once Melissa had finished washing the fresh produce, Arak placed it within the bowl. He slid the bowl back and opened the paper package with a claw, revealing 4 large slices of meat. A thin white coating ran down both sides, although one seemed to be more densely covered than the other. We're going to need to remove the membrane, Arak said, tapping the white coating. Why? Well, Arak trailed off for a moment, thinking. There's both fat and membrane on here. Too much fat will inhibit the meat from cooking properly for the method we're using. The membrane will pull the steak tighter when it cooks, causing it to curl or cook unevenly. We don't need to get rid of all of it, just most. Arak pulled a thin blade out from within his bag. He removed it from the leather sheath and handed it to Melissa. It wasn't a blade he used often, but it was more than suited to the task. Cut away from yourself, he said. Belmont is probably tired, so we don't want to make him reattach any fingers. He drew his cleaver along the fat cap of the steak, slicing the majority of it free. Generally, a cleaver wouldn't have been the ideal tool for this task. However, he'd grown so used to working exclusively with one that it no longer posed a large problem to him. Melissa mimicked his action as best as she could, removing a good half of the fat before accidentally cutting away from the meat. She tried again, this time removing a solid portion of the remaining fat. There were still quite a few veins of fat running through both of their steaks, but Arak wasn't particularly bothered. He just picked at the steak, searching for the thin membrane and peeling it off wherever he found it. This proved slightly more difficult for Melissa. The orc's claws enabled him to easily grasp the slippery membrane and pull it free, but it continued to slip through her fingers. She frowned, her brows narrowing, and pinched a particularly offensive piece of membrane as hard as she could before ripping back. It tore free, taking a small chunk of the meat along with it. Shit, Melissa said, sending a worried glance in Arak's direction. It happens. Don't worry about it. The two of them picked at the steak for a few more minutes, removing more of the fat and membrane. Arak finally set his knife down and indicated for Melissa to do the same. He took the 2 strips of meat and set them aside. Good, Arak said. The easy part is over. That was the easy part, Melissa asked, running her hands under the sink's faucet to clean them a little. For this recipe, yes. Normally, making a marinade is quite simple. The problem is that I have no clue what Yuri used in her dish, so I don't know how to properly replicate it. That means we get to guess. But wouldn't you have to guess every ingredient? It won't taste the same if you don't, will it? It could taste completely different, could even end up terrible. That seems a little risky. What happens if we completely mess it up? Melissa frowned. Shouldn't we have a backup plan? Mistakes happen. If we mess it up, we just try again. I think I should have enough experience to keep us from completely ruining the dish, but I suppose we'll have to wait and see. He pulled the bowl with the fresh ingredients back over to them and removed the limes and cilantro, setting them aside on the counter. Then he frowned, drumming his fingers on the countertop. What now? Melissa asked. I'm trying to figure out what Yuri made her marinade out of, Arak said. I think I've got parts of it, but I'm missing the proportions and the base. There should be some liquid that makes up a large portion of the marinade, so the steak can be evenly coated, but I can't imagine what she used. Is there something you normally do for a marinade? Melissa asked. I've used orange juice as the base before, but I don't think that would achieve what we're looking for here. It's too sweet, and we're already using limes. To be honest, I don't marinate many dishes. It's difficult to marinate while you're on the move. I've got a few recipes, but nothing at the level of what Yuri has done. They sat there for a few more minutes. Arek could practically feel Valia's gaze burning into his back. He sighed and picked up his cleaver, splitting the limes into halves and squeezing them into the bowl while making sure to keep the seeds and pulp out of it. Then he tipped some of the soy sauce in. The orc produced a bulb of garlic from within a leather pouch and removed a clove, crushing it and finally mincing it while Melissa watched. He dropped the garlic in and added a sprinkle of brown powder from a jar on his bandolier. "Come in," Arik explained. "It's got a sharp, warm flavor that will make you feel content. It's very strong, so only use it in small amounts." He held the jar of cumin out to Melissa, who sniffed it gingerly. She accidentally inhaled a tiny amount of the powder and doubled over coughing. "Don't sniff so hard. It's not going to run away from you," Arak said, laughing as the tall woman wiped her nose and glared daggers at the cumin. "It's like angry dirt," Melissa decided, her voice nasally. "Well, it tastes great so long as it hasn't been up someone's nose. Now, we've added in the majority of our flavors. The soy sauce is difficult to describe, so just smell it. It's liquid, so you shouldn't have any problems there. Only if I can still smell after the cumin," Melissa muttered, taking the jar that Arek indicated and very carefully taking a small sniff. Her nose twisted slightly. "Soy sauce doesn't smell very good," she decided. "It's kind of salty, but not." "I can see what you meant by not being able to describe it. It tastes better than it smells," Arek promised. "Now, we've added the limes for two reasons. The first is that citrus tastes good. It was also clearly present in Yuri's dish. The second is that it helps break down the meat and make it softer. Because it's acidic." "Correct," Arek said, raising an eyebrow and giving her an approving nod. "But that brings a problem. Yuri's dish had citrus in it, but not enough for it to be the base of the marinade. It will overpower everything if we put too much in. That means we're missing at least one ingredient." "What about that stuff?" Melissa asked, nodding towards the jar of molasses on the table. Arek wordlessly opened it and handed it to Melissa. She sniffed it and grimaced. "I don't like that. I have to admit that I'm suspicious of it as well, but I was promised that it carried a good, smoky flavor and would be useful in copying Yuri's work." "You're the chef," Melissa said doubtfully. Arek chuckled and carefully tilted the jar over the bowl of ingredients, allowing a dollop of molasses to trail down before he quickly put the cap back onto the jar. "And now we need our last ingredient," Arek said, pursing his lips. "There isn't enough of the marinade to coat the steak yet. Could you use water?" "That would make more of it." "It would make more, but that would just dilute it," Arek said, shaking his head. "Use vinegar," a voice said from behind them. They turned, their eyes widening slightly. Vaulia stood a short distance away, his arms crossed and his face stern. "I'm sorry," Arek asked. "Vinegar will assist in breaking down the meat. If you use red wine vinegar, it carries enough sweetness to blend in well with the other ingredients." "Ha! I've never used red wine vinegar before." "Then it is a good time to start," Vaulia barked, revealing a corked glass flask full of dark red liquid and setting it down on the table beside them. He paused for a moment and then added on as an afterthought, "Anything to get you out of my kitchen faster." He strode away before they could thank him. Arek removed the cork and took a whiff before offering to Melissa, who did the same. "Smells like vinegar," Melissa said. "A little sweeter than white vinegar, though," Arek said, nodding a little. "This could work." He tipped the vinegar into the mixture, using a little less than a quarter of the small bottle before capping it once again. Then he mixed the ingredients around with a claw until they were well distributed. "Arek, how do you make sure the recipe tastes the same each time you make it? You aren't measuring anything." "It comes with experience. But at the moment, I'm mostly just guessing. I don't know what proportions we really need, so I'm using what I already know to give it a shot. There's one trick we can use, though. He licked the marinade from his claw and gestured for Melissa to dip a finger in the bowl. I think it could use some more garlic, Arak said. Melissa nodded in agreement, too focused on the flavors of the marinade to grace him with a full response. The orc chuckled and minced another clove of garlic before adding it to the mix. Two more steps, Arak said. First, we need to tenderize the meat. He pulled the steaks back in front of them. He laid one out in front of Melissa and kept the other. I thought the lime and vinegar did that, Melissa said. This will help them along. Can't go wrong with making the meat even softer. Just punch it until it's about half of its current thickness. Wait, seriously. You just beat. Arak's fist thudded into the steak loudly. He fell into a steady rhythm, raining blows down upon the meat like it was his sworn enemy. The blows weren't excessively violent, but they carried force behind them. Melissa shrugged and cracked her neck, raising her own fists. Vaulier approached them, his mouth curled slightly in annoyance, but his eyes carried much less anger than when Magus had ordered the chef to share his kitchen. He held a large wooden mallet in one of his hands. The tall woman didn't pay his approach much attention. She copied Arak, her strikes slamming into the steak with methodic precision and no less force than the orcs. Vaulier stopped, then slowly moved the mallet behind his back and walked away. That's good enough, Arak said, nodding and lowering his arms. Melissa got one more good punch in before doing the same. It's relaxing, isn't it? The orc asked as he grabbed the steaks and laid them in the bowl. A little, Melissa admitted. Arak massaged the marinade into the meat, turning it over and swishing the liquid around for a few minutes. And now we wait, Arak said. Normally, this would take quite a few hours. However, I've picked up some magic that can accelerate it a bit. He held his hands over the meat and drew in a slow breath. As he exhaled, warm yellow light flowed from his hands. It washed over the bowl. At first, nothing happened. However, as minutes ticked by, Melissa could see the steak steadily growing darker. What had once been a reddish pink was now brown. The steak's shape didn't change at all. The orc eventually let his hands drop and inspected his work for a moment. Then he nodded. That should work. It's ready. I don't see a grill, so we'll have to just use a pan. Luckily, there was a moonroom-powered stovetop right next to their workspace. The wall behind it had pots and pans hanging from dozens of hooks. Arak grabbed a large cast-iron pan from the wall and gave it an appreciative nod before setting it down on the counter. He grabbed a vial of oil from his bandolier, then turned the stove's heat on and waited until the pan was hot before adding the oil and swirling it around. We wait for the pan to get hot so the oil spreads easily, Arak explained. Now, we need to dry the meat off before we toss it into the pan or it'll smoke out the whole room. He pulled the steaks out of the marinade and exhaled. A breeze swept over them, the moisture on their outside drying out and fading. What school of magic are you even using? Melissa asked. I don't recognize it. No real school of magic, Arak replied. Just tricks I've picked up here and there from books. I don't think much of it can be taught. It uses runes. But more importantly, our steak is ready to cook. Arak laid the seasoned steak down into the pan away from himself, smiling as it crackled to life. A tiny amount of smoke rose up from the pan, but it was almost negligible. The cut of meat we used is quite thin, so we only need to give a minute or two per side, Arak said. Melissa nodded, watching the meat with rapt attention as it cooked. Arak easily picked it off the pan with his claws and flipped it, revealing a perfectly charred exterior that was reminiscent of what Yuri's dish had looked like. It was craggy, with parts more charred than others. It almost looked as if it had been grilled, despite clearly resting in a pan. Once it had finished, Arak pulled the steak out and set it aside. Then he nodded towards the remaining piece of steak. Your turn. What? This is everyone's dinner. I'm not ready to do something like this. If you can't cook for your friends, you can't cook for anyone, Arak said. Everyone has to start somewhere. Melissa pursed her lips, but nodded and set her features in stone. She grabbed the steak and laid it into the pan, emulating Arak's motions as best as she could. It wasn't perfect, but the steak entered the pan and stayed there. Haven't you cooked before? Arak asked. Nothing fancy, but surely you've done some. Not really, Melissa said sullenly. The Adventurers Guild sells really cheap pre-made meals that cook themselves and are fully ready to eat within a minute. I've been living off them ever since Belmont and I escaped our village. I see, Arak said. More the reason to learn, then. You'll have to show me these fast meals later. They sound fascinating. Melissa nodded absent-mindedly, reaching out to flip the steak. She paused halfway there, then grabbed a pair of tongs from the wall and flipped the steak with them instead. A minute or so later, she pulled it from the pan and set it down beside Arak's. It was difficult to tell the difference between them. Arak's had a slightly better char, but without looking closely, they were identical. They were covered with fat that glistened in the kitchen's light. The slight aroma of smoke and citrus rose up from the steak. And there you have it, Arak said, patting her on the shoulder. All that remains is to let the steak rest for 10 or so minutes before cutting it up. I'm looking forward to seeing how they turned out. Once 10 minutes had passed, Arak sliced the steak into thin strips and piled it into a bowl. Valier watched the two of them over their shoulders, a stern expression on his face. Done, Valier asked. We are, Arak said. Thank you for the use of your kitchen. The next time you want to use a kitchen, ask yourself. You've clearly got some degree of skill in cooking, so you don't need some musclehead mage pushing people around for you. And you, girl, continue your studies. Cooking is life's greatest pursuit. Valier snapped his fingers and pointed at the door. Now, get out of my kitchen. The two of them concealed their smiles and departed as quickly as they could. Melissa took off her apron and hung it on a hook. As they left the kitchen, Arak's disguise flickered slightly, revealing a patch of green skin before it snapped back into existence. Valier's head tilted slightly and he squinted in their direction, but the chef just hummed to himself and turned back to his food. Arak set the bowl on the table. Ming cheered, while Belmont did his best to look disinterested. Melissa stood at Arak's side, scratching at the side of her pants. This is our attempt to replicate Yuri's dish, Arak said. I'm afraid we've only done the meat today, but that's probably for the best. I'm pretty sure the chef would have beat our heads in with a rolling pin if we stayed any longer. Belmont questioned, raising an eyebrow and glancing at Melissa. Melissa has decided she wants to learn how to cook, Arak said. She helped prepare the steak. Awesome. More cooks means more food, Ming said happily, reaching for the bowl and snatching a strip of meat. Does this mean we can speak about your past now? Magus asked impatiently. He drummed his fingers on the table and eyed Arak like the orc was the main course. After dinner, the orc replied. I don't want to worry about it while I eat. Magus rolled his eyes and sighed as everyone else grabbed a piece of fajita meat and dug in. Arak took one for himself and took a sizable bite out of it, chewing thoughtfully. The citrus introduced itself to him first, a tangy bite, mellowed by the richness of the meat. It was sharp enough to make itself known, but it wasn't displeasing. A pleasant, smoky flavor followed after it. After several moments, Arak realized it was a mixture of the molasses and the soy. They were subtle, but acted like a steady hand that guided the experience. The meat was flavorful, although in a very different way than most steaks. In fact, it was almost hard to remember it was steak. The flavors were so varied and unique that the dish practically felt like a strange new type of meat. It was great, but as Arak chewed, his decision grew more and more firm. The dish was not as good as Yuri's. It was fantastic, But even if he ignored all the extra parts that the short chef had included, the quality of her meat was just objectively better. "This is amazing. Maybe the best thing I've ever eaten," Ming said, her cheeks full of food. "You say that about everything you eat," Belmont said, scoffing. "However, this is quite good." The armored man paused for a moment, seemingly struggling to swallow despite not appearing to have any food in his mouth. "Thank you. I appreciate you two making this for us. It doesn't seem right that we're all celebrating, but you had to do the work." "It is never work to cook for someone," Arek said after a short pause. "I'm glad you enjoy it, although I think my recipe might need some tweaking. Maybe you'll help me, Melissa." Melissa glanced up at him, her mouth just as full of steak as Ming's. She blinked, then nodded, and resumed chewing. "I think it tastes better than Yuri's." "That's because you helped make it," Arek replied, laughing. "Food always tastes better when you've got a hand in it." Ming nodded empathetically, although she didn't seem even slightly interested in learning how to cook. The small mage pointed a half-eaten slice of steak in Magus' direction. "Magus, aren't you going to eat?" "It would not be appropriate. I am your mentor, not you're sitting at our table," Belmont interrupted. "No point looking like a pickled grape while we all eat." "Assuming Arek and Melissa don't mind. The day I stop someone from eating my food is the day you know I'm dead," Arek said. "I barely did anything, and I'm not going to stop you," Melissa said. "You heard them," Ming said, grabbing a slice and lobbing it at Magus. A whip of pure magic launched out of his arm, wrapping around the meat before it could sail past his head. It floated down to his hands, and he gingerly picked it up. The mage inspected it for a moment, his analytical eyes scanning over the meat like it was a strange potion. "It's a piece of steak, not a long-lost ancient text," Arek said, grinning good-naturedly. "It goes in your mouth." Magus shot him a peeved look before taking a small bite out of the steak. He chewed for a moment, then nodded slightly and took another bite. "It is quite good," Magus said. "Thank you." They burned through the rest of the meat over the course of the next few minutes. Once they'd finished, Ming glanced around for something to wipe her greasy hands off on. Belmont scooted slightly away from the small girl as her eyes roamed the table before settling on Magus. "Are you going to tell us your background now?" the pale mage asked Arek, leaning forward in anticipation. He seemed unaware of Ming as she slowly reached out for the edge of the man's long, flowing robes. Arek pulled a towel from his backpack and quickly cleaned his claws off before offering it to Melissa, pointedly not looking in Ming's direction to keep himself from laughing. Arek's fajitas 1.5 lb skirt steak juice of 2 limes, a quarter cup red wine vinegar tablespoon, soy sauce tablespoons, light molasses tablespoon, fresh cilantro, leaves, cloves of garlic, a half teaspoon of ground cumin, pinch of black pepper. Remove as much of the fat and skin from the steak as possible. Tenderize the steak by pounding it until it's about half as thin. In a 1-gallon freezer bag, mix all the ingredients together and add the steak. Let it marinate for at least 4 hours, but ideally for around 12 hours. Turn it over every few hours. Once the steak is marinated, pat it dry thoroughly. Lightly oil a pan and place the steak in carefully. Let it cook for around a minute, then flip it over. Continue doing this until steak achieves your ideal doneness, then remove from the heat and let it rest for 10 minutes. Slice into strips and enjoy. Chapter 27. "Since you've been waiting for this long, I suppose it would be cruel to refuse," Arek said. "What do you want to know?" "Ah, finally," Magus said, rubbing his hands together and leaning slightly forward. He didn't notice as Ming snagged the edge of the robes near his feet and discreetly wiped her hands off on it. "Let's start with a simple question then. How did you come to be?" "An interesting one," Arek said, scratching his chin. He grimaced and let out a weary sigh. "Not exactly something I wanted to answer, but out with it," Magus snapped. "When a man and a woman love each other very much, no, Damn it, I know how life is made. You're misinterpreting my question on purpose. I would never do something like that, Arek said with a dry smirk. But if you're asking how I learned to talk, it was through experience. I'm afraid I'm not a new breed of monster, nor am I inherently magical. I'm just a normal orc. Of course, Magus said. All orcs like cooking and sit across the table from me, making jokes at my expense. How did a situation come about where you could learn the human language? Is there a settlement where orcs and humans live together in harmony? Not that I'm aware of, Arek replied. He gave Magus a careless shrug. I lost a fight to an adventurer when I was much younger. He was something of the inquisitive sort, and he ended up sparing my life. He tied me up and brought me along with him as he tried to communicate with me. And you just let it happen? Magus asked, surprised. Well, I tried to kill him a few times, Arek said. But they were a good bit stronger than I was, so there wasn't much I could do. He was very persistent, and we eventually started communicating through gestures. That turned to words, and then full sentences. That's somewhat disappointing, actually, Magus said, his mouth flattening into a thin line. Although it's quite fascinating that orcs possess the mental capacity to fully communicate with humans. Who was this mystery adventurer that taught you our language? I'm not going to answer that one, Arek said. I don't think it's particularly relevant to your interests, and I'm not sure he would appreciate me spreading his name around. So he's still alive, Magus said, his mouth twitching up in a slight smile as he saw annoyance flash across Arek's face. If you really aren't a new breed or a magical construct, I'm afraid this line of research is no longer of interest to me. Thank you for your help. Of course. Right then, Melissa said, her eyes narrowing. Arek said his piece, and now it's your turn. While Arek was out shopping, you promised you'd explain why the hell one of the Adventurers Guild employees attacked Belmont. Ah, Magus said. He closed his eyes and slowed his breathing. His eyebrows loosened from their normally tight position, and his mouth relaxed. He let out a slow exhale, muttered some words under his breath, and tilted his head to the side, seemingly listening to something for several moments. Then the mage opened his eyes, a deep frown appearing on his face as his brow lowered in anger. The guild is very displeased. We've tried to question her, but she's under the effects of some form of spell that's keeping us from using any mind magic on her. So, Melissa asked, there are more ways to get someone to talk than magic. I will ignore your suggestion of torture, as I assume it was spoken in the heat of the moment, Magus said, narrowing his eyes. Do not forget our laws. We will not break them, even with culprits such as this woman. Don't worry, we'll get her to talk. That spell can only last so long against the guild's mind mages. So what are we supposed to do? Melissa asked angrily. Our group mate got attacked by someone in a city. Do we just pretend it never happened? Of course not. It will just take more time than I originally expected. The guild can't tell if she was working on her own or not. However, due to the powerful spell protecting her, we believe she is working with someone. For that reason, we request that you remain silent about this topic, even within your own party, to avoid someone scrying you. Let them think that we've brushed it off and don't care. It will put them off guard and give us an advantage. That just sounds like a way for the guild to brush it under the table. It is not, Magus said. I promise you, the guild does not tolerate acts such as this. Listen, just lay low for a short while. In no more than a week or so, I give my word that the guild will have a lead on this. It's Belmont's choice. I'm fine with it, Belmont said. If our silence means we'll find out why she was after me, I don't have a problem with it. Good, Magus said with an approving nod. We'll get to the bottom of this, don't you worry. In that case, should we head to River Crypt? Melissa asked. We were planning on doing that originally anyways. Where's River Crypt? Arek asked. It's right next to Riverfall, Magus said. Only a short trip away. I thought it was supposed to have the same name as the town, Arek asked. That only holds true for smaller cities like Greenridge, which were made because of the dungeon, Belmont said. Riverfall is a large city that dungeons just happen to be next to. I see, Arek said. Well, I've got it on good word that the Starpiercer Guild isn't going to be much of an issue for us in the near future, so we don't actually have to go to the dungeon if we don't want to. We could hide somewhere else. Magus scoffed. The party all looked in his direction with expectant expressions. The Starpiercer Guild isn't going to be an issue for anyone pretty soon, Magus said. Those fools have been towing the line so much that they've scuffed it away. They broke one too many laws in Riverfall, and they're going to suffer for it. The Adventurers Guild sent out one of their enforcers to deal with them. One person, Belmont asked suspiciously. What is he, a ranker? No, he's a B rank like myself, Magus said. But he's not fighting the upper echelons of the Starpiercers Guild, just the rubbish they've got in Starfall. Their guild isn't going to disband over this, but they're going to take a beating. However, if they were stupid enough to challenge the enforcer, then they really will be wiped away. The Adventurers Guild would send an army to crush them. Well, that's reassuring, Melissa said, but she didn't sound particularly reassured. What's this enforcer going to do? He'll likely round up all the Starpiercers and toss them into a holding cell, Magus said. Then they'll face trial. The guild will choose a few middle-level members to take a fall and slink into the shadows for a few months. That doesn't sound that bad, Ming said. It's worse than it sounds, Magus replied. They're not going to be able to raid dungeons for a while. Other guilds will take their place. High-level dungeons are incredibly profitable, and guilds are expensive to run. The Starpiercers will be in rough waters economically. There's a good chance another guild buys them out. Good, Melissa said. They had it coming. I'll take what we can get if they stay out of our hair, but that just means I'm even less sure of what we're going to do now. I'm still up for the dungeon, Belmont said. Who knows how many supporters the Starpiercers have in the shadows? We should get out of the public eye for a little. And Magus can come with us, Ming exclaimed. We can mow thorough the dungeon, no problem. I'm not going to clear out an F-ranking dungeon for you, Magus said, crossing his arms. I am here to teach you magic, not do your job. Ming mimicked Magus, crossed arms and pouted. The pale mage cleared his throat and looked away from her, suddenly finding the tablecloth fascinating. If everyone is okay with the dungeon, I'd like to still do it as well, Melissa said, pausing to choose her words carefully. I feel like there's a lot I need to improve in, and I think the best place to do that is a dungeon. I'm fine with it, Arek said. I just need to get some more ingredients before we head out. I'm probably going to take another shot or two at Yuri's recipe, and I'd like to make some other things as well. I'm low on fresh ingredients, and will need extras if I'm going to teach you how to cook. I'll reimburse you for them, Melissa said, giving Arek an appreciative smile. The adventurers wrapped up their dinner and returned to their inn, where they retired for the night. The rest of the night passed smoothly, the moon rising and then fading as the morning sun replaced it once more. Arek awoke just as the sun peeked over the horizon. The tall walls of Riverfall blocked out a large portion of the light, leaving the city cast in greyish hues. The orc rolled out of bed and tucked the covers back in behind him. He sat down at the edge of the bed and grabbed his travel pack, rooting around it for a few moments before pulling out the red patch that Vel had given him. It was smooth and solid, almost like metal. The embossed ridges hid dozens of twisting runes that covered its surface. Arek turned the patch over in his hands, a slight frown forming on his face. He sat there for a few more minutes before shaking his head and tossing the patch inside his bag. He slung it over his shoulder, put his mask on, and strode out the door. He paused in the hallway. There was a good amount of movement coming out from two of the rooms beside him. Arek remembered that the first belonged to Melissa, while the other was Belmont's. He rapped politely on Melissa's door. A few moments later, it swung open. The tall woman was breathing heavily. She wiped some of the sweat from her brow with the back of her hand and grinned at Arek. "I hope I didn't wake you up. I was just following your advice and getting some exercise in." "With a good bit of a head start, I see," Arek said. "Nothing wrong with that, just don't work yourself too hard." "I'll keep that in mind," Melissa said. "Is everyone else ready to head out?" "I have no idea. I'm honestly surprised you were awake already, although I think Belmont is shuffling around as well. I was going to head down to the market and pick up some ingredients before we left, but I got curious when I heard you training." "Oh, could I come?" Melissa stepped out of view behind a tall wooden divider. Her silken clothes flew across the room and landed on her bed. A minute later, the tall woman emerged once more, now draped in dull pastel colors. "You're welcome to. And how can you even change clothes that quickly? That can't be possible without magic." "It's not," Melissa said, smirking. "My extra-dimensional bag has a special benefit regarding clothing. It's also how I store all the knives I use." "You didn't think I walked around with hundreds of knives clattering around me, did you?" "I'm not going to answer that," Arek said, stepping away from the doorway. Even with all his years of experience as an adventurer, the thought somehow hadn't occurred to him. Melissa followed him out of her room. After locking the door behind her, the two of them headed down the stairwell and into the city. Riverfall was still largely asleep. The lone man or woman strode across the streets as the morning wind buffeted them. Thick clouds hung low in the sky, casting the day in a dreary shadow. The streets were still slightly slick from what must have been rain from the previous night. "It's strange to see Riverfall so quiet," Melissa said. "It feels eerie." "It feels calm," Arek said, drawing in a deep breath. "Even though it smells a little off within the city, I've always loved the smell of rain. It's very relaxing to watch, so long as you aren't caught in the downpour." "That was also eerie," Melissa pointed out. "No more being spooky. The weather is already unnerving me." "Sorry, I get philosophical in the mornings," Arek replied, cracking a smirk. As they walked, the ambient noise level slowly rose. By the time the two of them arrived at the edge of the market, it was a low buzz that stood in stark contrast to the dull energy of the morning. "So, what did you need to buy?" Melissa asked. "Water, to start," Arek replied. "A lot of it. I'm pretty sure I'm starving my garden. Aside from that, I wanted to pick up some noodles and other non-perishable ingredients. It's always good to have a stock of anything you can't get easily in the wild." "Noodles?" Melissa asked. "Couldn't you just make those?" "Probably, but I don't want to carry flour around. It's bulky and heavy. Not to mention that noodles take a ridiculously long time to learn how to make. It's not really worth the effort since there are so many people that have already dedicated their life to the art. I might as well take advantage of their work." "But isn't that cheating?" Melissa asked, pursing her lips. "I thought the whole point of being a chef was to do things yourself, with your own hands. The point of being a chef is to make food that brings others happiness," Arek said. "The food we make should taste good and contain the nutrients that we and our friends need to succeed in our tasks, but that doesn't mean we have to do everything ourselves. If I tried to be the best at everything I did, I'd end up just being bad at all of it. Instead, I just focus on being the best chef I can be. That means I've got some things I'm very good at making and others that I'm not." Melissa fell silent, but Arek could tell that she was thinking over his words. The two of them continued into the market, and it didn't take long to find a burly, bearded man selling water out of large barrels. "How can I help you fine folk?" the man asked, inclining his head slightly as they approached. He had a slight accent to his tone that made it clear he wasn't from Riverfall. "Are you here with a caravan?" "Just buying for myself, I'm afraid," Arek replied. I need a barrel of water, maybe two. Of course, that won't be a problem at all, the merchant said. It'll be 3 gold for the lot of them. Arak nodded and slid the requested coins over, although he had to pay for most of it with silver. The coins disappeared into the merchant's hand as he counted them before looking back up and smiling. Pleasure doing business with you, the man said, nodding towards the 2 barrels nearest to them. All yours. Arak grabbed hold of both barrels, but he didn't try to lift them. I'll be right back, Arak said, reaching into his travel pack and pulling out the golden medallion. He activated it, vanishing from view and appearing within his garden once again. The pointer on the tank was still in the red, and many of his plants had started to wilt and droop. Luckily, the 2 barrels had followed along in his teleportation. Arak grabbed one and dragged it over to the tank. He set his stance and heaved upwards, his large muscles bulging as he strained to lift the heavy object. Slowly but steadily, he lifted the barrel until it was at the same height as the opening at the top of the tank. Arak pulled the top of the barrel off and tipped it into the tank with a relieved sigh. The water sloshed free, entering the new vessel with little spillage. The little arrow pointing to the red zone shifted, moving upwards until finally stopping a little way up the yellow area. Arak sighed, but he repeated the process with the second barrel of water. Several arduous seconds later, the arrow shifted back into the green zone. Arak nodded to himself and knelt beside his droopy crops. He nudged a leaf slightly. It felt limp and almost sticky. It lacked the resistance that leaves normally had to touch. The orc grimaced and rose back to his feet. I hope I didn't kill everything, Arak muttered to himself, giving one final worried glance around the garden. He wanted to stay longer and check up on the plants, but Melissa was waiting for him, and there was nothing else he could do at this point. The orc activated the medallion once again. The city swam back into existence around Arak. A few people shot looks in his direction as he reappeared, but nobody seemed more than slightly interested. Arak cleared his throat and nodded. All done, he said. Let's keep moving. There are still a few things I want to pick up. Arak headed along the edge of the market, with Melissa trailing behind him. He returned to where he'd seen Grandma Bella, but the old woman's shop was no longer there. The orc frowned, but there were several other areas that appeared empty. It was likely that she hadn't arrived at the market yet. Is something wrong? Melissa asked him. There was a merchant here I wanted to visit, but it doesn't look like they've arrived yet, Arak said, shrugging. She's the one that sold me the molasses and soy sauce, so I figured she'd have a few more interesting things to pick up. However, since she's not here, let's focus on getting some noodles. You're the chef, so where do we find noodles? No clue. I just figured we could ask someone. There's no way a city as large as Riverfall wouldn't have someone that makes them, though. The orc caught the attention of a passing merchant dressed in dull purple robes. The man gave Arak an impatient glance, but he didn't stop walking. Could you point me towards where I can buy noodles? Arak asked. No, how would I know that? Go bother someone else. The man looked down his nose at them before hurrying away. Melissa snorted at the distraught expression on Arak's face. You can't expect everyone to know where people make noodles. But why? Arak mourned. They're noodles. Everyone wants noodles from time to time. How could you not know where to buy them? Melissa gave him a comforting pat on the shoulder. She did her best to hide her grin from the displeased orc. Arak just shook his head and sighed. Let's head deeper into the market then. We need to find noodles before it gets too late. We don't want to keep Ming and Belmont waiting. The two of them set back off, scanning the market as they walked. The sheer number of merchants made it difficult to spot anything in particular, but they had one thing going for them. The early morning meant many of the merchants were setting up their shops, so they didn't bother hawking their goods. Despite Arak's constant muttering that noodles should have been easily accessible, It took them nearly an hour before Melissa suddenly stopped walking and squinted at a building at the edge of the market. "What is it?" Eric asked, following her gaze. "I think that building has a sign showing a bowl of noodles on it," Melissa said. "They're probably a restaurant. Maybe they'll tell you where they buy their noodles or sell you some." "Good idea," Eric said, striding towards the restaurant. The door was already cracked open when they arrived. Eric nudged it further and peered inside. It was dark, with the only light coming from a lantern above a wooden door at the back of the room. "Hello," Eric called. Several seconds passed. Then a series of muffled curses reached their ears. A thin man shoved the door under the lantern open, dusting the flour off his hands as he stormed towards them with an annoyed expression. "We aren't open yet," he snapped. "Can't you see the lights are out? If you want to eat, come back after sunrise. And no, I will not make an exception. Actually, I'm here to buy some. Nope. I don't care who you are either," the thin man continued, cutting Arek off before he could even finish the sentence. "I'm not asking you to cook something. Could you just tell me where I could get? I won't be just doing something quick, either. The kitchen is not ready." "Go find something else to do until the restaurant is open." Melissa ducked under Arek's arm and stepped slightly inside the restaurant. "We're not here to order food," she barked, her forceful tone and glare causing the thin man to wilt like the crops in Arek's garden. "We'll be out of your hair in a second. We just want to know where we can buy noodles. Uncooked ones," Arek added, once he realized that Melissa had paused the man's tirade for a moment. "I haven't been able to find anyone selling them in the market." The other chef blinked, shifting a few steps back to put a little distance between himself and Melissa. "You want uncooked noodles? Not a prepared dish. If you've got good ones, I'll buy some off you," Arek offered. "Ah!" They stood in awkward silence for a few moments. "If you wanted to buy noodles, you should have just told me earlier," the thin chef scolded Arek. "I've got some, and I promise they're as good as any others you'll find in Riverfall. They don't match up to what you'll get in Red Mount, though." "That's fine," Arek replied, as the two of them followed the chef inside. The man's attitude had completely changed once he'd found out that they weren't looking for a meal. He gestured for them to wait at the door and disappeared back into his kitchen. A box scraped across the floor, and what sounded like a creaky cabinet swung open. A moment later, the chef re-emerged with a bundle of noodles about the size of a small child in his hands. The thin white noodles had been curled into a tight ball and were wrapped in a strange, see-through film. "Fresh noodles, and they'll stay that way for at least a week," the chef said, proudly holding them out. Arek took them from him, making sure to avoid touching the man's hands and risk the chef noticing his claws. "They seem good, but why are they covered in this strange, clear substance?" Arek prodded it slightly. It seemed to be incredibly thin, but still prevented his claw from poking through and actually feeling the noodles. "It's a fancy bit of air magic that a lot of suppliers are using. I don't know exactly how it works, but it'll keep the noodles fresh and clean until you break it. When you do, the magic will dissipate, so make sure you either use them all or have another storage container." "How does it stay powered?" Melissa asked, prodding the noodles. They were brittle to the touch, even through the film. "I think it's some sort of slowly decaying shield," the chef said, shrugging. "Don't ask me any more, though. I'm here to cook, not to use magic. Now, for that amount of noodles, it's just going to run you a silver, unless you'd like some more. This should be more than enough. Thank you." Arek handed the silver over to the man. He glanced from the noodles to his pack, then handed them to Melissa, who took them gingerly. "If there's nothing else," the chef trailed off and glanced in the direction of the door. "We'll get out of your hair," Arek promised. "Before we go, who do you buy your noodles from? I might want some more in the future, but I don't want to have to bother you every time." "I tend to buy them at the auction," the thin chef replied. "A lot of noodle makers will sell their work at the first auction every week. Some of them sell garbage, but the majority have some solid products. The auction. I thought that was mostly for adventurers, Melissa said. It is, but us normal folks also get a day every once in a while, the chef replied. His words were slightly terse, but he shrugged and gave them a slight smile. The first day of the week is generally just for the more common folks. For the most part, everything sold is cheaper and doesn't run too high. Arak noticed the man was moving from foot to foot and drumming his fingers against his leg. We'll be leaving then. Thanks again, the chef nodded, letting out a slight sigh as the two of them walked out the door. What kind of noodles are these? Melissa asked. I don't recall them normally being white. They're known as glass noodles, Arak said. I wasn't originally planning on getting them, but I'm not going to complain. They're quite versatile, and like all noodles, taste amazing. Glass noodles are very good carriers of flavor. Interesting, Melissa said, committing his words to memory. Well, I suppose we should head back now, unless you really need something else. She placed the noodles within her extra-dimensional bag. Belmont is going to think we got kidnapped or something. No complaints here, Arak said. I've got most of what I need. The other ingredients can be found in a dungeon or in a field. They made their way out of the market and to the inn. The sun had risen, but it was still low in the horizon. The doors to Belmont and Ming's rooms were still shut. Arak strolled up to Belmont's door and knocked on it in the pattern that the slightly paranoid man had taught him. A scrape of metal on metal was followed by several clicks. Belmont swung the door open and glanced around the hallway before stepping out. He was already fully armored, his sword resting at his back and the pink staff in his hands. There were some suspicious people in the area several hours ago, Belmont said. I heard them shuffling around and talking in the hallway. That was probably us, Arak said. We went to the market to get some ingredients. Oh, Belmont said, almost looking disappointed. I see. Well, I suppose we'll at least have something good to eat soon. I thought Arak's cooking was just adequate, Ming asked, making finger quotes and slipping out from behind her door. Belmont made a face at her and turned away dramatically, causing the small mage to laugh. It was a slip of the tongue, Belmont said. Sure, Melissa said with a scoff. We can fast forward this part and lose nothing of importance. Are you all ready to head out? The river crypt is waiting for us. What about Magus? Belmont asked. Wasn't he supposed to teach you, Ming? He dropped by my room this morning, Ming said. He gave me a spell to learn and said he'd drop by later to check on my progress. Oh, I see, Belmont said, looking slightly downcast. His normal, purse-lipped expression returned quickly afterwards. I don't see what we could be waiting for then. Nobody voiced any further objections, so they set out once more, this time as a full group. The foot traffic on the streets had increased significantly in the past few hours. Lines formed in front of restaurants and shops. People bustled around, darting to and fro to reach their destination. What can you tell me about River Crypt? Arak asked, as they walked past the endless rows of identical houses. All I know at the moment is that it's a F-rank dungeon. It's actually a G-rank dungeon, but a more difficult one, Melissa said. If you couldn't tell by the name, it's got a lot of water in it. The dungeon is a mixture of stone rooms and, well, a huge river. There's only a single floor, but it's a bit of a maze. Fortunately, it's nothing too difficult. The biggest annoyance is these fish creatures that jump out of the water and try to drown you. The boss, on the other hand, is a pain. He's fast and has access to magic, but if we can lock him down, it won't be a problem. The boss is pretty stupid looking, though, Ming said, smirking. It's this big fishman creature with giant eyes and these dumb little pointy teeth. It's got an ugly serrated sword, but it's short and lame. It doesn't stand a chance against us. I'd like to remind you that the dumb little pointy teeth nearly tore you in half, Belmont said. They did not, Ming protested. It was more of a small nibble. You don't bleed out from a small nibble. Enough, you two, Melissa said, glaring at them. Their mouths snapped shut. Belmont and Ming each shot a smug glance at each other, both evidently thinking themselves the victor of the argument. Melissa then continued. The fishmen in that dungeon are fast on land and faster in the water. Their claws have some sort of mild poison on them. The normal ones can be killed with a single good hit, but the boss can take a few blows without dying. We'll bait it into attacking me and then strike after it leaves the water. It should be easy, Belmont said. We're a lot stronger now than we were the first time we tried the river crypt, and we've also got Arak to help us if things really go south. That's true, Melissa said, nodding as they reached the city gates. It was quite the surprise to find out Arak knows how to fight. You got Magus to put in some effort to keep you down, Ming agreed. And you didn't even use magic. That was impressive. And much more than any F-rank adventurer should have been able to do, much less a chef by profession, Belmont said. His face was an unreadable mask, and his words carried no malicious intent, but Arak still winced. Ah, about that, the orc started. You don't have to tell us if you don't want to, Melissa said, interrupting him. You're under no obligation to share that information with us. No, Belmont is right, Arak said. They'd already put some distance between themselves and the city, so he removed his mask. The illusion faded, revealing his true form. Damn it. This isn't the first adventuring group I've been in. That's hardly a surprise, Belmont said. You knew too much about both magic and combat to not be an adventurer. Random orcs don't know how to use magic, much less teach others how to use it. But why did you bother hiding that from us? If anything, it would have gotten you paid more. It wasn't just any adventuring group, Arak said. I used to be C-rank. Chapter 28. What? Melissa exclaimed. Ming's eyes also widened, while Belmont just frowned thoughtfully. I was C-rank, Arak repeated. His words started slowly, but they came out faster as he continued to speak. Unfortunately, my group had a rather severe difference in opinion on how we should behave. So why not just join another C-rank team? Melissa asked. It wasn't that simple, Arak said. Yesterday, when Magus asked me about my history, I left one part out. I said that I wasn't inherently magical. That was true. However, there's a reason that I speak your language while other orcs don't. Something to do with your team, Ming guessed. Correct. I was originally, at least as far as humans could tell, no different from other orcs. My old party and I met when I attacked them. They defeated me, but chose to restrain me instead of killing me. One of them was a powerful enchanter with a passion for research, so he inscribed runes into my claws. They changed my personality, forcing the orc battle rage away and forcibly teaching me the human language, among other things. That seems immoral, Melissa said. Experiments on sentient creatures with medium or higher intelligence levels are prohibited by the Adventurers Guild, and I'm pretty sure orcs are classified as high intelligence. It was, Arak said, shrugging. But immoral as it was, the enchanter gave me a great gift for no cost. His experiment worked, and I learned some decently powerful magic in addition to the human language. It took me a while to warm up to the party, but I eventually decided to join them. So what went wrong? Belmont asked. He turned his staff over in his hands to keep them busy as Arak spoke. The runes. They had the unfortunate side effect of slowly taking away my free will. I could feel myself losing more and more control of my actions. The runes wanted to be used, and I could tell that I would soon be unable to stop them. Arak looked down at his hands. They tightened into fists, and the orc shrugged. So I destroyed them. I knew enough to try and leave a few that gave me some very basic abilities, but I ruined everything else. But you kept your ability to speak, Melissa asked. The knowledge was already there, so removing them did nothing. Unfortunately, while removing the runes stopped me from using most of my magic, the desire was still there. I directed it into cooking and became a chef, but I find it incredibly difficult to resist the temptation to jump into any battle, no matter what it's about. Several moments passed as they all digested Arek's words. Finally, Ming broke the silence. "That sucks," she said, awkwardly reaching up and attempting to pat his shoulder. She couldn't reach, so she settled for his upper arm instead. Melissa burst into laughter. Arek's distressed expression faded as he too started to chuckle, and even Belmont cracked a smile. Ming stared at them with a baffled expression. "I suppose that's one way to deflate a tense discussion," Melissa said. "Regardless, I think Arek has shared a lot with us. While it's a huge shock that Arek is C-rank, that doesn't affect us negatively." "I was C-rank," Arek corrected. "When I destroyed the runes, I lost a lot of my magical power. I'm probably no higher than E-rank now. Regardless, we don't have any right to pry more information if you don't want to share. We only hired you to cook, so you don't even need to be fighting if you don't want to, no matter what rank you are." "Oh, now we hired him," Ming asked, squinting at Melissa. "I'm the one who pays his salary. It does matter if his old team is after him," Belmont said, ignoring Ming's complaints. "I'm assuming you didn't part on good terms. Are they looking for you?" "Sort of," Arek replied. He frowned and shook his head helplessly. "I met one of my team members during the promotion exams. He was looking for me, but after we spoke, he promised not to bother me further." "Sounds like you're skipping some stuff," Belmont muttered, but he just gave Arek a firm nod. "We'll have to be more aware in the future. It's much more difficult to plan for situations that have unknown variables, so please share information that's relevant to the group." "Noted," Arek said, a slight smile crossing his face. "I'm sorry for not letting you know earlier." "Nothing came of it, so don't worry about it," Belmont replied. Their conversation petered off. Riverfall faded into the distance behind them. They traveled alongside the river, occasionally passing other travelers heading in the other direction. Most of the people they saw carried swords, staves, or other arms. They looked a little more intimidating than the average people that Arek had seen in Greenridge. In contrast, the happy sunflowers looked completely ragtag. Melissa's loose silk clothes twisted around her as she walked, making the woman look more like a dancer than a warrior. Belmont's bright pink staff drew a few surprised glances, but not as many as Arek did. Several people nearly leapt into the air when they saw Arek, but when they realized that the orc was traveling peacefully with the group, they continued with nothing more than several shocked glances back at him. After a little more than an hour of walking along the riverside, the road abruptly dipped downwards into a small valley. At the bottom of the valley was a familiar-looking building. The massive marble and obsidian gate was surrounded by a dozen adventuring groups. Several merchants had set up their shops around the swirling vortex, selling last-minute goods to anyone who had forgotten something. "That building again?" Arek asked, raising an eyebrow. "Are all the dungeons here like this?" "I was under the impression that every dungeon looked exactly the same," Melissa said, with a slight frown. "Have you been inside dungeons that look different?" "None of the dungeons I went to with my previous party looked like this," Arek said, shaking his head. "They were much less extravagant. More like holes or caves than giant fancy buildings. It was probably because we operated near the east border of the Bludon Empire, and I believe we're near the west." Melissa shrugged. The silk-laden woman rubbed her hands together and cracked her knuckles as they made their way into the valley. Arek raised the mask to his face, disappearing as the illusion enveloped him. "Better safe than sorry," Arek explained. Belmont gave an approving nod. He'd already drawn his sword with his right hand while he held his staff in his left. Ming rolled her eyes, but drew a staff from her bag. "Do either of you want a staff as well?" Ming asked Melissa and Arek, "just in case you're feeling left out." "Did you ever get them identified?" Arek asked. Ming cleared her throat and gave him an award-winning grin. Ah, no, I think I'll pass. That was the first thing Magus told you to do, Melissa said, shaking her head with an exasperated sigh. You really need to get those things identified already. What if you've got another bomb in there? We didn't know it was that dangerous, Ming said, crossing her arms. Maybe Magus just thought it looked cool and wanted it for himself. You said yourself that it was an ugly staff, Melissa pointed out. Well, maybe Magus just has really bad taste. Fair point, Belmont agreed. He did pick you as an apprentice. Ming elbowed the man in an opening between his armor. He grunted, but let out a chuckle. I probably deserved that. They arrived at the bottom of the valley just as the vortex spat a group of 4 disheveled adventurers onto the grass below it. They rose and thrust their hands into the air victoriously. A few people in the crowd cheered as the group headed for a merchant who appeared to be selling some sort of food. I hope that'll be us soon, Ming said wistfully. Don't worry. We'll handle this dungeon and be back at Riverfall before you know it, Melissa said confidently. Ha! I was talking about the food, Ming said, licking her lips and eyeing the merchant like a bear that had been recently woken from hibernation. Of course you were, Melissa said with a sigh, but a chuckle escaped her lips. Let's get to it then. We can get some food once we're in the dungeon. We don't want to eat right before fighting, so we can clear out a part of the dungeon and then rest afterwards. Monsters aren't going to come looking for us since it's a maze. If they leave their normal rooms, they'll lose the advantage of surprise. They approached the portal, joining the small line of people that had already formed in front of it. One by one, each group entered the swirling black vortex and vanished without a trace. The happy sunflowers linked hands, and after exchanging one final glance with each other, drew in deep breaths and stepped forward. The sounds of the small crowd vanished into the churning spiral. Static buzzing filled Arek's ears before what sounded like a violent river washed it away. He found himself standing on cold, wet cobblestone inside a tiny room. It was rather plain, with a trickling stream running through the center and a stone arch shrouded in darkness at the far end of the room. There were no other openings or entrances. I don't think I can ever get used to that, Arek said. It's certainly an experience, Melissa agreed, shaking her head to clear it. The orc removed his mask and tossed it into the bag. He pulled his meat cleaver free, and the others drew their weapons as well. Any special plans for the dungeon aside from the boss? Arek asked. Well, since the dungeon is a maze, pushing through it quickly is pointless. We'll clear each room fully before moving on. Stay away from the water and keep on your guard. The fishmen don't look very dangerous, but they can do a lot of damage very quickly. Noted. I'm ready to shield us, Belmont said, holding his staff aloft in front of him. His grip on the weapon was firm, but not enough to turn his knuckles white. I'll take the lead, Melissa said. We shouldn't have to worry about getting attacked from behind, so just focus on what we see. She and Belmont took up the front of the party, although the armored man stood a short distance behind her. Arek kept himself from laughing at their party composition. If anyone had seen Belmont and Melissa in the streets, they would have thought that their roles were swapped. That could work to their advantage in the case of more intelligent monsters who might mistakenly assume that Melissa was the easy one to kill, but only time would tell. The happy sunflowers stepped through the damp hallway. There was no breeze and the air felt stale. It smelled faintly fishy, with traces of rot and salt. Arek's lip curled slightly in distaste as they walked, and the others were no different. There was a room at the far end of the short hallway. It was dimly illuminated by faint green light coming from moss that covered the floor. A large pool of water seemed to take up a portion of the room, but it was impossible to tell how much from their current position. It looks empty, Ming whispered. They're in the water, then. Almost certainly, Belmont replied in the same hushed tones. Zap the water. I'm not supposed to use any magic other than pure magic right now, Ming said. Magus said it was to prepare my mana veins properly. This is something that you should have told us earlier, Melissa hissed. When did you find so much time to talk with Magus? Don't answer that, Belmont interrupted. We can deal with it later. Let's just take care of this room the old-fashioned way. Melissa screwed her nose up, but gave an affirmative nod. They resumed moving forward until they were just barely hidden by the shadows from the arch. They could see nearly the entire room, but it was more or less exactly what they'd guessed. A little over a quarter of the floor was taken up by a greenish-blue pond covered with algae. It was impossible to see into it, and the water was perfectly still. The rest of the room was damp, undecorated cobblestone. The door to the next room was at the other side of the pool, with no way to reach it other than across the water. Melissa grabbed a loose stone from the ground and glanced back at the rest of the party. They all subconsciously understood that the time for talk was over, but three determined stares matched Melissa's gaze. She nodded, then tossed the rock into the water. It tore through a thin patch of algae and splashed into the lake, making an amusing plopping noise. Ripples of water spread across the lake and lapped gently at the shore. A single bubble rose to the surface in the middle of the pool. They all raised their weapons and lowered into fighting stances, taking a V-shaped formation with Melissa at the front. The water started to churn and bubble more vigorously. The algae erupted upwards in multiple locations. 5 green humanoid creatures with bulbous eyes and large, flapping slits on their chests burst from the water. Their thin, pointed teeth were bared in soundless snarls, and they held jagged pitchforks in their hands. They charged out of the water. Arek only had a brief instant to be surprised that the creatures had human legs before the green monsters were upon them. 2 fishmen headed straight for Melissa, while one went for each of the other party members. Arek stepped up to meet his opponent, all thoughts of shock fading away as his mind calmed. His hand tightened around the hilt of his weapon, and the beginnings of a snarl crossed his face. He could see the monster raising its weapon. Based on the angle, it was probably aiming for his throat. A blur of silver slammed into the creature, sending it tumbling across the ground several feet. It twisted into a roll and popped back up, bloodied but largely unharmed. Belmont gave Arek a nod as his own enemy thrust its trident into his armor. A pink shield flickered into place just before the attack struck, bringing it to a sharp halt. You said you didn't want to have to fight, Belmont explained, dodging an attack aimed at his head and backhanding the creature in the face. He wasn't as strong as Melissa or Arek, but his spiked armor put enough extra damage on his attack to draw a scream of pain from the monster. Before Arek could respond, the fishman loped towards him, gnashing its teeth as its eyes burned with the carnal desire to kill. A beam of blue light blinked through the air, launching the fishman backwards a second time. Belmont is right, Ming said, launching herself into the sky to escape the reach of the fishman that had gone for her. You don't need to fight, Arek. Save your energy for cooking or ugly mushroom goblins that we can't beat. You told us that you hate fighting but have difficulty avoiding it because of that curse, Melissa added. But you don't have to fight if you don't want to. We're not going to make you do something you don't want. The fishman fighting Melissa lunged at her, but a flickering pink shield blocked both of their attacks. The tall woman grabbed the creature on her left by the arm. With a mighty heave, she tossed it into the second one, knocking them both to the floor. Chapter 29. Arek blinked, his hand wavering slightly. The creatures weren't exactly the worthiest opponents he'd ever faced, and the uncontrollable urge to fight was more in regard to exciting or dangerous situations rather than weak monsters. But the orc was surprised to feel desire welling up in his chest. I can still help, Arek said, almost stuttering once as he spoke. Cleaning up weaker monsters isn't an issue. Fishmen aren't much smarter than normal fish. Melissa drove a dagger into one of the monster's chests, then kicked it away from her. She slammed her elbow into the other fishman's face, shattering several teeth and drawing out a garbled cry from its throat. "We don't want you to be uncomfortable, Arek. You're part of the group, and you provide much more than being a C-rank adventurer." The silk-covered woman ripped the trident free from the fishman's hands and thrust it into the monster's chest, silencing its screams. Arek couldn't help but laugh at the mismatch of Melissa's kind words and brutal attacks. "Thank you, everyone," Arek said. "I really do appreciate it. If you insist, I'll refrain from fighting unless it's absolutely needed." "That's what we're paying you for," Belmont grunted, stepping past a trident strike and wrapping his arms around the snarling fishman. He bear-hugged it, driving his armor spikes into the creature's chest. The fishman howled and lashed out, biting the top of his head. A pink shield appeared within the monster's open mouth to keep it from closing. Ming sent a blast of pure magic into the monster as Belmont released it, making it stumble backwards, straight into Melissa's dagger. "Just make us lots of food," Ming said happily, flying out of the way as one of the two remaining fishmen hurled its trident at her. The weapon sailed through the air harmlessly before clattering to the ground at the other side of the room. Melissa approached the unarmed fishman. It snapped at the tall woman, looking to tear her throat out with its sharp teeth. Belmont summoned a shield just before the attack struck, blocking it once again. Melissa put her weight behind a violent uppercut and drove her fist into the creature's chin. Its mouth snapped shut, and its head flew back. One swift slash with a dagger silenced the fishman before it could even scream. Melissa shook the blood off her blade and turned to the last monster. Two bolts of pure magic beat her there. The first punched into the creature's chest, and the second punched clean through its eye. The fishman slumped to the ground, smoking. It hadn't taken them more than a minute to completely clean out the room. "Thank you, everyone," Arek said, finally gathering control of his thoughts again. "It's only fair," Melissa said. "We only hired you to cook anyways. It's not fair to ask you to become a full-time fighter, even if you didn't have that problem from your runes." "I hired him," Ming corrected. "Me, I pay with my precious food money, not you." Sorry. Ming hired you," Melissa said, smirking. Arek chuckled as Ming gave them all a triumphant grin. Then he walked over to one of the fallen fishmen and knelt beside it, prodding the body curiously. "Are you checking to see if they had anything good?" Ming asked. "I'm more interested in whether they're edible," Arek said. All three of the others gagged. "I'm not eating a fishman," Belmont said. "I don't think it would be very appetizing, even with your skill," Melissa said with an apologetic smile, and even Ming didn't look particularly interested in eating the monsters. "Bah, humans are too picky with the source of their meat," Arek said. "If I cut this thing up and cooked it before you knew what it was, you'd probably love it. When I offer someone a lobster, they love it. But if you offer them a scorpion, that's different. Those don't walk around on two legs," Melissa said, shuddering. "It just feels like there's something really wrong about eating a bipedal creature, even if it's not an intelligent one." "Your call," Arek said, giving them a shrug and standing back up. "I don't know why humans worry about it so much. Meat is meat. When I was in an orc clan, we ate the bodies of those who died in battle all the time." "Too much information," Melissa decided. "I'm happy to try new things, but eating humanoids is probably going to be where I draw the line." "Hey, it's your loss," Arek said, using his meat cleaver to prod the creature's body. Then he frowned and pushed it away. "I don't think this would go well with my noodles anyways." They pushed the fishmen's bodies back into the lake to make some more space in the room. They sank and vanished beneath the surface of the water. "It's deep," Belmont said. "We should try to jump over it." "There might be more fishmen in the water. Wouldn't they have come out while we were slaughtering the first 5? Melissa asked, cocking an eyebrow. I don't think we're going to see any more of them in this room. Unless they were waiting to ambush us, Belmont said, eyeing the greenish lake like something was going to jump out of it any second. Ming floated into the air and flew over the lake before coming to a gentle landing in the cave opening at the other side. She turned around and grinned at the others. "Just do that," she said. "Doesn't flying count as magic?" Belmont asked. "I thought you said that Magus didn't want you casting anything that isn't pure magic." Ming winced and cleared her throat as she peered down the tunnel behind her. She let out the most deadpan exclamation of surprise that Arak had ever heard. "Oh no, it's a monster," Ming said. "I must stare it down to keep it from moving any closer to me." "I'm coming," Belmont yelled, running towards the lake and leaping into the air. His jump took him over a large portion of the pool. He splashed into the water just a short distance from the edge of the tunnel, then lunged forward and grabbed the ledge before his heavy armor dragged him to the depths of the lake. Belmont's muscles tensed as he gritted his teeth and heaved himself over the edge, rolling to his feet and drawing his sword. He pointed it into the darkness, squinting as he failed to spot the monster. "I think you scared it off," Ming said. She cleared her throat again. "Ah, we were talking about how we had to clear out the next room of the dungeon, right?" "The monster could still be hiding somewhere," Belmont said, moving the sword in front of him like a dowsing wand. "And I don't think that's what we were talk. Nope, that was definitely it," Ming said. She glanced back at Melissa and Arak. "Are you guys just going to sit there?" "I don't think fishmen stop moving if you look them in the eyes," Arak muttered to Melissa. The taller woman just shook her head and gave Arak a wry smile. The orc chuckled and walked to the middle of the room to put some space between himself and the lake. "You might want to move," Arak warned. "I'm about to jump." Belmont and Ming took a few steps away from the entrance to give Arak a clear path. The chef adjusted his hat and shifted to the balls of his feet. He burst into motion, his powerful legs propelling him forwards. He crossed the distance to the lake in just 3 steps and bounded into the air. The orc took flight, sailing through the sky like the world's largest and ugliest bird. He cleared the lake, laughing the entire time, and landed several feet into the cave on the other side. His momentum carried him forward, and he stopped himself on the wall with a loud thud. "That was one of the most terrifying things I've ever seen," Belmont said. "Orcs should not be able to fly." Arak brushed the debris from his palms and glanced at his pack to make sure nothing had fallen out. Then he stepped out of the way to make room for Melissa. The lithe woman mimicked Arak's motions, backing into the center of the room. She dashed forward and leapt into the air. The silk ribbons whipped around her as she twisted into a roll, landing cleanly on the ground and popping to her feet without an issue. "Now you're just showing off," Belmont muttered. Melissa just smirked and nodded towards the end of the new hallway, where a trickle of green light was streaming in from the next room. "Less talk, more stabbing fish things," she said. Melissa slipped past Arak and the others to reach the front of the party. She drew her daggers and glanced back over her shoulder at them. "Ready?" she asked. Belmont's face relaxed as concentration replaced his annoyance. He adjusted his grip on the staff and gave Melissa a quick nod. Arak and Ming did the same. They crept forward as silently as possible until the entrance to the next room was just before them. Similar to the first room, this one was largely covered in mossy cobblestone. A river ran through the center and disappeared off to the side. Arak could see several fishmen standing guard in front of a hole that presumably led deeper into the dungeon. They were dressed and armed identically to the previous monsters they'd met. The fishmen didn't seem to notice the party while they were hidden within the shadows of the hallway. Melissa nodded in Ming's direction, then gestured to one of the fishmen. The small mage nodded her understanding and raised her staff. She let out a slow breath, and a bolt of energy shot across the room and punched into one of the guards. It let out a screeching cry that was silenced as a second blast of pure magic shot into its mouth. The monster's partner lowered into a fighting stance and bared its teeth. The happy sunflowers burst free from the tunnel. At the same time, half a dozen fishmen clambered out of the river. Melissa kicked one of the creatures in the mouth before it could stand up, shattering its teeth and sending it flying back into the river. Belmont summoned a pink shield at her left side, blocking a trident an instant before it struck her. Melissa twisted in position and released a powerful back kick into the fishman's stomach. At the same time, a bolt of pure magic from Ming slammed into its head, killing it. Four of the monsters made a ring around Melissa, while two more broke off and loped towards the rest of the party. I can't take my attention off Melissa, Belmont yelled as he summoned multiple pink shields to block the creatures attacking her. I got it, Ming said cheerfully before Arek could volunteer. She sent a bolt of energy into the first creature and sneered at them before dashing away from the group. They both turned and followed after her, practically frothing at the mouth. They were faster than Ming, but not by much. The small mage darted by Melissa and spun, launching a bolt of energy at the creature she'd already attacked. It grazed the fishman's head, drawing a cry of pain but failing to kill it. Ming frowned and slid to a stop, pointing her staff more carefully and letting out another blast of energy. This one took the fishman square in the chest. The life went out of its bulbous eyes, and it crumpled to the ground in a heap. The other creature leapt straight over its fallen companion, closing the distance between it and Ming before the small mage could react. She yelped and dove to the side as the creature thrust its trident at her. The tip of the weapon grazed Ming's arm, drawing a thin line of blood but failing to seriously injure her. The fishman snarled and lunged at Ming again, forcing her to roll out of the way. It took time to cast spells, and the fishman clearly had no plans of letting Ming get an attack off. Arek reared back and hurled his cleaver. It spun twice in the air before embedding itself in the fishman's head. Oops, Arek said. My hand slipped. At the same time, one of the fishmen that Melissa was fighting collapsed to its knees, a dagger protruding from its throat. Melissa spun, daggers flashing as they shimmered into existence along the streamers on her clothes. The tornado of steel turned the creatures, fighting her into soup within seconds. Chapter 30. The room fell silent. Melissa remained in a fighting stance and backed away from the river, her daggers still raised defensively. Belmont jogged over to Ming and helped the mage to her feet. He raised a hand over the wound and healed it with a bath of delicate pink light. Before you say something, don't worry, Arek said, striding over to rip his cleaver free of the monster's skull. I'm not going to sit around and watch my friends get hurt, even if I'm not fighting all the time. Besides, at some point, you're going to need a fourth member who's strong enough to keep up with you. I've been in higher-level dungeons, and you're not going to clear them with 3 people. If I never do anything, you'll pass me up without a problem. I need to learn how to control myself, and I don't like fighting, but it's worth it to protect my party. What about your rune thing, though? Ming asked, frowning. You said you may lose control of yourself. You don't need to do that for us. I need to learn to control it if I ever want to have a future, Arek said. I'm coasting by right now, but the rarest ingredients are in high-level dungeons. If we're going to make it through those, I can't be a useless tag-along. We'll support whatever you think is right, Melissa said with a kind smile. We just want you to be comfortable. I agree, Belmont said. We should attempt to quantitatively test how much you can control yourself so something doesn't go awry within a dungeon. Thank you, Arek said. I've said this, but I really do appreciate your kindness. Belmont grunted and shifted from foot to foot uncomfortably. He kept his suspicious gaze trained on the river. For now, we have more pressing matters. The second fishman near the door never attacked us, but it's gone now. It must have slipped into the river while we were fighting. Belmont kicked a stone into the river, not lowering his weapons even slightly in the process. It splashed into the algae and sank. Nothing emerged. It's hiding, Melissa said. Probably going to attack us when we try to get over the river. Do you think there are more of them down there? Arek asked, peering into the water without getting too close to it. The greenish water was so cloudy that it was impossible to make out any details below its surface. It's possible, Belmont said. We have no way to know for sure. Sitting around isn't going to help us either, Melissa said. I say I jump the river while you protect me. Maybe we can bait out their attack. It won't stop them from grabbing you and pulling you under, Belmont replied, shaking his head. Well, do you have a better idea? Maybe we could burn the algae on the top of the water. That might make it easier to see inside it. I don't think I've got nearly enough oil for that, Arek said. I could fly over the river, Ming offered. That just puts you on the other side with no way for us to get there, Belmont said. Not to mention you aren't supposed to fly. Ming crossed her arms and pouted. I think my method is the best, Melissa said. We bait the fishman into attacking, then Ming can blast it when it goes for me. It shouldn't have enough time to pull me under. Belmont's lips thinned, and he unknowingly mimicked Ming's posture by crossing his arms. He paced around the dry side of the room for a few moments, then threw his hands up and let out an annoyed sigh. Fine, but I don't like it. It'll be fine, Melissa said. Belmont just grimaced and wordlessly raised his staff, nodding to indicate he was ready. Melissa drew her daggers and backed up several steps to get some distance between herself and the river. You ready, Ming? The small mage nodded. Melissa erupted forwards and leapt into the air. A pink shield flashed into existence below. It shattered almost instantly as a trident punched upwards out of the water like a bolt of lightning. The attack was far faster than the previous ones the fishmen had made. Melissa landed on the bank on the other side of the river. A fishman burst forth from the river behind her and lunged at the woman's back. A bolt of pure magic slammed into it, staggering the creature. Before it could recover, Melissa turned and drove a dagger into the side of its head. It slumped to the ground at her side. See, Melissa said. Worked no problem. Belmont waved his hand hurriedly. Get away from a huge green creature erupted from the depths. It was similar to the fishman, but several times larger and covered in rotting yellow and green algae. It lashed out with a slimy hand and grabbed the tall woman by the waist. Then it turned, only pausing for an instant to stare at them with its dead yellow eyes, before jumping back into the river and taking Melissa along with it. Arek and Belmont sprinted to the edge of the river. The orc's vision went a dull red as logical thought was pushed from the front of his mind. He threw his pack off and tossed his cleaver to the side, then joined Belmont in leaping into the river. The water was so murky that it was practically impossible to see more than a few inches in front of their nose. Arek, no longer aware of where Belmont was, swam downwards as hard as he could. By some stroke of luck, a dull roar of pain echoed underwater, slightly off to Arek's right. The orc swam towards it. The gruesome visage of the huge fishman appeared out of nowhere from the murky waters. Blood floated around it like a faint red halo. Melissa's dagger was lodged in the monster's chest. Arek couldn't see Melissa or the monster's arms, however. He dove deeper, reaching out and grabbing the dagger to pull himself closer. A flurry of bubbles escaped the creature's mouth as it let out a scream of pain. Its arms swung out from the stained water, wrapping around Arek and starting to squeeze tight. Arek snarled and twisted the knife deeper. Belmont's hands suddenly appeared from behind the beast's back as he wrapped his arms around its neck and pulled himself tighter. The fishman spun, nearly dislodging both Arek and Belmont, but they managed to hold on. The fishman whipped around in the water, grabbing Arek and trying to pry him away from the dagger. The orc's movements felt sluggish in the water, but he already had a tight grip on the weapon. The monster let out another bubbly scream as the orc twisted the blade deeper to strengthen his hold. For an instant, Arak thought he caught a flash of Melissa's face through the murky water, but she was gone faster than he could react. Belmont reached around and thrust his sword towards the fishman's mouth in slow motion. It jerked its head out of the way, and the attack scraped by its neck scales, inflicting minimal damage. The monster's second hand came into view within the murk. It was empty, but covered with large, bleeding gashes. With both hands free, the beast reached out and grabbed Arak. Already low on air, the orc was no match for the fishman's full strength. It pulled him away, but Arak kept a firm grip on the dagger. He ripped it free from the monster's stomach, further staining the water around them. With another scream of either fury or pain, the fishman started to squeeze Arak. The orc's bones and muscles screamed in protest as they were crushed under the monster's grip. He pushed back as hard as he could, gritting his teeth and snarling in response to the creature, but they weren't matched in strength. Belmont reared back and thrust his sword into the monster's neck again. The blade bit several inches into its neck. The pressure on Arak let up as the fishman released him with one hand. With impossibly fast movement underwater, it snatched Belmont and tore the armored man away from its back. It started to squeeze both men, its eyes rabid and panicked. The bite of Belmont's armor didn't even seem to bother it anymore. The murk parted as Melissa's bloodied face appeared off to the monster's side. She pushed off the river floor, thrusting both of her weapons into the fishman's stomach with all the force she could muster underwater. The massive creature launched itself upwards, releasing both Belmont and Arak as it tried to escape. Both men grabbed onto its arms, while Melissa kept hold on her daggers and allowed the monster to take her along for the ride. Murky water assaulted their eyes and noses as the fishman slammed itself into the walls and spun to and fro. No matter what it did, the three of them only tightened their grip on it. Blood followed behind them like a trail of streamers, and the fishman's movements grew slower with every second. With one final, panicked cry, the fishermen shot straight upwards. They breached the surface of the lake and shot several feet into the air before landing on dry land with an earth-shaking crash. The monster whipped one hand to the side, hurling Belmont free and sending the man tumbling across the room. It grabbed Melissa with its free hand and ripped her away, raising the soaked woman in front of its face. The fishman's mouth parted to reveal several rows of shattered but still functional teeth, and it let out a scream of fury that blew her hair back and covered her face in spittle. A bolt of pure magic arced through the air and punched into its open mouth. A second attack followed immediately after. The fishman's scream turned to a gurgle. Its grip slackened on Arak, and it dropped Melissa to the ground. The floor underneath it was already slick with its blood and the river water. Arak knocked the fishman's hand away and swept its legs out from under it, sending the beast crashing to the ground. Melissa pounced on it, thrusting her blades into the creature's neck. It didn't respond, the life already gone from its dull eyes. The party remained in their positions, breathing heavily for nearly a minute. Belmont eventually rolled over, groaning, and sat up. His face was covered with algae and blood. "I told you to stay away from the river." Melissa dropped her daggers to the floor, fruitlessly wiping her hands off on her soaked clothing for a few moments before giving up and walking over to Belmont. She helped the man to his feet and wordlessly gave him a hug, although she took care to avoid the spikes on his armor. She then did the same to Arak. The orc patted her awkwardly on the back, the red in his vision only just starting to fade with every ragged breath he took. "I was so worried," Ming said, pacing in a small circle. Her grip on the staff was so tight that her knuckles had turned bone white. "I couldn't do anything while you guys were underwater." If I shot any magical attacks, I might have hit you guys instead. It's okay, Ming, Belmont said, wringing his hair out with a grimace. He raised a hand and summoned a pink aura around himself. It disappeared a few moments later. We couldn't have known that such a dangerous creature was inside the river. It wasn't there the last time we tried this dungeon. We didn't see every monster in the dungeon the last time we tried it, Melissa said. That thing could have easily just not been in a room we passed through. The river crypt isn't linear like the Greenridge Den dungeon, so I should have expected surprises. Don't beat yourself up over it, Arak said. We all survived and we've learned from it. That's all that matters. Belmont nodded in agreement, approaching Melissa and summoning a pink aura around her. Several thin wounds on her skin closed, leaving no trace of ever being there. Belmont then repeated the process with Arak. That should get rid of any poisonous substance we might have picked up from the river, Belmont said. Although that doesn't mean we should be drinking that water if we can avoid it. There's a limit to what my magic can do. The four of them were still too shocked to say much more. They sat down with their backs pressed against the wall and silently gathered their energy. Chapter 31. Nearly half an hour passed before any of the happy sunflowers stirred. Arak was the first to move. He rose to his feet, his hand glowing with dull yellow light. He waved it over his whole body, starting from his feet and ending with his hair. Wherever the light touched, the water evaporated. What spell is that? Ming asked. I didn't realize you knew any water magic. I don't, Arak said. This is the spell I use to accelerate time for inanimate objects. It's great for making bread rise quickly or meat marinate. It can only push things forward a few hours at most, but that's enough to dry our clothes out. The orc dried Melissa off next before doing the same to Belmont. The two adventurers gave him appreciative nods once he had finished. Thank you, Belmont said. I wasn't relishing the thought of slopping around in wet clothing for the next few hours, but there's no way I'm taking off my armor to dry it. Is anyone too tired to continue pushing forward? Melissa asked. I don't think the next room should be as hard as this one was, although the boss isn't going to go down easy. I think I'll be okay, Arak said. He passed out some jerky from within his bag. They all claimed a strip of meat, and Ming took an extra. Arak popped the snack into his mouth and chewed thoughtfully. So, what now? Well, there's always that door, Melissa said, after swallowing her food and jerking her chin in the direction of the door on the other side of the river. But we need to keep in mind that this dungeon is a maze. There very well might be another door hidden somewhere that could lead us through a more direct path to the boss. I hope it isn't at the bottom of the river, Ming said. I've seen the three of you go for a dip, and I think I've already had my fill. River water wouldn't sit well in my stomach. All three of them turned to stare at Belmont. The armored man paused mid-bite, raising an eyebrow. What? Secret door, Melissa said, nudging him with her foot. This is your thing, Belmont. I have never once set out looking for anything secret, Belmont protested. That could result in drawing the attention of malicious treasure hunters that would pursue me in search of my loot. Let me rephrase that. Imagine your dream home. Would you have some form of getaway path in case it came under siege? Logically, Belmont scoffed. What sort of fool wouldn't build an emergency escape in their house? A dead one, Melissa said, nodding along. So, if you had such a passage, it wouldn't be easy to find, would it? Of course not. It would be well hidden. I see what you're getting at, Melissa. He rose, rubbing his chin contemplatively. He paced around the edge of the room, inspecting the cobblestone walls and muttering to himself. It would likely be somewhere that nobody would expect, the healer said, but somewhere convenient as well. For humans, that rules out the bottom of the river. However, a fishman— Stop, Ming said. She crossed her arms. I don't think anyone wants to dive into the river looking for a door, and you'd sink if you went in alone. Would never place a door underwater, as they would expect my thought process, Belmont continued. So, if they expect someone wise enough to check the bottom of the river, they then place it in the least logical place possible. Which is? Arak asked, unable to tell if Belmont was either a complete lunatic or a genius. The ceiling. He pointed victoriously to the sky. They all followed his gaze to the top of the room. It was made of the same cobblestone that the walls and floor were, although there was less moss on it. There was no doorway or entrance in sight. I don't see a door, Ming said. Of course you don't, Belmont snapped. He strode over to one of the fishermen's corpses and grabbed a trident. He prodded the ceiling with it, sticking the weapon into every single crack and hole that he spotted. It wouldn't just be in plain sight. There would be some sort of key. Right then, Melissa said. New strategy. I don't think we're going to find a door in the ceiling, so we'll just continue onwards through. A loud click echoed through the room. Belmont's trident had sunk several inches into the ceiling. The three-pronged fork at the top had completely vanished, leaving only the handle visible. Aha, a keyhole, Belmont proclaimed. Nothing in the room seemed to have changed. Did it actually do anything? Ming asked. Of course not, Belmont said. What kind of key works immediately after sticking it in the lock? You have to turn it. He grabbed the handle of the trident with both hands. His gauntleted hands scraped against the metal for a moment before he got good purchase on the weapon, and it started to turn. A dull, repetitive clanking noise started above them. With every heave and twist that Belmont made, the clanking increased in speed. What had once been a slow stride turned to a brisk walk, and then a gallop. The clanking soon became a loud metallic buzz. Belmont released the trident, and the four of them clapped their hands over their ears as a high-pitched whine filled the room. Then it was gone. Arak blinked, lowering his hands and looking around the room warily. He kicked the cleaver up from the ground and into his hand. What did you do? Arak yelled over the din. The room shuddered. Dust rained from the ceiling and the river rippled, sending waves of dank green algae splashing onto the shore. Rocks tumbled from the walls, forcing the happy sunflowers to back towards the middle of the room to avoid being crushed. A small, dark hole where the rocks had once been formed in the wall to their left. It was only about the size of a large melon, but a dim green glow emanated from behind it. The rumbling slowed to a stop, leaving them alone in the silence once more. I found a secret entrance, Belmont said proudly. More like destroyed half the dungeon, Melissa said, brushing dust from her hair with a grimace. Everyone other than Belmont shook their heads in disbelief, while the armored man looked on with a smug expression. Luckily, the hole that Belmont had created was on their side of the river. They gingerly made their way across the room, avoiding large boulders and rubble as they went. Arak reached it first. He clambered past a small pile of rocks and put his eye up to the hole. Similar to the other hallways in the dungeon, it was dark. Faint green light from the ever-present moss lit the cave with just enough light to make out the surroundings. The hallway took a slow turn to the left, a short distance from where Arak stood. It seems like a legitimate door, Arak said, climbing back down the pile of rocks. They shifted under his weight, and the orc flailed his arms, jumping to the ground with a thud and barely managing to land on his feet. He cleared his throat and brushed some of the dirt off his shoulder. An unsafe, legitimate door, Ming said, kicking a tiny stone out of the way as if it had personally offended her. Back up a little, Arak instructed the others. He grabbed one of the large stones and pried it away from the doorframe. It was far too heavy to lift, but the orc was able to roll it to the side and only cause a minor avalanche of pebbles in the process. The orc sneezed as the dust entered his nostrils. He curled his lip and wiped his nose with the back of a green hand before grabbing the next rock. Belmont lumbered over beside Arak. The healer braced his back and knelt, groaning as he tried to lift a large stone near the center of the doorway. He let go after a few seconds, huffing. "It's a lot heavier than it looks," Belmont muttered. Melissa gracefully slipped past the rubble and slid up beside Belmont. She braced her back against the small opening that Arek had already created and pressed her feet against the large rock at an angle. She bared her teeth and narrowed her eyes as she extended her legs. The boulder trembled. Inch by inch, Melissa pushed it away from the door. It let out an annoying screech as it scratched across the rubble. Arek and Belmont put their own weight in along with Melissa's, giving the last bit of force needed to roll the rock away. A large pile of stones that had been resting on it collapsed with a puff of dust, but the door was largely clear. Ming sneezed. Melissa and Arek followed suit shortly after. "Why are you sneezing, Ming?" Belmont asked. "You're the farthest away from the door." "Why aren't you?" Ming countered, her voice distorted due to her stuffy nose. "Air filtration spell." Belmont offered them a smug grin. "It's a pretty minor one, but it filters out just about everything that isn't breathable air." "When did you learn how to cast that?" Melissa asked. "I didn't. I had 3 different enchanters to the inside of my nostrils with runes for it." They stared at him. Arek was the first to crack. "Why 3? Some of them might have cast a faulty spell, or they might have had a grudge against me. You never know," Belmont said, leaning in and lowering his voice. "However, it's unlikely that 3 different enchanters would all have an issue." "You know, I'm not even going to question that, as it clearly worked out," Melissa said. She sneezed again, then grimaced. "But let's not stay here any longer. I'm going to sneeze my brains out at this rate." Arek sniffled and nodded in agreement. They crept into the new hallway with Melissa at the lead once again. Mercifully, there was a slight wind coming from the other end of the darkness, so most of the dust hadn't entered the hall. "Is it even worth trying to sneak up on anyone at this point?" Ming asked. "Belmont probably woke up the entire dungeon when he opened this door." "There might have been other secret doors," Belmont said. "Remain quiet. They know we're here, but they don't know when we'll arrive at each room. If anything, putting them on guard for a long time will give us an advantage. A stressed opponent is an easy one to defeat." "You must be an absolute pushover then," Ming quipped. "I don't think I've ever seen you relaxed." "I am not stressed," Belmont said, affronted. "I am alert. There is a very fine yet important difference." Melissa shushed them. She gestured towards the end of the hallway, where it opened up into yet another cobbled room. "You realize there's absolutely zero way they didn't hear us talking in the hall, right?" Arek whispered to Melissa. "I know. I wanted them to be quiet for my sake, not the fishman's." The happy sunflowers crept forward through the shadows. It took none of them by surprise when they reached the entrance to the room and found that it appeared entirely empty. It was a little smaller than the previous room and had a door on every wall. There was a lake full of familiar-looking greenish water in its center. The cobblestone was wet, but there were no fishmen in sight. They entered the room, weapons drawn, and kept their distance from the lake. Belmont knelt and peered at the ground. His brow lowered and he nodded towards the lake. "Footprints," he whispered. "They're fresh." "Ah." "I wonder where they could have gone," Ming said in her best impression of Arek's dry tone. "Maybe they're on the ceiling," Melissa said, chuckling. Ming glanced upwards out of reflex. Her eyes widened. "They're on the ceiling," Ming yelled, thrusting her staff upwards and releasing a blast of pure magic from the tip. The attack caught a fishman off guard, knocking it from its perch. The monster fell to the ground and landed headfirst with a wince-inducing crunch. The happy sunflowers looked disbelievingly from it to the ceiling, but there was nothing else there. "What in the 4 planes of hell was that?" Belmont cursed. "What kind of fishman hides on the ceiling?" "Maybe it was pretending to be a bat," Arek said, adjusting his grip on the cleaver. Aside from the faint ripples traveling across the surface of the lake, the room was still. "I think I can guess where his friends went, though." The four of them cautiously made their way along the edge of the room. They didn't take their eyes off the pool for an instant. "Are they just not going to attack?" Ming asked when they reached the entrance at the far left side of the room. "Maybe we should try to trick them out of the water again," Melissa said, but they all shot her a withering glare, killing the idea before it could finish escaping her mouth. "Absolutely not. Why even bother attacking them?" Arek asked. "If they want to hide, let them. We can just choose one of these doors and move on to the next room." "They could attack us from behind," Belmont said, frowning. "We would have to keep someone watching the doorway behind us at all times." "It sounds safer than dealing with them underwater," Ming said, nodding slightly. "Once the fishmen are on land, I don't think we'll have any problem taking M out." Belmont tilted his head. Then, to the surprise of the party, he nodded. "You might be right. Fighting them underwater is the last thing we want to do. We might actually be better off pushing ahead. But that just leaves the question, which door do we take?" "Does it matter?" Melissa asked. "Let's just start with the left one. I don't think there's any way to tell the difference between the damn things." She had a point. All the exits looked practically identical. It would be borderline impossible to differentiate between the arches. "There's no point leaving something behind to mark which door we chose," Belmont said. "The fishmen will probably just move it. We should just take every left turn until we reach a dead end, then backtrack until the previous choice and take the second-most left turn. That should eventually let us get through the entire dungeon." "Works for me," Ming said. Arek and Melissa nodded as well. The party was already standing beside the leftmost cave, so they stepped inside it and left the cave with the strange ceiling fishman behind. They did their best to creep silently, avoiding the loose pebbles and stray bones that crunched underneath their feet. "So, when are you going to make food again?" Ming whispered loudly. Belmont's eyebrows did their best to form into one as the man's lips turned to a thin line, but he just let out a sigh and shook his head. "The only food we've found so far is the fishmen," Arek said. "Unless any of you have changed your mind about eating them, it's going to be jerky until we get out of here. Noodles need other fresh ingredients. Maybe we can make something after we beat the boss and get back to Riverfall," Melissa suggested. "I'd be happy with that," Arek said. "I've got enough jerky and cheese to last us a little less than a week. I've also got water, as long as nobody minds stealing from some plants." "That is acceptable," Belmont said, raising his eyes to the ceiling for an instant before completely giving up on sneaking and straightening to his full height. "What do you mean by stealing from plants?" "I've got water storage in my portable garden, which I actually need to check on at some point soon. Regardless, there's a lot of water in there. There should be enough to make it for a week." "Then we'll be fine," Belmont said. "This dungeon shouldn't take us longer than a few days if it goes similarly to our last attempt." They resumed their trek forward, pushing deeper into the dungeon. The rooms that followed proved to be no harder than the first one they passed through. There were no more massive fishmen, and the happy sunflowers religiously avoided any large bodies of water. After clearing 3 more areas, the group set up camp in a smaller room with only 2 entrances. Arek quickly checked up on his garden and was pleased to see that his plants had all returned to their normal appearance. The water tank was still solidly in the green, so he gathered enough water for the group and then returned to the dungeon. The group dined on a plain meal of jerky and cheese before piling any soft items they had into makeshift beds. Without any way to see outside, it was impossible to tell what time it was when they slept, but several hours had passed since entering the dungeon. They went to sleep, trading off watch throughout their rest. Their shifts passed uneventfully. Arek was the first to wake, with Belmont and Ming following shortly afterwards. Melissa had taken the last watch, and her bag had already been packed. They spent several minutes gathering their belongings before setting off once again. Over the course of the next several days, the happy sunflowers fell into a routine. They swept through several rooms, cleaning out any fishmen foolish enough to remain on dry ground, and then moved onwards to the next area. Several times, the fishmen that hid within the water attempted to ambush the party once they'd left. However, Arak held them off until the happy sunflowers cleaned up the room they were currently in. They then grouped up and took care of any remaining enemies. Their pace gradually increased as the dungeon ran out of surprises to throw at them, although the group refrained from approaching bodies of water. They had to backtrack more times than Arak had fingers when they hit dead ends or massive lakes that blocked off their passage. On the dawn of the fifth day, Melissa signaled for them to stop. They stood before a tunnel similar in shape to the others they had passed through, but it was about twice the size. A faint breeze swept past them and into the hallway, almost as if it were getting sucked in. Chapter 32, Boss Room, Arak guessed. A pebble bounced past him and disappeared into the dark tunnel. Unlike the other rooms, the light coming from the huge tunnel was much brighter. It was still the same dull green, just magnified. "And it's about damn time," Belmont said. Bags had formed under the man's eyes, and an uneven stubble had formed on his face. The others didn't look much better, although they'd been spared the facial hair. "So much for your secret passage," Melissa said, smirking at Belmont. "I'm pretty sure we would have found the exit faster if we'd just gone through the normal way." Bah, it was a maze. Maybe we never would have found the exit. "Guys, come on," Ming said. "Let's get out of here already. I'm ready to eat anything other than beef jerky and cheese." "There's always the fishman," Arak offered. Ming tilted her head thoughtfully. "Absolutely not," Melissa said, crossing her arms. Her silken robes had been stained dark by the constant fighting and dirty environment. "We need to clear this dungeon out and get back to Riverfall. I don't want to get to the point where I actually consider eating one of those things." "I'm not going to object," Arak said. "Any plan for the boss, then?" "I believe you mentioned it was faster and harder to take out than the normal fishmen." "It sticks to the water a lot," Belmont said. "When we fought it, there was a small horde of fishmen that attacked us when we entered the boss room. The boss would wait until we were off guard before attacking. We can't predict when he'll attack, so our best bet is to deal with as many normal fishmen as possible while avoiding the water," Melissa said. "He'll eventually hop out and go for someone. When he does, I'll try to grab the bastard before he can get back into the water. He's somewhat tough, but a few good hits should take him out. Last time I hit him with a lightning bolt," Ming said proudly, "but I don't think I'm supposed to do that now." "Do you even know any pure magic spells other than that little blast of energy?" Belmont asked. "The lightning was very effective at slowing him down." "It would be useful to have something similar. Magus is a firm believer of taking things one step at a time." "We'll be fine, Belmont," Melissa said. "I'm a lot stronger than the last time we took this dungeon on, so I should be able to hold the boss down." "I'll jump in and help if it looks like Melissa is having trouble," Arak said. "If he's strong enough to resist both Melissa and I, we might have bigger problems." "Fair enough," Belmont said with a reluctant nod. "In that case, this fight should be straightforward. Take out the small creatures, then deal with the boss when he shows up. Just make sure not to underestimate any of the fishmen. We've all seen what happens when they're in the water, even if that one was more dangerous than normal. These are predators, even if they're weak on land." "Noted," Arak said, rolling his shoulders. None of them had to warm up much, as they'd already cleared a few rooms before reaching this one, but a little extra stretching never hurt. The passage was big enough for them to walk side by side, an unspoken agreement to enter past between the happy sunflowers. They stepped into the passage and started towards the light at its end. Green moss hung from the walls and ceiling, illuminating the entire path and explaining why the light coming from it was so bright. The road slanted sharply upwards, going on for much longer than any of the other caves they'd walked through before ending in a bright green light in the distance. The happy sunflowers started their ascent up the slanted road. Gravel and bone crunched beneath their feet as they walked. Their footsteps dislodged pebbles, sending them tumbling back down the slope. "I don't remember this long entrance," Melissa whispered as they walked. "Nor do I," Belmont replied. "Be cautious. Something is different." Their pace slowed as they neared the top. The light coming out of the exit was so bright that it forced Arek to raise a hand in front of his eyes to shield them. Melissa pulled them to one side of the tunnel. They waited there for several minutes, allowing their eyes to adjust to the light. Once Arek could see normally again, he nodded. The others did the same, indicating they were ready to continue. They readied their weapons and gathered at the edge of the boss room. Then they charged forwards, their weapons raised. When the happy sunflowers emerged into the light, they skidded to a stop. Arek blinked. Then he blinked again, just to make sure he was seeing things right. The room was demolished. Rubble and broken tridents littered the floor. Massive boulders, the size of a small house, had tumbled into the room, obliterating large portions of it. One such boulder sat where a lake might have once been. A small amount of water remained in the thin opening between the rock and the lake, but it wasn't enough for anything to fit inside. Most shockingly, a large portion of the ceiling was completely missing. Bright green light shone down on them from a large opening in the cobblestone above. "What happened here?" Arek asked, keeping his cleaver at the ready as they put their backs to the wall. "I think Belmont did," Ming said. "I get the feeling we weren't supposed to use that secret lever you found, Belmont." "Then they should have hidden it better," Belmont said, but he was too shocked to be annoyed. Arek spotted what might have been a fishman's arm sticking out from underneath a large rock. The arm was bloated and stained with dark brown blood. He knelt beside it and prodded the appendage with his cleaver. "This isn't recent," Arek said. "This fishman has been dead for a while." "Do any of you remember where the boss was?" Belmont pointed his staff at the massive boulder in the center of the room. "It was hiding in a lake over there, I think. Not much of the lake is left now, though." Arek approached the remains of the lake, prepared to throw himself out of the way at the barest hint of movement. He reached the boulder uncontested and peered down into the murky water surrounding it. Something glinted between the edge of the water and the boulder. Arek reached down with the tip of his cleaver, nudging the shiny bit around until he managed to find purchase and drag it to the surface. It was a surprisingly short sword with a jagged edge and a golden handguard. "Did any of the fishmen not use a trident?" Arek asked. "That's the boss's sword," Melissa said. "I don't think it would have let go of it willingly. It's in good shape for getting crushed under a boulder." "It must be magical. Think of how much food we could buy if we sell it," Ming breathed, practically drooling. "We'll be splitting any rewards we get." "Ming, stay focused," Belmont said, prodding the mage in the shoulder. "I feel uneasy here. I would have preferred a normal boss fight. Unpredictability unsettles me." The ground rumbled. Everyone immediately shot an angry look at Belmont as the boulder started to shake. "You might get your wish," Arek said. A clawed hand burst free from beneath the boulder as a groan shriek echoed through the room. Inch by inch, a battered fishman dragged itself out of the lake and onto the dry ground. It had bulbous eyes that were nearly the size of its fists. Half a dozen rows of minuscule yet razor-sharp teeth glinted in its mouth, although many of them had been shattered by something. Its gills were covered with blood, and fresh scars ran down its side. Strange runes glowing with green light hovered several inches away from its body. The monster's movement was jerky and unnatural. It snapped upright like strings had pulled it taut and bared its teeth in the party's direction. The fishman's eyes glowed with dim green light. "Somehow, I don't think this is normal," Arek said, as the four of them lowered into fighting stances. "Not in the slightest." Belmont said tersely. Prioritize safety over killing it. We don't know what the monster can do. Arak nodded, but the edges of his vision were already turning red. He held the sword he'd taken from the boss in one hand and his cleaver in the other. The huge fishman seemed content to watch them, not moving from the water once it got out. Get ready, Melissa said. She drew her daggers and took a step forward. We should have the advantage. There's no water for it to escape into. The warrior dashed forward with Arak right at her heels. Melissa thrust a dagger towards a scar in its side, where the scales had already been damaged. It bit deep into the creature's flesh, sinking in several inches before stopping at the hilt. Arak's cut connected an instant later. His cleaver thunked into the fishman's side. A tiny amount of blood dribbled out of the wound, but the monster didn't budge. The orc pulled his weapon free, the feeling of unease within his chest growing. A bolt of pure magic screamed through the air and punched straight into the boss's head. It burned a dark scorch mark into the creature's forehead. Still, it didn't budge. What the hell is wrong with this thing? Melissa asked, ripping her dagger free and preparing to thrust it back in. The fishman's arm whipped upwards. It thrust its claws towards Melissa's stomach with blinding speed. Belmont's incredible reaction timing was the only thing that saved Melissa. A pink shield appeared just inches from her stomach, absorbing the attack and buying the woman time to dance backwards. The monster didn't follow. It sat still once more, watching them with its burning green eyes. This is not the normal fighting pattern for this boss, Belmont warned. It shows no care for its own health and doesn't even seem to bleed much. We must proceed with extreme caution. Arak's vision grew redder. Of all the thoughts slowly pushing their way into the orc's mind, caution wasn't on the list. He did his best to suppress the feeling, but the drive to fight was screaming in his head. He stepped forward, swinging the cleaver with all his might. It slammed into the side of the fishman's neck. Arak ripped it free and swung again, hitting the same spot. With a snarl, the boss lunged towards Arak. The orc stepped forward, headbutting the beast before it could bite him. He was dimly aware of Belmont's shield shimmering into existence, blocking the fishman's claws before they could pierce his skin. Arak met the monster's eyes. They were dim and green, but there was no emotion within them. The orc grunted and swung his cleaver once more, deepening the already wide wound in the fishman's neck. Belmont summoned several shields around Arak as a barrage of blows pummeled into the orc. A few of them managed to go through, leaving ragged cuts on Arak's body in their wake. With the red enveloping his vision, Arak didn't even react. He hacked away at the exact same location as Melissa dashed behind the beast and thrust a dagger into another one of its wounds. A bolt of pure magic hit the boss in the chest, charring the scales black. It ignored Melissa and Ming, focusing its blows on Arak. The orc matched its unmoving stance as he continued the gruesome task of slowly decapitating the monster. Belmont's shields rose and fell like pink fireworks around the orc. The man's eyes were thin with concentration. He couldn't stop every attack, but by focusing on the ones that threatened to cause serious injury to the orc, Belmont could keep him alive. The fishman's body started to resemble the world's most gruesome pinata quite quickly. Melissa's rapid attacks had completely torn its chest apart. There should have been a torrent of blood flooding down the monster's chest, but all that escaped was a light trickle. Scales had been blasted away and charred by Ming's true magic, and the huge wound in the beast's neck would have killed anything else. Despite the crippling wounds, the beast seemed completely unperturbed. "Is this thing even alive?" Melissa gasped, ripping her dagger free of its side. "It's like I'm not even hurting it." Arak was starting to feel the pain from his wounds. He'd lost a little more blood than he was comfortable with, and while the fishman looked much worse for the wear, the strange green light enveloping it showed no signs of fading. "I don't know if we can hurt it," Arak growled. But no magic is infinite. The fishman's head jerked forward. A shield appeared in front of it, but the monster smashed through. Arak jerked to the side, and it bit him hard on the shoulder instead of his head. With a snarl, Arak plunged the monster's own jagged sword into its chest with all his might. He twisted it, then shoved the fishman backwards and brought his cleaver slicing into the growing wound on its neck. At the same time, Melissa leapt onto the monster's back and reached around its head. She plunged both weapons into the fishman's eyes with a defiant scream. A green flash lit up the room, followed by a pulse of light that slammed into all of them like a wave. Then it blinked out. Arak's cleaver finally went clean through the fishman's head, decapitating it. Melissa jumped off as it slumped to the ground, its head still speared on her daggers. Belmont ran over to Arak and grabbed a potion from his bag. He popped the cork off and poured it over the orc's wounds. Arak hissed as the liquid fizzled and burned against his wounds, but he forced himself to remain still. The red tint in Arak's vision faded away, and the pain came crashing back. For a moment, an intense feeling of unease enveloped Arak. His head twisted, and he drew in a ragged gasp. A moment later, Belmont's spell washed over him. The ragged cuts slowly sealed, and Arak breathed a sigh of relief. The feeling disappeared and completely slipped from the orc's mind as if it had never been there. They stood silently, watching the fishman's corpse for several moments. If it tried to get up again, they'd be ready for it. However, it didn't budge. "What the hell was that?" Melissa finally asked, tossing the creature's head onto the ground. "Some sort of magic was keeping it alive," Arak said. "Or keeping it dead," Belmont said. "The boss didn't seem very alive to me. Barely any blood, no self-preservation, impossibly tough. That sounds like an undead. That's not much better." That didn't look like necromancy, though. Arak massaged his forehead, where a headache was starting to come on. "We need to get out of here. I don't know if we can take another creature like that." How are we supposed to do that?" Melissa asked. "The boss is dead, but I don't see a portal." They fell silent for several moments, each scanning for any signs of the dark portal. Unfortunately, a large portion of the room had been buried under large rocks. The area beyond the large boulder in the lake was essentially inaccessible. "Shit," Arak said. "Double shit," Belmont agreed. "This is bad. If the exit was buried in rubble, we'll never get to it." "Right, nobody panic. Forget looting this dungeon, we just need to get out. There has to be a way to get to the portal." Belmont paced around the room, his gaze darting about like a grasshopper overdosed on coffee. He sped around the others, the mutters under his breath growing faster and faster. "I'm pretty sure he's the one panicking," Ming whispered. "Don't tell him that," Melissa replied. "He's right, though. There has to be another way out. If not, we'll have to eat fishmen," Ming finished, horrified. "What? No. Well, yes, I suppose. That isn't what I'd be the most worried about, but you're not wrong." Arak tied the jagged sword to his pack with a length of leather that hung from the side. Then he nodded up at the large, brightly lit hole in the ceiling. "Maybe we should figure out what happened over there," Arak suggested. "Maybe it's another way out." "Who puts an exit in the ceiling?" Melissa asked doubtfully. "The monster pathways," Belmont exclaimed, sliding to a stop and thrusting a finger into the air. "We entered the dungeon through the normal entrance, but monsters can escape without it. There are other passages leading in and out of the dungeon that aren't used unless the dungeon isn't cleared for too long." "You think that's one of the exits?" "It could be," Arak said, squinting up at it. "Either way, we should check it out. If there are enemies up there, we don't want them to get the drop on us." They all looked at Ming. She crossed her arms and cocked an eyebrow. "Why are you looking at me? I'm not supposed to fly anymore." "I won't tell if you don't," Arak said. "I'm experiencing temporary blindness," Melissa deadpanned. Belmont rushed over to her and raised his staff. "What? How? Did you trigger a trap?" Ming chuckled and let out a low whistle. She floated into the air and approached the hole in the ceiling cautiously. She rose to the ceiling several feet away from it first, then slowly inched into the gap and poked her head through it. You guys might want to take a look at this," Ming called down. "No enemies, though." "A little hard to do that," Arak said. "We can't fly." "Is it an exit?" "I'm not sure. There's a door, though. It's got a bunch of weird glowing green runes on it, just like the ones on the boss. There's nothing else. Not even a hallway or any other entrance to the room." "Well, that isn't ominous at all," the orc said, sighing. "Lovely. I'm sure the strange glowing door with dangerous-looking runes is just there to mark a cool exit and wasn't sealed off from the rest of the dungeon for some other reason." "So, we're investigating it then?" Melissa asked. "Oh, absolutely. It's not like we've got much of a choice anyways." "Hold on," Belmont protested. He grimaced in pain and massaged his forehead. "A door covered in runes and sealed in the ceiling is in no way, shape, or form safe. What if that's what happened to the fishman boss? Maybe it found the portal after the cave-in and got corrupted somehow." "You're making a very good point, but do you see any other ways out?" Arak said. "And I don't think I'm particularly keen on finding another secret passage with a trident." "Damn it, I don't think I am either." Belmont let out a heavy sigh. "We might not have a choice, but that doesn't make it safe. We'll have to be very, very careful." "We'll be as careful as possible," Arak promised. "Ming, is there anything sturdy to tie some rope to up there?" The small mage floated up several more feet, disappearing over the lip of the hole. Belmont looked like he was about to give birth to a goblin. He let out a sigh of relief when Ming reappeared a few moments later. "There's a rock that looks pretty firmly set," Ming said. "I think it should hold." Arak reached into his travel pack and removed the bundle of rope. He reared back and tossed one end up to Ming. The small mage grabbed it out of the air and vanished once again. She disappeared for another minute before reappearing at the edge of the hole. "All tied up," Ming said. "I'll go first," Melissa volunteered. "I'm the lightest, so I've probably got the best chance of making it up if the rock is loose. Then I can help hold it while you two climb." Belmont's brow creased even further. His lips were pressed so tightly together that the blood left them and they turned white, but the man had no good argument against it. He just sighed and nodded. Chapter 33. Melissa grabbed the rope and gave it a slight tug. It held firm. She slowly lifted her feet off the ground. When the rope continued to hold her weight, she clambered up. The rope barely budged as she shot up, and within seconds the tall woman was standing beside Ming. Belmont went next. He was considerably slower than Melissa, and his climb was full of grunts and irate muttering, but he eventually joined them as well. All three of them held the rope as Arak grabbed it. He pulled himself up, swinging back and forth in the air with every motion like an orc-shaped pendulum. The rope strained and scraped against the edge of the hole, but it had been well waxed and held firm. Melissa and Belmont helped Arak over the edge once he reached the top. Ming's description of the room had been apt. It was small and made smaller by the large hole in its floor. There was enough room for all of them to stand, but it wasn't comfortable. The ceiling was low enough that the top of Arak's head nearly touched it. An obsidian arch sat against the wall. Glowing green glyphs pulsated with bright green light. Arak raised a hand in front of his eyes and squinted through the cracks in his fingers. "Somehow, I don't think this is the normal monster exit," Arak said. "I agree," Belmont said, drumming his fingers on the hilt of his staff. "The monster exit should just be a small tunnel that leads to the surface. This arch is clearly more ominous." "Then we'd better figure out what it does soon," Melissa said. Her tone was strained. "We've only got so long before the situation actually dawns on me and I get scared." "Hold on," Belmont said. He inched towards the glowing arch, probing the floor with the balls of his feet and leaning as far back as he could. Once he was close enough, he pulled a shirt out of his travel bag and held it over one of the runes on the arch to dim the light coming out of it. He made sure to avoid actually touching the stone with his hands. "These aren't normal enchanter runes," Belmont said. "They're similar to the ones on the boss, though. Same runic alphabet, but different runes." "It sounds like you recognize them," Arak said, raising an eyebrow in question. "Very vaguely," Belmont said. He moved the shirt to look at a different rune and sucked on the inside of his cheek. "I believe I've seen some of these in a library while I was researching the runes for the enchanters to use on my nostrils." Despite their situation, Ming couldn't keep a laugh from escaping her mouth. Belmont shot her an irritated glance, but continued talking. "Again, I can't be certain, but parts of the shape seem similar. I was looking for a method to undo the runes if the enchanters made an error, and I think those runes are called travel. They certainly aren't used, though." He paced around the room with his arms crossed. "The book I found them in was quite old and antiquated. There are much better runes in circulation. And to reiterate, these runes only resemble the travel rune. They're slightly different." "How can you even remember that?" Arak asked. "There are easily thousands of runes that are currently used, and an ancient repair rune hardly seems worth your time." "He's got a perfect memory," Ming said. "A selective perfect memory," Melissa corrected, rolling her eyes. "Can you remember the last time he didn't forget our birthdays?" "Let's stay on topic now," Belmont said, clearing his throat. "We can worry about other things once we survive this dungeon." "So, we think this arch may or may not make something travel," Arak said. "Why would that be in a sealed room, and what could it even do?" "You're the most experienced adventurer here," Melissa said. "No thoughts on the matter," Arak grunted. He paced around the arch, copying Belmont's method of holding a shirt up and letting the light shine through it. The arch was seamlessly connected to the wall, almost as if it were part of the rock. Aside from the glowing runes, nothing implied that it was magical. "It just looks like a fancy rock," Arak admitted. "I'm sure it does something, but I've got no idea what or how to activate it." "Let's backtrack," Belmont said, still walking circles around them. "I found a secret tunnel and activated it, causing a possible rock slide that entombed the exit. It also revealed a chamber containing a strange glowing arch with what could be a travel rune. The boss may or may not have somehow interacted with said arch, which might have turned it into a zombie." "Sounds about right," Ming said. "Although it seems more like a series of random events now that you say it out loud. How did you find the only room with a secret entrance that causes an earthquake? And why would that room even exist? What if it wasn't just that one room?" Melissa asked, peering over the edge of the hole and into the boss room below them. "What if every room had something similar? Let's say they do, just for the sake of argument and my sanity," Arak said. "What then? That just means that every room has a kill switch. What's the point of making a secret level that you kill yourself with?" They fell silent as they thought for several moments. Belmont turned away and studied the wall. He covered his eyes with one hand, and Arak caught a hint of a pained grimace on his face. "Are you okay?" the orc asked. "I'm fine," Belmont said, blinking hard. "Sudden headache, but it's gone. We need to stay on topic. What if it wasn't the fishmen who made this?" "I don't think they're intelligent enough to use runes, but dungeons can change. The previous inhabitants might have been much more intelligent." "How does that explain having a suicide switch that's so easily accessible?" Melissa said, giving Belmont a worried glance. "Not to mention a trident was used to activate it, and the fishmen all had tridents." Belmont's brow furrowed, and he gave a helpless shrug. "Wait, Belmont might have a point," Arak said, tapping his lip with a clawed finger. "Maybe it wasn't a suicide switch. It was an emergency escape of some sort. Whoever made this arch clearly had access to magic, so they were intelligent. What if they were worried about getting attacked by adventurers or other monsters that were too powerful to fight? They could activate the kill switch, run into this hidden room, and somehow activate this arch to teleport them somewhere. Then the boss room caves in and there's no normal escape, so the attackers starve to death. Or escape through the smaller entrances, Melissa said. Let's not forget that part. It's nice to remember we've got another way out. Only if we can find it, Belmont said. They're notoriously difficult to locate. Happy thoughts, visualize success. Arek's guess makes enough sense for me to agree, but what now? If this is some magic escape route, we still don't know how to use it. Well, it's magical, Arek said. Couldn't Ming just blast it? Pure magic should be able to run any magical construct right. They all turned to stare at the small mage. Ming tilted her head, considering the arch for a few moments. I guess I could, Ming said. It would probably need more of a steady flow than a short blast, but I could do that. I don't have a better idea, Melissa said. Belmont pressed his lips together. He shook his head, let out a sigh, and offered them a shrug. Then he raised a hand to his head and squeezed his eyes shut. When the armored man grimaced, pain racked his features. Then he shook his head, brushing off whatever had come over him. Headache, Belmont explained. And I don't like the idea of messing with this. However, if Arek guessed right, we're dealing with some intelligent monsters. If they had something like this, it's very likely that their kill switch would do more than just cave in the boss room. Well, that's reassuring, Melissa said, peering below them again. I vote Ming zaps the arch. If we don't get out of here or get something to punch within the next hour, I'm going to lose my mind. Arek and Belmont gave Ming a nod as well. The small mage swallowed, then pointed her staff at the arch and narrowed her eyes. Light blue energy gathered at the tip of the wood as she drew in a slow breath. She approached the arch and held the tip of the staff to the obsidian. The light dimmed and Ming frowned. She narrowed her eyes and leaned inwards, drawing more energy through the staff. As the pure magic grew brighter, the glowing runes on the arch flickered. It's doing something, Belmont warned. Be ready. As one, all the runes flickered out. A low hum filled the room as the rune at the bottom left segment of the arch lit up. It was followed by the rune at the bottom right. The humming grew louder as runes lit up one by one until only the three at the very top remained unlit. The rune at the top left lit for a second, then went out just as the one at the very center turned on. The center then turned off as the one to its right activated. The pattern continued, even as the droning noise filling the room grew to a dull scream. I think it's selecting a destination, Belmont yelled, grabbing Melissa and Arek's hands. Keep contact and hold your breath. The orc lunged forward, dragging Belmont into the air behind him. He threw his cleaver to the side and grabbed Ming by the shoulder just as the light on the arch flared in intensity, burning the room away in a violent green flash. Arek's ears were still ringing when the four of them were dumped in an unceremonious pile on hard ground. The orc rolled to the side and leapt to his feet, staggering as a dizzy spell threatened to send him back to the floor. They de-arrived in a circular room. It was significantly larger than the previous one. An identical obsidian arch sat in the center on a small pedestal of raised stone. The runes flickered with green light. They were almost completely faded. A dozen large metal chests rested along the curved walls. Three of the chests had already been opened and were empty, but the others appeared untouched. Another room, Melissa complained. Fantastic. Should we just power the arch again? Not yet, Ming said, pointing at one of the sealed chests. Are you telling me you don't want loot? We got scammed out of most of the boss's stuff, but there are a bunch of chests here. Chests mean cool stuff. I find my life to be the coolest stuff, Belmont said, but he peered past Ming's head to get a better look at the chest she was looking at. However, the items here might have significant value, both monetarily and historically. Are we really considering trying to loot the chests while we're trying to escape a possible death trap? Arek asked, raising an eyebrow. We're adventurers, Ming said. What do you expect? I like money. Oh, I'm not blaming you, Arak said. Just getting ammunition to win arguments with later. The happy sunflowers approached the nearest chest, stopping several feet away from it. The lid looked heavy, but not excessively so. Someone's clearly been here before, Belmont said. Why would they only open 3 chests? Traps, Melissa offered. Maybe they got scared off. Or they were running and didn't have time to get anything else, Arak said. He reached for the comforting handle of his cleaver, only to stop when he remembered it was currently resting on the floor at the other side of the portal. Belmont raised a hand to his head again as another grimace washed across his features. He gritted his teeth and swore under his breath, massaging his temple as gently as he could with a gauntleted hand. How about we don't push our luck, then? Belmont said. The last portal took exactly 10 seconds to activate. I counted. Notice that there are 4 of us, and 1 person is needed to turn the portal on. Typical adventuring groups have 4 to 5 people, and 3 chests were opened already. You think the last group that came through here were also adventurers, Arak guessed. So we have Ming activate the portal while we each try to open a chest and grab whatever's in it. Correct, Belmont said. However, I'll eat a shoe if these chests aren't trapped. We should expect things to go south very quickly. Unfortunately, I don't have a good way of figuring out what the traps are. However, I should be able to heal most things short of death if we have enough time. I'll shield all of us with my original bubble spell. It'll probably break in a second or two due to the magical strain, but that should be enough to block most things. Works for me, Arak said. Melissa and Ming nodded as well. Ming took up position beside the arch, while the other 3 each stood beside one of the chests. The moment you start channeling pure magic, we open the chests, Melissa said. Only grab what you can hold with one hand and regroup as fast as possible. I'm starting in 5 seconds, Ming said. She began counting down. When she hit 3, Belmont raised his staff. By the time the small mage reached 1, a pink shield had formed around everyone other than Ming. Arak grabbed the lid of the chest and heaved upwards as Ming finished her countdown, and the room lit up with her light blue energy. It was heavy, but the orc's battle-hardened muscles had dealt with worse. It creaked open and slammed against the wall behind it. A beam of grey energy ripped out from within the chest. It slammed into the pink shield, and both spells vanished in a pop. The orc took an instant to glance inside the chest to make sure he wasn't about to grab another trap. Within the chest was a small wooden box and a strange metal bar. The bar seemed to have some carvings on it, but Arak didn't have time to look closer. He grabbed both items and dashed back to stand beside Ming. Belmont and Melissa weren't far behind. A thin stream of blood ran down Melissa's cheek, and a large axe was protruding from Belmont's armored shoulder. The light coming from the runes was rapidly growing in intensity. Arak only had an instant to link up with the others before he was blinded. The screaming buzz of the portal reached its crescendo, and then they were falling, wind tearing past their hair and howling in their ears. At some point during the teleportation, Arak lost sense of where he was. As he was quickly growing reaccustomed to, he slowly realized that he'd exited the portal a short while ago. He was lying flat on the ground, his face pressed against a prickly, fresh-smelling bed. He cracked an eye open, nearly spearing it on a blade of grass. His pack felt significantly heavier than it normally did, and a dull ache permeated his muscles. The orc's mind felt muddy and fuzzy, as if it had been pulled out of a swamp. Arak turned his head to the side, unable to muster the drive to stand. Belmont lay beside him, staring unblinkingly into the sky. The man's chest rose and fell steadily. The axe was still firmly planted in his shoulder. "Belmont, are you okay?" Arak asked. His words came out garbled and stuffy, as if his mouth were full of fuzz. Belmont blinked, then stared blankly at the orc for a moment before drawing a sharp breath. He swore and forced himself into a sitting position. Then he gritted his teeth and reached up to grasp the handle of the axe firmly. Belmont's eyes narrowed as he ripped the axe free of his shoulder. With his other hand, he raised the staff to the wound and healed it. "We've been affected by mind magic," Belmont said. The clouds in Arek's mind parted with every word that the other man said. The orc rolled over and pushed himself upright. Now that Belmont mentioned it, his memories of the past few minutes were hazy. It was like several feet of water separated him from his memory. "By what and how?" Arek asked, rubbing his eyes groggily. Ming and Melissa lay to his other side, both still slowly coming out of whatever the teleportation had done to them. "We've been under its effect ever since we first saw that obsidian arch," Belmont said. "I didn't even notice it. It's not like anything I've ever seen before. Most mental attacks are loud and telegraphed once they happen. This was so subtle I wouldn't have believed it possible if it hadn't just happened." "I'm not even sure what it did," Arek said. He frowned, trying to discern what actions he'd taken that weren't his own, but it was impossible. Aside from the fuzzy memories, it was like nothing was out of place. "I believe it influenced us to use the portal," Belmont said. "As for when it started, I have no idea. Can you imagine? What could have ever possessed me to agree to activating a strange portal using a random attack with pure magic?" "That does sound pretty stupid," Arek admitted. He scratched the back of his head as Belmont rose to his feet and staggered over to Melissa. He healed the seeping wound on her cheek. "Something wanted us to use that portal," Belmont said. "Its influence might have started when we entered the dungeon, or maybe it was when I used the trident to cause the avalanche. It might have even happened when we first saw the arch. I have no way to tell when it happened or what it wanted, and that concerns me greatly." "Guys," Ming said, rubbing her eyes, "could you shut up for a second? My head is killing me." "It wasn't that bad," Belmont said, kneeling beside the mage. "Are you okay, Ming?" "Look at me," Ming groaned as Belmont forced her to open her eyes and make eye contact with him. The armored man swore and released her. He grabbed his staff and poked her in the chin with it. A cloud of pink energy enveloped Ming's head as Belmont poured his magic through it. "What's going on?" Melissa asked, vaulting to her feet and rushing to stand beside them. "Her eyes!" Belmont exclaimed. Ming's eyes had completely lost their pupils. In their place were two dim, glowing green orbs. Arek peered closer at them. The orbs weren't solid, they were made up of what might have been hundreds of miniature runes. "What's wrong with my eyes?" Ming asked worriedly. Melissa pulled a mirror out of her bag. Ming took it and peered into it while Belmont desperately poured more pink energy into her. "I can't see anything, Belmont. Stop that for a second." Belmont pulled the staff back, baring his teeth when it became clear that Ming's eyes remained green. "Oh," Ming said, "that's probably not good. My headache is gone, though." "Belmont, calm down," Melissa ordered as Belmont raised his staff to try and heal Ming again. He sent the woman a distraught glance and started pacing back and forth. "What do you mean? Who knows what could have happened to her? She might be mind-controlled or seriously injured, or—" "Belmont," Melissa yelled. "Stop. One problem at a time. Panic will get us nowhere. Arek, can you use your true sight artifact? It would show that this is still Ming and not some sort of changeling." The armored man forced himself to stop walking. He drew a deep breath and let it out slowly. Then he nodded. "That's a good idea." Arek pulled the artifact out and held it to his eye while examining Ming. Ming Dorgan, human female, age 19, magical affinity, pure magical power, 75th percentile magical energy, 96th percentile physical power, 2nd percentile karma, 22 F-rank adventurer guild. "None, it's Ming," Arek confirmed. "Her magical power has gone up significantly as well. That might be from practice, though." "There," Melissa said. "Now calm down, Belmont. We can't afford to panic right now." "Right, sorry." "It's okay. First and most importantly, we all survived. I don't believe we are still in the dungeon, either. Everyone seemed to realize the meaning of her words at the exact same moment. The last of the fog surrounding Arek's mind faded as the orc let out a sigh of relief. How did that thought not even cross my mind? Arek asked, staring up into the darkening sky above them. Mind magic, Belmont spat. First that crazed. Ah, right. First the unnamed incident, and now this. I'm getting fed up with it. Let's focus on the good things, Melissa said, rising to her feet. She helped Ming and Arek to their feet as well before brushing some of the dirt off her clothes. We survived, and we've got a good bit of loot as well, assuming at least one of us found something useful. Now, we need to figure out what happened to Ming. The best way to do that would be meeting with Magus. That's a good point, Belmont said, relaxing slightly. He would be able to spot things that I can't. Ming, I can't sense any foreign magic on you despite your eye situation. Does anything feel off for you? The small mage tilted her head. She raised her staff, and a tiny mote of blue energy formed at its tip. Ming let it fade and shook her head. Nope, nothing seems out of place. I am hungry, though. Well, Ming clearly hasn't been replaced, Arek said, chuckling.